The young man, Lu Qing, was just a novice martial arts physician, but unexpectedly acquired the divine doctor system, transforming from a timid youth into a formidable healer. Accompanied by loud banging sounds, the steel shutters of a private clinic in base city number 15 rattled noisily. Lu Qing awoke from his sleep, bewildered as he surveyed the room filled with medical supplies. As he stood there confused, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, the intense pain coming and going quickly. He was Lu Qing, a 19-year-old novice martial arts physician. His parents, who were soldiers, died in a beast tide 3 years ago, leaving behind $1 million in compensation. Although he had a decent talent for martial arts, the loss of his parents left him dispirited, causing him to miss out on martial arts university, and he had to resort to obtaining a medical license to make a living. 3 months ago, he used the compensation money to open a clinic at the city's entrance. The location was ideal, with many martial artists passing by, and business should have been booming. However, a month ago, a rival shop opened across the street, and a first-grade martial artist secretly targeted him, repeatedly sending people to cause trouble, ruining his business. Bang, 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 open up. The noise outside grew increasingly irritating. Fuming with anger, Lu Qing strode to the door. He lifted the shutter to find a disheveled middle-aged man, Zhang Chong, who had come for treatment for minor injuries a month ago, now evidently sent by the rival to stir up trouble. Just as Zhang Chong was demanding compensation of 50,000, a mechanical voice echoed in Lu Qing's mind. Divine Doctor System activated. Congratulations on being chosen as the inheritor of divine medical skills. The system immediately presented 3 options: pay to settle, expose the truth, or teach the troublemaker a lesson. The third option offered the most enticing rewards: first-grade martial arts level, exoskeleton surgical skills, and the divine eye. Without hesitation, Lu Qing chose the third option. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, opening the 5th acupoint, and he instantly reached the first-grade martial artist level. With a crisp crack, Zhang Chong fell to the ground, screaming. The surrounding crowd was stunned. This seemingly weak physician was actually a martial artist. Lu Qing stepped on Zhang Chong's face, coldly declaring, "Shut up. I couldn't have fathered such an ugly son as you." Meanwhile, an overwhelming amount of knowledge about exoskeleton surgery flooded into Lu Qing's mind. The concept of exoskeletal mechanical surgery, a cutting-edge technology, flashed through Lu Qing's mind. It not only has the power to reconstruct damaged limbs with metal, but can also create exoskeletons that enhance strength. Even more astonishing is the divine machine eye, which can diagnose patients' symptoms without any limitations. Lu Qing's eyes lit up with excitement. With the divine machine eye, becoming a legendary healer seemed within reach. Mechanical surgery was crucial. Not only could it heal disabilities, but it could also provide additional boosts to one's vitality and strength. In the world of martial artists, vitality equates to power. For those with physical impairments, their training progress is often significantly hindered. If someone were to tell them that mechanical limb enhancements could not only restore but surpass others, they would surely flock to it. Lu Qing's heart raced as he envisioned immense wealth and success. This skill could make him rich. He resolved to become a master craftsman, using his hands to achieve his dreams. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong was still wailing for mercy at his feet. Lu Qing impatiently kicked him aside, uninterested in dealing with such a minor nuisance. Now that he was a martial artist, he no longer feared the boss of the rival clinic. Reflecting on the original owner's struggles as a martial arts apprentice, the main issue was not having enough acupuncture points opened. Breaking through as a martial artist required 2 conditions: vitality and acupuncture points. To reach the first rank, one needed a vitality of 105 acupuncture points opened. The original owner had sufficient vitality in high school and could have entered a martial arts university, but the final acupuncture point remained closed. However, that no longer mattered. Lu Qing knew that an ordinary university was merely a fragile stepping stone, and this time, he had a secret weapon. Just as he was lost in these optimistic thoughts, a piercing horn shattered the silence. A black jeep screeched to a stop in front of him. "Doctor! Doctor! Come quickly!" A young woman jumped out of the car, her expression urgent, her long legs striding rapidly toward him. She was carrying a middle-aged man with a severed arm on her back, his injuries severe, his left arm completely torn off, as if attacked by a ferocious beast. Lu Qing immediately stepped forward. "I'm the martial arts healer here." He was secretly pleased business was already coming to him. A severed arm? Perfect for demonstrating exoskeletal mechanical surgery. He carefully examined the injured man. "The injuries are severe. Immediate surgical treatment is necessary. I will do my best to save his life, but I can't guarantee complete success." He spoke cautiously, aware that this was his first real-world application, despite having all the mechanical surgery knowledge imprinted in his mind. Zhou Man hardly hesitated. "All right, please save our captain." Given the time constraints, rushing to a central city hospital was not an option. They had to rely on the nearest private clinic for emergency treatment. Lu Qing felt a surge of determination. This was his first patient, a chance to build his reputation. But just then, an untimely voice interrupted. Don't trust him. Zhang Chong cried out from the ground. He is. Enough of you. Lu Qing, infuriated, delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Chong's face. The blow was precise and forceful, cutting off Zhang Chong's words and sending him flying backward. Bloodied teeth flew from his mouth, tracing an arc through the air. Zhou Man's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. Lu Qing remained calm, examining the situation as if assessing a gourmet dish, his eyes alight with anticipation. With a casual wave of his hand, he said, "No worries, saving lives is the priority. Let's get inside and start the treatment." This series of actions left Zhou Man utterly confused. She glanced around at the gathering crowd, a sliver of doubt creeping into her mind. Could this place be a shady operation? Just as she hesitated, Lu Qing's voice cut through the uncertainty, calm yet tinged with professional confidence. He was injured by a third-tier peak-level beast, the lava fire python, wasn't he? Zhou Man snapped back to reality, looking at Lu Qing in astonishment. How could you tell? Lu Qing smiled slightly and explained, I'm a martial arts physician. Diagnosing is my specialty. He continued, this beast lives beneath the magma, extremely hot and full of toxins. Your captain has been poisoned by fire venom, and his meridians are deteriorating. If the venom spreads, at best, he'll lose his cultivation. At worst, he could die on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qing fell silent. At that moment, Yuan Chong, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes and weakly said, I believe this young man isn't a fraud, Xiao Man. Let's have the treatment here. Yes, Captain. This time, Zhou Man hesitated no longer, looking at Lu Qing in shock. To diagnose the captain's injuries at a glance? Even the intermediate martial arts physicians at the central hospital couldn't do that, could they? More astonishingly, they had indeed encountered a third-tier peak lava fire python, and Lu Qing had accurately identified the beast's strength. Where did this young, genius martial arts physician come from? With that thought, Zhou Man's hopes in Lu Qing soared. She earnestly pleaded, Please, you must save our captain. Lu Qing nodded, secretly pleased that he had secured his first job. However, many onlookers blocked their way. Zhou Man, expressionless, stomped lightly, releasing a terrifying aura that made the crowd recoil in fear, parting like a tide to clear a path. Whoa, is that a third rank? Running errands, and I bump into a third rank. I should buy a lottery ticket. Usually, it's hard to even see a second rank, and now suddenly there's a third rank. Do you think these two might be martial envoys from the Marshal Hall? Amidst the chatter, Lu Qing and Zhou Man ignored the crowd and quickly entered the clinic. Inside, Yuan Chong lay pale and coughing weakly on the bed. Zhou Man anxiously asked, Dr. Lu, how confident are you? Completely. Lu Qing replied, glancing at the two of them. But I'm not sure if you can accept my method. Yuan Chong weakly smiled. When life is at stake, nothing else matters. Young man, go ahead with the treatment. If it doesn't work, it's my fate, not your fault. Captain. Zhou Man stood by, eyes moist, and turned to Lu Qing. Dr. Lu, what is your method? Lu Qing, maintaining a calm tone, revealed his treatment plan. To reconstruct his meridians, replacing flesh with machinery, and modify one of his arms. Zhou Man's face froze, her eyes widening in shock. She asked incredulously, Dr. Lu, are you serious? Zhou Man's voice was filled with incredulous shock. In this martial arts world, where refining one's body and spirit is the core, someone actually suggested replacing the human body with machinery? It was a complete subversion of martial arts norms. Yuan Chong was also taken aback. The idea was simply too shocking. He couldn't help but ask, May I ask, Brother Lu, how confident are you? Lu Qing confidently replied, I am absolutely certain that I can repair your damaged meridians. However, I can't guarantee what level of cultivation you'll be able to recover to. Yuan Chong took a deep breath upon hearing this, his gaze becoming resolute. He solemnly said, Then I must trouble you, Dr. Lu. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Zhou Man could only wait anxiously outside the operating room, placing all her hopes on this young doctor. Inside the operating room, Lu Qing switched on the light, and the gentle white glow instantly dispelled the darkness. The light cast over Yuan Chong, making his pale complexion even more evident. The room was filled with various advanced equipment, a life monitor, an internal view scanner, a blood pressure analyzer, and more. These were all purchased by Lu Qing at great expense when he opened his practice, ensuring his business license was approved smoothly. However, since opening, he hadn't performed a single surgery. This was understandable, as those with severe conditions would naturally choose the large hospitals in the city center. Who would come to a private clinic like his? Yuan Chong's arrival today was truly an unexpected surprise. Lu Qing reminded, Captain Yuan, I'm going to administer anesthesia now. Please try not to resist. High-level martial artists have strong constitutions and can be immune to the effects of drugs, so cooperation from the patient is necessary. Yuan Chong, a seasoned grade 3 martial artist, was clearly familiar with the process. He calmly replied, I understand. 5 minutes later, Yuan Chong was sound asleep, even slightly snoring. Lu Qing couldn't help but admire him. Despite being so severely injured, he could still sleep so soundly, truly deserving of being a grade 3 expert. In this world, martial arts are divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the entry level and grade 9 the pinnacle. Becoming a grade 1 martial artist already marks one as successful, with the ability to easily earn over $500,000 annually. If one is also good looking, they are considered premium humans. Grade 2 martial artists have touched the threshold of high society, with annual earnings easily exceeding $1 million. While not quite true elites, their vision and connections have greatly improved. And grade 3 martial artists are true social elites. Earning $1 million is just the beginning, and their quality of life is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Lu Qing remembered a joke from his past life on a short video platform. A Mercedes E-Class is considered the pinnacle for ordinary people. In this world, a grade 3 martial artist is akin to that level. Yuan Chong and Zhou Man's identities were undoubtedly significant. If this operation went well, would he ever have to worry about a lack of clients again? In the circles of influential people, there are always more influential people. Yuan Chong would be the perfect advertisement. Soon enough, all his patients would be elite martial artists, and prosperity would be within reach. Lu Qing thought happily as he began to seriously consider the materials for the surgery. Knowledge about exoskeleton surgery flashed through his mind. To install a high-quality mechanical arm, both technology and materials were crucial. In terms of technology, Lu Qing wasn't worried since the knowledge was directly imparted to him by the system, and his proficiency was near perfect. However, the materials determined the upper limit of the mechanical arm. He scoured the entire workshop and eventually found a palm-sized piece of mysterious bronze, which, although worth tens of thousands, was only a relatively good material among secondary metals. Lu Qing furrowed his brow in thought. This was still somewhat inadequate for Yuan Chong, who was of the 3rd rank. But saving a life was paramount at the moment, so he had to make do. He consoled himself with the thought that better materials could be used for upgrades in the future, which was precisely the advantage of exoskeleton machinery. Having made up his mind, Lu Qing immediately began the first mechanical surgery. He skillfully combined the mysterious bronze with other metal materials, focusing intently on the complex and precise operations. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his hands remained steady as a rock. Since it was his first surgery, he also needed to manufacture auxiliary equipment according to the system's instructions, and the entire process lasted over 10 hours. From 9 in the morning until after 8 in the evening, Lu Qing didn't stop for a moment. At the entrance of the operating room, Zhou Man was anxiously pacing back and forth, her long, slender legs moving up and down the hallway. Several times she wanted to rush in, but held back. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, and a young man with glasses and a girl in a JK uniform approached quickly. How's the captain? The bespectacled young man, Su Sanqing, inquired, his white shirt stained with blood, his brows furrowed. Still in surgery, it's been almost 12 hours now, Zhou Man replied. The JK girl, Su, pouted and said, Is this small clinic really reliable? I've already asked my brother to contact a senior martial arts doctor, but they're at base 16. I wonder if they'll make it in time. Su Sanqing shook his head, definitely not in time. Besides, if your family or your grandfather finds out we acted on our own, the second team will be looking at dismissal. Su retorted defiantly, Why? I've bled for the human race and sweated for the Marshal Hall. What right does he have to dismiss us? Because he's an elder of the Marshal Hall, Su Sanqing pointed out calmly. Zhou Man interrupted their argument and asked about the situation afterward. Su Sanqing explained that the beast had been hiding at the bottom of the lava since the captain severely injured it, and their attempts to provoke it into coming out had failed. Su added angrily, Humph, that creature has incredible vitality. I punched it 10 times, and it was completely unfazed. Zhou Man was taken aback by this information. As Lu the doctor had mentioned, the lava fire python was indeed no ordinary creature. Not even Su's punches could affect it. Su Sanqing sighed. This time we've really lost out. We didn't get the 3rd-tier beast core, and the captain lost an arm. We're definitely going to be held accountable unless the captain can. Before he could finish, the door to the operating room suddenly opened. Lu Qing stepped out, removed his mask, and nodded to the 3 of them, saying, The new arm is installed, and the surgery was successful. You can wait in the lounge. He should wake up soon. The 3 of them finally felt relieved, though Su Sanqing and Su were puzzled about what new arm meant. Inside the operating room, Yuan Chong slowly regained consciousness. Instinctively, he used his hand to prop himself up, and the sound of mechanical components whirring came from his left arm joint. Looking down, Yuan Chong was astonished to find his left arm had completely transformed into a massive steel arm made of bright bronze-colored machinery, resembling knotted metal muscles, exuding a strong and fierce aura. Lu Qing walked in and explained, This is a secondary exoskeleton mechanical arm. Captain Yuan, how does it feel? Yuan Chong was at a loss for words, his body trembling with excitement, pupils constricted, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Yuan Chong felt an incredible surge of power in his left arm, something his original flesh and blood could never have possessed. He was astonished to find that the once dead meridians in his body had been miraculously restored and seamlessly connected to the metal network crafted by the machinery. With curiosity and confusion, Yuan Chong turned to ask, Dr. Liu, you mentioned this is a level 2 mechanical arm. What does that mean? Are there different levels for these mechanical arms? As the first person to have a metal arm, he was eager to understand this crucial information that would impact his future life. In the dimly lit operating room, Lu Qing was tidying up the used instruments. He calmly explained, mechanical limbs, much like martial artists, are categorized by levels. Higher-level exoskeletal mechanical limbs naturally offer superior power and quality. For example, the one we've installed for you, Captain Yuan, is primarily made from level 2 metal known as Xiantong. Although the material is quite standard, my exceptional medical skills have elevated it to a level 2 excellent quality. Yuan Chong was taken aback, thinking it was the first time he'd heard someone speak of being poor as an advantage. He continued to probe, I still don't quite get it. What exactly does level 2 excellent quality entail? As he spoke, he carefully examined his metal arm. After finishing with the instruments, Lu Qing turned to face Yuan Chong and held up 2 fingers, saying, it can provide a 20 boost in vitality. What? Yuan Chong was so shocked he nearly jumped. Is that true? Lu Qing smiled and replied, you'll know once you try it, Captain Yuan. The strength of exoskeletal mechanical limbs lies not only in repairing a warrior's physical deficiencies, but also in enhancing vitality. The quality of exoskeletal mechanics is divided into ordinary, excellent, and perfect. Each quality increase also raises the vitality boost. Level 1 ordinary quality offers no boost, level 1 excellent offers 5, level 1 perfect offers 10, and level 2 ordinary offers 15, and so on. Your level 2 excellent mechanical arm provides exactly a 20 boost. After hearing this, Yuan Chong couldn't help but swallow. Thinking about the extraordinary effects of this mechanical arm, he cautiously asked, Dr. Liu, what's the medical fee for this surgery? Lu Qing's eyes lit up, as if finally getting to the main point. He earnestly said, Captain Yuan, discussing money seems unnecessary. You are my first patient, and the success of the surgery relied entirely on our mutual trust. For the sake of this friendship, just a symbolic 2 million will do. Yuan Chong was startled. 2 million was his entire year's salary without spending a cent. Although the total value of the materials for the mechanical arm might not exceed 100,000, he understood that Lu Qing was selling his expertise, and more importantly, he had saved his life. Despite the financial sting, the money had to be spent. Lu Qing pulled out his phone, and the screen lit up with a payment QR code as the wallpaper. Reluctantly, Yuan Chong scanned the code and made the payment, soon hearing the notification sound. Ding! 2 million yuan received via WuPay. When Yuan Chong entered the lounge, his 3 team members were stunned. The JK girl, Su Su, with her mouth wide open, ran over and kept poking Yuan Chong's left arm, exclaiming, Wow, Captain, your arm has turned into a Kirin arm. Yuan Chong, slightly annoyed, flicked her forehead. Su Su felt a buzz in her head and cried out in pain. Ouch! Beside him, Su Sanqing finally understood the meaning of the phrase the new arm has been attached. He swallowed involuntarily, staring at Yuan Chong in disbelief. Zhou Man couldn't wait any longer and asked, Captain Yuan, is your injury really healed? As someone who had been present throughout, she knew more about the surgery details than Su Sanqing and Su Su. Captain, how do you feel? Any discomfort? Zhou Man pressed on, her eyes filled with concern and curiosity. Replacing flesh with machinery and reconstructing muscles and tendons, this incredible medical technique shocked everyone present. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary young doctor, Lu Qing, possessed such extraordinary skills? It was an unprecedented achievement in the martial arts world, realized right before their eyes. Yuan Chong flexed his brand new mechanical arm, the metal joints emitting a faint whirring sound. He moved it a few times, a look of delight on his face. No discomfort at all, and my tendons are completely healed. Apart from still getting used to it, this mechanical arm is even more flexible than my original hand. The bronze-toned mechanical arm traced a graceful arc in the air, each movement precise and smooth, like a work of art. Hearing Yuan Chong's confident appraisal, Zhou Man and the others looked at Lu Qing with deep admiration, mixed with genuine gratitude. Zhou Man solemnly bowed to Lu Qing, her voice filled with sincerity. Dr. Lu, we are deeply grateful for this kindness. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to the Wudian branch to find us. Lu Qing replied with a cheerful smile. So you're all martial envoys from Wudian, then. We're acquainted now. Do visit often. Wudian, as the most authoritative martial arts institution in Daxia, has been established for over 200 years. It is responsible for enacting martial laws, spreading martial arts, monitoring regions, and defending against fierce beasts. Almost all outstanding martial artists take pride in joining Wudian and becoming honorable martial envoys. Daxia has 18 base cities, with the Wudian headquarters located in base number 1 and branches in other bases. Although Lu Qing had never been to the Wudian branch in base number 15, he knew that the towering, majestic silver inverted triangle building in the center of the base city was where the Wudian branch was located. In his memory, the original owner of his body would gaze at that iconic building every morning on his way to school, filled with longing. And these people before him were actually esteemed third-grade martial envoys. Yuan Chong and the others bowed slightly and laughed. Haha, Dr. Lu, you're too kind. We have our tasks, so we'll take our leave. He paused and added, visit often? You're too polite. It's not like you run a restaurant where we can drop by any time. But for future repairs and updates to this mechanical arm, we'll definitely need to come to you. With that, they left the wellness shop. Watching them depart, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel elated. Earning 2 million in one day was simply delightful. This money could be used to purchase more and higher-grade metal materials. Then, achieving a small financial goal would be a breeze. Life is truly prosperous. Lu Qing couldn't help but muse. Then, he mentally commanded, System, check unread messages. When he finished the surgery for Yuan Chong, the system had new notifications, but he hadn't had a chance to check them. Suddenly, a virtual blue light screen, visible only to Lu Qing, appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing their first creation. A mechanical arm of excellent quality is merely average and doesn't meet the standards of a divine mechanical doctor. Please keep up the good work. The system's prompt sounded. Ding! You have triggered a phase mission. Please strive to complete it and achieve the great goal of global mechanical ascension as soon as possible. Mission content. Help 10 disabled martial artists reconstruct their bodies and modify mechanical limbs. Mission progress. 110. Completion reward. Level 6 metal dragon steel. Looking at this information, Lu Qing was taken aback. Did the system just critique me? In the forest on the outskirts, the air was thick with the acrid smell of sulfur, and waves of heat rolled in. Yuan Chong stood by the edge of the lava pool, taking a deep breath of the scorching air, feeling as if his insides were on fire. The crimson magma churned and bubbled like a cauldron of boiling blood. Yuan Chong turned to Su Sanqing, a hint of sternness on his rugged face. Sanqing, are you sure that beast is still here? He instinctively touched his new mechanical arm, the cold metal giving him a sense of confidence. Su Sanqing adjusted his glasses, which reflected the glow of the magma, and replied steadily. Captain, based on our last encounter, that beast was severely injured. It's definitely still at the bottom, using the magma's energy to heal. Good. Yuan Chong grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Let's blast it out. The loss of my arm will be avenged today. He stepped back, signaling his team to retreat to a safe distance. Everyone stay clear. A warrior must have a clear mind. Zhou couldn't help but remind him worriedly. Captain, be careful. Meanwhile, Su was excitedly gearing up, eager to join the battle against the lava fire python. Yuan Chong flexed his mechanical arm, the metal joints clicking. He took a deep breath, channeling the power of his qi and blood into the mechanical arm. The patterns on the arm lit up with a brilliant red glow, filling him with an overwhelming sense of strength. Beast, come out! Yuan Chong roared, his mechanical arm crashing down onto the surface of the lava pool with immense force. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the magma erupted like a volcanic blast. Fiery lava shot high into the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Wow! Captain's mechanical arm is incredible. Su shouted excitedly, eyes wide with admiration. Su Sanqing immediately smacked her on the back of the head. No swearing, young lady. Zhou was amazed. This power is even greater than when the captain was at his peak. Her admiration for the young Dr. Lu Qing deepened. Su Sanqing calmly analyzed. The captain's current qi and blood strength must have reached the 4th rank, comparable to an innate expert. At that moment, an angry roar echoed from the bottom of the lava pool. Suddenly, a massive figure surged out from the magmate was the peak 3rd-tier beast, the lava fire python. Covered in magma, it radiated terrifying heat, its scarlet eyes fixed on Yuan Chong with hatred. Beast, you got away last time, but not this time. Yuan Chong sneered, stepping forward to engage. Man and beast clashed in a fierce battle. This time, Yuan Chong, with the formidable power of his mechanical arm, completely dominated the lava fire python. Each attack was devastating, and the python's scales could not withstand the onslaught, soon bearing deep wounds. In just 10 minutes, Yuan Chong decisively ended the battle. He grabbed the lava fire python's tail, yanking it out of the magma, and with his mechanical arm, he crushed its head. Crack! The python's head shattered, spewing red and white matter. Captain is amazing! Su shouted in excitement. Zhou stood there, stunned, murmuring to herself. That's unbelievable. Su Sanqing adjusted his glasses and suddenly spoke. Captain has obtained such a miraculous mechanical arm. Since we acted without authorization, this matter won't stay hidden from the higher-ups. Given its power, the Marshal Temple will surely take great interest. Zhou Man's eye sparkled as a thought struck her. Indeed, the Marshal Temple has so many injured and disabled warriors. If Dr. Liu could treat them all. Later that night, in a luxurious KTV room bathed in neon lights, amid deafening music, a rotund figure was enjoying himself with women on either side. Boss Luo wore an expensive suit with a large gold chain around his neck. His oily face bore a nouveau riche smile as he held two heavily made-up women, drinking and singing off-key. "Oh, Boss Luo, you're so naughty. We've missed you these past few days," the women flirted as Boss Luo basked in their attention. Just then, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he answered irritably. "What is it?" "Boss, it's Zhang Chong. I'm in the hospital because of that Lu Qing kid. Could you?" "What did you say?" Boss Luo shot to his feet. "Useless fool. I sent you to mess with his business, and you end up in the hospital?" "Boss, Lu Qing is tough. He's a Tier 1 warrior." "Tier 1? I'm Tier 1 too." Boss Luo's face reddened with anger. "Don't come asking me for money." He hung up abruptly. Boss Luo sat back heavily, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Lu Qing, huh? Just some upstart kid daring to open shop in my territory? If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm not Boss Luo." He pushed away the women and made another call. "Tiger, investigate that kid's background. I want more than just his shop closed, I want him gone." The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains into Lu Qing's bedroom. He stretched and got up, checking his system status. Host, Lu Qing. Rank, Tier 1 initial stage. Blood energy, 105. Opened acupoints, 5. Skills, exoskeletal mechanical surgery. Lu Qing smiled at his interface. Besides becoming a Tier 1 warrior, he'd earned 2 million. This easy money shouldn't be wasted. He planned to visit the black market while contemplating his shopping list. High-grade metals were essential for future mechanical surgeries. As he planned his purchases, his phone buzzed with breaking news. Warning, another beast attack in the city. Citizens advised to limit outdoor activities. Right, I need cultivation resources and the advanced manual for wild bull force to get stronger. In these times, staying weak means death. Lu Qing's resolve to increase his strength grew firmer. After getting ready, he donned casual clothes, a mask, and sunglasses, standard gear for visiting the black market's mixed crowd. His mission was to treat 10 disabled warriors, but he needed to reach Tier 2 quickly. The power of mechanical surgery would attract attention, so he needed the strength to protect himself. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the black market entrance by taxi. His Tier 1 warrior's perception detected someone following him since he got in the cab. Must be Boss Luo's man again. Still won't give up? Well, people die in the black market all the time, don't they? It would be quite reasonable. At the entrance of the black market, a solitary figure slowly approached. Lu Qing, wearing a black mask, stepped confidently into this underground world. Behind him, Ahu followed closely, thinking he was hidden, unaware that his target had already noticed him. Inside the black market, the stalls were arranged in an orderly chaos, painting a busy picture of trade. Sellers of all kinds shouted to attract passing buyers. Lu Qing's gaze wandered among the stalls, his ears filled with the sounds of haggling and whispered exchanges between warriors. The scene here was entirely different from the base city. Warriors were as common as fish in a river, visible everywhere. Among the diverse crowd, there could be fugitives wanted by the Marshal Hall. Lu Qing mused to himself. What a place teeming with all sorts of people. It wasn't long before a stall selling martial arts techniques caught Lu Qing's attention. Let's check out the martial arts and buy the second volume of Barbaric Bull Strength, he decided and quickly walked over. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, a first-grade warrior. Behind him stood a faded wooden board with Million Martial Arts Collection written on it. Lu Qing chuckled inwardly. Typical black market, a beggar's business with a tycoon's attitude. "Hey there, young man, what are you looking to buy?" the man asked in a thick accent. "Do you have the second volume of Barbaric Bull Strength?" Lu Qing asked directly. "Of course, I've got everything here," the man replied, raising 5 fingers. "Fixed price, for million." Lu Qing smiled slightly. "How about you knock off the zeros and give me a 50% discount? 200,000? No way." The man shook his head repeatedly. $2, Lu Qing said calmly. "You want it all gone?" The man jumped up. "Kid, are you joking?" "You started the joke," Lu Qing retorted. The man chuckled awkwardly. "Heh, bargaining isn't done that way, handsome. How about 1 million? 10,000? 80,000? That's as low as it gets, really cheap. You're just a first grade, right? You can't get the second volume elsewhere." After some intense bargaining, they finally settled on a price of 200,000. Although this price was still above the original value of Barbaric Bull Strength, Lu Qing was well aware that martial arts were strictly controlled by the Marshal Hall. The 4 levels of martial arts, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, required corresponding qualifications to learn and practice. As a first-grade warrior, he couldn't access the second volume through legitimate channels. Meanwhile, in a dim corner, Ahu witnessed the entire transaction. As a fellow first-grade warrior, His desire for the second volume ignited a greedy flame inside him. Damn, this kid's rich. If I kill him, barbaric bull strength will be mine. A vicious glint flashed in Ahu's eyes. After completing the transaction, Lu Qing continued to wander through the black market. He passed stall after stall but couldn't find the high-quality metal materials he desired, leaving him slightly disappointed. Never mind, I'll buy some cultivation resources first and keep trying my luck, he decided. About half an hour later, Lu Qing had purchased a substantial amount of resources, spending nearly $1 million in total. This sight made Ahu's eyes turn red with envy, and the flames of greed within him burned ever stronger. Damn, this kid is loaded. Soon, all of it will be mine. A sinister voice whispered from the street corner, eyes fixed intently on the target ahead. Just then, Lu Qing suddenly halted. His attention was caught by a peculiar shop, with a sign at the entrance boldly stating, "Barter only." This declaration piqued Lu Qing's curiosity, prompting him to explore further. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, Lu Qing stepped into a dimly lit space. The shop was shadowy, filled with an assortment of bizarre items scattered around, and the air was thick with the scent of welding smoke. Behind the counter, a man in his 60s leisurely puffed on a pipe. His face was cunning, with a shrewd look in his eyes, and he barely glanced at Lu Qing as he entered. "Everything's here, as long as you have something of equal value to trade," the old man drawled lazily, his gaze wandering through the smoke. Lu Qing got straight to the point. "I need Tier 3 metal." The old man blew out a smoke ring, his demeanor still indifferent. "I have it, but what do you have to trade?" A single sentence, Lu Qing replied with a slight smile, a hint of cunning in his eyes. The old man frowned, thinking Lu Qing was just causing trouble, and was about to kick him out. At that moment, Lu Qing's voice cut through the air, low and clear. "If you don't address the ailment in your right leg, not only will you never make a breakthrough, but you'll also spend the rest of your life bedridden. It might be wise to find someone to take care of your needs, as things will become quite inconvenient." These words pierced the old man's heart like a dagger. He was stunned, his expression changing instantly, a mix of fear and disbelief flashing in his eyes. Staring at Lu Qing, he thought to himself, how could this kid possibly know that? What are you trying to say?" the old man asked, visibly anxious, his attitude swiftly shifting to one of alarm. Lu Qing confidently smiled and said, "I have a cure, and perhaps it might even help you make a breakthrough. I wonder if that's worth a piece of Tier 3 metal." The old man was shocked, but remained cautious. "How do I know you're not bluffing? What if you're just trying to con me?" Lu Qing chuckled softly and revealed a startling detail. "Your right leg is afflicted with a rare poison from a beast known as the demon she-rat. The toxin has already spread through your leg and is beginning to move upward. The day it reaches your dantian will be the day you die." The old man's face was a canvas of shifting emotions, realizing that Lu Qing was not joking. After some careful consideration, the old man finally agreed. "All right, I'll give you the Tier 3 metal, plus 5 pieces of Tier 2 metal. Can you tell me the cure now?" "Of course," Lu Qing replied, inwardly pleased to have secured the materials he needed. He pulled out a card with an address for a wellness shop written on it. "There's an address here. You can meet me there this afternoon." The old man took the card, eyes widening. "Martial arts healer, cures all ills." He immediately felt a sense of being duped, but at this point, he had no choice but to gamble on this chance. After all, the path of martial arts is long, and who doesn't want to live a little longer? Having obtained the Tier 3 metal, Lu Qing left the shop. He deliberately headed towards a less crowded area, eventually turning into a deserted alley. Reaching a dead end, Lu Qing slowly turned around, his gaze icy as he stared at the seemingly empty air. "Come out. You've been following me for a while." Lu Qing's voice echoed in the quiet alley. A gruff, low voice soon responded. "Kid, you actually noticed me? Kid, you actually managed to find me?" A shadowy figure slowly emerged from the dim alley, and under the moonlight, a menacing face became clear. The scar running across the cheek twisted and writhed in the darkness, as if it were alive, sending a chill down the spine. Lu Qing instantly recognized the persona who, a notorious assassin under Boss Luo's command, known for his ruthless efficiency. Over the years, most of the dirty work on Boss Luo's business front had been handled by this cold-blooded enforcer. "Did Boss Luo send you?" Lu Qing asked calmly, his demeanor composed, as if he were speaking to an ordinary passerby rather than a notorious killer. Ahu grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "The dead don't get to ask questions." He advanced step by step, his footsteps echoing in the silent alley like the tolling of a death knell. Lu Qing's pupils contracted slightly as his mind's eye activated. Instantly, the system scanned and revealed all of Ahu's physical conditions and information. Patient, Ahu. Cultivation, 1st grade, initial stage. Condition, sustained a severe injury to the left abdomen during a fight 7 years ago, leaving a hidden ailment. Caution is advised in treatment to avoid endangering the patient's safety. All right, I'll be careful with the treatment," Lu Qing thought with a hint of irony, yet he remained wary of Ahu's strength. With a vitality level of 124, Ahu was on the verge of breaking into the mid-stage of first grade. Kid, you must have just broken through to first grade recently, right? Ahu sneered, exuding a palpable killing intent. Today, I'll have some fun with you. Lu Qing wasted no words. His figure flashed as he struck. Facing such an experienced opponent, he had to aim for the weak spot to ensure a swift victory. Courting death, Ahu roared, fury flashing in his eyes. Lu Qing channeled his wild bull strength, boosting his vitality by 5 in an instant, and aimed a punch directly at Ahu's abdominal injury. The punch whistled through the air, the force exploding like thunder. Bang! Ahu doubled over, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down. How? How did you know my weak spot? Lu Qing smirked coldly. The dead don't get to ask questions. Ahu's expression twisted with both anger and fear. Besides Boss Luo, no one knew about this hidden injury. Could it be that the boss wanted to use Lu Qing to eliminate him? Over the years, he had indeed become increasingly reckless. Was the boss really trying to get rid of him? Otherwise, how could Lu Qing possibly know about his weakness? Ahu's eyes flickered with confusion, unwillingness, and finally, deep fear. Goodbye, Lu Qing said softly. Before the words faded, a precise chop struck Ahu's throat. With a crisp crack, Ahu's eyes widened, his trachea shattered, and blood surged into his airway, quickly suffocating him. Staring at Ahu's lifeless body, a cold glint flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. Boss Luo had provoked him time and again, and today he even sent an assassin. This was a debt that needed settling. The moonlight was bleak, and the air was tinged with a faint scent of blood. Lu Qing dragged Ahu's body and casually tossed it into a green trash bin by the roadside, then disappeared into the alleys of the black market. At 2:30 in the afternoon, golden sunlight bathed the Marshal Hall building as Yuan Chong took the elevator to the 25th floor. The glass facade reflected dazzling light. Inside the office, the soft hum of the air conditioning mingled with the sounds of keyboard, typing, and low conversations. Yuan Chonglong stepped into the office area, his metallic prosthetic limb gleaming coldly under the lights. A few administrative staff immediately greeted him warmly. Good morning, Captain Yuan. Yuan nodded slightly and continued walking. Their eyes were inevitably drawn to his mechanical arm, each precise joint a marvel to behold. Did I see that right? Captain Yuan's hand. One staff member murmured. Another gave him a light slap on the forehead. Does that hurt? It does. Why did you do that? Then it's not an illusion. By the window in the office area, Zhou Man was leisurely touching up her lipstick, her eyes fixed on a cliched idol drama playing on her computer screen. Her outfit today was particularly striking. A low-cut, fitted white blouse revealing her elegant collarbone and impressive curves. A black pencil skirt accentuating her graceful figure. Long, straight legs casually crossed, with her slender black high heels swinging idly. As Yuan approached, she greeted him nonchalantly. Captain Yuan. Su Sanqing, seated further inside, adjusted his glasses and reported. Captain Yuan, Su took a leave of absence today. Yuan sighed helplessly. When doesn't she take leave? Last month she used up her sick leave. Now she started on her annual leave. Su Sanqing explained. She probably hasn't finished her assignments. After all, she's still a high school student. Hearing this, Yuan felt a headache coming on, silently questioning the Su family's decision to have a high school student gain experience here. Zhou Man chimed in at the right moment. Captain, are you complaining about the higher-ups assigning Su to your team? Yuan fell silent instantly, a line of frustration forming across his forehead as he hurriedly walked into his office without turning back. Seated in his leather chair, Yuan took a deep breath, turned on his computer, and began drafting a report. Jiang Yinsher, I have important matters to report. Yesterday, I obtained a lead on Rattlesnake. To avoid alerting them, I took a team out overnight to capture them. However, we unexpectedly encountered a third-tier peak beast, the lava fire python, which interrupted our operation. I regret to report that I lost an arm in the battle due to my inadequacy. Fortunately, there were no casualties in the team. I await your decision on my punishment. Interestingly, as Zhou Man brought me back to the base city for treatment, we encountered a young martial arts physician named Lu Qing. He possesses a method of augmenting a warrior's flesh with mechanical enhancements. Through surgical treatment, I successfully had a mechanical arm installed. This arm can astonishingly enhance my energy and blood by 20. Yuan carefully composed each word, pausing occasionally to ponder his phrasing. Once satisfied, he clicked print and solemnly stamped his captain's seal on the document. Someone, come here, Yuan called out. A staff member promptly entered. Captain Yuan. Deliver this report to Marshal Officer Jiang Qin. Yuan instructed, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. Lu Qing returned to the sanatorium and went straight to the lounge. He sat cross-legged on a cushion, with sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the array of materials laid out on the floor. This time, he had a bountiful haul. 1 piece of level 3 metal, 15 pieces of level 2 metal, over 20 pieces of level 1 metal, and 4 bottles of qi and blood pills, enough to support his cultivation to the middle stage of the first rank. He picked up the piece of level 3 metal, cold crystal iron, and carefully examined its perfect patterns. Lu Qing felt a surge of joy. It truly lived up to being a level 3 material. He hadn't purchased higher-level materials for two reasons: his limited finances and insufficient strength. The qi and blood consumption for advanced exoskeleton surgeries was staggering, and his current qi and blood levels could only support level 3 surgery. To craft a level 4 or higher mechanical limb, he would need to break through to the second rank. Lu Qing had already mapped out his future. This piece of level 3 cold crystal iron would be used to create a fully armed mechanical armor. When the time came, he would be unbeatable among those at his level. Without further thought, Lu Qing swallowed a qi and blood pill and began practicing the lower volume of the wild bull technique. The medicinal power surged through his meridians, causing his qi and blood to continuously boil. As he cultivated, he couldn't help but think of the old man from the black market and wondered if the old fellow would pay him a visit today. 3 hours flew by, and as the sun set, Lu Qing exhaled deeply, concluding his practice. Reflecting on the afternoon's progress, he shook his head in disappointment. His qi and blood had only increased from 105 to 107 calories, a slow pace indeed. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, recognizing that his path was not solely about physical breakthroughs, but rather the integration of martial arts and mechanics, ultimately achieving mechanical transcendence. Checking his watch, he saw it was nearly 6 o'clock. It seemed the old man wouldn't be coming today, making the goal of treating 10 patients a challenging task. Just then, footsteps echoed from the front room. Lu Qing quickly donned his white coat and stepped out to see a hunched, limping old man at the door. The old man wore his usual gray shirt, holding a welding rod, with dark purple skin on his right leg, yet his cloudy eyes were sharp and bright. The old man exhaled a puff of smoke and rasped, "Young Dr. Lu, calling you that is all right, isn't it?" Meanwhile, in a private room at the Imperial KTV, colorful lights flashed incessantly, filling the air with an ambiguous atmosphere, mingled with the pungent scent of cheap perfume and alcohol. Boss Luo's corpulent body lay sprawled on the sofa, shirtless, wearing a contented expression. Two heavily made-up women swayed their snake-like waists and curvaceous hips, plastering fake smiles on their faces as they exited the room. As soon as they stepped outside, the two women immediately displayed expressions of disgust. One of them lowered her voice and complained disdainfully, "That disgusting fat guy, he's so greasy. It's suffocating." The other one didn't hesitate to agree. "Exactly, he thinks he's something special. 2.5 hours and he was done. Just a bunch of useless tricks. I'm exhausted." Inside the private room, Boss Luo's corpulent body was sprawled across the sofa, taking up most of the space. He rubbed his shiny, oily belly while grumbling to himself. "What a lousy product. The effect is so weak. Next time I'll have to get Ahu to find a new one." Suddenly, he realized Ahu hadn't returned yet, and he hurriedly fumbled for his phone to call him, but he couldn't get through. Boss Luo's brow furrowed, a flicker of unease passing over his plump face. He struggled to sit up from the sofa, his flesh jiggling as he slapped the couch and cursed. That useless fool. Could he have run off? However, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Although Ahu had been a bit rebellious lately, he was usually reliable. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could Ahu have been caught? Boss Luo found it hard to believe that Ahu would fall into Lu Qing's hands. That young kid, how could he have such capabilities? Ahu was a battle-hardened fighter, almost at the mid-level of the first rank. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Boss Luo's breathing grew rapid, and sweat soaked through his shirt. Meanwhile, in the wellness center, the setting sun cast a golden glow on Lu Qing's white coat. Elder Shah's clouded eyes fixed intently on Lu Qing as he asked, his voice trembling slightly, "Dr. Lu, are you saying my leg needs to be completely amputated?" Lu Qing shook his head with a smile and explained, "Not quite so extreme. We just need to replace most of Elder Shah's right leg with mechanical metal. As long as you cooperate, I'm confident I can help you stand again." Elder Shah was silent for a moment, tapping his pipe on the floor to empty the black residue. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. "All right, I'll trust you this time. When can we start the surgery?" Lu Qing responded decisively, "We can start right now." Soon, they entered the operating room. Lu Qing prepared the anesthesia and expertly injected it into Elder Shah. Elder Shah slowly closed his eyes, allowing the drug to take effect, his breathing becoming steady until he fell into a deep sleep. Lu Qing carefully rolled up Elder Shah's pant leg, revealing a shriveled, atrophied right leg. The skin was a dark purple, like withered wood. Lu Qing frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the condition is worse than expected. Although amputation isn't necessary, after extensive mechanical modification, there won't be much flesh left. After careful consideration, Lu Qing decided to use 2 pieces of second-grade meteorite iron and some first-grade metal for the treatment. He chose meteorite iron as the primary material because it's lightweight, ideal for a martial artist like Elder Shah who excels in agility. The mechanical leg made from meteorite iron would undoubtedly enhance speed. Thanks to his previous surgical experience, And since this procedure didn't require creating an entire mechanical limb, Lu Qing completed the surgery in just 4 hours. Before long, Elder Shah slowly opened his clouded eyes. When he saw his brand new metal right leg, his eyes were filled with astonishment and joy. Elder Shah tried moving his new leg, a surge of powerful energy emanating from it, overwhelming him with emotion to the point of tears. Choking up, he said, "I never thought, in my lifetime, this leg could stand again. Dr. Lu, please accept my bow of gratitude." As he spoke, Elder Shah attempted to bow to Lu Qing. Lu Qing quickly supported him and sincerely said, "Healing and saving lives is a doctor's duty. Elder Shah, there's no need for formalities. I hope this mechanical right leg will help you regain your strength." At this moment, Old Shah was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling as he caressed the prosthetic limb that gleamed with a metallic luster. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from within him, like a volcanic explosion. The air in the room vibrated intensely, causing even the paintings on the walls to shake. Feeling the torrent of power within him, Old Shah couldn't help but clench his fists. He laughed heartily, his voice filled with incredulous joy. "Ha! I've broken through to the 4th rank. I never thought I could reach the 4th rank in my lifetime. Ha!" Lu Qing stood by, watching the scene in astonishment. He knew Old Shah had been a peak 3rd rank expert, with 72 acupoints opened within his body. If not for years of suppressing toxins and injuries, he would have long ascended to the innate level. Now, Old Shah had finally taken that crucial step. Beyond the 3rd rank lies the innate realm. In the hierarchy of the Marshal Hall, this meant a promotion from a bronze martial envoy to a silver martial envoy. Lu Qing couldn't help but think that even someone like Yuan Chong, a top 3rd rank expert, was merely a bronze martial envoy. In his excitement, Old Shah grasped Lu Qing's hand tightly and bowed. His cloudy eyes shone with gratitude, his voice trembling with emotion. "Young physician Lu, words cannot express my gratitude. I see you have just entered the martial path, and I am willing to protect you for 3 years to repay your great kindness." Lu Qing quickly helped him up, inwardly ecstatic. He feigned modesty and said, "How can I accept this? Old Shah, how about this? I'll waive your surgery fee this time." Inside, he was shouting with joy. "Wow, a 4th rank expert as my bodyguard for free? My luck is unbelievable." Just then, Lu Qing's phone rang. He answered, and a rough, angry voice came through. "Lu Qing, where the hell did you take my man?" Lu Qing immediately realized who it was, and wasn't surprised he had obtained his contact information. He responded calmly, "Boss Luo, what are you talking about? I don't understand." On the other end, Boss Luo was furious, roaring, "Don't play dumb. Ahu disappeared, and you dare say it has nothing to do with you?" Lu Qing let out a cold laugh, his tone threatening. "Boss Luo, you can't just make baseless accusations without evidence. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." The sound of shattering glass could be heard from the other end, and Boss Luo's voice grew even more enraged, gritting his teeth. "Kid, do you believe I won't let you see the morning sun tomorrow?" "Oh." Lu Qing hung up the phone, cursing inwardly. "Fat idiot, it's good enough I haven't settled the score with you, yet you dare threaten me?" At this moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in Lu Qing's mind. "Ding. Choice successfully triggered. Your business is beginning to show results, but facing threats from competitors could impact your business. How do you plan to handle it?" Option 1. Swallow your pride. Make peace with Boss Luo. Reward, 5 million in cash. Option 2. Prepare for battle. Confront Boss Luo. Reward, mid-stage 1st rank cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing instantly made up his mind. He had planned to strike first, and now the system offered an unexpected bonus. The bull strength technique was only a basic martial art, and he was in need of a powerful trump card. Earth-level martial arts were treasures even coveted by martial masters above the innate level. A cold smile played on Lu Qing's lips as he turned to Old Shah, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Old Shah, tonight, I need your help with something." "Oh, what's the matter?" Sha Lao exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, squinting his murky eyes as he asked. Lu Qing's voice was as cold as ice. "I need you to kill someone." Sha Lao took a deep drag from his pipe, smoke swirling around his gaunt face. "Who?" "The owner of the New Life Spa, Boss Luo, who's at the late stage of the 1st rank." Lu Qing continued. "Sha Lao, time is of the essence. This man must die tonight. Can you find him?" Sha Lao scoffed dismissively, smoke billowing from his nostrils. His hunched figure suddenly straightened, exuding a formidable aura. You underestimate me. I've been in the underground black market for years. Investigating a 1st-rank martial artist is child's play." Lu Qing felt a surge of hope, thinking the system task might succeed. He bowed slightly. "I'll leave it to you, Sha Lao." Lu Qing chose Sha Lao because, although he could confront Boss Luo himself, doing so discreetly within the city posed risks. A 4th-rank expert like Sha Lao could handle it effortlessly. Before Lu Qing could finish speaking, Sha Lao vanished, leaving only a wisp of smoke lingering in the air. Lu Qing drew a sharp breath. The power of a fourth-rank martial artist was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, outside a private room at the Imperial KTV, Boss Luo's hefty frame wobbled as he exited the vibrant venue. His round face was slick with sweat, and his small eyes glinted with malice. That little punk dares to cross me? I'll show him what I'm made of tonight, he muttered through gritted teeth. As he walked down the dimly lit path, the streetlights cast dappled shadows. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently before him, causing Boss Luo to startle. Turning, he saw it was a thin old man. Who the hell are you, scaring me like that? Boss Luo shouted angrily. Sha Lao stared at him coldly, stepping forward slowly. With each step, a powerful aura emanated from him. Though his mechanical right leg was hidden by his pants, it emitted a faint mechanical whirring. Boss Luo's face turned ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This aura far exceeded his expectations, more terrifying than any third-rank expert, possibly at the peak of the third rank. He stared at Sha Lao in disbelief, his voice faltering. Who? Who are you? The one who's going to kill you. Sha Lao replied indifferently, exhaling smoke. No, no, sir, we have no quarrel, why kill me? Boss Luo pleaded, dragging his hefty body backward, collapsing into the shrubbery in terror. I was hired. Sha Lao continued to smoke his pipe, his voice calm. A shocking thought suddenly surfaced in Boss Luo's mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that kid hire someone like you? His eyes widened in disbelief, shouting. Sha Lao didn't answer. In the next instant, a cold light flashed, and his mechanical right leg unleashed terrifying power. Boss Luo couldn't even scream before collapsing into a pool of blood. Sha Lao turned and disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The night was shrouded in darkness, the sound of cicadas filling the air. A burly man, with a heavily made-up and seductive woman in his arms, walked down the path. Oh, fourth brother, won't we be caught sneaking out like this? The woman asked in a sultry voice. Don't worry, we've come so far, no one will come here. The burly man sneered, a dangerous glint in his eyes. His heavy breathing was harsh in the silent night. Heh, I've been holding back these past few days. Even if the president scolds me, I have to go for it tonight. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the night sky. Ah! The burly man frowned impatiently. Why are you screaming? I haven't even started yet. The woman trembled, pointing to the ground, her voice filled with fear. Look, look. Reluctantly, the burly man turned his head, his gaze landing on a fat corpse on the ground. He froze instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. Moments later, his desire to fight vanished. He quickly ran back to the club, heading straight for the top floor. Panting, he reached a room at the end of the dim hallway. Taking a deep breath, he knocked gently on the door. Come in. A lazy female voice responded from inside. The burly man entered, immediately enveloped by the strong scent of perfume and alcohol. Under the red and purple lights, a large circular bed dominated the room, with various toys scattered on the floor. On the bed, a seductive mixed-race beauty lounged against the headboard. Her features were exquisite and well-defined, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and her fair skin barely concealed beneath sheer fabric. Her emerald eyes sparkled with a dangerous light, like a venomous snake ready to devour its prey. Beside her, four male companions fawned over her, one of whom was a top-grade martial artist, yet he wagged his tail like a lapdog. President, the burly man spoke cautiously, cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is it? The mixed-race woman's voice was sultry and teasing. The burly man sighed in relief, stammering. President, something happened. A member was found dead nearby. Oh, the mixed-race woman suddenly showed interest, ignoring the men around her. Who was it? The deceased was Luo Daong, owner of a wellness shop, a peak first-grade martial artist. Judging by the state of the body, it was a one-hit kill. A second grade couldn't do it. It's likely a third-grade master. Third grade. The mixed-race woman raised an eyebrow, her smile alluring. Interesting. Did this Luo offend anyone recently? She sat up slowly, her long fingers caressing her collarbone, a strange light flashing in her green eyes. Not thoroughly investigated yet. Look into it. Yes. The burly man nodded repeatedly, hurriedly leaving the room as if granted a reprieve. Meanwhile, Lu Qing sat cross-legged on a cushion in the lounge, eyes closed, regulating his breath, waiting for news from Elder Shah. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System selection complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the Earth-level martial art. Full version of Push-Up Heaven Palm. Description: Earth-level Push-Up Heaven Palm. The user must charge with 10 push-ups, capable of unleashing a palm strike with 1,000 blood energy, enough to support the heavens and split the earth. Side effect: after use, the entire body's blood energy is exhausted, and the physical body must endure the excruciating pain of overload. Comment: do 10 push-ups first. Don't hit me. I'm warming up. Lu Qing suddenly stood up, a look of ecstatic joy on his face. Information about the Earth-level martial arts flooded into Lu Qing's mind like a tidal wave. as if a bolt of lightning had struck. In an instant, he fully grasped the essence of the push-up heaven palm, and his blood began to boil with excitement, his body brimming with a restless, boundless power. He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Finally, a trump card. Lu Qing thought with delight. With a 1,000 increase in vitality, combined with the use of his mech, he could easily crush a peak second-grade opponent. However, he couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the 10 push-ups. Is the system messing with me? This move is only good for ambushes. Lu Qing shook his head with a wry smile, but quickly regained his composure. No matter what, it's better than nothing. I need to hurry and gather cold crystal iron to build a third-grade exoskeleton mech. With Earth-level martial arts and advanced mech, let's see who dares to mess with me. Just as he was lost in his optimistic thoughts, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Old Sha. Lu, the job's done, came Old Sha's raspy voice. Although Lu Qing had anticipated this, he still feigned surprise. Thank you so much. I must warn you, Old Sha paused. The Emperor's Club is owned by the Black Dragon Society. That guy Luo is a member there, and he might trace it back to you. Lu Qing frowned slightly. Black Dragon Society? Never heard of them. Old Sha explained. It's one of the top 10 martial arts associations in Base City 15. The president is a formidable fourth-grade woman, famous in the underground martial arts world, nicknamed the Scorpion Queen. Lu Qing felt a chill. A fourth-grade expert was indeed formidable. His fingers unconsciously drummed on the table. Sensing his concern, Old Sha reassured him. Don't worry too much. Even if they trace it to you, with me around, they won't easily provoke another innate. Thank you, Lu Qing replied with a smile. After hanging up, Lu Qing's smile gradually faded. He knew he must accelerate his power growth. Sitting back on his mat, he began planning his next steps. 1. Quickly advance to second-grade strength to deal with potential third-grade martial artists from the Black Dragon Society. 2. Expedite the collection of cold crystal iron to forge a third-grade mech, his greatest asset. 3. Complete system tasks to obtain 6th-grade metal, Jialong steel. Although not immediately needed, it could be a bridge to connect with the Marshal Hall. Sigh. Still need 8 more people for the mission. I wonder when Captain Yuan will have news. Lu Qing felt a bit troubled. The reputation of mechanical limbs hadn't spread widely yet, so he relied on Yuan Chong to draw attention from the Marshal Hall. A second-grade mechanical arm should easily cause a stir there. Why hasn't Captain Yuan reported back? Could something have happened? Meanwhile, in the center of Base City 15, the towering inverted triangle of the Marshal Hall building pierced the sky like an iron mountain. Silver Marshal Envoy Jiang Qi pushed open the door and entered an office filled with a high-end design aesthetic. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the luxurious and elegant interior. In front of him was a young man dressed in a white suit, leisurely sipping tea. This was Jiang Jun, a 22-year-old Jinwu envoy of the Marshal Hall, renowned for his exceptional talent in swordsmanship and his 6th-grade cultivation. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, calm and unruffled, and his sharp, handsome features exuded the aura of a nobleman. Jiang Qi approached his extraordinary superior with respect and spoke. Second young master, I have a report. Jiang Jun elegantly set down his teacup and gently reminded him. Address me by my title during work hours. Jiang Qi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly corrected himself. Yes, Jinwu Envoy Jiang. He proceeded to report. We have found leads on Cobra, including evidence of their dealings with the Black Dragon Society and trafficking women. The women who were abducted are being forced into illegal activities at the Black Dragon Society's Imperial Club. We are ready to move in at any moment. Jiang Jun, expressionless, poured out the tea leaves from his cup and said calmly, wait for teams 1 and 3 to return. All 3 teams will act together. By the way, the president of the Black Dragon Society is a 4th grade, right? You and Lao Bai go, no matter the outcome. Jiang Qi responded solemnly. Understood. Jiang Jun then shifted the topic. Have you investigated the issue with Yuan Chong? How about that martial arts doctor Lu Qing? Jiang Qi provided a detailed report on the investigation results, including the effectiveness of the mechanical arm, Yuan Chong's performance, and the disciplinary actions taken. Jiang Jun merely gave a slight which Jiang Qi took as the highest form of approval. Jiang Qi had a sudden idea and suggested, Jinwu Envoy Jiang, considering we have many disabled brothers in our team, should we try to recruit Lu Qing? Jiang Jun agreed and instructed Yuan Chong to handle the matter. He specifically advised to keep it discreet from other Jinwu envoys to maintain harmony within the division. Jiang Qi promised confidentiality, but then awkwardly mentioned that Yuan Chong might have already boasted about it in other offices. Jiang Jun calmly replied, then just compete for him. Seeing Jiang Qi's confusion, Jiang Jun crossed his legs elegantly and explained, we are gentlemen, valuing righteousness. Lu Qing is a businessman, valuing profit. Offer him the highest salary. Jiang Qi suddenly understood and respectfully declared, I will handle it right away. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke, Golden sunlight spilled over the streets, breathing life and energy into Steel City number 15. Lu Qing rode his beloved electric scooter, weaving through the bustling crowds. The air was filled with the aroma of breakfast stalls, mingling with the scent of blooming jasmine from the roadside flower beds, awakening the city's vibrant atmosphere. Before long, Lu Qing arrived at the entrance of his peaceful healing clinic. He unlocked the door with his key, donned a white coat, and adjusted his attire in front of the mirror, looking sharp, like a cool male lead doctor from a drama. I'm quite the looker, he thought to himself, narcissistically, as he skillfully organized his medical tools, ready to start a new day of work. To Lu Qing's surprise, without competition from Lao Boss's new healing clinic, his business was booming. Shortly after opening, his first patient rushed in. Doctor, a two-headed dog bit my leg. Please help me. I'm young and I don't want to die. Lu Qing calmly replied. A vaccine shot will do. 2,000, guaranteed survival. Following that, a second patient entered. It was an anxious mother dragging her reluctant-looking son. Doctor, please check my son. His teacher said his vitality hasn't improved all semester. I'm worried sick. Lu Qing gestured for the mother to wait outside, then told the boy, I get it, adolescence can be tough, but there's no rush to master the Kirin arm technique. You need to pace yourself. I'll prescribe you some vitality-boosting medicine, 3005. The third patient was a petite young girl, shyly saying, Big brother, I've been feeling chest tightness lately. Can you check it out? Lu Qing professionally responded. You're too young for intense martial arts like extreme wave force, which can cause energy blockages. I'll prescribe some medicine to help, 2007. The girl pouted. Humph, I'm not that young. Lu Qing quickly clarified. I meant your age. Throughout the morning, the clinic was bustling with patients. Lu Qing never imagined his business would be this good. Although most cases were minor ailments, without many severe injuries, every little bit added up. By midday, he had earned over 20,000. Martial arts medicine truly was a lucrative field. By noon, Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief and stretched, his stomach growling. I deserve a good meal to reward myself, he thought. He decided not to open the clinic in the afternoon, planning to practice the next volume of the Wild Bull technique. Making money was important, but so was cultivation. After tidying up the clinic, Lu Qing was about to close up when a middle-aged man and a long-legged beauty in black stockings appeared at the door. A closer look revealed them to be Yuan Chong and Zhou Man from the Marshal Hall. Yuan Chong was burly, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, with a mechanical arm concealed under a loose sleeve, its hand gleaming metallically in the sunlight. Zhou Man was wearing a form-fitting black dress, highlighting her perfect hourglass figure. Her smooth, long legs were encased in black stockings, with black high heels tapping crisply on the ground, exuding a mature allure. Lu Qing thought to himself, nice legs. It'd be a shame not to turn them into mechanical ones for pedaling a tricycle. Zhou Man's lips curved into a smile as she greeted. Hello, Dr. Lu. Lu Qing complimented her. It's been a few days, and you look even more beautiful, Sister Zhou. Zhou Man's smile grew more enchanting. Of course. Lu Qing knew well that Yuan Chong bringing Zhou Man likely meant the Marshal Hall had made a decision regarding the mechanical arm. He couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming conversation. Captain Yuan chuckled and asked Lu Qing, Dr. Lu, where are you headed? You must be hungry after a busy morning. Why not join us for lunch? Yuan Chong's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity and suggested, perfect timing. We haven't eaten either. It's on me. Zhou Man chimed in. Let's go to the Xingyao Hotel. The food there is delicious. Yuan Chong's expression changed instantly, but he had already spoken. It was going to be an expensive meal. Lu Qing had heard of the Xingyao Hotel, rumored to be owned by the wealthiest person in Base City 15. 20 minutes later, Yuan Chong drove the group to Xingyao Hotel. As they pushed open the heavy glass doors, a lavish lobby unfolded before them. Crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling glow, and plush red carpets cushioned their steps. The decor and furnishings were crafted from high-grade beast materials, both elegant and grand. It was Lu Qing's first time in such a luxurious place, and he could only think, this is incredibly extravagant. A young female attendant in a smart uniform approached them and politely asked, Do you have a reservation? Yuan Chong replied honestly, No reservation. The attendant looked apologetic. I'm sorry, sir, we only accept guests with reservations. Without arguing, Yuan Chong pulled out his martial officer credentials. The attendant's demeanor changed immediately upon seeing them. She quickly bowed. Please wait a moment, sir. Soon, a well-dressed middle-aged man, the hotel manager, hurried over, beaming. Esteemed guests, please follow me. We have a premium private room ready for you. Yuan Chong nodded. Lu Qing followed, thinking that the status of the Marshal Hall was indeed advantageous. In the luxurious private room, Lu Qing sat on a chair made from high-grade beast leather. He observed the surroundings. The dinnerware was fine porcelain, which could nurture vitality with prolonged use, preventing mishaps in cultivation. To his amazement, even the complimentary tea was brewed from level 2 spirit plants. So this is the lifestyle of a third-grade upper-class martial artist, simple yet monotonous. Lu Qing mused to himself. Yuan Cheng generously offered. Dr. Lu, order whatever you like, it's my treat today. Lu Qing politely replied. I'm not familiar with the menu. Let Sister Zhouman decide. I'm not picky. Thrilled, Zhouman grabbed the menu from Captain Yuan. I'll do it. This page, this one, and this one. Not this, but one of everything else. Yuan Cheng was taken aback, thinking, I just lost 3 months' salary. The dishes arrived quickly, fragrant, and visually appealing. Zhouman began eating heartily. Dr. Lu, don't stand on ceremony, eat. Yuan Cheng smiled, offering Lu Qing a piece of spirit-infused abalone, though he was clenching his back teeth tightly. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Lu Qing didn't hold back, eating with as much gusto as Zhouman. Yuan Cheng watched their voracious eating, speechless. You two really were hungry. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere grew lively. Lu Qing took the initiative and asked, Captain Yuan, you didn't come just to treat me to a meal, did you? Yuan Cheng awkwardly scratched his head, finally revealing the purpose of their visit. We're here to formally invite you to join the Marshal Hall. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Joining the Wu Hall? The invitation was both sudden and unexpected. He had assumed that Yuan Cheng's visit was merely to discuss collaboration, not anticipating that the Wu Hall would extend an olive branch directly to him. Yuan Cheng set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. He slowly revealed the 2 main reasons that the Wu Hall's leadership had settled on after their discussions. Firstly, Yuan Cheng's voice was steady and firm. As the vanguard against the Beast clan, the Wu Hall has countless injured members. In the past decade, nearly 40% of our members have been wounded or disabled due to missions. These individuals are seasoned veterans, the backbone of our human race. Dr. Lu, only your skills can give them a new lease on life. Lu Qing nodded thoughtfully. I understand that. However, even if I don't join the Wu Hall, I can still provide medical services to you. That can't be the main reason, can it, Captain Yuan? Yuan Cheng sighed with a faint smile, a hint of admiration in his eyes. You're perceptive, as expected. In fact, the leadership is very concerned that your technology could unintentionally pose a societal risk. At this point, Lu Qing had a rough idea of what was implied. For instance, if he were to assist a wanted criminal by installing mechanical limbs, thereby enhancing the criminal's abilities, it would undoubtedly pose a potential threat to society and the Wu Hall. Lu Qing's brow furrowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. You mean I can only perform surgeries for Wu Hall members? Wouldn't that affect my income? He mused internally, determined not to let anything hinder his ability to make a living. No, not at all. Yuan Cheng quickly clarified. The Wu Hall will not interfere with your choice of patients. We will simply conduct a background check on them. Additionally, the Wu Hall will help with publicity, recommending patients to you. We will absolutely respect the independent operation of your clinic. Consider it as merely having the Wu Hall's endorsement. Hearing this, Lu Qing fell into contemplation. After a moment, he nodded slightly. The proposal indeed sounded appealing. Having an official organization advertise for him would certainly be more lucrative than starting from scratch. Most importantly, the government wouldn't interfere with the clinic's operations, which was crucial. Seeing that Lu Qing seemed somewhat interested, Yuan Cheng continued to offer more enticing terms. His tone carried a hint of cunning, as if employing a negotiation tactic. Xiao Lu, you're a special talent. If you agree to join, the Wu Hall is prepared to offer you a captain-level package, Yuan Cheng said sincerely. A base salary of 200,000, with an additional 100,000 worth of cultivation resources monthly, a 15-month salary system, and extra bonuses. Since you're not a combatant, you won't need to be on duty or take on missions. You'll only need to hold consultations for 6 hours a day. The clinic's earnings are entirely yours, with no profit sharing with the Wu Hall. Yuan Cheng paused, then continued. Furthermore, our Jiang Jinshi has personally decided to grant you a 500 square meter commercial space in the city center, which can be converted into a clinic. He will also provide the highest grade medical equipment. Finally, Yuan Cheng lowered his voice, his tone tinged with mystery. Because you are specially appointed by the Wu Hall, your identity will be exempt from official scrutiny. Apart from Jin Wushi and elders, no one will have the authority to investigate or enforce laws upon you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes lit up. He had to admit, the 500 square meter space was tempting. Plus, the lack of overtime and business trips was the ultimate dream for any worker. Only needing to consult for 6 hours a day was ideal. Most importantly, being an exempt individual was like having a lifesaver. On the surface, no one except Jin Wushi or Wu Hall elders would dare to act against him. This privilege would undoubtedly greatly benefit the clinic's development. Lu Qing couldn't help but marvel internally. What a generous offer from Jiang Jinshi, gifting a 500 square meter space and granting the highest privileges. This isn't just a superior, it's practically a godsend for me, Lu. Nevertheless, Lu Qing wasn't one to be swayed by money alone. He maintained his composure, carefully weighing the enticing offer before him. Lu Qing is a young man with ambition and gratitude. He was determined to express his thanks to Yuan Chong and Zhou Man for their help. With a sincere glow in his eyes and a smile on his face, he said enthusiastically, "I'm in." Upon hearing this, Yuan Chong's face lit up with joy. He was secretly delighted, knowing that recruiting Lu Qing meant gaining priority access to mechanical surgery, a task Jiang Yin had repeatedly emphasized. He even started calculating that he might be able to recover his withheld 3-month salary. In his excitement, Yuan Chong immediately took out a contract, a pen, and ink from his spatial ring and said eagerly, "Sign here and leave your fingerprint. Then give me your resident ID. I'll complete the process and return it to you in a few days." Okay, Lu Qing agreed, following Yuan Chong's instructions to complete all the formalities. Yuan Chong, satisfied, put away the documents and bid farewell to Lu Qing along with Zhou Man. Before long, Lu Qing returned to the peaceful recuperation shop. He hung a temporarily closed sign on the door, went into the restroom, and began to focus on practicing the lower volume of the Mang Niu martial arts. As his practice deepened, his energy and blood circulated within him, and the spiritual energy of the world gathered into a small vortex, slowly merging into his dantian. Each punch he threw with Mang Niu caused the surrounding air to vibrate. After several hours of continuous practice, by 9 in the evening, Lu Qing had completely mastered Mang Niu. He reflected to himself, with the foundation of Earth-level martial arts, yellow-level martial arts are child's play for me. Plus, with the abilities of a divine mechanic physician, I can perfectly understand and control my body, making martial arts training much easier than for others. Lu Qing knew that mastering a martial art in one day, even if it was just the lowest yellow level, was enough to astonish people. Such talent was rare even among martial arts prodigies. He quickly checked his status panel. Name, Lu Qing. Realm, 1st grade, initial stage. Vitality, 108 calories. Opened acupoints, 5. Martial arts, push-up heaven palm earth level, Mang Niu yellow level. Ability, exoskeleton mechanical surgery. Mission, help 10 disabled martial artists rebuild their bodies and modify mechanical limbs. Completion reward, level 6 metal Jiao dragon steel. Current mission progress, 210. Lu Qing was satisfied with most of the information, except for the slow growth of his vitality. This practice session only increased it by 1 calorie, less than before, leaving him somewhat weary as he pondered how long it would take to break through to the mid-1st grade. Looking at his account balance, he had only over 700,000 left, and he still needed to buy level 3 metal. This amount clearly wasn't enough. Lu Qing planned to craft a fully armed level 3 mech suit for himself. After a rough calculation, he needed 4 blocks of cold crystal iron for the limbs, 1 for the head, and 3 for the torso, totaling 8 blocks of level 3 metal cold crystal iron. Additionally, he required at least 30 blocks of level 2 metal as auxiliary materials. On the market, 1 block of level 3 metal cost around 30 to 40,000, and level 2 metal was over 10,000. Adding it all up, a complete set of equipment would cost no less than 6 million daxia currency. Lu Qing felt a headache coming on, regretting, "Damn, I should have charged Sha Lao for the surgery." Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Imperial Club, an important conversation was taking place. The luxurious crystal chandelier cast an ambiguous glow, reflecting the opulent decor. The air was filled with a faint rose fragrance. Lao Si stood outside a beautifully carved door, gently knocking. "Come in," a lazy female voice called out. Lao Si entered to see a misty scene. In a luxurious bathtub, a stunning mixed-race beauty lounged lazily. She had exquisite features and captivating eyes, exuding a deadly allure. Lao Si kept his head low, careful not to offend, and reported, "President, we've found out. That Luo guy hasn't had any recent conflicts with anyone, except possibly a young man." "Tell me," Donna said nonchalantly, playing with the water. Lao Si continued, "His name is Lu Qing, 19 years old, failed the college entrance exam, and opened a recuperation shop on 28th Street. His parents are deceased, and he has no background. He's just a junior martial arts physician. Notably, he seemingly treated the captain of Wu Dian's second team, Yuan Chong. That day, Yuan Chong had a severed arm, but after leaving Lu Qing's shop, he was perfectly fine." Donna raised her eyebrows. "He healed a severed arm?" "Yes," Lao Si replied. "This young man is not simple. He can enlist 3rd-grade experts, possibly due to his medical skills." Donna pondered for a moment and instructed, "Go, bring him to see me." Although a 1st-grade member isn't much, it still tarnishes the Black Dragon Association's reputation. "Yes, I'll handle it personally," Lao Si responded solemnly. "No," Donna shook her head. "There have been too many disturbances lately. You stay and keep watch. Cobra's back, isn't he? Let him handle this." "Understood." Lao Si bowed and left the room. The night was unusually quiet. Lu Qing didn't go home tonight. He chose to rest in the shop. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a faint click sound. Instantly alert, Lu Qing quietly moved to the shadow behind the bathroom door, holding his breath. Moonlight streamed through the window. allowing Lu Qing to keenly spot a small figure slipping in through the window. The person had a rat-like face with a pointed nose and narrow eyes, exuding an aura of sleaziness. Lu Qing's heart tightened as he speculated. Could it be that the Black Dragon Society had set their sights on him? He immediately activated the system to observe the intruder's information. Name: Cobra. Age: 36. Cultivation: second rank peak. Condition: injured from a fight days ago, with multiple wounds preventing full strength. System prompt: please assist the patient in treatment promptly to avoid chronic issues. A second rank peak martial artist? Lu Qing was taken aback. If this person was indeed sent by the Black Dragon Society to deal with him, the situation was quite dangerous. However, since the intruder was injured, it presented an opportunity. Lu Qing quickly decided, strike first. He silently lay on the ground, rapidly doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3. The ground-level martial art, push-up heavenly palm, was gathering momentum. His vigor and blood surged through his veins like a stream, suddenly becoming a torrential flood. The immense pressure descended on Lu Qing's body, as if a small mountain was pressing on his back, with the pressure increasing with each push-up. Damn, this really is a ground-level martial art. It's killing me. Lu Qing couldn't help but curse inwardly, but he persevered with determination, accelerating the power buildup. The heavy breathing caught Cobra's attention. He cautiously approached the back room, following the sound, only to find a young man doing push-ups like crazy in the bathroom in the middle of the night. What the hell? Cobra narrowed his eyes in confusion. The young man didn't answer, merely muttering, 10. Before Cobra could react, the young man suddenly sprang up, flipping and striking at him with a palm. Boom! A terrifying palm force roared out, stirring up gusts of wind with 10 times the vigor and blood, exceeding 1,000 calories. Cobra's pupils shrank, unable to react in time. Thud! He was blasted away, crashing heavily into the wall, spitting blood. This, impossible. You're just a first rank. How can you have such power? What martial art was that? Cobra stared at the young man, his face full of shock and disbelief. Lu Qing ignored him, as the side effects of using the push-up heavenly palm hit him. Intense pain swept through his body, as if every muscle was burning, the tearing pain almost making him unable to stand. So painful. Too painful. I can only be a 5-second hero from now on. Lu Qing couldn't help but grumble inwardly. But for now, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he found a sturdy alloy chain to securely bind Cobra. Then, Lu Qing began to meditate to regulate his breathing. An hour later, he had mostly recovered. He walked over to Cobra, looking down at him from above, then grabbed the chain and dragged him away. Kid, where are you taking me? Cobra asked warily. Lu Qing still didn't respond, dragging him directly into the operating room, turning on the bright surgical lights. He put on surgical gloves, raised a sharp scalpel, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Lu Qing's smile was as warm as sunshine, but it sent a chill down Cobra's spine. He glanced around the room, and the sight of surgical instruments made his face turn pale as fear washed over him. What do you want to do to me? Cobra asked, his voice trembling with terror. Lu Qing tilted his head slightly, giving a seemingly harmless smile. Nothing much, just hoping you can contribute a little to the field of martial arts medicine. Cobra was instantly thrown into a panic. No, wait. We can talk. I can tell you whatever you want to know, he shouted desperately, cold sweat soaking his back. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Who sent you? The president of the Black Dragon Society, Tang Na. Cobra blurted out almost instinctively. She wants to see you. Wants to see me? Lu Qing's tone carried a hint of amusement. Cobra nodded frantically. Yes, the Black Dragon Society has no intention of harming you. They just wanted me to bring you back. I really mean no harm. Let me go, and I'll say I never saw you. Lu Qing's gaze turned icy. What nonsense is that? If they didn't want to harm me, why send a second-tier peak martial artist to break into my home at night? Before the sentence was finished, Lu Qing swiftly brought down a knife, stabbing it precisely into Cobra's abdomen. The sharp blade sliced through the skin as easily as cutting through tofu. Cobra grimaced in pain. Could you at least use anesthesia first? Lu Qing ignored him, focused on inserting some metallic objects into Cobra's stomach. Cobra could only watch in agony until the pain made him pass out. When Cobra came to, he immediately felt something was wrong with his lower body. What did you do to my body? He shouted in fear. Lu Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. Congratulations, you're now a girl. Cobra's eyes widened in disbelief. Just kidding. Lu Qing's smile remained as sunny as ever. I just added some tech enhancements to your stomach. Now, if you try to exert yourself, you'll feel a pain in your dantian. Don't worry, as long as you don't forcibly manipulate your qi and blood, your dantian won't explode. You devil. Cobra's face turned pale, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. He roared internally. Where's the martial arts doctor who heals and saves? Where's the angel in white of the martial arts world? This guy is simply a demon. Seeing that Cobra dared not make any more moves, Lu Qing relaxed and sat down. He began to ponder how to deal with this trouble. What to do with this guy? Just throw him into the river? Or find a trash can? No, no, the Black Dragon Society already has their eyes on me. Whether this guy lives or dies isn't important. What's important is to resolve the Black Dragon Society's problem thoroughly, to avoid future troubles. Lu Qing knew while he couldn't handle the Black Dragon Society alone. That left only one option: call for reinforcements. He first sent a message to Captain Yuan, explaining the situation with the Black Dragon Society, and then called Sha Lao. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious core villa district of Base City number 15, in a lavish villa, a warm yellow crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. Jiang Juni, dressed in a silk robe, lounged lazily on a massage chair. A beautiful young mute maid was attentively massaging his shoulders and neck, her warm palms applying just the right amount of pressure, clearly experienced. Suddenly, Jiang Juni's phone vibrated, and the screen lit up. He glanced at it, seeing a message from the high-level management group of the Marshal Hall number 15 branch. The group had only 6 members: Swordmaster himself, 3 fellow Gold Marshal envoys, and 2 elders. The elders held the highest authority, overseeing the base city. Below them were the 4 Gold Marshal envoys, each managing a department: the Supervision Department, the Enforcement Department, the Intelligence Department, and the Military Department. Jiang Juni was in charge of the Supervision Department, mainly overseeing organizations and martial artists at all levels. Among them, the Military Department differed significantly from the other 3, having the most personnel with an average strength of 2nd tier. The other department's martial envoys averaged 3rd tier strength. The Military Department was primarily responsible for external warfare, defending against ferocious beasts, and had 5 times the personnel of the other 3 departments combined. At that moment, the Military Department's Gold Marshal envoy, Qin Ming, spoke up. Jiang Juni, I heard you directly recruited Lu Qing into the Supervision Department. Is this true? Come out and speak. Swordmaster paused for a moment, then replied briefly. Who told you that? Qin Ming immediately retorted. Don't play dumb. The matter of the mechanical arm is significant, and you recruited Lu Qing into the Supervision Department without consultation. You overstepped your authority, Jiang Juni. You overstepped. The Gold Marshal envoy from the Enforcement Department also chimed in. Jiang Jinsher, your move is inappropriate. A talent like Lu Qing doesn't belong in your Supervision Department. Jiang Jinsher, your move is inappropriate. Someone like Lu Qing is not suitable for your Supervision Department, Jian Gongzi, Jiang Juni said calmly, then sent an "oh" in response. The 2 elders' silent acknowledgement expressed their tacit approval. Jiang Juni didn't dwell on such trivial matters. Just then, a deaf-mute maid approached briskly, using sign language with nimble hands. Jiang Juni responded fluently, indicating for her to have the visitor wait in the reception room. A few minutes later, Jiang Juni gracefully entered the villa's reception room. Jiang Qi was waiting anxiously and stood up immediately upon seeing him. Jiang Juni picked up a cup of fragrant tea and asked nonchalantly, What's the matter? Jiang Qi reported urgently, Second young master, Yuan Chong sent a message that Cobra appeared at Lu Qing's Peace Care Center and has been subdued by Lu Qing. This happened an hour ago. Also, it seems that Tang Na from the Black Dragon Society has some designs on Lu Qing. Jiang Juni's eyes narrowed sharply, and after pondering for a moment, he asked, When will Bai Feng return? He's almost here, Jiang Qi replied. Good. Let's move the plan forward, Jiang Juni said, his gaze as sharp as a knife, filled with the promise of an impending storm. Go directly to the Emperor's Club. Also, instruct Lu Qing not to alert the enemy. Pretend to be coerced by Cobra to the club, and cooperate with our operation. Jiang Qi hesitated. He's only a 1st rank and a non-combatant. Isn't that too risky? Jiang Juni glanced at him, his tone carrying undeniable confidence. With Bai Feng there, even 2 Tang Nas couldn't stir up trouble. Yes. Jiang Qi responded immediately. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Juni asked, By the way, how did the military know about Lu Qing? Jiang Qi looked embarrassed and stammered. Well, I accidentally told Bai Feng this afternoon. Get out, Jiang Juni said coldly with a single word. Jiang Qi, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly left. Jiang Juni leaned back on the sofa as 2 deaf-mute maids came over with fruit platters and red wine, one massaging his legs and the other his shoulders. Meanwhile, at the Peace Care Center, Lu Qing received a reply from Captain Yuan Chong. What the heck? They want me to go to the Emperor's Club. He quickly replied, Captain Yuan, can you guarantee my safety? Yuan Chong responded briefly, guaranteed. Lu Qing sighed internally, thinking, it's best to resolve this trouble as soon as possible. Without the intervention of a Marshal Hall, it's difficult for him to contend with a large organization like the Black Dragon Society. Let's do it, he decided, then messaged Old Shah to plan that Old Shah would secretly keep watch and rescue if necessary. The rescue signal was, text 1 for all clear, text 2 for help. Putting down his phone, Lu Qing's expression turned cold. He looked at Cobra, his tone threatening. Take me to see the president of the Black Dragon Society. Just a reminder, only I can deactivate the mechanical device in your Dantian. You should know what to do. Cobra nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. The two then left the care center. Lu Qing deliberately walked ahead of Cobra, pretending to be a pitiful captive. An hour later, on the top floor of the Emperor's Club, Lu Qing was led by Old Four into President Tang Na's private suite. The suite was dimly lit and seductive, with a few wall lamps casting a reddish glow. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, and the crystal chandelier's dreamy light reflected on the mink-covered carpet. A subtle blend of sandalwood and top-notch red wine filled the room. A large round waterbed gently undulated, with Tang Na reclining lazily upon it. The silk sheet slipped, subtly outlining her graceful and curvaceous figure. Donna lounged lazily against the headboard, a silk robe as thin as a cicada's wings draped loosely over her graceful figure. The neckline gaped, revealing a large expanse of smooth, white skin. Her slender waist and long legs outlined an enticing silhouette, while beneath her delicate collarbone, two proud peaks were faintly visible, sparking the imagination. Lu Qing's gaze involuntarily swept over Donna's body, an instinctive reaction seemingly ingrained in every man. He forced himself to maintain a neutral expression, though internally, he was on high alert. "Hello, Dr. Lu. I am Donna, the president of the Heilong Association," she said lazily, her crimson nails gently tracing the rim of the wine glass in her hand, her red lips slightly curved, and her eyes dreamy. Lu Qing asked in a deep voice, "Did President Tang call me here to help avenge Boss Luo?" Donna chuckled softly, swirling her crimson wine glass. "Of course not. A mere first-tier member isn't worth my effort." Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing. If it wasn't for revenge, then she must be after him. What could a fourth-tier innate expert want from him? The answer was clear: it had to be his surgical expertise. Feigning ignorance, he asked, "Then what does President Tang want from me?" The mixed-race beauty giggled, her voice sultry and bone-chilling. "I've heard that Dr. Lu's skills can regenerate severed limbs." She slowly sat up, her alluring figure faintly visible, a hint of greed flashing in her beautiful eyes. "I'm quite interested, you know. Could you teach me, Dr. Lu?" "President Tang, it's getting late." Lu Qing looked her in the eye, his tone calm. Donna laughed indulgently, her laughter like flowers trembling in the wind. What do you mean? In dreams, anything is possible." Lu Qing sneered inwardly. This enchantress was not only seductive in looks, but also in tactics, wanting to extract his unique skills right away. Fortunately, old Sha was outside, so he wasn't worried. Suddenly, Donna clapped her hands. A burly man entered the room, his nearly 2-meter frame almost filling the doorway. Lu Qing squinted, recognizing another second-tier peak expert. Having just used his special technique, his body hadn't fully recovered, and he was in no condition to fight. Worse yet, he had no chance for a sneak attack. Lu Qing discreetly reached into his pocket, blindly typing a message on his phone. 222, 222, 2222. Donna seemed to notice his wariness and shook her head with a charming smile. "Robbery? Oh no, I would never do something so crude to a genius." "Don't be so quick to refuse, Dr. Lu. The Imperial Club offers many unique services. I'll give you one night to think it over before you give me an answer." With that, she glanced at the burly man with her enchanting eyes. "Old Four, take Dr. Lu to experience our top-tier service. Choose a brand new premium option." Old Four nodded and bowed. "Yes, President." At the door, the man looked at Lu Qing, grinned, and gestured for him to follow. Soon, Lu Qing found himself in a themed room with Old Four. Warm orange light flowed from vase-shaped wall lamps, and a faint scent of roses lingered in the air. Various themed toys were neatly arranged on the walls, leaving Lu Qing wide-eyed. At that moment, a tall girl entered. She moved gracefully, her pure white dress swaying with her steps, revealing long legs beneath. Her exquisite features seemed sculpted by the gods, surpassing even those of movie stars. The girl appeared younger than Lu Qing, with a hint of fear on her face, adding to her allure. Lu Qing couldn't help but marvel, thinking how high the quality of the girls at the club was these days. The girl sat down beside Lu Qing, her body trembling slightly as she pressed against him. Her red lips parted, her voice soft. "Please, be gentle, sir." Lu Qing's scalp tingled as he once again blindly typed on his phone in his pocket. 11111111. The hem of the girl's pure white dress swept across the floor like a startled butterfly, light yet frantic. Her eyes were wide and glistening, a mix of fear and shyness. Lu Qing quietly activated his mystical eye, instantly discerning the girl's condition. At 18, she appeared healthy on the surface, but in reality, her body was riddled with hidden injuries. Even more alarming were the fresh wounds from just a few days ago. For an ordinary person, such a physical state would be considered dire. Lu Qing silently calculated that if this torment continued, the girl might not survive more than 6 months. The Black Dragon Society, a top 10 martial arts power, was clearly involved in more than just superficial dealings. Lu Qing frowned slightly and asked, "What's your name?" "Sir, just call me Xiao Mo," the girl replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Where are you from?" Lu Qing inquired further. Xiao Mo lowered her gaze, trembling slightly, but dared not answer. Lu Qing glanced around the room, taking in the surveillance and eavesdropping devices. It was clear that without immense power, no one would dare conduct business so brazenly. He refrained from asking more questions, considering whether to have Elder Shah come and take him away from this place. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Choice triggered. As a healer, encountering a fallen girl, what will you choose? Option 1. Help Xiao Mo heal her hidden injuries and save her from her miserable fate. Reward, Pinnacle First-Class Cultivation. Option 2. For safety, have Elder Shah quickly take you away. Reward, Level 4 Metal Flame Crystal. Option 3. Cause a scene at the Imperial Club, declaring, I'm taking her with me today. Let's see who dares to stop me. Reward, Profound Tier Martial Art Triple Wave Palm. Lu Qing paused, quickly weighing the pros and cons. Although the Level 4 Metal and Profound Tier Martial Art were valuable, they weren't what he needed right now. He couldn't craft Level 4 mechanical limbs due to his lack of strength, and in terms of martial arts, he already had the Earth Tier Push-Up Sky Palm, so he didn't need a lower tier palm technique. Instead, his cultivation level was the most urgent issue to address. With this clarity, Lu Qing silently chose System, Option 1. A warm current surged into Lu Qing's body, roaring through him. Whoa! Slow down, System. Lu Qing almost lost his composure as he felt his energy rapidly increase. It was like a small stream suddenly transforming into a mighty river. 120, 150, 180, 200 units. The surge stopped when his energy level stabilized at 200 units. Lu Qing exhaled deeply. The process had taken mere seconds, yet it left him revitalized. The side effects and depleted energy from using the push-up sky palm were instantly restored, and his strength had at least doubled. Lu Qing looked at the girl before him and smiled slightly, a plan forming in his mind. As a healer, he decided to use this newfound power to save the poor girl. He suddenly stood up, giving Xiao Mo a meaningful look before covering her eyes with a cloth. Lie down on the bed, Lu Qing said with a mischievous grin. Xiao Mo reluctantly agreed to Lu Qing's request, feeling anxious and uncertain about his intentions. When Lu Qing's hand touched her body, it initially felt gentle yet firm. However, that gentleness quickly turned into intense pain. Lu Qing's massage technique was unusually forceful, as if he intended to tear Xiao Mo's muscles apart. She couldn't help but let out a faint moan, her expression filled with unbearable pain. Xiao Mo thought to herself, this isn't a massage, it's torture. At that moment, Lu Qing's deep voice sounded in her ear. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I won't harm you. His tone carried a hint of an eerie smile, making Xiao Mo even more fearful. To Xiao Mo's surprise, after a while, the pain in her body began to subside. The initial feeling of tearing pain disappeared, replaced by a peculiar sense of comfort. The areas previously beaten now felt relieved and comfortable. Unbeknownst to Xiao Mo, Lu Qing was using the divine machine eye to scan for hidden injuries within her body, using acupressure to unblock her meridians and promote blood circulation. Whenever the divine machine eye detected a blockage, Lu Qing would precisely press the corresponding acupoint to alleviate her injuries. As Lu Qing continued the massage, his excitement grew. He thought to himself, I never imagined the divine machine eye could be used like this. It's practically a new business opportunity. Lu Qing's technique became increasingly skillful, as he pressed acupoints like the liver shu, zhongji, and qimen. Under his precise massage, Xiao Mo's injuries gradually healed. She couldn't help but let out soft, sweet moans of comfort, her lips slightly parted. Meanwhile, outside in the stairwell, Lao Si was eavesdropping on the room's sounds through a listening device, his eyes wide with disbelief. He thought, what the heck? This guy looks decent, but he's playing so wild. This girl, it's her first time. Won't she be overwhelmed? As night fell, the streets were shrouded in darkness. However, on Avenue 3 in Bay City, the sign of the Emperor Club was particularly dazzling. Jiang Qi stood in the shadows across the street, surrounded by a dozen figures lurking in the darkness. 3 squads of martial enforcers were on high alert, ready to move at any moment. Jiang Qi whispered to his companions, wait outside for now. Act as soon as there's any commotion. Then he turned to Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong, disguise yourself as Huang and come in with me. Yuan Chong wore a black coat and gloves, carefully concealing his mechanical left arm in his pocket to avoid any noise. In the next moment, Yuan Chong's appearance transformed, even his physique changed. Jiang Qi also altered his appearance, becoming a middle-aged man with a round face and large ears. This was a unique disguise technique of the Marshal Hall, albeit a basic one, but highly effective. The two were now impersonating 2 high-ranking VIPs of the Black Dragon Society, who had already been apprehended by the Marshal Hall. Once Jiang Qi and Yuan Chong completed their disguises, they strode into the club's lobby. The crystal chandeliers sparkled overhead as the manager hurried over to greet them with a sycophantic smile. Mr. Huang, Mr. Li. What brings you here tonight? We didn't hear about a reservation from you two. In the dimly lit room, Lu Qing lay lazily on the bed, one leg crossed over the other, playing with a white feather. The door suddenly swung open, and Jiang Qi, dressed as Mr. Li, strode in with displeasure written all over his face. What? I spend millions here every year, and I can't come in without a reservation. Jiang Qi asked with a frown. The manager immediately apologized, exaggeratedly pretending to slap his own mouth, and said repeatedly, "Oh, look at my big mouth. Of course, you can come anytime you like. You both are VIPs. Yuan Chong, standing nearby, asked, "All right, is there any show tonight?" The manager lowered his voice, smiling broadly. "You two are in luck, there's a show tonight. It's about to start." "Great, take us there," Yuan Chong said with a hint of excitement in his voice. The manager led the way, guiding them through a staffanly corridor and several dimly lit hallways until they reached a small door. With a loud whoosh, the sound of loud music, cheers, and even screams hit them. Two attendants bowed at the entrance, greeting them in unison. "Welcome to the real Imperial Club." Yuan Chong and Jiang Qi's faces froze as they took in the scene before them. Meanwhile, back in Lu Qing's room, the atmosphere was both tense and suggestive. He teased Xiao Mo with the feather, ordering, "Not bad. Keep going higher." Xiao Mo couldn't help but tremble, but she continued to massage Lu Qing. Her slender fingers pressed gently along his back, tracing lines with care. As Lu Qing felt the strokes on his back, he wrote slowly on Xiao Mo's leg with the feather. Though it appeared flirtatious, they were secretly exchanging information. Through this subtle communication, Lu Qing gradually uncovered the Black Dragon Society's dark secrets. For instance, there was a special show tonight, accessible only to the society's top VIPs. Suddenly, Lu Qing shoved Xiao Mo away and slapped her with a seemingly forceful, yet controlled blow, utilizing martial energy to send her flying. "Useless. Can't even give a proper massage, wasting my time," he shouted. Xiao Mo clutched her reddened cheek, curling up on the bed and whimpering apologies. "I'm sorry." Hearing the commotion outside, Lao Si knocked on the door and asked, "Dr. Lu, what's going on?" Lu Qing got up, dressed, and opened the door with irritation, saying, "This girl is no good, can't even massage properly. Do you have anything more exciting?" Lao Si scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Qing scoffed, "What? Want my skills, but don't treat me as one of your own? Fine, play by yourselves." He turned to leave. "Wait." Lao Si quickly called out, "I need to ask the president." Lu Qing impatiently waved him off. "Hurry up." Lao Si walked away with a dark expression, cursing inwardly. A first-grade brat talking to him like this. If not for the president wanting to recruit him, he would have slapped him to death long ago. Soon, Lao Si returned and told Lu Qing, "Dr. Lu." The president agreed. "But since you're new here, he wants me to accompany you." "Accompany me? More like monitor me." Lu Qing grumbled. "I don't like men. Let the girl come with me. As for you, whatever." "All right," Lao Si replied, a subtle shadow crossing his face. Biting down hard, Lao Si turned around and led the way. 5 minutes later, Lu Qing passed through a restricted employee corridor and arrived at a hidden underground show venue. The scene before him made his stomach churn. The piercing screams of women contrasted sharply with the excited cheers of men. Following closely behind, Xiao Mo's legs trembled. It was her first time entering such an intimidating place, having heard that disobedient sisters were sent here to be tortured by perverse guests. Fear washed over her like a tide, almost causing her to collapse. Lu Qing secretly searched for an opportunity to gather evidence, but Lao Si's watchful gaze made it impossible for him to act rashly. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of two figures, and his keen perception identified a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a second-level exoskeleton on his left arm. Captain Yuan Chong? In disguise. Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. The presence of Wu Dian's people meant at least some safety was assured. Feigning excitement, he looked around and shouted, "Looks like there are no seats left. There's some over there, let's go sit." "Wait, that's someone's private seat," Lao Si warned with a sullen face. But Lu Qing ignored him, wrapping an arm around Xiao Mo's slender waist as he confidently strode towards the target seats. Lu Qing nonchalantly poured himself a cocktail, while Yuan Chong and Jiang Qi appeared puzzled. They clearly hadn't expected Lu Qing to brazenly sit down with a pretty girl. Yuan Chong coughed awkwardly, downing his cocktail in one go to mask his embarrassment. Though Jiang Qi recognized Lu Qing, he maintained his professionalism and immediately scolded. "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" Lao Si quickly smiled apologetically and explained, "Mr. Li, it's his first time here. He doesn't know the rules. Please forgive him." "Forget it. The show's starting," Yuan Chong interjected, shifting his gaze to the large curtain at the center of the stage. As the red curtain slowly opened, a dozen deformed show performers were pushed onto the stage. These young, beautiful girls were caged and subjected to inhumane treatment. The crowd erupted with cheers. The girls on stage began their shocking talent performances. Suddenly, a girl made a mistake, and staff members immediately rushed over, mercilessly whipping her with a steel whip. The crack of the whip echoed, and the girl soon became barely conscious. Yet the surrounding audience grew more excited, as if they wanted to beat her to death for their amusement. To hell with this, Yuan Chong muttered, clenching his fists in anger, barely restraining himself from standing up. Jiang Qi quickly held him back, signaling that it wasn't the right time. Yuan Chong had to suppress his rage, downing another drink. The next second, he spat his drink out, right onto Lao Si across from him. The entire venue fell silent. A black-haired youth suddenly dashed onto the stage like lightning. Exuding a fierce aura, he knocked out the Black Dragon Society staff member who had been beating the girl with a single punch. This scene stunned everyone present. The girl on stage had no arms or legs, and her fear was only visible through her tightly shut eyes and trembling body. The sound of whipping was relentless, and her body was covered in bloody welts, with tears soaking her long eyelashes. Suddenly, the pain retreated like a receding tide. She struggled to open her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the back of a young man, standing tall in front of her. Damn, who's got a death wish? The staff member scrambled up from the floor, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Are you crazy, kid? How dare you act tough here? The entire place fell silent. Lao Si, reeking of alcohol, his forehead veins bulging, roared. Kid, you're asking for it. Get him. Before he finished speaking, 3 first-rank fighters shot out from the crowd like arrows and charged toward the stage. Lu Qing spread his arms, activating his ox strength, instantly boosting his energy by 10%. The first fighter's fist came crashing toward Lu Qing's chest like a cannonball, but Lu Qing caught the fist with a reverse palm strike, sending the fighter flying like a broken kite. The second fighter leapt from midair with a fierce flying kick. Lu Qing, quick-eyed and swift, grabbed his ankle and slammed him hard onto the floor. With a sickening thud, the fighter spat blood. The third fighter swung an iron rod down toward Lu Qing's head. Lu Qing spun around, his legs wrapping around the second fighter's neck like a python, and with a crisp crack, the fighter was instantly lifeless. The guests around were stunned, exclaiming, "Whoa, where did this kid come from? So fierce." 3 fighters couldn't even withstand a single move from him. How did this kid get in here? Where did he get the guts to cause trouble at the Black Dragon Society? This isn't a place where a first-rank fighter can run wild. Nearby, Lao Si was furious, his face livid, gritting his teeth. How is this kid so strong? Damn it. Why didn't Cobra take him down before bringing him here? Xiao Mo's eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hands. She initially thought Lu Qing was just an ordinary patron, then felt indebted to him for curing her illness, seeing him as a kind person. But she never imagined this young peer would dare to take on the Black Dragon Society. Lu Qing, you're courting death. Lao Si clenched his fists, his peak second-rank aura bursting forth, charging straight at Lu Qing. At this critical moment, waves of Black Dragon Society members poured into the scene, dozens of second-rank and over 80 first-rank fighters, completely surrounding the venue. Yuan Chong shouted, Jiang Yinshe, take action. Jiang Qi responded solemnly. The two of them vanished, revealing their true forms. Lao Si, rushing toward the stage, suddenly felt an invisible pressure descend upon him. Yuan Chong placed a metallic hand firmly on Lao Si's shoulder, coldly stating, don't move if you want to live. Lao Si immediately felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, his whole body tense, pores raised, cold sweat pouring, unable to move. On the other side, Jiang Qi unleashed his innate power, launching a punch toward the enclosed area. The sturdy reinforced concrete wall collapsed under the blow, debris flying everywhere. Outside the club, upon hearing the commotion, teams 1, 2, and 3 immediately sprang into action. Lord Yinshe has made a move, let's go. A swarm of black-clad martial enforcers surged toward the Imperial Club, advancing quickly in the direction of the noise. With the sound of shattering doors, the Marshal Hall's enforcement team flooded in like a tide. Marshal Hall enforcement, nobody move. Everyone, squat where you are. The 3 Marshal Hall squads descended like a fierce tiger, each member's combat power above the 3rd rank, far surpassing the Black Dragon Society's small fry. Even if you're ranked among the top 10 martial arts forces in the base, even the number 1 martial arts association is no match against the regular army. 3 squads, consisting of 12 uniformed 3rd-grade warriors, stood like iron towers, instantly subduing hundreds of Black Dragon Association members on the scene. Lu Qing witnessed this and suddenly realized. The Marshal Hall had long been planning, seeing the Black Dragon Association as a thorn in their side. No wonder Captain Yuan showed up tonight. This move was truly powerful. Not far away, Xiao Mo, like a startled fawn, rushed to Lu Qing's side seeking refuge, immediately feeling much more at ease. At that moment, Jiang Qi strode up to the stage. He looked around with piercing eyes and shouted sternly, everyone listen up. The Black Dragon Association is suspected of major criminal activities, including human trafficking and forced prostitution. The Marshal Hall has solid evidence and will seal off the Imperial Club tonight. arresting all Black Dragon Association members. Anyone else who acts rashly will be treated as equally guilty. His words shocked the entire room into silence. In this tense moment, a seductive figure gracefully emerged from the dark corridor. She wore black leather that perfectly outlined her curves, her enchanting green eyes and waist-length hair dancing in the breeze. The mixed-race beauty slightly curled her lips and said, "Jiang Yinsher, such a show of power." Jiang Qi turned at the sound, his gaze landing on the speaker. He also smiled meaningfully. "President Tang Na, long time no see. You're as beautiful as ever." Their conversation felt like a reunion of old friends. Tang Na sneered, mocking, "But Jiang Yinsher is different now, cozying up to the Jiang family, becoming a dog for the Marshal Hall, and losing all humanity." Jiang Qi shook his head helplessly. "It's my duty. Tang Na, you've made a grave mistake. Are you still going to resist?" "Mistake?" Tang Na laughed, her eyes suddenly sharp as knives. "In this world, there's no right or wrong, only strength or weakness." Before she finished speaking, Tang Na suddenly kicked the ground with her right leg, creating a deep pit. She shot towards Jiang Qi like an arrow, her intent to kill almost tangible. Jiang Qi instantly gathered his innate energy and blood, striking a palm directly at Tang Na. Boom! A massive wave of sound exploded. In the swirling dust, the two clashed instantly. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 10 moves, stirring up violent air currents. Tables and chairs around them were instantly pulverized, and guests nearby fled in terror. The battle between innate masters was terrifying. Jiang Qi and Tang Na, both late 4th grade experts, were equally matched, unable to gain the upper hand. However, as the fight reached a fever pitch, a shadow suddenly attacked from the side. Yin Wu, the captain of the 3rd squad of the Marshal Hall, wielding a gleaming dagger, aimed for Jiang Qi's back. Swish! The surprise attack succeeded. Blood gushed visibly from the wound. Jiang Qi's powerful energy and blood instantly dissipated, and Tang Na seized the opportunity to land a heavy blow, sending him flying. "Yinsher Darren." The Marshal Hall members cried out in alarm. Zhou Man, quick-witted, feigned an attack on Yin Wu. He instinctively stepped back, allowing Zhou Man to reach Jiang Qi's side, urgently asking, "Jiang Yinsher, are you all right?" Jiang Qi's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth to gather his energy and blood to stop the bleeding, shaking his head as he sat down to meditate. Nearby, Su Su was furious, cursing, "You traitor Yin Wu, pretending to be honest and loyal, daring to betray the Marshal Hall." Yin Wu sneered openly. "What can I say? A martial officer is only human, and President Tang's offer was too tempting. Making money isn't shameful." Su Su was furious, her beautiful eyes wide open with rage. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You shameless scoundrel! Jiang Yinsher treated you like a brother, and you sold him out for money. You deserve a beating." Su Sanqing adjusted his glasses, his calm face now showing a hint of anger. He said in a deep voice, "He's at the peak of the 3rd rank. Let's take him on together." "All right," Su Su responded, assuming a fighting stance. Yin Wu glanced at them disdainfully and sneered. "Just the two of you? You need a few more decades of practice to take me down." He was secretly pleased, as Chairman Tang had promised him that after this matter was settled, he would not only leave number 15 unharmed, but also have an opportunity to break through to the 4th rank. The temptation was too great, and he even considered killing a few more former colleagues to prove his loyalty. Overcome with anger, Su Su launched the first attack. Her fist, wrapped in fierce energy, aimed straight for Yin Wu's face. Seeing this, Su Sanqing also quickly joined in, attacking from the left to coordinate with Su Su's offensive, waiting for the right moment to strike. However, Yin Wu, being the squad leader and the strongest below the innate level, easily defended against their combined assault. Standing with one hand raised, he scoffed, "Is that all you've got? Try again." Su Su was so enraged her face twisted, her small face contorted in anger. This unexpected turn of events had thrown the situation into chaos. Only the members of the Marshal Hall squad remained in the field, unable to intimidate the hundreds of members of the Black Dragon Society. The chaos spread once more. "Don't move. Nobody move." The martial envoys struggled to maintain order, but their efforts were in vain. Amidst the chaos, Tang Na's alluring figure slowly approached Jiang Qi. Her emerald eyes glinted with danger as she parted her red lips, smiling meaningfully. "Jiang Yinsher, it seems the Marshal Hall has fallen today." Jiang Qi, struggling to hold his head up, had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his expression remained resolute. "Tang Na, don't get too cocky. The Black Dragon Society is finished." Tang Na laughed seductively, her slender fingers running through her hair. "Oh, is that so? What if I kill all of you and leave number 15 Bay City overnight? What can the Marshal Hall do to me? Can your people catch an innate expert in the wilderness? As long as I'm around, do you think the Black Dragon Society will truly disappear?" Jiang Qi remained silent, his face turning ashen. Tang Na turned coldly, surveying the surroundings before her gaze settled on Lu Qing. "Dr. Lu, I invited you here as a guest tonight, but you seem to lack manners. Since that's the case, why don't you join the Marshal Hall members in their graves? Bah, Yuan is here, don't be so arrogant. Suddenly, a burly figure charged out. Yuan Chong roared, his mechanical left arm transforming instantly, releasing a tremendous energy wave. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart echoed as Yuan Chong's mechanical arm shot towards Tang Na like a silver lightning bolt. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Na's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She gracefully stepped back, avoiding the powerful strike. Boom! Yuan Chong's fist hit the ground, creating a massive crater in the hard stone floor. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Tang Na narrowed her eyes slightly at the scene before her. So, you're Yuan Chong from the second team? That arm, I see. The mixed-race beauty's eyes gleamed with greed as she turned to Lu Qing, licking her red lips. I've decided not to kill you. After I finish off these people, I'll take you away with me. Lu Qing, hearing this, shouted angrily, Demoness, how dare you try to corrupt my path? Feeling ignored, Captain Yuan was very displeased and launched another fierce attack on the mixed-race beauty. His mechanical arm unleashed a force comparable to a fourth-grade martial artist, each strike carrying an overwhelming momentum. The dull thud of metal clashing with flesh echoed continuously, and the air was thick with a sense of impending conflict. However, Donna, being at the late stage of the fourth grade, effortlessly parried Yuan Chong's offensive while still having the leisure to express her admiration. Oh, this is amazing, simply marvelous. The mixed-race beauty's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Qing, I must have you, you must be mine. Standing aside, Lu Qing felt a shiver run down his spine, his hair standing on end. He thought to himself, this is heading towards a dangerous situation. I can't just sit and wait. This woman must be dealt with tonight. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing commanded in a steady voice. Sha Lao, take action. Before he finished speaking, a hunched figure dashed into the fray like lightning. Knowing the fight was inevitable, Lu Qing had planned for Sha Lao to stay hidden until the time was right. Sha Lao's level 2 perfect quality mechanical right leg erupted with a 25 blood energy boost. With a thunderous boom, Sha Lao, known for his speed, moved even faster than Donna, who was at the late stage of the fourth grade. Thud, thud, thud. His mechanical right leg stomped the ground with immense force, shattering the floor and emitting a hissing hydraulic sound as it gathered strength. So fast, the mixed-race beauty exclaimed, forced to retreat several steps. Sha Lao's smoking pipe turned into a shadowy streak, aiming directly at Donna's throat. Lu Qing watched intently, thinking, with Sha Lao and Captain Yuan teaming up, they should have a chance to take her down. The two-known battle quickly intensified, the three of them moving like blurred shadows, the aftermath of their clash astounding. Lu Qing sighed internally. This is incredible. Is this what innate combat looks like? However, Lu Qing underestimated the resilience of someone at the late stage of the fourth grade. Despite Sha Lao and Yuan Chong's seamless cooperation and fierce attacks, Donna remained unfazed. The mixed-race beauty slipped behind Yuan Chong, her voice cold. Did you think you could match a true innate with just a fourth-grade blood energy boost? Boom! Her long whip-like leg lashed out, sending Yuan Chong flying. In the next instant, she grabbed Sha Lao's mechanical right leg, dismissively saying, And you, old man, your speed is impressive, but your attacks lack power. Age has caught up with you. Boom! With a powerful swing, Sha Lao was thrown heavily aside. What the hell? She's that strong. Lu Qing's expression changed. I need to use my special ability. Silently activating the eye of the machine, a series of information appeared before Lu Qing. Patient, Donna. Stage, late fourth grade. Symptoms, due to merging with the wings of a fifth-grade fierce beast, the shadow bat, the patient has acquired mutated abilities. However, due to flaws in the fusion method, she suffers excruciating pain every night. Suggestion, perform surgery to remove and replace with mechanical wings without side effects. Note, avoid the shadow bat's vital point, the Tsuyin, which is also the patient's vital point. Lu Qing's eyes widened in shock, thinking, merging with a beast's body? Is she a real monster? He immediately shouted, Captain Yuan, Sha Lao, her weak point is the Tsuyin. As soon as his words fell, Donna's expression drastically changed for the first time. Her emerald eyes glowed with a fierce light, fixating on Lu Qing. Sha Lao and Yuan Chong quickly grasped the situation. Exchanging a glance, they adjusted their tactics based on Lu Qing's information, relentlessly targeting Donna's vital point. Bang bang bang. It worked. The tide of battle shifted again, with Donna being forced into a defensive stance by the two. Having one's weak point exposed was a significant disadvantage. Even a child could defeat an adult by hitting such a critical spot. Damn it, Donna seemed thoroughly enraged. Her seductive gaze turned furious, filled with anger. You all deserve to die. It was as if she lost her sanity, unleashing a terrifying aura that soared to the peak of the fourth grade. From within, a surge of blood energy erupted like a storm. tearing her black tight suit apart, revealing swathes of pale skin to the onlookers. The beast blood ignition technique. Old Shah exclaimed, his pupils contracting sharply as he locked his gaze on the surging aura around Tang Na. This secret technique, a closely guarded secret of the 100 Beasts sect, could instantly elevate one's cultivation by a small realm, but its side effects were severe, used only in life-and-death situations. Jiang Qi's face turned pale, and Lu Qing frowned deeply. The 100 Beasts sect? Lu Qing's mind conjured memories from the original owner, a group of madmen who fused ferocious beasts with humans to create so-called beast warriors. These half-human, half-beast creatures were stronger than ordinary warriors at the same level, but were cruel and violent due to the influence of beastly instincts. Boom. Tang Na's entire body surged with energy, her skin turning an eerie shade of red. Her eyes transformed completely into a dark red, filled with rage and madness. Lu Qing felt a chill, knowing that Tang Na had merged with a fifth-tier demon, the Shadow Bat, comparable to a fifth-grade innate warrior. At this moment, using the beast blood ignition, Tang Na's energy had reached the peak of the fourth grade. Die? Die. Tang Na, like a madwoman, became a blur, her fists raining down like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive loud crashes as old Shah barely blocked with his smoking pipe, but was forced back several steps. The gap between the early and peak fourth grade was vast. Without his superior skills, he would have perished. Yuan Chong was in even more dire straits, sweating profusely and panting heavily. His mechanical arm emitted a harsh metallic grinding sound, with sparks flying from its joints. Too weak. Let's see how long you can last. Tang Na sneered, instantly appearing behind Yuan Chong. Her fingers clawed towards the interface of his mechanical arm. Without innate strength, you're just an ant. You like relying on this arm, do you? Let me take it off for you. At the critical moment, a crisp snap echoed in the air. Snap. Yuan Chong's figure vanished instantly, reappearing 10 meters away. The air in the entire area was thin, filled with distorted ripples. The void step technique? Tang Na whipped her head around, gritting her teeth. By foam. In the next moment, a young man in a silver-white suit descended from the sky. He seemed to walk on air, able to manipulate space at will, each step forming a solid-looking air platform beneath him. Sorry, Bai Feng spoke calmly. I was delayed by a demon attacking the border on my way back. With a roguish grin on his handsome face, Bai Feng surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Oh, isn't that President Tang Na? Planning a massacre against my Wu Hall tonight, are we? He teased. Just then, while tangled in combat with Yen Wu, Su Su shouted, Silver Envoy. Yen Wu is a traitor. He ambushed and seriously injured Envoy Jiang. Bai Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Qi, who was lying on the ground. Oh, old Jiang, he joked. I told you during the recruitment assessment that this Yin fellow wasn't up to the mark. He's all flattery, but you insisted on bringing him in. Jiang Qi felt a heaviness in his chest upon hearing this, his expression turning sour, as if he had swallowed a fly. He could only close his eyes, pretending not to hear, and continued to meditate to regain his strength. Bai Feng chuckled lightly, and casually snapped his fingers. Snap! The space around them twisted instantly, freezing Yen Wu in place, unable to move. The surrounding air seemed to transform into countless sharp blades, slicing through his flesh. Yen Wu's face contorted in pain, but he was completely immobilized by the power of the space, forced to endure the torment silently. Silver Envoy, I was wrong. Yen Wu cried out in agony, his face twisted. I lost my head for a moment. Please give me a chance to make amends. Do you really deserve it? Bai Feng sneered, raising his finger again. Old Jiang saved your entire family, taught you how to cultivate, and helped you rise to the rank of Wu Envoy Captain. Yet you chose to become someone else's lackey. Well, in your next life, try being a better person. Snap! The crisp sound of his fingers echoed once more. The space around Yen Wu compressed rapidly, his body crushed by an invisible force. Oh, mercy! Silver! Yen Wu's screams gradually faded until he was reduced to a misshapen corpse. Turning around, Bai Feng looked cheerfully at the president of the Black Dragon Association, Tang Na. President Tang, are you going to surrender voluntarily, or shall I tie you up and take you back? A flash of ferocity appeared in Tang Na's eyes as she angrily retorted, Bai Feng, I am now at the peak of the fourth rank. Don't think I'll be afraid of you. Before she finished speaking, her body leaned forward, transforming into a black lightning bolt that shot straight towards Bai Feng. Her speed was astonishing, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Bai Feng squinted slightly, raising his right hand, his palm glowing with a faint silver light. Xiankong art. An invisible barrier of space instantly formed in front of him. Tang Na's fist collided heavily with the barrier, producing a deafening boom. However, her attack was like a mud ox entering the sea, unable to shake Bai Feng in the slightest. Bai Feng gently raised his palm, causing the air to ripple and coalesce into a giant hand. With a loud boom, it struck Tang Na's chest. Puff! She was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball, leaving a 20-centimeter deep crater in the marble floor. Escape. Tang Na's eyes turned blood red as a pair of massive, pitch-black bat wings, over 3 meters wide, sprouted from her back. She exploded with all her might, flying rapidly towards the exit. Oh, you're with the 100 Beast sect. Bai Feng raised an eyebrow, his hands swiftly forming a series of seals. Boom! At that moment, everything within 100 meters seemed to turn colorless, the air twisting and vibrating. With a simple press of his hand, a white cubic cage appeared in the distance, enveloping Tang Na. Annihilate, he said softly. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the white cage, countless blades of air converged, slicing through Tang Na's body. Even her enormous black wings were shredded, resembling a tattered kite. Ah! Her agonizing screams pierced the air. After a few moments, the sound abruptly ceased, and a dark figure plummeted from the sky. The president of the Black Dragon Association, Tang Na, was dead. The chairman is dead. The shout of disbelief echoed like thunder among the members of the Black Dragon Society. The scene before them was beyond comprehension. Their leader, a man with innate strength, had been easily slain. Fear swept over them like a tidal wave, and they hastily dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. The enforcers moved swiftly, the clinking of handcuffs ringing out repeatedly. Chaos quickly subsided, and order was restored. At that moment, a hunched figure slowly ambled over to Lu Qing. Old Shah, with a pipe clamped between his teeth, looked displeased. You brat, calling me out in the middle of the night and causing such a ruckus, he rasped, his voice as rough as sandpaper, clearly having just been through a tough battle. Trying to wear out these old bones of mine? Lu Qing grinned, a sly gleam in his eyes. I just thought since you recently broke through to the 4th rank, I'd find you a worthy opponent to spar with. Old Shah's eyes widened in disbelief. You call this evenly matched? Who breaks through to the 4th rank and immediately seeks out a peak 4th rank opponent? That's just asking for a beating. Lu Qing quickly tried to appease him. Close enough, right? I appreciate your hard work tonight. Next time, I'll get my hands on some higher grade metal to upgrade your mechanical leg. The promise seemed to work as Old Shah's eyes brightened, his pipe twitching with interest. Don't try to sweet-talk me, but this mechanical leg does limit my prowess. A new one would be nice. At this point, Jiang Qi approached, supported by Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong introduced him. Lu Qing, this is Jiang, the Silver Envoy and my superior. We owe you tonight. Things could have been disastrous otherwise. Lu Qing politely greeted Jiang Qi, then casually remarked, Captain Yuan, you're too kind. I'm soon to be part of the Marshal Hall, so it's my duty. Especially with such a high salary. Jiang Qi responded, No, without you tonight, we would have suffered greatly. We've heard of your remarkable medical skills, but I didn't expect you to pinpoint Tang Na's weakness so accurately. He turned to Old Shah. And thank you, sir, for your assistance. May I know your name? As he spoke, he noticed Old Shah's left leg, similar to Yuan Chang's mechanical arm. Old Shah exhaled a puff of smoke and replied indifferently. My surname is Shah, just a merchant from the underground black market. I recently broke through and haven't reported to the Marshal Hall. What? You plan to arrest an old man like me? Lu Qing frowned slightly, sensing Old Shah's apparent disdain for the Marshal Hall, but now wasn't the time to probe further. Jiang Qi laughed awkwardly. Ha, you're joking. The Marshal Hall wouldn't arrest an innate for such a minor issue. Your help was invaluable, and we're deeply grateful. Old Shah suddenly sneered. The Marshal Hall's gratitude is something an old man like me can't afford. Lu, I'm tired and heading back to sleep. With that, he turned and left, his hunched silhouette looking particularly lonely in the night. Yuan Chong was puzzled. They had just fought side by side, so why the sudden change in attitude? Jiang Qi quickly shifted the topic, turning to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, I'll make sure your contributions tonight are recognized. Once we're back at the Marshal Hall, I'll report to Gold Envoy Jiang and credit you with a major achievement. Lu Qing's eyes lit up, cutting straight to the chase. Is there a bonus? As soon as Jiang Qi finished speaking, Lu Qing burst into hearty laughter. He patted Jiang Qi on the shoulder, his eyes shining with sincerity. Come on, we're buddies, no need for all that. Lu Qing chuckled. We're all working for the Marshal Hall, loyal to Xia. Whether we get credit or not doesn't really matter. At that moment, a young figure briskly approached. It was Bai Feng, the silver Marshal Envoy who had just swiftly dealt with Tang Na. His eyes were remarkably bright as he stared intently at Lu Qing. Are you Lu Qing? Bai Feng asked excitedly, placing a hand on Lu Qing's shoulder. I heard you're the one behind Yuan Chang's Qilin arm. Before Lu Qing could respond, Bai Feng leaned in closer and whispered, Do you think you could make one for me too? Not an arm, though. I want a leg, you know, a man's third leg, with an automatic retractable feature. I'll trade you some of my precious intel for it. How about that? Lu Qing's eyes widened in surprise, unsure of how to react. He tried to remain polite while avoiding this bizarre request. Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Qing feigned ignorance, then cautiously asked. May I ask, Silver Envoy Bai, what intel are you referring to? Don't be so formal. Just call me Brother Bai. Bai Feng said, getting even friendlier as he wrapped an arm around Lu Qing's shoulder and leaned in closer. I've got secrets on the big shots in the Marshal Hall, the military minister elders, the inspector minister elders, and even our own Jiangjin envoy. Which one are you interested in? Lu Qing's eyes widened again in shock. He thought to himself, are you crazy, or am I? Jiangjin envoy. That's your boss, my financial backer. You're gossiping about your superiors behind their backs? And you're even bringing up the elders. Those are 7th grade martial arts masters. Aren't you afraid they'll find you annoying one day and smack you down? Quickly distancing himself from Bai Feng, Lu Qing tactfully replied, Brother Bai, I'm afraid this might not be a good idea. I've never done anything like that, and I'm worried something might go wrong. Bai Feng seemed ready to argue further when Jiang Qi intervened, pulling him away. Smiling at Lu Qing, Jiang Qi said, don't mind him. It's getting late. You should head back and rest. The Marshal Hall will handle the Black Dragon Club members. Also, your application has been approved, and someone will come to formally induct you tomorrow. Thank you, Silver Envoy Jiang. Lu Qing sighed in relief and bid farewell to the 2 Silver Marshal envoys. He turned to leave, exchanging a few words with old acquaintances like Zhou Man and Su Su. Just then, a cool, soft hand grasped his. Turning back, he saw it was Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo looked at him somewhat timidly, her voice barely audible. "I." Lu Qing smiled warmly, reassuring her. "Don't worry. The Marshal Hall will make proper arrangements. Go back with Captain Yuan. Everything will be fine." "Okay. Okay." Xiao Mo nodded, her gaze deep as she looked at this peer. Just hours ago, she had seen him as a scoundrel about to ruin her life. But overnight, he had transformed into a significant figure in the Marshal Hall, even commanding respect from the lofty, Silver Marshal envoys. With that, Lu Qing turned and left. His mind replayed the night's events, his heart filled with excitement. Tonight was truly exhilarating. Lu Qing mused to himself. Witnessing the battle between innate martial artists made me realize I must quickly enhance my strength. He resolved that once he reached the Marshal Hall, he would find out how to advance to the 2nd grade. Lu Qing knew that lacking the professional, systematic knowledge from a martial arts university, breakthroughs weren't achieved casually. This was one of the reasons wild martial artists couldn't compete with official prodigies. 1st grade is entry-level, 2nd grade is foundational, Lu Qing pondered. If the foundation isn't solid, how can I perform on the operating table in the future? My foundation must be rock solid. With this determination, Lu Qing left the scene, striding towards a more powerful future. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the room gently, as Lu Qing slept soundly. Having had a rare chance to sleep at home last night, he was abruptly awakened by the sudden ring of his phone. Still groggy, he fumbled for it, and after seeing the caller ID, he became more alert. "Hello, Sister Zhou Man." Lu Qing's voice was tinged with sleepiness. "I'm about to reach your apartment complex entrance. Get ready and come down." Zhou Man's voice carried a sense of urgency. Lu Qing glanced at the time. It was only 6:30. "This early? Well, you're a special talent," Zhou Man explained. "The military department knows you're in town, and to appease those hotheads, Jiang Jin has given them the appointment slots. You're going to be busy today." Reluctantly, Lu Qing got out of bed, quickly washed up, and changed into casual sportswear. In the mirror, his reflection showed a tall, handsome figure standing at 6'. "That's fine," he muttered to himself. "I used to worry about having no business. Now working for the Marshal Hall, I won't lack for tasks. These little system missions are a piece of cake." A few minutes later, Lu Qing arrived at the entrance of his complex. Zhou Man hadn't arrived yet. By the roadside, a middle-aged man with a weathered face was selling simple medicinal herbs from a small stall. Recognizing him, Lu Qing approached. "Uncle Chen Shan." The middle-aged man looked up and broke into a kind smile upon seeing Lu Qing. "Ah, it's Xiao Lu. Off to see patients this early?" Chen Shan was a friend of Lu Qing's father and a junior martial arts physician. After Lu Qing's college entrance exam failure, he had apprenticed under Chen Shan to become a martial arts physician himself. "Yes, I've got a new job, and I've already put up the old shop for sale," Lu Qing replied with a smile. "Oh, found a new job? Where at?" Chen Shan asked curiously. "In the city center, still doing consultations." Chen Shan stood up excitedly. "Really? The city center is great. Congratulations, Xiao Lu. It's a wonderful opportunity. Make sure to do well." Lu Qing nodded, contemplating whether he should arrange for Uncle Chen to join the Marshal Hall once he settled in. He knew that running a stall was tougher than most jobs, and with Chen Shan's medical background and having watched him grow up, he was certainly trustworthy. Of course, it would depend on Chen Shan's willingness. While he was lost in thought, a red Ferrari pulled up by the roadside, and Zhou Man's elegant face appeared as the window rolled down. "Get in," Zhou Man called out. Lu Qing hurriedly bid farewell to Chen Shan. "My colleague's here to pick me up. I'll be off, Uncle Chen. Take care." Settling into the passenger seat, the Ferrari sped away. Chen Shan stood there, stunned, suddenly raising his head as he murmured to himself. A colleague picking him up this early? That car's not cheap. Could it be that Xiao Lu? The car raced along the road, and soon, Lu Qing and Zhou Man arrived at the 15th Base Marshal Hall Division building. Have a seat in the lobby for a bit. I'll be right back, Zhou Man said, leaving Lu Qing to sit alone in the waiting area. He pulled out his phone and started scrolling through short videos on Wu Yin. On the screen, shocking news headlines kept rolling by. Shocking. Qi and blood pills from Liangpin Group at base city number 7 found to lack qi and blood herb ingredients. Market Surveillance Department announcement. Fake Buster Song Gu falsely accused will face legal consequences. Standing firm. Song Gu requests investigation by the Martial Arts Hall branch at base number 7-inch. Warning from base number 15. Third-tier ferocious beasts and fourth-tier demons spotted in the wilderness. Citizens advised to exercise caution. Lu Qing was engrossed when Zhou Man's voice suddenly interrupted him. What are you watching? Looking up, he saw Zhou Man had returned, holding 3 items. Here, she handed him a badge. This is your martial artist ID. From today, you're an official bronze martial artist. She then offered him a ring. This is a space crystal, standard issue for members of the Martial Arts Hall, with a storage space of 10 cubic meters. I chose a ring style. Most guys prefer this. Finally, she handed over a set of clothes. This is the Martial Arts Hall's exclusive martial attire. You don't have to wear it to work, but you must wear it on missions. Even though you might not need it, you still have to have it. Thanks. Lu Qing accepted each item, his gaze inevitably drawn to the space ring. It was made from rare materials, extracted only from 5th-tier demons, making it invaluable despite its small size. Zhou Man smiled. Jiang Jinsher wanted to meet you personally, but he had an urgent task, so he asked me to help you get started. Let's check out your new therapy center. Lu Qing nodded, placing his martial artist ID and martial attire into the space ring, which he then wore on his right middle finger. They crossed the street to the therapy center opposite the Martial Arts Hall branch. Lu Qing noticed the store name still read Peace, but now had directly affiliated with the Martial Arts Hall embossed in gold. Inside the lobby, Zhou Man gave a brief introduction. This will be your territory from now on, with the position of chief physician. The Martial Arts Hall has also hired 2 intermediate martial arts physicians as your assistants. I have tasks to attend to, so feel free to explore. All right, Lu Qing nodded. Zhou Man turned and left with her long legs, and Lu Qing couldn't help but admire. It's really spacious. Lu Qing began exploring the modern therapy center. The first floor featured glass curtain walls, with sunlight pouring into the spacious, bright lobby. In the center was a circular reception desk, flanked by comfortable seating. Electronic displays on the walls rolled through introductions to the therapy center and health cultivation knowledge. Beyond the lobby was the patient ward area. The second floor housed the treatment department, with corridors lined with various specialty clinics, emergency rooms, operating rooms, research labs, offices, and meeting rooms, all exuding a sense of medical technology. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from emergency room number 2. No, we must suture the wound immediately. Approaching, Lu Qing saw a man in his 30s and a pretty woman in her 20s, both wearing white coats and looking anxious. These were likely the assistant physicians Zhou Man mentioned, Zhang Hanbin and Su Ting. On the bed lay a man in an intelligence department martial uniform, his left lower abdomen a bloody mess, groaning in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. Dr. Zhang said, we can't handle this wound. Didn't they say the chief physician would arrive today? Maybe we should wait for him. Su Ting glared. Are you kidding? Who knows when he'll get here? If we don't stop the bleeding, he won't last more than 20 minutes. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Zhang Hanbin was taken aback. Looking at this brilliant graduate from the Martial Arts Medical University, he thought, sigh, still too young. Su Ting had already picked up the needle and surgical scissors, ready to suture the wound. Just then, a clear voice interrupted her. You won't save him that way, he'll still die. A sudden noise interrupted the tense atmosphere in the examination room. Su Ting, Zhang Hanbin, and even the nearly lifeless intelligence officer on the bed all turned their heads simultaneously towards the source of the sound. A young boy appeared before them, his unexpected arrival catching everyone off guard. Su Ting urgently asked, what do you mean by this? He's dying. Stitching up a wound from a treasure rat bite will only hasten his death. Her voice was filled with anxiety and confusion. Lu Qing looked calmly at the two of them, not immediately answering Su Ting's question. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Hanbin's face. He and Su Ting had been searching for the cause of the illness for hours without success, yet this boy had identified it in an instant. Who might you be? Zhang Hanbin asked tentatively, his tone tinged with both skepticism and curiosity. Lu Qing, the young man answered succinctly. Your director Lu? Zhang Hanbin and Su Ting exclaimed in unison, eyes wide with disbelief. They had heard of their superior's name before arriving, but never imagined he would be so young. In their conventional understanding, someone capable of guiding an experienced martial arts physician and a top medical student should at least be a senior martial arts expert. Such a person, even if not elderly, couldn't possibly look like a boy not yet 20. Before they could recover from their shock, Lu Qing had already stepped swiftly to the bedside, taking the medical tools from Su Ting's hands. Time is of the essence. Let me handle this, he said with a tone that conveyed both professionalism and confidence. Through the sophisticated scanning of the divine eye, Lu Qing quickly devised the optimal treatment plan. The patient, Lu Guangji, at the early stage of the third rank, had been bitten by a third-tier ferocious beast, the treasure rat. Its venomous fangs had caused extensive wounds, with a large amount of venom remaining in the body, posing a constant threat to the patient's life. Lu Qing rapidly formulated a treatment strategy, using two types of metal with extreme heat and cold properties, of the same level and mutually opposing attributes, to counteract and expel the treasure rat's venom. The higher the metal grade, the better the detoxifying effect. Finally, the wound would be sutured, allowing for a half-month of recuperation for complete recovery. Su Ting and Zhang Hanbin were stunned by Lu Qing's analysis. Su Ting blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously asking, "Director Lu, how do you plan to treat him?" She was filled with questions about how someone younger than herself could become a specially appointed expert of the Marshal Hall. Zhang Hanbin gently tugged on Su Ting's sleeve, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "Sure, let's step outside and not disturb Dr. Lu," he whispered. "Oh right," Su Ting realized. For a genius expert of Lu Qing's caliber, unless asked to assist on the spot, it was best not to stand around gawking. Such individuals often have a set of secret techniques and dislike being observed. The two tactfully exited the examination room, gently closing the door behind them. Meanwhile, Lu Qing was fully focused, entering an optimal treatment state. He was completely unaware of their thoughts, and if he had known, he would have found it amusing. The method of treatment through divine machine medicine was transmitted directly by the system, complex and profound. Even if they stood watching for 3 days and nights, they wouldn't understand the principles involved, unless Lu Qing personally explained them in detail. "Here we go," Lu Qing murmured softly, and two pieces of metal with ice and fire attributes flew out from his spatial ring. These were second-level metals. Although Lu Qing possessed a third-level cold crystal iron, he lacked a matching third-level positive metal. Since both metals needed to be of the same level to achieve the best results, he opted to use two second-level metals for the treatment. Buzz. Lu Qing's mind was instantly filled with techniques and methods for using divine healing mechanisms. He took a deep breath, channeling his energy and blood, and carefully maneuvered two conflicting metals, precisely inserting them into the patient's wound. "Ah!" The warrior immediately cried out in pain, his voice piercing through the walls of the emergency room. Out in the corridor, Su Ting paused upon hearing the commotion, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. She turned to Zhang Hanbin, frowning slightly. "Is everything all right in there?" Dr. Zhang Hanbin rubbed his chin, his eyes shifting awkwardly as he responded, "I'm not really sure. Maybe it's just Director Lu's style of treatment." Su Ting was speechless, thinking to herself, "This is too strange. It doesn't sound like healing, more like murder." 2 hours later, the emergency room door finally opened. Lu Qing emerged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he appeared visibly exhausted. Outside, Su Ting and Zhang Hanbin quickly stood up and hurried over. Su Ting's voice was tinged with urgency. "Director Lu, how is the patient?" Lu Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and calmly replied, "He's out of danger now. He just needs some time in the hospital to recover and can be discharged next week." He thought to himself, "Honestly, this treatment was no easier than modifying mechanical limbs. The main issue is that my cultivation level is too low, and many of the specialized treatment plans require a strong foundation of energy and blood. I need to reach the second level soon. Otherwise, it will be challenging to handle advanced mechanical limbs and even regular treatments." Dr. Zhang Hanbin sighed in admiration. Director Lu truly deserves his reputation as a special talent hired by the Marshal Hall. It's impressive. He thought that following such a young genius might not be a bad thing. Beside him, Su Ting's eyes sparkled as she stared at Lu Qing with a penetrating gaze. "Director Lu, you're amazing. Dr. Zhang and I couldn't figure out the cause, but you came up with a solution right away. Can I ask which martial arts medical academy you graduated from? Was it Hua Medical Martial University or North Medical Martial University?" Su Ting's eyes shone with curiosity. As a top student from Hua Medical Martial University herself, she wondered if they might be alumni. Lu Qing answered truthfully, "Neither. I didn't pass the entrance exams." Su Ting was speechless, her words caught in her throat. He didn't attend a martial arts medical university? Didn't even take the entrance exams? What could she say? After a moment, she managed to squeeze out a few words, her gaze peculiar. "Director Lu, are you some kind of prodigy?" Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, a teasing tone in his voice. Thanks for the compliment. But maybe don't praise me too much next time. I might dock your pay." At that moment, Zhang Hanbin spoke up. "By the way, Director, the Marshal Hall mentioned sending over 2 patients today. Here's their medical history for you to review." As he spoke, he handed Lu Qing 2 medical records. Lu Qing glanced at them and nodded. "All right, you can arrange for them to come over. Prepare the operating room." I'll perform the surgeries now. Perform? Perform what? Zhang Hanbin and Su Ting were puzzled, the former cautiously asking. These two are retired veterans with disabilities. If I may ask, what kind of surgery are you planning? They didn't realize that this wasn't a typical medical department of the Marshal Hall, but a specialized mechanical surgery venue set up for Lu Qing. Lu Qing casually replied. As you said, they're disabled, so naturally, it's about making arms and legs. Su Ting and Zhang Hanbin exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. Oh, time flew by, and the morning passed quickly. Inside the operating room, Lu Qing skillfully completed 2 mechanical surgeries. The 2 martial artists from the military had their mechanical arms and legs installed, all of perfect quality. Lu Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, satisfied with his work, and secretly looked forward to creating more advanced mechanical limbs in the future. In the contract signed between Lu Qing and the Marshal Hall, there was a special clause. Patients recommended internally by the Marshal Hall could have first-class perfect quality mechanical limbs installed at the 2nd tier and second-class perfect quality at the 3rd tier. For patients approved externally, unless under special circumstances, the 2nd tier could only receive first-class excellent quality mechanical limbs, and the 3rd tier would get second-class excellent quality. This clearly highlighted the advantage of the official status of the Marshal Hall. Although Lu Qing outwardly agreed to this clause, he had his own plans. If a special situation arose such as an offer with generous compensation, could ignore this restriction. In his view, even while working for the Marshal Hall, he should not miss any opportunity to make money. Lu Qing calculated privately that he would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Host has successfully treated 2 disabled martial artists, bringing you closer to your goal. Task progress, 410. Task reward, level 6 metal flood dragon steel. As the notification faded, the 2 martial artists from the military department lying on the stretcher bed slowly woke up, blinking their sleepy eyes. Their attention was immediately drawn to their brand new mechanical limbs. This is a mechanical arm? The martial artist with the amputated arm moved the newly installed mechanical arm in disbelief, his face full of excitement. Is this the legendary mechanical arm from the supervision department? It's more flexible than my original. I can finally continue to fight for the Marshal Hall. The martial artist with the amputated leg was even more moved, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands, his voice choked with emotion. Dr. Lu, you are my second parent from now on. Lu Qing quickly stepped forward to help him up, showing a gratified smile, but then he changed his tone. No need for the parent title, just pay me. The surgery fee is 1 million each. If there are any issues with the arm or leg in the future, feel free to come to the clinic. We provide post-operative maintenance and repairs. Of course, there will be additional fees. Upon hearing this, the 2 martial artists looked up in unison, shock written all over their faces. Oh. At that moment, the door to the operating room was suddenly pushed open. Outside, Su Ting and Zhang Hanbin saw 2 perfectly integrated mechanical limbs, with their owners walking out confidently and proudly. The scene was so stunning that it was as if they had been struck by lightning, leaving them standing in place, dumbfounded. The precise mechanical structure, the smooth metal lines, the perfect conduction of vitality, every detail defied their understanding. Zhang Hanbin's face was filled with disbelief, his mind racing until he finally realized something. Director Lu. Zhang Hanbin's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Are you the genius who invented the mechanical surgery and saved Captain Yuan of the supervision department? Zhang Hanbin's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes shining with fervor. Lu Qing humbly replied, I'm not a genius. It's just that I happen to enjoy research and have picked up a few tricks along the way. Hearing this, Zhang Hanbin's face immediately showed genuine admiration. He eagerly said, No, Director Lu, you're being too modest. Being able to connect machinery with flesh is nothing short of miraculous. How could that be just a small trick? He regretfully slapped his forehead. If I had known Director Lu is the genius behind inventing mechanical surgery, I would have signed a long-term contract. Thinking back, when Wu Jian approached Lu Qing to be an assistant, he was hesitant. After all, as the chief physician at the city center hospital, he was at the peak of his career. How could he willingly become someone's subordinate? But Wu Dian's offer was too tempting to refuse, and with the attractive conditions, he eventually signed a short-term contract. The more Zhang Hanbin thought about it, the more regretful he became, his eyes bursting with ecstatic light, as if he was on a high. Had I known earlier that Director Lu was a genius in mechanical surgery, I would have signed a lifetime contract. I'd be willing to work like a horse for life. He exclaimed excitedly, waving his hands. Following such a genius, I might even learn mechanical surgery myself. Then I could make a name for myself in the martial arts world, and that would truly be a legacy. Beside him, Su Ting was utterly confused. As a recent graduate, she knew nothing of the rumors about mechanical limbs. If it weren't for Wu Dian's newly established medical department, her mentor would have recommended she join the city center hospital instead. Noticing Su Ting's puzzled expression, Zhang Hanbin asked in surprise, Dr. Su, you don't know? He then vividly recounted the legendary story of how Wu Dian's Captain Yuan Chong gained mechanical limbs after a mishap. The story spread like wildfire in the Wu Dian branch, with various versions emerging. Some said Captain Yuan's mechanical arm could easily defeat fourth-grade inborn experts. Others claimed the military begged him to demonstrate its power. And some even said that ever since he got the mechanical arm, his wife brought him homemade lunches every day. Su Ting was stunned, taking a full 7 or 8 seconds to react. Her face showed the admiration of a fangirl as she exclaimed, "Oh my, this is even more unbelievable than a sensational novel. Dr. Liu, you truly are a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies." Lu Qing shook his head helplessly. "You're really bad at giving compliments. Don't force it, or I might just dock your pay." Su Ting then realized that the director Liu before her was not only skilled in medicine, but also had such an astonishing background. She thought to herself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime medical talent. Compared to Lu Qing, those so-called top students from medical and martial arts universities were nothing. Her own graduate degree was merely about innovating slightly on the work of predecessors, adding some personal insights, and publishing a paper under the scrutiny of the school to earn a diploma. In contrast, Lu Qing had created an entirely new treatment system that could change the martial arts world. The gap between them was vast. That afternoon, Lu Qing did not continue his consultations, but instead went to the Wu Dian building to find Captain Yuan. He was eager to learn how to break through to the second grade. Now that he had access to Wu Dian's resources, the system tasks and funding for creating mechanical battle armor would soon be in place. The most important thing now was to achieve a second-grade cultivation level. However, Lu Qing seemed to be out of luck. He learned that Captain Yuan had taken the second team out on a mission and had not returned. This left him with only one contact in Wu Dian, Silver Marshal Envoy Jiangqi. After finding out Jiangqi's office location, he was informed that Envoy Jiang was not at work, as he was recovering at home. Fortunately, the staff recognized Lu Qing and gave him Jiangqi's contact information. Lu Qing immediately dialed the number. "Hello, Jiang Yinsher, this is Lu Qing." There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a hearty laugh. "Haha, how's your first day at work going? Are you in some kind of trouble?" "Not at all." Lu Qing got straight to the point. "I'm looking for Jiang Yinsher to ask about breaking through to the second rank. Is it convenient for you?" "Oh, you're ready to break through." Jiang Qi's voice rose a few pitches, filled with surprise. He recalled Yuan Chang's report, noting that this young man had just entered the first rank not long ago, and now he's ready to break through? No wonder he could easily take on 3 opponents at the Imperial Club. He's already at the peak of the first rank. Jiang Qi couldn't help but marvel at Lu Qing's talent, not only in medicine, but possibly in martial arts too, making him quite enviable. "All right, why don't you just come to my place? It's not far from the Marshal Hall building. I'll send you the location." "Sure." 20 minutes later, Lu Qing arrived at a high-end residential area. The neighborhood was lush with greenery, artificial mountains, and flowing water, all reflecting the luxurious lifestyle of the upper class. Following the address Jiang Qi had given, he arrived at building number 19, and the elevator took him straight to the top floor. Jiang Qi had already given him the house's entry code, so Lu Qing entered directly. As he stepped into the foyer, he saw Jiang Qi coming out of the bedroom in a bathrobe. "Have a seat," Jiang Qi greeted simply. Lu Qing sat down on the sofa in the living room and looked around. It was a spacious, open-plan apartment, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city. The decor was minimalist, primarily in shades of gray and white, clean and tidy, much like Jiang Qi himself, meticulous and orderly. The coffee table held only a few empty cups and 2 magazines. "This place is usually just me. I spend most of my time out on missions, so there's not much to offer here. I hope you don't mind," Jiang Qi explained somewhat apologetically. "No need to be so formal. I'm the one imposing." Lu Qing went straight to the topic. "Jiang Yinsher, I've heard that breaking through to the second rank is different from the first. Could you tell me what the differences are?" Jiang Qi replied seriously. "What do you think opening acupoints is for?" Lu Qing thought for a moment. "Breakthrough? It's commonly known that breaking through the first rank requires opening 5 acupoints, the second rank requires 12, and the third requires 36. Only with a sufficient number of acupoints can one withstand greater qi and blood." "Haha. Yes and no." Jiang Qi shook his head and laughed. "For ordinary people, opening acupoints is for breakthroughs. But for geniuses, it's for higher cultivation efficiency and unmatched combat power within the same realm. Within the same level, why can by phone crush Tang Na, who is also at the peak of the 4th rank? It's because his acupoints are more numerous. He had already opened 20 acupoints when he was at the 2nd rank. 20 acupoints? Lu Qing was astonished. That's right. The more acupoints you have, the faster you can absorb spiritual energy, and the faster you can cultivate, resulting in purer and more robust qi and blood. Lu Qing suddenly understood why his cultivation progress had been so slow, only increasing by 1 or 2 cards daily, sometimes even less than a fraction. This trip wasn't in vain. I've really learned something. "So how do you increase the number of open acupoints?" he asked eagerly. Body tempering, Jiang Qi answered succinctly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was puzzled. Was this the kind of body tempering he understood, the type that makes one tough and resilient? Jiang Qi's words caught Lu Qing's attention. For a martial artist, reaching the peak of a stage allows for a body refinement, which is crucial for breaking through to the second rank. Lu Qing, who never attended college, humbly sought guidance from Jiang Yinshe. Jiang Qi patiently explained that body refinement requires two things: a refinement technique and rare materials. He mentioned that mid-level refinement techniques available on the market cost millions and can open 13 to 15 acupoints, while high-level techniques can open 16 to 18 acupoints. Curious, Lu Qing asked how to open 20 acupoints, and Jiang Qi revealed the secret: the heaven and earth essence liquid, a rare treasure best suited for body refinement below the 7th rank. Intrigued, Lu Qing recalled Bai Feng's impressive display against Tang Na and resolved to acquire a high-level refinement technique in the heaven and earth essence liquid. He inquired if the Marshal Hall had advanced refinement techniques, and Jiang Qi confirmed they did, but they required merit points for exchange and needed approval from Jiang Jinshe when he returned. Changing the subject, Lu Qing asked who in the department had opened the most acupoints. Without hesitation, Jiang Qi answered, Jiang Jinshe. Known as the first genius of the Marshal Hall, Jiang Jinshe had astonishingly opened 28 acupoints at the 2nd rank. Leaving Jiang Qi's home, Lu Qing got into a taxi and watched the cityscape rush by, still contemplating body refinement. He had a lead on a refinement technique, but where would he find the rare materials? He refused to settle for less or delay his breakthrough, as it affected his ability to create more advanced mechanical limbs. As the sun set, the horizon was lit with a golden edge by the red clouds. On the street, Uncle Qinshan was setting up his stall, his plastic sheet covered with various herbs, calling out energetically to passers-by. Suddenly, two uniformed assistants approached the stall. Uncle Qinshan stiffened, quickly putting on a smile and presenting his herb-selling permit approved by the Marshal Hall office. The burly assistant took the permit, frowned, and harshly said, "Your business license has expired, so this is an unauthorized stall. We're confiscating these items." As he spoke, he kicked at Qinshan's herbs. Qinshan was shocked and hurriedly explained that the permit had just been approved last month and couldn't possibly be expired. The burly assistant shouted angrily, "What? Are you calling me a liar?" Sweating profusely, Qinshan pleaded, "Please, sirs, have mercy. These are my hard-earned savings." The other tall and thin assistant, impatient, pushed Qinshan aside and began gathering the herbs from the ground. They not only took all the herbs, but also stole the money from Qinshan's bag, leaving him in utter despair. Illegal business operations only resulted in confiscation of your belongings. You're lucky you weren't jailed. Qinshan's face turned ashen, and he fell to his knees, desperately clutching the trousers of the tall, thin officer, pleading with a choked voice, "Sir, please don't take everything. I beg you." The officer, filled with rage, kicked him to the ground. "Let go," he shouted harshly. Qinshan lay on the ground, his knuckles white from gripping the officer's trousers as if it were his last hope. But this futile action only earned him a brutal beating. A crowd of onlookers began to gather, whispering among themselves with eyes full of sympathy, yet no one dared to intervene. These officers had connections and were used to acting with impunity in the city. Who would dare challenge them? "Stop!" A clear female voice suddenly cut through the air. The crowd parted, and a petite girl in a white hoodie strode forward. Her oval face was filled with anger as she coldly stared at the two officers. "Why are you attacking him?" she demanded, standing protectively in front of Qinshan. "He clearly has a business license, and you're just seizing personal property." The burly officer sneered. "Little girl, mind your own business. Don't you know we're officers from the Marshal Hall?" Yang Nan retorted without backing down. "Nonsense. Your uniforms don't even have numbers. You're clearly just assistants. Do assistants have law enforcement authority? If you're so official, show your officer IDs." The tall officer awkwardly scratched his nose, muttering, "I forgot my ID." "You forgot your ID and you're still enforcing the law?" Yang Nan mocked. "Impressive. Does the Marshal Hall know how capable you two are?" The burly officer's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Shut up, you brat. I told you I forgot it. I'm having a colleague bring it over now." He pulled out his phone, pretending to make a call, while exchanging a glance with his partner. The tall officer took the hint and turned to leave with the confiscated goods. "What are you doing? Trying to leave now?" Yang Nan quickly blocked his path. "Give those back to the man. You little, looking for trouble." The burly officer's face twisted with malice, and he suddenly swung a punch at Yang Nan. But Yang Nan, being a trained martial artist, was prepared and easily dodged the attack. Her face lit up with excitement. "Oh, you want to fight? Perfect, I could use some exercise." Amidst the tense standoff, a taxi pulled up to the curb. Lu Qing stepped out, and through the crowd, he saw Qinshan covered in bruises. He quickly approached. Lu Qing knelt down, using his keen observation to check Qinshan's injuries, and sighed in relief. "Fortunately, it's just superficial wounds." From the murmurs of the crowd, he quickly pieced together what had happened. Uncle, wait here. I'll get your things back, Lu Qing said, preparing to intervene. But Chen Shan grabbed his pant leg, his face full of apprehension. Forget it, Xiao Lu. It's not much money. You should stop that girl. You can't mess with these Marshal Hall officers. Chen Shan was willing to risk everything for his property, but he couldn't let Lu Qing, the younger man, take such a risk. His eyes held a complex mix of reluctance over his belongings and concern for Lu Qing's safety. Don't worry, uncle. It's fine. Lu Qing gave Chen Shan a reassuring smile, and then walked towards the two deputies. The burly deputy swung a punch that missed, clearly not expecting the young girl in front of him to be a first-rank martial artist. Yang Nanan's lips curled slightly as she moved with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly dodging the attack. Each of her steps precisely targeted the opponent's weaknesses, showcasing the exquisite 7-star steps of the Star Martial University. Lu Qing recognized this martial art immediately, thinking to himself, Star Martial University, one of the top 3 universities in Bay City 15, was the original owner's goal for the college entrance exam. This girl is likely a senior student, and her skills have already reached the late stage of the first rank. Damn it, Lu San, help me. The burly deputy, embarrassed and angry, was being toyed with by a young girl. The lanky deputy, seeing his partner in trouble, grabbed the stolen goods and moved to assist. Stop. A firm hand suddenly pressed down on the lanky deputy's shoulder. He turned to find Lu Qing standing silently behind him. Return the items. Lu Qing said calmly. Who do you think you are, meddling in the affairs of the Marshal Hall? The lanky deputy was furious and about to curse him out. I'm your father, you idiot. Smack. Lu Qing gave him a hard slap across the face with the unrestrained force of a peak first-rank martial artist. The lanky deputy's cheek swelled visibly. You dare hit me. Smack. Another loud slap. So what? Huh. So what? Lu Qing glared down at him, raining slaps on his face. Unable to withstand the continuous blows, the lanky deputy fell to the ground, seeing stars and nearly fainting. You. The burly deputy was dumbstruck, watching in disbelief. You're an idiot too. What are you stammering for? Lu Qing stepped forward, and the burly deputy instinctively shielded his face with his hands. Screw you. Lu Qing kicked him in a vital spot, causing the burly deputy to let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. At this moment, the lanky deputy regained his senses and pointed at Lu Qing with a twisted face, roaring. You dare attack a martial deputy, you're finished. Your whole family is finished. Unfazed, Lu Qing took out a document from his spatial ring and shoved it in the deputy's face. It was a black booklet with intricate patterns on the front edge, a shiny bronze 5-point star in the center, and finely carved characters on the back that read Marshal Hall. The lanky deputy's pupils contracted, his face turning ashen. A martial officer's ID? The burly deputy looked as if he had seen a ghost, his legs giving way as he knelt on the spot. Sir. The lanky deputy immediately adopted a fawning smile, his swollen face looking particularly grotesque. I was blind. I didn't know you were a martial officer. Nearby, Yang Nan stood frozen, surprised as she studied the young man who had appeared suddenly. In the sunlight, his profile was sharp and his gaze clear and intense, his simple casual sportswear giving off an ordinary, yet indescribable aura. Is he really a martial officer? I thought martial officers were at least 3rd rank, but he looks younger than me. Yang Nan wondered silently, her eyes unable to look away from Lu Qing. Lu Qing stood calmly in front of the two assistants, his expression as serene as still water. The two, like startled rabbits, nervously handed over the confiscated items with both hands, repeatedly apologizing. We're sorry, Boss Chun. We didn't recognize you. They kept bowing, sweat glistening on their foreheads in the sunlight. Chun Shan was dumbfounded, his gaze shifting between Lu Qing and the assistants before finally settling on Lu Qing, his voice filled with astonishment. Xiao Lu, when did you become a martial officer? Lu Qing smiled slightly and said softly, I'll explain later. First, gather your things and go home to apply some medicine. These injuries will heal quickly. The burly assistant asked cautiously. Can we leave now, sir? Lu Qing remained silent, his gaze piercing. The tall, thin assistant understood, silently took out his phone, and scanned the QR code at Chen Shan's stall. With a ding, a notification from Wu Fu Bao indicated a payment of 20,000 yuan. The burly assistant quickly followed suit, and another ding confirmed another 20,000 yuan payment. Only then did Lu Qing speak calmly. You can go now. The two assistants fled hurriedly, like two terrified dogs with their tails between their legs. The onlookers erupted in chatter, voices buzzing with curiosity. Wow, such a young martial officer. Since when did old Chen know someone so important? Wait, isn't that the Lu family's kid? Lu Qing became a martial officer? I thought he didn't get into the martial arts university. Chen Shan stared at Lu Qing in shock, his Adam's apple bobbing, and after a moment, he said, Xiao Lu, maybe I should transfer this money back to you. Lu Qing waved his hand decisively. They voluntarily gave you that as medical expenses. You should keep it. Then he added, Uncle Chun, I don't think running a stall is a good idea. If something really happens, what will you do about Yang Yang? Why not come work at the convalescent center with me? It's part of the Marshal Hall department, at least more stable than running a stall. A trace of hesitation flashed across Chun Shan's face as he replied softly, Let me think about it. Lu Qing nodded, not pressing further. He turned to Yang Nan, took out a few clear, translucent pills from his pocket, and handed them over. Thanks for your help today. Here are some pills, a special supply from the Marshal Hall. Take them. Yang Nan's eyes lit up, and she accepted them without hesitation, overjoyed. Wow. Thank you, Marshal Officer. You're so kind. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, saying no more, and then turned to help Chun Shan tidy up the stall, before accompanying him home. The next day, Lu Qing went to work in the city center as usual. Over the following 3 days, he treated 6 disabled martial artists from the military. The 6 intricate mechanical surgeries allowed him to successfully complete the system task. Suddenly, a crisp ding sounded, and the system prompt echoed in Lu Qing's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, treating 10 disabled martial artists. Task progress, 1010. Reward granted, level 6 metallic dragon steel. In the chief physician's office at the convalescent center, a piece of irregular metal, shimmering with a sharp aura, appeared in front of Lu Qing. He reached out and flicked it lightly, and the metal surface trembled, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Good stuff. Lu Qing praised inwardly, then waved his hand, storing it in his spatial ring. This high-grade item isn't needed right now. I'll keep it for future use. He considered. Let's see what the new task is. With a thought, the system panel unfolded before his eyes. Lu Qing's phone vibrated, displaying a new task notification on the screen. He skimmed through it quickly, a slight frown forming on his brow. The task required him to treat 5 disabled martial artists at the innate stage by upgrading their mechanical limbs, with the reward being the method for creating an indestructible body. Innate martial artists, that means 4th or 5th grade experts. Lu Qing murmured to himself, his mind racing. 1st or 2nd level mechanical limbs are simply not adequate. Old Shah's 2nd level mechanical leg is a case in point, clearly not unleashing the true power of a 4th grade innate. He quickly calculated in his head. A 4th grade innate requires at least 3rd level mechanical limbs, while a 5th grade needs 4th level. But right now, I can only upgrade to 3rd level. Lu Qing opened his mobile banking app, and the account balance made his eyes light up. It turned out that treating ordinary martial artists had already accumulated over 8 million in funds. Enough to craft 3rd level mechanical armor. He immediately dialed a number. Old Shah, I want to buy a batch of cold crystal iron on the black market. 8 million, as much as I can get. That much? A hoarse voice came from the other end, tinged with a bit of surprise. Lu Qing chuckled. Well, it's to upgrade your mechanical leg, after all. Pick up the goods at the black market in 3 days, Old Shah replied succinctly. Got it. Lu Qing hung up the phone, a plan forming in his mind. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the wellness center, casting a golden glow on the floor. Lu Qing arrived on time, clocked in, and walked into the lobby with a spring in his step. He immediately spotted Su Ting busy with her rounds. She was wearing a white lab coat, her long black hair styled into a neat bun, exuding a unique beauty beneath her composed demeanor. Good morning, Dr. Su. Lu Qing greeted her proactively. Su Ting turned around, seeing Lu Qing's sunny and handsome face, and smiled in response. Good morning, Director. Dr. Zhang is on the 2nd floor, checking the equipment. Once he's done, you can start today's surgery. Lu Qing nodded and was about to leave when Su Ting added, Oh, Director, someone from the Marshal Hall is waiting for you in the break room. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and quickly walked towards the break room. Pushing the door open, he saw Yuan Chong and a young girl in a simple t-shirt and jeans sitting on the sofa. The girl looked about 18 or 19, with an oval face, big eyes, and a delicate appearance. Captain Yuan, what's this about? Lu Qing asked, slightly surprised. Yuan Chong smiled. We're here to discuss something with you. Do you remember those girls from the deformed performance show at the Imperial Club? Lu Qing's expression turned serious. How could he forget those tragic women? What do you mean, Captain Yuan? Yuan Chong explained. After investigation by the Marshal Hall, it turns out these 16 girls have almost all lost their families and are unable to fend for themselves. Mr. Jiang from the Silver Division was wondering if Dr. Lu could equip them with mechanical limbs so they could stay at the wellness center as caregivers. The Department of Supervision is willing to cover the surgical costs. Lu Qing listened, lost in thought. This proposal could not only help those unfortunate girls, but also increase the staff at the wellness center. However, it also meant taking on greater responsibility and challenges. Xiao Mo stood up nervously, her hands twisting together, her eyes filled with earnest determination. Her voice trembled slightly, but she spoke with conviction. Dr. Lu, I am willing to stay. No matter how hard it is, I can endure it. Lu Qing was taken aback by her words, his gaze shifting between Xiao Mo and Captain Yuan. He hadn't expected Captain Yuan's visit to be for this purpose. As he pondered, a familiar mechanical prompt suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The cold voice of the system echoed in his mind. Choice triggered. Your health retreat is presented with a small development opportunity. What is the host's choice? 3 options then appeared in Lu Qing's consciousness. Option 1. Refuse Yuan Chong, maintaining the prestige of a divine physician by not treating ordinary patients. Reward: Level 5 Metallic Snowflake, Flow Silver. Option 2. Show compassion as a healer, treat the disabled girl, but do not hire caregivers. Reward: Mysterious Weapon Tetanus Blade. Option 3. Only children make choices, adults want them all. Accept Xiao Mo and all 16 girls, expanding the staff of the retreat. Reward: Nano Intravenous Injection Technology. Lu Qing's eyes quickly skimmed over the first 2 options, finally settling on the third reward. Nano Intravenous Injection Technology, he thought. Intrigued. That's a new technology. The technology from the divine machine system always surpassed the cutting edge of the era, beyond what money or treasures could measure. Lu Qing made his decision almost instinctively. He smiled subtly, a meaningful smile, and said to Yuan Chong, "All right, I'll perform the surgery. It's just as well the retreat needs more hands. They can help out." Xiao Mo's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this, and she thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Dr. Lu. Thank you so much." The system's prompt sounded again. Lu Qing was pleased internally but remained composed, secretly opening the system panel to check. Nano Intravenous Injection Technology. Functions include repairing internal injuries, detoxification, and treating a variety of internal medical conditions. Introduction: a nano repair liquid manufactured by the divine machine, capable of treating patients' illnesses through intravenous injection. Lu Qing quickly grasped the essence of this technologian advanced infusion technique, with the special nano repair liquid capable of treating various internal injuries and ailments. Not bad, he praised inwardly. This technology is tailored perfectly for the current situation. Seeing Lu Qing agree, Yuan Chong smiled and said, "Great, I'll arrange for them to be sent over, so you can start treatment." "All right," Lu Qing replied briefly. Half an hour later, the 16 disabled girls were settled in the first-floor ward of the health retreat. Lu Qing went alone to the only laboratory on the second floor, beginning to experiment with the system-provided formula to create the nano repair liquid. The production process for this repair liquid was relatively simple, with technical requirements far lower than mechanical surgery. Lu Qing methodically mixed the ingredients, added fixed metallic materials, and finally fused them at high temperatures. Soon, he successfully produced 1 L of first-level repair liquid. In the medicine bottle, the pale silver liquid resembled diluted mercury, exhibiting a viscous, swamp-like flow characteristic when gently swirled. Satisfied, Lu Qing thought to himself, "Done." Meanwhile, in the gymnasium of Xingqian Martial Arts University, sunlight streamed through the tall glass windows, illuminating the spacious area. On the empty floor, a man and a woman were engaged in an intense sparring session. The man, slender and dressed in a white martial arts uniform, moved agilely. The woman wore a light blue martial arts uniform, her long black hair tied up high, her delicate face focused and determined. Bang! Xiao Bin threw a punch, the sound of the wind trailing it, but Feng Xie deftly dodged. 7-star step, Feng Xie called out, her feet moving swiftly, her figure leaving ghostly afterimages in the arena. Xiao Bin only saw a blur, suddenly surrounded by 7 figures. Wow, 7! His pupils contracted in shock. In his memory, Feng Xie's 7-star step was not as fast during their last sparring session. This time, it was nearly perfected. Boom! A heavy palm strike hit him from behind, and Xiao Bin had no time to react. His body flung out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Xiao Bin lay on the ground, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Seh, you've gotten even stronger. I can't even handle 20 moves now." Feng Xie quickly approached, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "No worries, just a superficial wound," Xiao Bin said, rubbing his chest as he sat up. Suddenly, he sighed. "If only old Lu were here, he knows medicine. Back in high school, he always helped us with injuries after sparring." Mentioning Lu Qing, a flicker of emotion crossed Feng Xie's eyes. She looked down, adjusting her clothes to hide her inner turmoil, softly agreeing. "Yes, those were good times." Xiao Bin's face showed regret. "It's such a pity. If it weren't for the trouble at old Lu's family, he definitely could have gotten into Martial Arts University. Now, who knows how he's doing. Without getting into Martial Arts University, we might not be in the same circle anymore." Feng Xie didn't respond to this, only quietly saying, "Let's call it a day. You should go to the infirmary and get checked." "All right," Xiao Bin said, dusting himself off and standing up with a limp. At that moment, Yang Nanan came running over excitedly, calling out to them, "Xia, Xiao Bin, I've got good news for you." "Xiyu, Xiao Bin, I've got some great news for you." Yang Nanan burst into the classroom, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Bin, rubbing his chest with a puzzled expression, looked up at her. What's the exciting news? He asked, pausing with a slight frown. Have you heard about the recent beast riots in the wild areas? We can't even leave the base, let alone gather resources. The school supplies are getting scarcer. Feng Shiyu, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. Yeah, a lot of students at our school have been complaining about it. With a mysterious smile, Yang Nan leaned closer to the two, lowering her voice. Hey, do you know why the beast riots are happening? Her secretive tone immediately grabbed their attention. The Marshal Hall just released a notice, Yang Nan continued, her eyes gleaming with excitement. It turns out that last month, two sixth-level Lord Beasts discovered a large amount of heaven and earth essence liquid on Baiyun Mountain. They fought to the death over territory and ended up perishing together. With the two lords gone, their 5th and 4th level minions started fighting for territory, causing this riot. Xiaobin waved dismissively, a hint of helplessness in his tone. What does that have to do with us? Forget 4th or 5th level beasts. We'd run for our lives if we encountered a 2nd level one. It's too dangerous out there. We shouldn't even consider going. Yang Nan rolled her eyes at him, her voice tinged with excitement. Do you know how many people are heading to Baiyun Mountain to explore? Major martial arts associations and independent martial artists have all gone. And, she elongated the word for emphasis. Our senior students have organized an exploration team and even invited 2 innate teachers to lead it. Feng Shiyu's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked, which 2 teachers? Professor Kai from the Swordsmanship Academy and Professor Su from the Close Combat Academy. Yang Nan proudly announced. Really? Xiaobin perked up, surprise and delight in his voice. Professor Kai is at the peak of the 4th rank, and Professor Su is in the late 4th rank. With them leading, unless we encounter a 5th level beast, we'll be absolutely safe. He jumped to his feet, slamming the table in excitement. Well, fortune favors the brave. Heaven and earth essence liquid is incredibly rare. I'm in. Yang Nan turned to Feng Shiyu, tugging at her arm playfully. Shiyu, didn't you just reach the peak of the 1st rank? You need heaven and earth essence liquid to refine your body. Xiaobin and I are also at the late 1st rank. This opportunity is really rare. Feng Shiyu pondered for a moment, recalling how Lu Qing failed to get into the Martial University because of unopened acupoints. Heaven and earth essence liquid is known to be extremely effective for refining the body and opening acupoints. If they could obtain it, it might help him. She softly agreed. I'm in. Great. Yang Nan jumped in excitement, her ponytail bouncing. We'll meet at the school gate at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning to set off. The scene shifts to Baiyun Mountain in the wild area. The sky is overcast, with fine rain draping the entire forest. The air is thick with dampness and the metallic scent of blood, while the distant roars and clashes of beasts send shivers down the spine. At the edge of a steep cliff, a dozen hooded figures in black stood like statues, their gaze coldly fixed on the horizon. 2 blue-robed stewards stood at the forefront, overlooking the entire Baiyun Mountain, as if waiting for something. One of the blue-robed stewards turned around, revealing none other than Tang Na, the Black Dragon Association leader previously slain by Bai Feng. Her striking, mixed heritage face exuded allure and ruthlessness, her long black hair gently swaying in the drizzle. Tang Na's voice carried a hint of impatience, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Why haven't we made a move yet? The other blue-robed steward turned his head, his features cold and his gaze sharp as a knife. The chief instructed us to target the students of the 3 major academies, not these ordinary martial artists. His voice was low and chilling, as if heralding an impending massacre. Tang, you were too reckless. Your sister's death was the price of your impulsive actions. Ming Steward's words cut through Tang Na like a sharp blade. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, and her eyes seethed with a tide of murderous intent. However, reason quickly took over, and she forced herself to calm down. Although Ming Steward had struck a nerve, she couldn't refute him. As a fellow blue-clad steward of the Beast sect, Ming Steward was already a 5th-grade master, highly valued by the chief. In contrast, she was only at the peak of the 4th grade, both in status and strength. She paled in comparison. The hierarchy of the Beast sect flashed through Tang Na's mind. 3rd-grade warriors were black-clad members, 4th and 5th grades were blue-clad stewards, equivalent to silver martial envoys of the Marshal Hall. The 6th-grade purple-clad chief was on par with the gold martial envoys of the Marshal Hall, while the 7th-grade red-clad bishop was as renowned as the elders of the Marshal Hall. As for the legendary pope, she had never seen him nor knew his level of power. A sense of unwillingness spiraled in her heart like a venomous snake, and Tang Na projected all her resentment onto Lu Qing. If it weren't for that damned boy, my identity wouldn't have been exposed, and my sister wouldn't have died, she roared internally. Ming Steward sneered, speaking with interest. His mechanical limbs are intriguing. Once this mission is over, I want to capture him myself and have some fun with him in the holy sect. Before he finished speaking, he turned to the group of black-clad members and ordered harshly, listen up, when the students from the 3 major academies arrive, leave no one alive. Yes, the black-clad members responded in unison, each revealing a bloodthirsty and twisted expression beneath their hoods, licking their lips. Time flew by, and 2 days later on the weekend, the sun shone brightly. Lu Qing, dressed in a black trench coat, tall and upright, arrived at the wellness center. Since the development of the nano-repair fluid, the wellness center had begun admitting inpatients, mostly military personnel, who had long fought in the wilderness. Whether external or internal injuries, a day or two of intravenous treatment could heal them completely. This miraculous healing effect once again astonished the entire 15th Marshal Hall branch. Lu Qing had installed the most basic, ordinary-grade Level 1 mechanical limbs for half of the 16 female students. Their involvement significantly eased the workload of Dr. Zhang and Su Ting, nearly quadrupling the daily income of the wellness center. Notably, Lu Qing discovered that Xiao Mo had a talent for mechanical metalwork, and he considered teaching her some basic mechanical surgery knowledge to share his workload. More importantly, the Han crystal iron that Elder Shah had purchased from the black market arrived last night. With 9 pieces in total, one more than budgeted. Lu Qing could finally start working on the level 3 armor he had longed to create. He quickly made his way to the operating room, locked the door behind him, and retrieved 8 pieces of level 3 metal Han crystal iron from his spatial ring, a smile of anticipation curling at his lips. Lu Qing stared at the materials before him. A piece of third-tier frost crystal iron, and over 30 pieces of secondary metals. The frost crystal iron had a deep, dark blue hue, its surface covered with intricate patterns, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the light. The other secondary metals each had their own unique characteristics. Some were silver-white like frost, while others emitted a faint golden glow, all exuding a distinctive metallic aura. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing picked up his specially designed tools and began meticulously engraving the metals. As he infused his energy into them, the metals gradually connected with his qi, slowly floating in the air. His hands moved like a conductor orchestrating a symphony of metals, seamlessly merging the different elements. As time ticked by, beads of sweat appeared on Lu Qing's forehead, yet his gaze remained as steadfast as iron. This was his first time crafting a third-tier machine, and there was no room for error. His hands worked tirelessly, focusing intently on every detail, as if he were one with the metals. As the sun set and dusk deepened, a sleek, black mechanical armor finally stood before Lu Qing. The lines of the armor were smooth, exuding a futuristic feel, with energy cores embedded in the shoulder and chest plates, emitting a faint blue glow in the dim light, like mysterious stars. Perfect quality. A flash of excitement gleamed in Lu Qing's eyes. To have crafted a perfect set of armor on his first attempt was remarkable. This armor not only provided an 80% boost in energy, but also offered unparalleled defensive capabilities. Against enemies below the 4th tier, it could almost guarantee no harm. Paired with the plank sky palm, it could even threaten innate masters. Lu Qing gently caressed the armor's surface, feeling its cool, smooth texture. The black iron metal had a stylish yet commanding presence, like a meticulously crafted piece of art. Since it's made of frost crystal iron, I'll call you Frost Iron Armor, he said with a satisfied smile, then waved his hand to store the armor in his spatial ring. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting Lu Qing's thoughts. The caller ID showed it was Captain Yuan Chong. Dr. Lu, where are you right now? Yuan Chong's voice was urgent. Lu Qing frowned slightly. What's going on, Captain Yuan? I'm working overtime at the healing shop. Great. Stay put. I'm on my way. There's an emergency patient who needs immediate surgical treatment. The call abruptly ended, leaving only the busy tone. Lu Qing was a bit taken aback and murmured to himself. An emergency patient? The night descended, and Lu Qing stood at the entrance of the clinic, waiting for something. A cool night breeze, carrying moisture, brushed against his face. In the distance, the roar of an engine grew louder, shattering the night's silence. A jeep sped towards him, its headlights piercing the darkness and illuminating Lu Qing's tense expression. The car door swung open, and Captain Yuan Chong jumped out, his face etched with urgency. He quickly turned and carefully carried a young man with a severed arm from the back seat. The man's face was as pale as paper, his lips tinged with an ominous purple, clearly in critical condition. Lu Qing froze, as if this scene triggered a memory. Before he could delve deeper, Yuan Chong's urgent shout interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Lu! Quickly! Lu Qing snapped back to reality, rushed forward, and took the injured man from Yuan Chong. He felt the man's faint breath against his ear, and his heart tightened. Captain Yuan, what happened? He asked while carefully adjusting his grip to avoid worsening the man's injuries. Yuan Chong took a deep breath and quickly explained. This is Kai Jinyu, a teacher from Xingqian Martial University, a peak 4th-rank expert. He has important information and must be saved immediately. Lu Qing furrowed his brow, quickly assessing the severity of the injuries. Captain Yuan, these injuries are serious. Please wait in the lounge while I take him to the operating room. Yuan Chong nodded and hurried to the lounge, his footsteps betraying his inner anxiety. Lu Qing carried Kai Jinyu swiftly into the operating room, locking the door behind him to ensure they wouldn't be disturbed. Inside the operating room, Lu Qing took a deep breath, feeling the exhaustion from a day of intense work. He retrieved a qi and blood pill from a space ring and swallowed it without hesitation. The warm energy spread through his body, slightly alleviating his fatigue. I'll have to push through, he thought, beginning the emergency treatment for Kai Jinyu. Lu Qing decided to use his remaining piece of third-grade cold iron to create a mechanical arm for Kai Jinyu, knowing that a second-grade prosthetic would be inadequate for a fourth-rank innate expert. After 4 tense hours of surgery, Lu Qing finally completed the treatment. Kai Jinyu slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he began to shout frantically, "The Marshal Hall! The Marshal Hall! Someone help!" However, when he realized he was in a dimly lit operating room and that his right arm had become a metallic one, he was momentarily stunned. Under the surgical light, the third-grade cold iron mechanical arm glowed with a faint blue hue. Its intricate joints and fine patterns shimmered with a technological brilliance. The cold metal surface exuded a slight chill, and the entire arm had a streamlined design, embodying a sense of powerful strength. Lu Qing approached the bed and calmly said, "You are safe now." Seeing Lu Qing in a white coat, Kai Jinyu realized he was out of danger. His eyes gradually cleared as he urgently said, "Doctor, quickly! I need to find the people from the Marshal Hall." Lu Qing smiled slightly. "Captain Yuan from the Marshal Hall is waiting outside for you. Follow me." With that, he turned and headed for the door. Kai Jinyu quickly jumped off the bed to follow Lu Qing, his movements somewhat awkward as he adjusted to the new mechanical arm. They arrived at the lounge door. Warm yellow light seeped through the crack, casting a comforting glow on the pale gray walls. Lu Qing reached out and pushed the door open with a click. Upon seeing Kai Jinyu enter, Yuan Chong immediately stood up from the sofa, his expression serious. "Mr. Kai, I'm Yuan Chong, captain of the second team of the Marshal Hall. Please, have a seat." Kai Jinyu slumped onto the sofa, his face pale and his body trembling slightly. He struggled to speak. "Captain Yuan, the incident at Baiyun Mountain was a trap set by the Beast sect. The news about the heavenly essence liquid was deliberately released by them to lure martial artists into the mountain." As he spoke, tears suddenly welled up, and his voice choked. "I watched my students get killed by them, and all I could do was run. I left those kids behind, even though I'm a fourth-grade innate." I. Kai Jinyu's voice grew hoarse, and he gritted his teeth, his whole body shaking with sobs. Yuan Chong maintained a serious expression, patting Kai Jinyu's shoulder. "The Beast sect again. You, as a peak fourth grade, couldn't even put up a fight." Kai Jinyu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his face filled with murderous intent and anger. It was a fifth grade, a blue-clad deacon. That person could transform into a 5-meter werewolf, and he bit off my arm. Another teacher stayed behind to cover my escape and report back. She chose to fight them alone. Yuan Chong's face darkened. He didn't need Kai Jinyu to continue to imagine the teacher's fate. "This is a serious matter. I must report it to the higher-ups immediately." He took out his phone and quickly walked outside. Nearby, Lu Qing sat in a chair, popping several qi and blood pills before he felt somewhat recovered. He glanced at Kai Jinyu's new third-grade mechanical arm, calculating the surgery cost in his mind, but given the current atmosphere, he hesitated to speak. 10 minutes later, Jiang Qi and by phone quickly arrived at the wellness center entrance. Jiang Qi got straight to the point. "I've informed Jiang Jinsher of the situation. He's ordered all 6 squads of the inspection department to mobilize, with 3 squads from the enforcement department to assist. We're heading to Baiyun Mountain immediately to rescue all survivors and capture all Beast sect members." Kai Jinyu paused, still looking worried as he spoke. "Silver Envoy, considering there's already a 5th-grade blue-clad involved, could there be a purple-clad chief behind this?" Jiang Qi calmly responded, "No need to worry. Jiang Jinsher will return tonight, and if necessary, he'll personally go to Baiyun Mountain." Jiang Jinsher. Is he the sword gentleman, one of the 4 great nobles of the Marshal Hall? Kai Jinyu's eyes lit up. Jiang Qi nodded in confirmation, and Kai Jinyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if it was the best news he'd heard in the past 2 days and nights. "Since there's no issue, let's move out," Jiang Qi ordered. Lu Qing thoughtfully opened the car door for everyone, eager to get some rest. He felt utterly exhausted, silently lamenting that young people really need to pace themselves. "Lu Qing, ride with by phone." Jiang Qi suddenly called out. "Oh, and Jiang Jinsher said you're to join this operation." Lu Qing's expression froze. "When I signed the contract, wasn't it agreed that I wouldn't have to go on missions? The lies of capitalists. What a Marshal Hall, what a sword gentleman, even daring to draw me in." Jiang Qi added. Jiang Jinsher also mentioned that this mission will benefit you, promising it could help you break through to the 2nd grade. Before he finished speaking, Lu Qing was already in the back seat. "Drive. 2nd grade? Why didn't you say so earlier? Breaking through to the second grade means I can create more advanced mechanical limbs. It's just over time, no big deal. Mount Baiyun was shrouded in darkness, the night as black as ink. Thick clouds obscured the moonlight, casting shadows over the mountains. Dozens of black-clad disciples from the Hundred Beasts sect roamed the mountains like phantoms, their presence chilling and ominous. These disciples, all at the peak of the third rank, had fused with the power of fierce beasts, making it nearly impossible for anyone entering the mountains to survive. Not only students from the three major academies, but even seasoned martial artists who ventured into the mountains met a grim fate, their lives becoming resources for the sect to harvest the essence of the world. Deep within the forest, a group of young students huddled together, trembling with fear. One of them, voice quivering with a hint of a sob, cried out, "Don't come any closer." Before them stood a man in a blue robe, his gaze playful as he surveyed the students like lambs to the slaughter. This man was none other than Ming, a deacon of the Hundred Beasts sect. A senior student stepped forward, shielding his juniors with a resolute look in his eyes. "Run? I'll hold him off," he said in a firm voice. Xiaobin clenched his jaw, fists tight, his voice unwavering. "Senior, if we're doing this, we do it together." Among the students, this senior was the strongest, at the peak of the second rank, while the others were only at the first rank. Yet to Ming, whether first or second rank, they were nothing more than ants, indistinguishable from each other. Ming's gaze turned fierce, and with a swift motion, a gust of wind surged toward the senior student's vital spot. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar shattered the night sky. "How dare you? Leave my students alone." The air seemed to tear apart, as a figure swept in with the force of a storm. Ming's instincts screamed danger as he spun around to see Kai Jinyu, wielding a Tang sword, his right arm a gleaming mechanical appendage. This mechanical arm, forged from dark metal, featured intricately interlocking gears at the joints, its design sleek and powerful. In the darkness, it reflected a cold, eerie light, the fingers dexterously gripping the sword, tips glinting sharply, ready to cut through any obstacle. Slash! Kai Jinyu's shout was filled with unbridled fury and a burning desire for vengeance. With a blood force exceeding 80,000 calories, augmented by 35 through the mechanical arm, his power surged past 100,000, reaching the level of the innate fifth rank. Ming's pupils contracted, a flash of terror crossing his face. Without hesitation, he unleashed his beast form, transforming into a towering werewolf over 5 meters tall. His muscles bulged, for standing like steel needles, eyes blood red, fangs bared, exuding a suffocating aura of savagery. Crack! The Tang sword descended with the force of a thunderbolt, carrying all of Kai Jinyu's strength and hatred. Howl! A massive werewolf arm flew skyward, tracing a mournful arc. Ming let out a roar of pain and fury, his voice a beastly wail that made the forest tremble. Staring incredulously at Kai Jinyu's mechanical arm, he choked out, "Your injury, mechanical limb." Slash again. Kai Jinyu's voice was as cold as a death sentence. He offered no respite, thinking to himself, "The opponent is at the early 5th rank. Now that I can unleash 5th rank power, I must seize the moment and kill him." Buzz! The sword flashed once more, its terrifying power twisted the very air, unstoppable as it cleaved toward Ming. Deacon Ming's heart sounded an alarm, and the shadow of death enveloped him instantly. Without hesitation, he unleashed the secret blood-burning technique, rapidly elevating his cultivation by a small realm, his aura erupting like a volcano. Yet, Kai Jinyu's movements did not falter, as if he was pouring all his life's learning into that single strike. "Today, even if it costs me my cultivation, I will cut you down with my blade." Kai Jinyu growled, his voice filled with determination. Bang! 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 7-star step. Celestial secret technique. Flowing light shadow slash. A series of explosive sounds followed as Kai Jinyu's formidable aura burst forth, his energy surging like a tidal wave. In an instant, the world seemed to echo only with the sharp whistle of a blade slicing through the air. One strike. Deacon Ming's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. With a crunching sound, a large wolf's head fell to the ground, eyes wide open, unwilling to rest in peace. Thud! Kai Jinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as his cultivation plummeted to the 3rd grade. He turned with difficulty to look at his students, a relieved smile appearing on his face before he collapsed heavily to the ground. "Mr. Kai!" The students cried out, rushing to surround Kai Jinyu. Feng Xie quickly felt his wrist, detecting his weak pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Mr. Kai is just severely exhausted, but he's not in any life-threatening danger. Hearing this, everyone's heart finally settled. Their gazes inevitably fell on Kai Jinyu's chilling mechanical right arm, their faces marked with astonishment. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, 7 or 8 students huddled together, fear gripping them. "Can we really get out of here alive? Even someone as strong as Mr. Su is dead. What can we do?" One student whispered in despair. Mr. Kai will definitely come to rescue us. We can't give up. Another student tried to encourage them. What if Mr. Kai also meets the same fate? A heavy sense of oppression loomed over them all. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as a shadowy figure appeared at the cave entrance, excitement gleaming beneath a sinister hood. The students trembled like frightened birds. Young Nan gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and clenched her fists, urging, "Let's all go together. There are more of us. We might as well fight." Yet no one responded, fear having seized their hearts. The black-clad cultist sneered, pointing at young Nan. "Whoever kills her, I'll let them leave. Ha ha ha." The student's eyes flickered with complex emotions. Suddenly, a senior student lunged at young Nan with a ferocious glare. Young Nan stood frozen, unable to believe that the usually kind senior would do such a thing. In a flash, a sharp, black spider leg pierced through the senior's abdomen. "Eh!" Blood splattered as a piercing scream filled the cave. The black-clad cultist laughed menacingly as 6 shadowy limbs emerged from behind, casting an ominous shadow over everyone. "Ha ha ha, I was lying. You're all going to be my nourishment. Not a chance." With an angry shout, Susu charged into the cave like a whirlwind, delivering a powerful punch to the cultist's face, forcing him back several steps. Behind her, Su Sanqing and Zhou Man quickly followed, forming a triangle around the cultist, trapping him. The cultist's expression changed dramatically as he scanned the three with a dark gaze, muttering, "3 third grades. Are they from the Marshal Hall?" The students trapped in the cave, seeing this, showed expressions of joy as if they had been granted a new lease on life. At that moment, a young man with black hair, dressed in casual black attire, quietly entered the cave. It was Lu Qing, who, as an auxiliary and non-combatant, was both necessary and the safest choice to appear last. The students inside the cave were instantly abuzz, especially young Nan, who was filled with shock and disbelief. "Is it him?" she thought to herself. Lu Qing's eyes were sharp as he directly fixed his gaze on the black-clad cultist. He calmly spoke. "His weak spot is 3 inches below the left abdomen." "Got it," Su Sanqing responded, lightly pushing his glasses with his finger as he quickly devised the most effective strategic plan in his mind. Su took the lead in attacking, her fists raining down like a storm, forcing the cultist to retreat step by step. Zhou Man seized opportunities to strike from the flanks, relieving the pressure on Su. Su Sanqing drew 2 specially crafted pistols from his waist, providing long-range suppression while continuously adjusting the team's coordination and attack rhythm. The 3 worked in perfect harmony, quickly driving the third-grade peak cultist into a corner. Finally, Su spotted an opening and delivered a heavy punch to the opponent's heart, killing him instantly. Fourth one, Su Sanqing quickly searched the cultist's body and found a bottle of heaven and earth essence. A hint of delight flashed in his eyes as he swiftly stored it in his spatial ring. Meanwhile, Lu Qing approached the group of students from Xingqian Martial University. His gaze swept over them before unexpectedly settling on a girl. "Young Nan," he called out. "Present," she replied, clearly taken aback, but quickly responded, standing up immediately. She was in a daze as she watched Lu Qing approach her. Lu Qing smiled slightly and handed her a piece of paper. "This is a hand-drawn map. The path is cleared, and you can safely descend the mountain." Hearing this, the students erupted into cheers. "Great! We don't have to die. We're finally saved." Some students were secretly surprised, amazed that young Nan knew a Marshal Hall enforcer. Once the students were safely on their way, Lu Qing, Su, Zhou Man, and Su Sanqing continued their search and rescue mission up the mountain. Su patted Lu Qing's shoulder proudly and laughed. "Director Lu, impressive. You saw through their weak spot in one glance. We left the other teams in the dust." Zhou Man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Team leader Yuan said the team with the best performance this time not only gets a bonus, but also a portion of heaven and earth essence for each member. "If only team leader Yuan were with us, we'd definitely take the top spot," Su added. Su Sanqing pushed his glasses and dampened their enthusiasm. "Don't dream too big. Since team leader Yuan got a mechanical arm, his combat power is measured on a whole different level. For these low-risk missions, it's just us 3 sticking together." Then he turned to Lu Qing. "You made a good haul this time. Heaven and earth essence is a rare body tempering treasure. If you exchange some merit for an advanced body tempering technique, you might open up to 18 apertures when you break through to the 2nd grade." Lu Qing wasn't pleased to hear this. He thought, "What does that mean?" Jiang Yin said Bai Feng opened 20 apertures, and the god of wealth opened 28. "Who are you looking down on?" Outwardly, he casually asked. "I heard Bai Feng Yin opened 20 apertures." Su Sanqing nodded, explaining, "Bai Yin is an exception, a genius. For normal people, opening 18 apertures with an advanced body tempering technique is the limit." Lu Qing thought to himself. Then the god of wealth opening 28 apertures must be a monster. "Who cares? Charge, charge, charge. Anyone who blocks me dies." Su charged ahead like a wild horse let loose. Lu Qing glanced at her, thinking, "I have to admit, There's something different about those freshly out of school. Be careful. If we alert the blue-clad of the 100 Beast sect, it'll be trouble, Su Sanqing warned. Su scoffed dismissively. I don't believe our luck is that bad. Just as she finished speaking, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept towards the four of them. The surrounding trees snapped, and debris filled the air. The wind was so powerful, like the force of a mountain or sea, that even the third-grade martial artists like Su nearly lost their footing. Lu Qing was almost blown away, but Zhou Man caught him just in time. As the wind subsided, a man in a purple robe emerged from the dim night. Phew, at least it's not a blue-clad chief, Su sighed in relief. But before she could finish, Su Sanqing clamped a hand over her mouth, his expression grave. He's the 6th-grade, purple-clad chief of the 100 Beast sect. Lu Qing was utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, have I just stumbled upon a boss fight? He recalled what Teacher Kai had mentioned about them encountering a mere 5th-rank blue-robed figure who had easily defeated 2 innate fighters. And now, a purple-robed chief had appeared? Inwardly, Lu Qing cursed. All right, so this is how it's going to be. Su Sanqing lowered his voice and asked, did you send the request for reinforcements? Zhou Man only responded with a soft, her eyes filled with tension. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive, as if the air itself had solidified. The gaze of the purple-robed man bypassed Zhou Man and the others, fixing directly on Lu Qing. His voice was eerily androgynous as he spoke. So you're the one Donna mentioned, little brat. Lu Qing was startled, his mind racing with countless questions. Damn, is this guy here for me? The purple-robed man flashed a sinister smile and continued. Don't be surprised. I admire your skills. Why not come back to the holy sect with me, and we can explore them further? At this critical moment, a cold, detached voice echoed from the sky, as if descending from the heavens. You won't take him. Let the red robe come. The purple-robed man's expression changed dramatically, fury blazing in his eyes as he shouted. How dare you? Who is so arrogant? Before he could finish, a mature and handsome young man arrived, riding a sword. He appeared to be about 25 or 26, dressed in a white suit that fluttered in the breeze. The jade-like green sword beneath him radiated a sharp, yet gentle brilliance. The young man had chiseled features, exuding an aura of sharpness, like a noble scion from ancient times, aloof as if indifferent to all. Jiang Jun. The purple-robed man snarled, his eyes, hidden beneath his hood, gradually filled with apprehension. Yet he forced himself to say, we're both at the peak of the 6th rank. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just as he finished speaking, the purple-robed man unleashed all his 6th-rank power. He used a blood-burning secret technique, and a pair of massive black wings emerged from his back, filled with a desperate frenzy to fight. Jiang Jun. Today, I'll see if you, the top genius of the Marshal Hall, are truly as invincible as they say. The black wings on his back suddenly quivered, seemingly poised to attack, but it was merely a feint. He turned to flee, with only one thought in his mind. Escape. Jiang Jun remained calm, lightly flicking his fingers, sending 3 more jade swords flying from his spatial ring. Go, he said softly. The first 2 swords shot out like lightning, precisely severing the purple-robed man's wings. The third sword mercilessly pierced through his chest. Ugh! The purple-robed man let out a muffled groan as he fell from the sky. Yet, stubbornly, he climbed to his feet, eyes bloodshot. Though his chest was pierced, he forced himself to use a secret technique. Blood spurted wildly, his power soaring to its peak. In an instant, he merged with a gust of wind and vanished. Jiang Jun's expression remained unchanged. He descended gracefully, retrieving his 4 flying swords. Zhou Man, Su, and Su Sanqing immediately stepped forward, respectfully saluting. Subordinates greet the golden envoy Jiang. Jiang Jun gave a slight nod, his gaze shifting to Lu Qing. Lu Qing was momentarily stunned but quickly clasped his hands and said, Subordinate Lu Qing greets the golden envoy Jiang. Your prowess is unparalleled, a paragon of virtue and martial skill, destined to unify the martial world for ages to come. Jiang Jun was taken aback for a moment, then gave another nod, this time a bit longer. Jian Gongzi spoke calmly. Outside, I don't appreciate subordinates who flatter. Do it less in the future. Lu Qing understood immediately and responded, got it. So, does that mean it's okay when no one's around? The 3 others stood there, stunned by the exchange. Jiang Jun turned to them, his voice calm and authoritative. The 3 of you, continue with your tasks. Lu Qing will stay with me. Also, remember, I wasn't here tonight. Yes, Su Sanqing and the others replied in unison, nodding respectfully. Lu Qing hadn't fully grasped the situation when Jiang Jun turned and began walking up the mountain. He hurried to catch up, curiously asking, Jiang Jinshi, where are we going? He thought to himself, the benefits promised by the god of wealth must have been part of a plan all along. Recalling how Jiang Jinshi had appeared just in time when he encountered the chief of the 100 Beast sect, it seemed too coincidental. Maybe Jiang Jinshi had been back for a while, secretly following him. But what was his real purpose? Jiang Jun kept his gaze forward, his voice cool. Taking you for body refining. Body refining? Lu Qing was surprised. I thought the reward for first place in performance was the heaven and earth essence liquid. He had assumed that was the benefit being referred to. Too slow, Jiang Jun suddenly said. What? Lu Qing's thoughts were interrupted. At this moment, Jiang Jun summoned a flying sword. The sword was 3 feet long, jade-like in color, emitting a faint spiritual light. Get on, he ordered succinctly. Lu Qing took a glance and obediently jumped onto the sword. Jiang Jun followed, standing steadily at the sword's tip. The sword soared into the sky with great speed, creating a gust of wind. Standing on the flying sword, Lu Qing felt the wind rushing past his ears as the scenery rapidly receded. The experience of flying on a sword was both thrilling and novel to him. This flying sword is amazing, Jiang Jin sure. It's so fast. Lu Qing couldn't help but praise. Jiang Jun's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. It's forged from azure dragon jade, and there are only 9 in Daxia. Lu Qing's eyes flashed with envy. I saw you used 4 just now. Who has the remaining 5? Jiang Jun lifted the finger wearing a space ring. Also with me. Ah. Lu Qing could only continue with his compliments. Jiang Jin sure is indeed impressive. As they say, a hero deserves a fine sword. Truly a paragon. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Jiang Jun's lips. You're not bad yourself. Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised. You're too kind. Jiang Jun calmly added. I meant you're quite good at flattery. The flying sword weaved through the clouds, and Lu Qing felt the exhilarating rush of the wind. The dark clouds of the night floated by, sometimes beside him, sometimes rolling beneath his feet, as if he could reach out and touch the starry sky. Gradually, the outline of the white cloud mountain peak emerged from the sea of clouds. It was a vast platform, surrounded by dense forest, quiet and serene. The flying sword descended gently onto the mountaintop, with Jiang Jun standing steadily at its tip, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the surroundings. Lu Qing followed closely, jumping off the sword onto the solid rock. What is this? He exclaimed, eyes widening. 2 massive beast corpses lay on the mountaintop platform, each towering 20 meters high and over 10 meters long, akin to 2 collapsed 6-story buildings, enough to terrify a child. Using his mystical eye, Lu Qing discovered they were both 6th-tier lord beasts, the crimson feather lion and the sky poison scorpion. Both beasts were covered in wounds, clearly having fought each other to mutual destruction. With a wave of Jiang Jun's hand, a gust of wind swept the corpses aside, revealing a pool the size of half a basketball court. The pool's water was milky white, exuding a faint fresh scent. Merely inhaling the scent made Lu Qing's blood surge, more potent than any drug. Beside him, Jian Gongzi spoke lightly. Your benefit, the original pool of heaven and earth essence liquid. The pool was enveloped in a misty vapor, the spiritual energy so dense it almost took on a physical form. Lu Qing stood by the edge, taking a deep breath, feeling a refreshing stream rush through his nasal cavity straight to his mind, causing every pore in his body to open up instantly. He could feel the energy within him boiling like a pot of water, a sensation both novel and exhilarating. Turning to Jiang Jun beside him, Lu Qing's eyes shone with anticipation and a hint of doubt. Jiang Jun, you want me to temper my body with this heavenly essence? His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the milky pool. The concentration of essence here is exponentially greater than that in the mountains below. It even attracted 2 lord-level beasts to fight over it. Its value must be immeasurable. Jiang Jun stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly, his tone still calm. That's correct. He explained succinctly. Baiyun Mountain was originally the territory of the heavenly poison scorpion, and the lion was brought by the 100 Beast sect to lure warriors up the mountain. With that, he flicked his fingers, and a flash of light sent a high-level body tempering manual flying towards Lu Qing. This is the advanced body tempering technique you need, Jiang Jun added. Combined with the heavenly essence, the effect will be excellent. You can make a breakthrough right here. Lu Qing caught the manual, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He eagerly turned his attention back to the milky liquid, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Quickly shedding his clothes, he leaped into the pool. Despite the chill of the night, Lu Qing felt no cold. Instead, his body was soon engulfed by a burning sensation. An indescribable pain shot through him, as if countless tiny needles danced on his skin, or as though he were being scorched by flames. Lu Qing couldn't help but gasp, his face turning pale, his muscles tensing almost to the point of cramping. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. He knew this was the essence purifying his body. Through observation, Lu Qing had realized that the original owner's martial arts aptitude was quite good, coupled with diligence, reaching 100 units of energy at the high school stage. Unfortunately, his physical constitution was a drawback. During apprenticeship, opening 4 apertures was his limit, the main reason he lagged behind others. Now, undergoing body tempering for the first time, he was bound to experience some pain. cleansing, and rebirth. Lu Qing began to operate the body tempering technique, following the prescribed routes to guide the essence's power to impact the blocked apertures within him. Boom! The first aperture burst open, and a surge of energy rushed in. Lu Qing felt a shock throughout his body, as if freed from some constraint, making him feel lighter and stronger. He didn't dare to relax, continuing to impact the next aperture. Boom! 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 Continuous muffled explosions echoed within him as one aperture after another was opened. Lu Qing's body underwent drastic changes. His muscles became more solid, bones more resilient, and skin turned translucent, emitting a soft glow. The essence's power continuously flowed into him, nourishing his organs, strengthening his meridians and vessels, enhancing his physical attributes at an astonishing pace. Time passed by, and Lu Qing was completely immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to the outside world, focused only on the circulating technique and surging energy within him. When the 24th aperture opened, he felt his body's capacity reach its limit. A powerful aura erupted from within him, soaring skyward, dispersing the surrounding mist. Lu Qing clenched his fists, feeling as though his body was about to burst. The 24 acupoints within him throbbed with a dull pain. Although he couldn't match Jiang Jun, he had far surpassed by Feng. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surge of energy coursing through him. It's time for a breakthrough, Lu Qing mused to himself. Suddenly, his whole body shuddered as a thunderous roar like that of a roaring tiger or leopard erupted from within. At that moment, he broke through to the realm of a second-grade warrior, with all 24 acupoints fully opened. Lu Qing's heart surged with excitement, as the number of acupoints indicated the speed of cultivation. He had finally entered the ranks of the prodigious. Reflecting on his previously snail-paced progress, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel emotional. Now, the energy within him flowed like a mighty river, no longer the gentle trickle it once was. The effects of the heaven and earth essence were indeed beyond imagination. This adventure had been well worth it. Fortune God, I love you. Lu Qing silently thanked Jiang Jun. He stood up from the pool, his skin emanating a faint glow, exuding a powerful beauty. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing felt completely refreshed, brimming with energy, as if he had boundless strength. As he emerged from the water, mist rose around him. Looking around, Lu Qing noticed Jiang Jun had already left, and the bodies of the two Lord-level beasts were nowhere to be seen. His gaze fell on the remaining heaven and earth essence, and he had an idea. This is valuable stuff. It can't be wasted. With a thought, Lu Qing's space ring flashed, and the essence in the pool was absorbed like a whale swallowing water. At this moment, the sky was turning light, with dawn approaching. Lu Qing took out his phone, the screen lighting up to reveal a message from Jiang Qi. Rescue mission complete. Everyone retreat. Meanwhile, at the foot of Baiyun Mountain, the surviving students supported each other, their faces filled with relief. Yang Nannan spotted Xiao Bin and Feng Xie returning safely and immediately ran to her friend Feng Xie, embracing her tightly. Xie, you're okay? That's such a relief. Yang Nannan said excitedly. Xiao Bin sighed beside them. That was terrifying. What a load of nonsense about opportunities. I don't believe in it anymore. There's no such thing as free lunch. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Feng Xie nodded, but a hint of regret flashed in her eyes, clearly disappointed at not obtaining the heaven and earth essence. Supported by Xiao Bin, Kai Jinyu approached Jiang Qi and bowed respectfully. Thank you to everyone at the Marshal Hall for your assistance. Star Marshal University is deeply grateful. Jiang Qi nodded slightly and replied calmly. No need to thank us, Mr. Kai. The 100 Beasts cult clearly had ulterior motives, reminding us to be more vigilant. Jiang Qi then scanned the crowd, asking Yuan Chong in a serious tone, is everyone accounted for? Yuan Chong's mechanical arm was fully exposed, still warm from the night's battle, slowly cooling in the morning breeze. He replied, the silver emissary is still pursuing a member of the 100 Beasts cult in blue. Also, Lu Qing hasn't come down the mountain yet. Jiang Qi's brow furrowed slightly, his expression somewhat concerned, as he raised an eyebrow and asked, are you sure that's not a problem? Yuan Chong pondered for a moment and explained, the remaining forces of the 100 Beasts cult are no longer a threat. Those who could escape have fled, so Lu Qing shouldn't be in danger. Jiang Qi glanced at him, a hint of worry in his voice. I meant by Feng acting alone, are you sure that's not a problem? Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest of Baiyun Mountain, Bai Feng was sprinting rapidly through the air. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, muttering in confusion. Strange, it should have been this direction. In another direction within the forest, Tang Na was fleeing awkwardly. Her blue robe was tattered, revealing gruesome wounds, bleeding profusely. Her body was covered with scars as if torn by the air, her face as pale as paper, her breathing ragged like a bellows. Tang Na's eyes burned with endless hatred and resentment as she growled through gritted teeth. Bai Feng. In the dense forest, Donna staggered away, dragging her broken body. The people from the Marshal Temple had surrounded Baiyun Mountain, and she had to escape before dawn. The news of Steward Ming's downfall and the retreat of the purple-clad lord shattered her last hope. From the moment her identity was exposed at Base 15, she became a pawn, with her life and death in her own hands. Donna's blue robe was in tatters, its fragments fluttering like butterflies, revealing vast areas of her pale skin. Blood gushed from the wound on her waist, trickling down her long legs and staining the grass and trees along the way with a sinister red. She bit her lip hard, her mixed blood face as pale as paper, her delicate features contorted with pain, and her once enchanting eyes now filled with terror and despair. Every step she took tugged at her wounds, causing excruciating pain. Sweat mixed with blood, making her chest heave violently, each breath accompanied by a broken wheeze. Donna realized she needed to adjust her breathing, or she wouldn't be able to continue fleeing. She spotted a winding creek, the clear water reflecting her disheveled figure. Donna pulled back her hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful mixed-blood face, and struggled to crawl to the creek. Ignoring everything else, she lay down and gulped the icy water, slightly easing the burning sensation within her. Realizing she needed rest and healing, Donna propped herself up against a cold rock. She tried to channel the remaining energy within her to heal her wounds. However, the injuries were too severe, and her energy circulation became sluggish. The beastly body that once gave her immense power was now backfiring against her. At that moment, a figure silently appeared in the forest. It was Lu Qing, coming down the mountain. He was dumbfounded at the sight, thinking to himself, "What the? Isn't she supposed to be dead?" Lu Qing immediately activated his divine eye to scan, surprised to find that this woman's information was completely different from before. The Donna who had merged with the shadow bat was now a demon wing bat. She was a completely different beast, and Lu Qing was certain she was not the same person. Damn, this crazy woman isn't dead. Lu Qing's mind was on high alert. No way, if she's alive, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Noticing her aura had dropped to a lower level, a cold glint flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. This is my chance. Take her down. With a thought, Lu Qing retrieved a level 3 cold iron armor from his spatial ring. The armor, black as ink, gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, thick and sturdy. Following his command, the armor automatically covered his body, encasing him in cold steel, like a steel war god. His energy surged by 80, reaching 900 calories. Raging bull force, Lu Qing once again deployed his martial arts, his energy boiling like a roaring river, emitting a thunderous roar. His energy surged another 10, reaching 990 calories. A powerful force surged through his limbs, making Lu Qing feel an endless power, as if a terrifying giant beast had awakened within him. Push-up heavenly palm. He took a deep breath and began doing push-ups. The energy on the armor's surface condensed into a tangible form, like boiling blood-red steam. All his strength seemed to be focused into this one palm, his energy value skyrocketing. This palm, 9,900 calories. Dead. Lu Qing suddenly exerted force under his feet, causing the ground to shatter instantly and form a massive crater. His figure vanished like a flash of lightning, and in the next moment, a jet-black mech warrior transformed into a terrifying killing machine, with leaves swirling in the howling wind. Donna was meditating to heal her wounds when she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine as a strong sense of danger surged over her. She snapped her eyes open, pupils dilating, only to see a metallic hand rapidly enlarging, blood and energy surging, exuding a terrifying pressure. Danger! Her mind screamed alarms. Unable to continue healing, Donna mustered all her internal energy, and suddenly, a pair of bat wings unfurled from her back. Her eyes turned blood-red, roaring like a raging beast. Huh! Boom! Lu Qing's devastating strike came crashing down like a meteor, instantly shredding Donna's black wings and slamming into her back. The terrifying force erupted like a volcano, obliterating everything in its path. Donna let out a scream, flying backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily into a towering tree. Ugh! Donna spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the grass in front of her. She struggled to stand but found her bones shattered, the excruciating pain nearly causing her to faint. With great difficulty, she lifted her head to see a figure clad in jet-black mech armor, exuding an overwhelming oppressive aura. Donna was overwhelmed with shock and fear. The attacker was a mech warrior. How could this be possible? Could it be? The black mech warrior paused, thinking, still not dead? It seems the gap in levels is too vast. For a second-rank warrior to kill an innate one, even a severely injured innate, is no easy feat. After suffering the powerful strike, Donna's already recovering injuries worsened. Her breath was chaotic, her body pushed beyond its limits. Any second-rank warrior could easily take her life now. Escape. Donna gritted her teeth, mustering all her strength, and her figure turned into a shadow, fleeing at high speed. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow at the sight. After breaking through to the second rank, his physique had significantly improved, his vitality more abundant. Now he could unleash his powerful strike twice, transforming from a 5-second man to a 10-second man. He exerted force under his feet again, and the mech emitted a sizzling mechanical sound as it moved. Bang! His whole being shot out like a black cannonball. Tap, tap, tap. The urgent footsteps approached rapidly. What? Donna's green eyes flashed with shock. The black mech warrior was closing in at an incredible speed, making escape impossible. Boom! Another punch came crashing down. Donna quickly flipped over, raising her arms to block, but the immense impact numbed her arms, and blood spilled from her mouth once more. Her voice trembled, filled with confusion and reluctance. Who? Who are you? Lu Qing did not answer, continuing his relentless pursuit. The heavy black iron mech stomped on the ground, leaving deep grooves. A cold, metallic voice emanated from within the mech. Die. The air was thick with an intense, killing intent. What kind of monster is this? Donna's emerald eyes widened in shock, her pupils trembling intensely. The mechanical warrior before her appeared as an emotionless killing machine, its energy and aggression surpassing that of any ordinary martial artist. A chill ran through Donna's heart as she recalled the blow she had just received. In the past, she could have easily deflected it, but now, having fallen from her innate realm, she was no match. It seemed her opponent had sensed her vulnerability and precisely targeted this fatal weakness. Earth-level martial arts. Who are you? Donna asked, her gaze complex and filled with both caution and fear. Earth-level, you guessed right. Came a cold laugh from within the mech. But there's no reward. Prepare to meet your end. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the cold iron mech shot forward like a sharp sword. Its metal feet stomped the ground with a piercing roar, the entire machine transforming into a steel beast descending upon Donna. Wait. Donna barely evaded the deadly strike, her face drained of color. Desperation overrode her pride as she pleaded sharply. If you spare me, I'll agree to any terms. Money, resources, even myself, everything can be yours. Though she couldn't clearly hear his voice, she could tell it was a man's. Donna desperately tried to demonstrate her value, her voluptuous body trembling slightly, her emerald eyes full of pleading. She didn't want to die. She was fighting with everything she had to survive. Yet the only response she received was an even more chilling intent to kill. The second punch. Strike while the iron is hot. Kill. Lu Qing shouted fiercely, revealing all his hidden cards today, determined to leave Donna in no chance of survival. The cold iron mech became a black blur, charging with unstoppable force. Boom. Donna's eyes were bloodshot, knowing she couldn't escape death today. In that split second, she desperately summoned the remaining energy within her, attempting one last struggle. But she was too weak. Even a second-tier martial artist could easily end her life now. Bang! Lu Qing's fist came down with the terrifying power of the mech. Donna tasted blood in her throat as the immense force sent her flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting wildly. Her internal organs seemed to shift, pain instantly flooding her entire body, her consciousness gradually fading. In a daze, long-buried memories surged like a tide. She felt as if she had returned to her distant childhood. Born as Karina on the Western continent, she once had a happy family. Her father's broad shoulders and her mother's gentle smile were the warmest harbors of her childhood. But all this happiness abruptly ended when she was 10. A group of vicious underground fighters broke into their home, and her parents were brutally murdered before her eyes. She and her sister witnessed this bloody scene, the floor stained with blood, forever marking their childhood. The sisters, treated as mere commodities, were eventually sold to base 15 in Daxia. At 14, the twin sisters had tasted the harshest cruelties of life. They were confined in a dark, sunless basement, living a life worse than animals. To survive, they were forced to sell their bodies in filthy clubs, enduring endless humiliation and torment. For 2 long years, there was no reward, no dignity, only endless beatings and hunger. To Tang Na and her sister, it was like living in hell. Every day, they teetered on the brink of despair. Tang Na contemplated ending her life countless times, only to pull back at the last moment. Then, when she turned 16, the wheel of fate began to turn. They met a man from the Beast sect who gave them a new life and a shared name, Tang Na. From then on, they became one, serving as each other's surrogate, undertaking the most dangerous undercover missions. On the path of the Beast warriors, the sisters displayed extraordinary talent. They quickly rose to become innate fighters and were appointed as deacons of the Beast sect. Fueled by the flames of revenge, they personally killed the club owner and established the Emperor Club, founding the Black Dragon Association. However, this power brought no sense of security, only endless hatred. They began to resent women with happy families. Why do they get to live comfortably? Tang Na seethed. No, they all deserve to die. They should suffer the dirtiest of hardships like my sister and me. Under the night sky, Tang Na's anguished screams echoed. Her voice was hoarse, like the wails of a dying beast, filled with bitterness and resentment. Her green eyes were bloodshot, and her once enchanting face was twisted into a terrifying snarl. She trembled violently, as a fierce and evil aura erupted from within her, shredding her tattered clothes and revealing scarred skin. Then, a horrifying transformation took place. The flesh on her back writhed, sprouting huge black wings with bat-like membranes, emitting a nauseating stench. Simultaneously, sharp fangs grew from her mouth, gleaming with a cold light, while her limbs swelled, and her nails extended into razor-sharp claws. Holy crap, this woman's gone mad. Lu Qing's pupils contracted as alarm bells rang in his mind. Without hesitation, he activated the blood energy amplification defense system of his cold iron armor, which was immediately enveloped in a faint blood-red glow. Roar! Tang Na let out a beastly roar and launched herself at Lu Qing like an arrow. Her speed and power far surpassed before, enveloped in a murderous intent that seemed to want to tear everything in sight to shreds. Bang! A loud crash. Tang Na's claws struck Lu Qing's chest with immense force. Despite the cold iron armor's protection, Lu Qing felt a mighty force crashing into him, as if his bones were about to shatter. Agonizing pains surged through his body, sending him flying back over 100 meters before he crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The cold iron armor on Lu Qing's chest was torn open, sparking and crackling with electricity. Struggling to his feet, his chest burned with pain. Looking up, he saw Tang Na approaching, each step like a hammer on his heart, suffocating him. Damn, crazy woman, Lu Qing muttered, his eyes trembling. I've got to risk it. One more burst of the push-up sky palm. However, at that critical moment, the sun rose, awakening the silence of the night. Tang Na suddenly halted, her body swaying, a look of relief crossing her face. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless, her crimson eyes fixed on the western horizon. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. A long sigh emerged from within the cold iron armor, its headpiece retracting to reveal Lu Qing's pale, delicate face. He plopped down on the ground, looking like someone who had narrowly escaped death. Lucky I didn't overdo it. That crazy woman was way too fierce. Taking on an innate fighter solo is still too reckless for me now. I should play it safer in the future. After resting for 2 minutes, Lu Qing stood up and walked to Tang Na's body. Searching her, he found a mystical martial art manual from the Beast sect called the Beast Blood Ignition Technique, which could boost one's cultivation by a minor realm. Additionally, there were some high-grade pills like blood chi pills. Lu Qing gladly accepted these spoils and quickly left the scene. A few minutes after he departed, another figure arrived. Bai Feng surveyed the battle marks and Tang Na's body on the ground, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. Tang Na? In the luxurious and spacious office of the Wu Palace building, the bustling scene of the base city can be seen through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight streams in, illuminating the exquisite furnishings. Jiang Qi and Bai Feng enter side by side, still wearing their travel-worn clothes. Jiang Juni sits behind a mahogany desk, his tailored white suit highlighting his tall and handsome figure, exuding an innate nobility. He looks up, his gaze falling on them, his deep, magnetic voice carrying the authority and confidence of a leader. You did well on this mission. He'll make sure Elder Su is informed of your success. Bai Feng speaks up, Boss, I discovered Donna's body. After a DNA comparison, it turns out she had a twin sister. Jiang Juni raises an eyebrow. So you found her, but you didn't kill her? Bai Feng quickly denies it. No, I didn't. Hearing this, a glint flashes in Jiang Juni's eyes, but he remains calm. Who killed her isn't important. Focus on dealing with the remnants of the Black Dragon Society. Finish it quickly. His long fingers tap rhythmically on the desk. Bai Feng, looking exhausted, rubs his aching shoulder and complains, Boss, I need a break too. I've just returned from several missions. I'm more worked than a beast. Jiang Juni glances at him. Your salary will be doubled this month. Bai Feng immediately perks up. You're generous, boss. Jiang Juni then picks up a purple clay teapot and elegantly begins to brew tea. As boiling water flows into the pot, the tea leaves swirl and a fresh fragrance fills the room. Noticing this, Jiang Qi steps forward, his expression serious. Jiang Jinsi, the family has sent word that the Cardinal of the 100 Beasts cult, Dark Moon King, has already infiltrated Base City 15. Their actions at Baiyun Mountain are proof. Hearing this, Jiang Juni pauses slightly, but continues to focus on brewing tea, his nimble fingers deftly handling the teacup as steaming tea pours in. Jiang Qi hesitates before continuing. The family hopes you won't get involved in this matter, otherwise. Otherwise what? Jiang Juni finally looks up, meeting Jiang Qi's eyes. Jiang Qi, with some reluctance, states, otherwise, the family will revoke your authority in the supervision department. Even Elder Su might not be able to protect you. Jiang Juni sets the teacup down, leaning back slightly in his chair with a relaxed, casual demeanor. Dark Moon King is in 15, yet there's no word from one. That doesn't add up. The Elder's Hall indeed has issues. Some families are boarding the ship, some are staying out of it. It seems the Zhang family is among the former. He pauses, then adds, Arrange a meeting with Elder Su and Elder Qing for me, and keep it from the family. Understood. Jiang Qi nods immediately. He and by phone quietly exit the office, closing the door behind them, shutting out the outside noise. The Elders' Hall is the highest decision-making body of the Wu Palace, led by its 4 senior elders. If there are problems in the Wu Palace, it implies issues within the 4 elders themselves. Who could it be? What is Dark Moon King's purpose for coming to Base City 15? Jian Gongzi sat alone behind his desk, his long fingers gently caressing a teacup. His eyes were deep and contemplative, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a traditional courtyard in Base City 1 of Xia, time seemed to stand still. A stone path wound its way to the back garden, where the lazy afternoon sun cast its warm glow, leaving the marks of time on the weathered walls. A middle-aged man in a dark blue robe carefully pushed a wheelchair, occupied by a frail old man. The elder, clad in coarse linen, was missing his right arm and left leg, with only his left hand remaining, covered in scars. His face was as weathered as tree bark, deeply lined, yet his cloudy eyes sparkled with a chilling sharpness. Great Elder, news of Jiang Juni has arrived. The middle-aged man said respectfully. As for Lu Qing, he still lacks the capability to create advanced mechanical limbs and needs more time. During the Baiyun Mountain mission, Jiang Juni helped him break through to the 2nd tier. The old man nodded slightly as the wheelchair moved forward with a creaking sound. The middle-aged man pushed the wheelchair into the back garden, where the scene was desolate, with only a few resilient plum blossoms blooming in the cold wind. The old man gestured to stop and took a watering can with trembling hands to water the flower bed. That young man seems to be hiding his strength, the middle-aged man continued. During the mission, he killed a 4th tier innate. The old man's actions paused, and his cloudy eyes blinked. The middle-aged man quickly added, but it was a severely injured and dying innate. Even if severely injured and dying, could you have done it when you were at the 2nd tier? The old man asked calmly. The middle-aged man fell silent, shamefully lowering his head. The old man continued to water the flowers, his voice deep and authoritative. Make sure Jiang Juni nurtures Lu Qing well. As for Dark Moon King, capture him if possible. If not, eliminate him. I'll cover for him with the families and the Elder Hall. Yes. The middle-aged man responded respectfully, taking the watering can. I'll add more water for you. The old man sat alone in the wheelchair, the cold wind tousling his sparse white hair, his cloudy eyes gazing at the sky, lost in thought. In the following days, Lu Qing's wellness clinic thrived, making a fortune. However, the calm was soon disrupted. One day, chaos erupted at the city's central hospital. The entire surgical ward was filled with tension and unease, with doctors and nurses rushing around, and the air thick with a sense of oppression. Just an hour earlier, the urgent wailing of ambulance sirens shattered the hospital's tranquility. The heir of the Qin family, a renowned young martial artist from Base City 15's younger generation, was rushed to the central hospital. As the leading martial family in Base City 15, the Qin family's influence was significant. The heir's injury was a blow that could shake the family's standing in the city and the entire martial arts community. The head of the surgical ward wore a grave expression, speaking urgently. Han Bin, this is sudden. The Chun family heir is critically injured, and the situation is dire. You are our hospital's expert in surgery, with rich experience. That's why we specifically called you back for a consultation. More hands make light work. Zhang Hanbin bowed slightly, with just the right amount of humility. Director, you're too kind. I owe my success to your guidance in those early days. Now that the hospital faces such a big challenge, it's only right for me to contribute. The two walked side by side towards the conference room, the corridor filled with the faint scent of disinfectant mixed with a hint of blood. Inside the conference room, over 20 expert physicians were already seated. They were elite in martial arts medicine, yet at this moment, all had furrowed brows, and the atmosphere was particularly tense. Zhang Hanbin. A slightly sharp voice broke the silence. Director Chen's face, somewhat severe, showed displeasure as he glanced at Zhang Hanbin, his tone laced with sarcasm. Director, have you forgotten? Zhang Hanbin is no longer with our hospital. He's now an esteemed external consultant for the Marshal Hall. The rivalry between Director Chun and Zhang Hanbin was already an open secret in the surgery department. The atmosphere in the meeting room felt tense, as if the air had solidified, and everyone could sense the hostility between the two. Zhang Hanbin stood by the window, sunlight streaming through the glass and outlining his tall figure. His gaze was calm, and a faint smile played on his lips, as if he was unfazed by Director Chen's animosity. Director Chun, on the other hand, sat at the end of the long table, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles white. His eyes flickered with unease and jealousy, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What help can you offer? Don't think I don't know that you're just an assistant to a young upstart at Wu Hall. You probably don't even know how to hold a scalpel anymore, do you? Zhang Hanbin's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He was about to speak when Director Chen interrupted him. What do you mean by you? Aren't you supposed to be so capable? Here, give him the medical record of the Chun family's eldest son and see if he can treat him. A young doctor stepped forward quickly and handed a thick medical record to Zhang Hanbin. He took it, his long fingers swiftly flipping through the pages, his brow furrowing deeper. Injured by a dragon. Lost a leg. Zhang Hanbin's voice was low, tinged with shock. Director Chun, seeing this, wore a look of schadenfreude. Stunned, aren't you? Injuries caused by such fierce dragon beasts aren't so easily treated. Their wounds imbued with formidable power. Ordinary methods are useless. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew even heavier. The doctors exchanged worried and anxious glances. If they couldn't treat the Chun family's eldest son, they feared losing their jobs and even facing the Chun family's wrath. Zhang Hanbin took a deep breath, placed the medical record on the table, and turned to the dean. Dean, I need to make a call. Perhaps he can cure the Qin family's eldest son. The dean asked eagerly, really? Who are you talking about? The genius who recently invented mechanical surgery. Zhang Hanbin replied calmly. Hearing this, the dean's eyes lit up, as if grasping at a lifeline. Good. We must invite him over, no matter what his demands are. I'll do my best. Zhang Hanbin nodded, then turned and left the meeting room. After Zhang Hanbin left, Director Qin's expression of disdain deepened. He glanced around, feigning nonchalance. What's the show for? If there's no way, there's no way. Mechanical surgery, it's all just hype. Has anyone seen it with their own eyes? No need to worry. I've already invited Dr. Huang, and he's agreed to help. Dr. Huang from Imo Mountain? Someone exclaimed. He's a top martial arts physician, with extraordinary medical skills, having treated even grandmasters. The meeting room erupted with murmurs, but everyone knew that this medical contest was far from over. Upon hearing this, the crowd's initial despair was instantly replaced with hope. In the surgery room on the second floor of the sanatorium, gentle lighting illuminated the sophisticated medical equipment. Lu Qing, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, his eyes intently watching Xiao Mo perform the mechanical surgery. A few days ago, he had decided to teach her the basics of level 1 surgical techniques, a decision he made after careful consideration. Lu Qing pondered silently. High-level disabled martial artists, especially innate ones, were exceedingly rare. These days, he had been exhaustively performing level 1 surgeries for second-tier martial artists in the military. Now that his skills had reached the second rank, he was capable of creating level 4 mechanical limbs. The level 1 surgeries felt like mindless screw driving, a waste of his time. It was akin to a math PhD teaching elementary students, algebra utterly pointless. Despite this, Lu Qing only taught Xiao Mo the most fundamental mechanical surgery knowledge. He couldn't let her learn more advanced techniques, partly because she wouldn't grasp them, and partly out of caution. Even if Xiao Mo had no ulterior motives, others might target her. Being cautious is a necessary precaution. On the operating table lay a disabled girl missing her limbs, one of the 16 girls. Her face was pale, eyes closed. Under Lu Qing's guidance, Xiao Mo was fully concentrated on performing mechanical surgery on her. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, yet her movements remained steady. She manipulated Lu Qing's specially designed surgical equipment, using tools crafted by Shinji, carefully installing metal parts into the girl, transforming flesh and blood with each meticulous movement. This was the final step. Success was close. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction. Over the past few days, Xiao Mo had completed surgeries for 3 or 4 sisters, who were now caregivers in the sanatorium. Xiao Mo's mechanical surgery skills had reached level 1. Lu Qing observed closely, contemplating. She couldn't yet produce level 1 mechanical limbs that amplify vitality, likely because she wasn't a martial artist herself. If she could break through, she might be able to create genuine level 1 mechanical limbs. 10 minutes later, the mechanical arm was installed, and the surgery was complete. Xiao Mo let out a sigh of relief, though her face showed a hint of regret. She lowered her gaze, speaking softly. Director, I'm sorry, I still couldn't manage it. Her voice was low, tinged with a bit of unwillingness. Lu Qing approached her, retrieving a small glass vial from his pocket containing a small amount of milky, white heaven and earth essence. He handed the vial to Xiao Mo, saying, This is heaven and earth essence. From today, besides learning mechanical surgery, you must also start cultivating. Aim to break through to the first rank as soon as possible. Xiao Mo took the glass vial, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Me? Become a martial artist? Being a martial artist was a dream for every Xia citizen. She once thought she would spend a miserable life in the Imperial Club, but then she was fortunate enough to meet Lu Qing. She never dared to hope that she could have the chance to become a martial artist. Xiao Mo tightly gripped the vial, looking gratefully at Lu Qing. Thank you, Director. Lu Qing nodded, a faint smile curling at his lips. He was planning that once Xiao Mo fully mastered level 1 mechanical surgery, he could take a step back. The current system task required him to treat 5 innate martial artists, but unfortunately, they were scarce. Luckily, Professor Kai from Xingqian Martial University had added to his KPI, and the medical fees had been paid. Otherwise, his performance would have been nil. At that moment, a phone rang. Lu Qing took out his phone to see it was Zhang Hanbin calling. He pressed the answer key and brought the phone to his ear. Once connected, Zhang Hanbin's slightly anxious voice came through. Director Lu, I hope you can help me with something. Dr. Zhang's phone rang, piercing the quiet of the night. He picked up the call and heard the urgent voice of Zhang Hanbin on the other end. Zhang Hanbin quickly recounted the situation at the central hospital, and Lu Qing listened with a slight raise of his eyebrows. What level of cultivation does that heir of the Qin family have? Lu Qing asked calmly. 5th grade innate. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. An innate customer with a broken leg was a rare and lucrative opportunity. Without hesitation, he agreed. All right, I understand. I can help with this. Zhang Hanbin sounded relieved and excited. That's great. I'll drive over to pick you up. I should be there in about 20 minutes. After the call ended, the scene shifted to the conference room at the central hospital. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room. The doctors were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously flipping through thick medical tomes and intensely discussing various treatment plans, yet they couldn't find a viable solution. Time ticked away, and the anxiety and unease on everyone's faces became more pronounced. Director Chun, where's Master Huang? Yes, should we go check? The Chen family can't wait, and if Master Huang doesn't arrive soon, there will be trouble. Just then, the conference room door was flung open. A strikingly beautiful young woman strode in, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She wore a fiery red dress that perfectly outlined her shapely figure. Her exquisite features resembled a work of art, and her phoenix-like eyes glinted with a sharp light. Behind her, 2 expressionless men in black robes followed closely, exuding a powerful aura that marked them as 4th-grade innate experts. This commanding woman was none other than Qin Yao, a direct descendant of the Qin family. She coldly surveyed the room, her gaze like a blade. What are you all doing? It's been half an hour, and you still haven't come up with a treatment plan? An older doctor nervously stepped forward to explain. Miss Qin Yao, young Master Qin's injuries are indeed severe, and we haven't been able to find an effective solution yet. Please allow us more time. Before he could finish, a crisp slap echoed in the conference room. Qin Yao, her face icy, had slapped the doctor, scolding. Worthless. A bunch of incompetent doctors. If my brother suffers even the slightest harm today, you all can pack up and leave. The doctor, clutching his reddened cheek, silently stepped back. Director Chun, swallowing his pride, approached with a forced smile. Miss Qin Yao, please don't be angry. I've already invited Master Huang over. Please wait a little longer. I'm sure he can save the young master. He better. Qin Yao snorted coldly. She didn't know who Master Huang was, but she was certain that if these inept doctors dared to deceive her, none would be spared. This was the confidence that came with being part of the Qin family. As a martial arts family with a 300-year history, the current head, her grandfather, was a seasoned martial arts grandmaster, ranked in the top 10 on the Daxia grandmaster list. His influence was such that his slightest move could cause the entire base city to tremble. The Qin family not only boasts the old patriarch as a master, but also Qin Yao's father and uncle, both 7th-rank masters, serving as elders at the Marshal Halls of Base City 14 and 16. With the Chun family's influence, sealing off the entire central hospital of the base at Qin Yao's command is no problem. Inside the conference room, everyone sat with their heads down, not daring to breathe loudly. Offending this young Miss Chun could cost them not only their jobs, but their lives as well. Suddenly, a doctor rushed into the room, breaking the silence. Master Huang has arrived. The other doctors immediately looked relieved, as if they had found a lifeline. An elderly man in a gray robe followed, walking steadily into the room. His face was thin, but his eyes were sharp, exuding an aura of wisdom and mystery. Director Qin quickly stepped forward with a beaming smile. Master Huang, you're finally here. His tone was full of respect and anticipation. Master Huang merely nodded slightly, speaking sparingly. Where is the patient? Take me to see him. Of course, right this way. Director Qin nodded eagerly and personally led the way. The hospital's director and other experts and elites followed closely, moving towards the emergency room. Seeing this, Qin Yao hurried forward, her tone slightly arrogant. Master Huang, is it? My brother is the heir of the Qin family. If you can heal him, the Qin family will surely reward you well. Master Huang, maintaining his composed demeanor, asked. Miss Chun, how is the young master's condition now? Qin Yao replied. My brother was injured by a 6th-tier dragon. Is there a way to treat him? Master Huang stroked his beard confidently. Miss Chun, rest assured. Although dragon beasts are fierce, I have saved even masters before. The young master's injury is no problem. His voice was firm and reassuring, earning him admiration from those present. Master Huang then entered the emergency room. However, just 2 minutes later, he staggered out, clutching his chest, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was unsteady and breathless, his previous confidence and composure gone. In a weak, frightened voice, Master Huang said, I'm sorry, the young master was not injured by an ordinary dragon, but a demon dragon. Its ferocity is terrifying, and its breath lingers in the young master's body. I cannot get close. Qin Yao's face turned ashen at this. Useless. Didn't you say you could save even masters? Master Huang looked ashamed, feeling utterly humiliated, and hurriedly explained, the demon dragon is truly terrifying. Without a treasure of the same level to suppress it, miss, it's not that my skills are lacking. Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. If my brother isn't saved today, you'll all be kicked out of base 15. Qin Yao was furious, having thought she had found a true expert, only to be disappointed. Master Huang was crestfallen, feeling he had lost face. He had hoped to curry favor with the Qin family and become an esteemed guest of this martial arts dynasty, but now he faced this situation. At that moment, Zhang Hanbin arrived with Lu Qing in tow. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Zhang Hanbin said to the director, Director, this is Dr. Lu, who specializes in mechanical surgery. Upon hearing Dr. Lu's name, everyone turned their attention to him. Someone exclaimed, is he the genius doctor hired by the Marshal Hall? Wow, so young, and he invented such amazing mechanical limb technology. Such a genius is only someone we can envy our whole lives. Do you think he can save the young master of the Qin family? Director Qin glanced at Lu Qing, but said nothing. He hadn't expected Zhang Hanbin to actually bring this specially appointed genius. If Lu Qing managed to heal Qin Xiao, while the master he found failed and even got hurt, wouldn't he be overshadowed by Zhang once again? Director Qin cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why? Why do you have to steal my thunder even when you're not here? Master Huang looked deeply at Lu Qing, a glint of sharpness in his clouded eyes. He had heard of Lu Qing's reputation, knowing him to be an absolute genius. But as a respected, well-known elder, could he really be outdone by a young upstart? No way. He hurriedly stepped forward, speaking quickly. You're the genius who invented mechanical surgery? Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the old. I am impressed. Dr. Lu, you must hurry. The young master is in critical condition, and my skills are limited. It's up to you now. He deliberately urged Lu Qing without informing him of Qin Zhao's specific condition, intending to set a trap. He thought, as long as Lu Qing dared to touch Qin Xiao, the demon dragon's breath would be released on the spot. No matter how talented he was, it would be useless. At least then, he could save face and not let it be said that Master Huang was outdone by a mere youngster. Qin Yao hurried over to Lu Qing, her eyes filled with anxiety and hope. The young and handsome physician, renowned as a genius, was quite different from what she had imagined. She spoke urgently. Dr. Lu, I'm Qin Yao from the Qin family. My brother's life is hanging by a thread. Please, you must save him. Lu Qing nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. All right, let me take a look first. He stepped into the emergency room, calculating the progress of his system tasks. This was the second congenital patient. Treating 3 more would earn him the immortal body transformation method. Since reaching the 2nd grade level, his cultivation speed had noticeably increased, though he still lagged behind Jiang Jun. However, Lu Qing wasn't worried. As long as he acquired the immortal body tempering method before reaching the 3rd grade, catching up with Jiang Jun was only a matter of time. Inside the emergency room, a young man lay on the hospital bed, his face as pale as paper and breathing shallow. This was Qin Xiao, the next heir of the Qin family. Despite his unconscious state, his handsome features and extraordinary aura still reflected the demeanor of a member of a prestigious family. His right leg was a mangled mess, as if torn by a beast, a sight too gruesome to bear. The heart monitor at the bedside emitted a steady beep, signaling his faint signs of life. Lu Qing activated his divine eye, quickly scanning Qin Xiao's injuries. The system prompt appeared. Patient, Qin Xiao. Level, peak of 5th grade. Martial arts, sky-stepping, ground level. Condition, severely injured right leg by a 6th grade Lord demonic dragon, tainted with its malevolent aura, carrying an incurable ferocity. Treatment considerations. Use similar materials to absorb and suppress the dragon aura, reconstruct mechanical limbs, and reshape the patient's meridians. Lu Qing sighed inwardly. As expected of a noble family scion, a 5th grade warrior surviving an encounter with a 6th grade demonic dragon was indeed impressive. As he approached the bed, a fierce dragon aura hit him, pricking his skin like needles. When he touched Qin Zhao's leg, the malevolent energy surged even stronger. Come, Lu Qing commanded softly. The dragon's steel instantly flew out, hovering before him. The demonic dragon's aura clashed violently with the dragon energy released by the dragon's steel, unleashing a staggering energy wave. With a loud boom, the room's glasses, television, and windows shattered instantly, turning the emergency room into a chaotic mess. In the hallway, everyone stared at the emergency room in shock. They saw a piece of metal, gleaming with a cold light, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura under Lu Qing's blood energy, like a dormant giant dragon awakening, causing the surrounding air to drop by 5 or 6 degrees. Director Qin's mouth fell open, his voice trembling. Is that dragon steel? Beside him, Master Huang stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His deeply wrinkled face twitched uncontrollably, eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be? He murmured, his voice trembling. Master Huang's mind was in turmoil. Jiaolong steel was an extremely rare metal, formed from the bones of the mythical dragon-like creature, the Jiaolong, after it had sunk into the earth and fused with gold and stone over centuries. It took 100 years to reach the 6th level and 1,000 years to reach the 7th. Even a 6th-level Jiaolong steel was far more precious and rare than ordinary 7th-level metals. And yet, Lu Qing possessed a piece? It was simply unimaginable. Inside the room, the powerful cold emitted by the Jiaolong steel formed a vortex, greedily absorbing the dragon aura from Chen Zhao's body. As time passed, after a quarter of an hour, Chen Zhao slowly opened his eyes. My leg. Chen Zhao winced at the sharp pain radiating from his right leg, inhaling sharply. His heart sank, realizing that his leg might be beyond saving. Lu Qing retracted the Jiaolong steel and said calmly, "If you want to preserve your cultivation, you'd better not move." Chen Zhao, enduring the pain, looked at Lu Qing with confusion. "Who are you? The doctor treating you?" "My surname is Lu," Lu Qing answered indifferently. "A doctor?" Chen Zhao's mind was still in a haze. Although the ferocity of the dragon aura had been dispelled, his leg remained a bloody mess. Sweating coldly, he asked Lu Qing, "Dr. Lu, is there any way I can walk again?" Chen Zhao's expression was bleak, knowing that if he became disabled, he would lose any chance of becoming the family head, destined to live as a cripple. "There is, but it depends on whether you're willing," Lu Qing replied with a calm tone. "Really?" A glimmer of hope flashed across Chen Zhao's face as he looked intently at Lu Qing. Lu Qing laid out the terms: 20 million for medical expenses, plus 3 pieces of level 4 metal for crafting a mechanical limb. Agreed. Chen Zhao accepted without hesitation. These conditions were nothing for the Qin family, though he still harbored doubts. Could this person truly cure his crippled right leg? Just then, Chen Yao hurried in. Her natural nobility was evident in her demeanor, but it was now tinged with urgency. "Brother." Chen Yao quickly approached the bedside, her face lighting up with relief. "You're awake, thank goodness." But upon seeing Chen Zhao's mangled right leg, her pupils contracted sharply. She suppressed her heartache and tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, brother. This is a specially appointed doctor from the Marshal Hall. He will surely cure you." Specially appointed by the Marshal Hall, the medical prodigy from a while ago. Hearing this, a flicker of hope rekindled in Chen Zhao's eyes. He took a deep breath, enduring the pain as he said, "Yao Yao, arrange for someone to bring 3 pieces of level 4 metal from home immediately." "Wait," Lu Qing interrupted. "Crafting a mechanical limb requires metal that matches your attributes. It's best if I personally select it. Metal that matches my attributes." Chen Xiao looked at Lu Qing with some confusion. Lu Qing smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, you practice the earth-level martial art, treading the sky steps. This martial art demands immense explosive power from the practitioner's legs. To modify a mechanical limb, we must use metal that meets these conditions. Otherwise, it won't withstand the tremendous force generated when you use this martial art." Chen Zhao's eyes were filled with shock. He never expected Lu Qing to recognize his martial art, treading the sky steps, at a glance. It's a family secret, known only to the direct descendants of the Qin family. To the outside world, the Chen family's renowned martial art was thought to be only the void sky steps. Chen Xiao looked deeply at Lu Qing, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. "Dr. Lu, your medical expertise is truly profound, to discern my martial art so easily." Beside him, Chen Yao was equally astonished, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Chen Xiao turned to his sister and said, "Yao Yao personally accompanied Dr. Lu home to retrieve 5 pieces of level 4 metal." He was deeply impressed by Lu Qing's abilities, believing it was crucial for the Chun family to forge a connection with such a talent. Thus, he mentioned not the 3 pieces Lu Qing requested, but 5. The implication was clear. Lu Qing naturally understood this was Chun Zhao's way of extending goodwill and building a relationship. He was secretly pleased, as he needed more high-level metals and was happy to accept. Beside him, Chen Yao, upon hearing her brother's instructions, blinked her eyes and smiled at Lu Qing. "Dr. Lu, please." As they stepped out of the room, the people outside craned their necks and whispered about what had happened inside. The moment Lu Qing and Chen Yao appeared, the director hurried over, his face full of concern. "Dr. Lu, may I ask about young Master Chen's condition?" Before he could finish, the haughty Miss Chun interrupted with a cold snort. "My brother is fine. Dr. Lu has already dispelled the dragon's energy and is about to treat my brother's leg." She glanced around disdainfully. "Look at all of you, calling yourselves experts after studying medicine for half your lives. You can't even compare to one of Dr. Lu's fingers." Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Lu Qing ignored the dispute and turned to Zhang Hanbin. "Old Zhang, please transfer Chen Xiao to our clinic. I'll perform the surgery later." Zhang Hanbin nodded quickly, unable to hide his delight. "All right, Director Lu." He was secretly thrilled. believing that following this medical genius promised a bright future. After Lu Qing and Chun Yao left, the corridor buzzed with conversation. Did he really dispel the dragon's ferocity? And can he heal the crippled leg? No wonder he's a special talent at the Marshal Hall really isn't a factor. I used to think Dr. Zhang made a poor decision by switching jobs, but now it seems he's hit the jackpot. The crowd was full of admiration, while Director Chen's face was grim. Even the renowned Master Huang, whom he had painstakingly invited, was helpless. Yet this young upstart had solved the problem? He was furious, but helpless. Master Huang's old face was also disgraced. He snorted, glared at Director Chen, and left in silence, his sleeves flicking in irritation. A few minutes later, Lu Qing and Chun Yao settled into a custom black luxury car. Two bodyguards in black suits sat expressionless in the front, as the car smoothly exited the hospital and sped towards the Chen family estate. The luxury car passed through the bustling city and entered a tranquil area. Before them was a sprawling, luxurious estate, with tall wrought iron gates that slowly opened to reveal a winding tree-lined avenue. On either side were neatly manicured lawns and a variety of villas, from classical European to modern minimalist designs, each resembling a piece of exquisite art. Through the car window, Lu Qing saw an artificial lake, fountains, gardens, and even a small horse stable in the distance. And he couldn't help but be impressed. The 15th base's foremost martial family indeed had an astonishing foundation. Dr. Lu, this way please, Chun Yao said as she stepped out of the car, the click of her high heels crisp against the ground. She led the way gracefully, as they walked through a garden full of blooming flowers, the air rich with fragrance and butterflies fluttering about. They passed through two distinct gardens, with rock formations, flowing water, and lush trees, resembling a beautiful painting. After navigating a cleverly designed winding path, they finally arrived at the Chun family's main hall. It was a grand building, its doors opened to reveal a lavish interior. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe was raging inside the hall. Inside the grand Chun family mansion, a thunderous roar echoed. Chen Sang, a burly man in his 40s, stood there with a contorted face, eyes blazing like an enraged lion. As the de facto head of the Qin family, he bore the weight of all family affairs. At this moment, he was furiously scolding the 5 attendants kneeling before him. Useless, Chen Sanyi bellowed, slamming his palm heavily on the mahogany table. The sturdy tabletop instantly shattered into pieces, sending shards of teacups flying. Shower went out for training. How could he encounter a flood dragon? Can't you even distinguish the territory of a lord-level beast? The 5 martial artists kneeling there, though all 4th-rank innate experts, trembled in fear, their faces ashen. They stammered in defense. Please forgive us, Third Master. We truly didn't know. Our previous investigations showed no lord-level beasts in that area. Chen Sanyi, still fuming, continued to roar. Where are Master Su and Master Ouyang? When will they arrive? One attendant hesitantly replied. We can't reach Master Su, and Master Ouyang is at base 16, he might not make it back in time. Just as Chen Sanyi was sinking into despair, Chen Yao entered the hall with Lu Qing. Uncle, Chen Yao called out. Chen Sanyi turned and, seeing Chen Yao, his anger subsided slightly, though he remained anxious. Yao Yao, you're back. How is your brother? What did the central hospital say? Chen Yao grimaced. Don't mention it, they're all quacks. Even the renowned Master Huang was of no help. Hearing this, Chen Sanyi grew even angrier. I give them so much funding every year, and now, when the heir of the Qin family is at death's door, they… Damn it. Chen Yao quickly reassured him. Uncle, don't worry, brother can still be saved. She pointed to Lu Qing beside her. This is Lu Qing, a specially appointed physician from the Marshal Hall. He can cure brother, but he needs 5 pieces of level 4 metal. I would like to ask you to open the vault for him to select what he needs. Chen Sanyi's sharp gaze immediately fell on Lu Qing, scrutinizing the young physician. A specially appointed physician from the Marshal Hall? Are you the genius who invented the mechanical limbs that can amplify qi and blood? Lu Qing respectfully greeted Chen Sanyi. Master Chen. In this brief exchange, Chen Sanyi demonstrated his keen insight as the leader of the Qin family. Even the internal affairs of the Marshal Hall could not escape the notice of the man who controlled all matters within Base City 15. The person exuded an aura of authority. Although his martial arts skills weren't exceptionally high, reaching such a position in the Chen family clearly indicated he wasn't a simple character. Master Chen waved his hand boldly and spoke in a booming voice. All right, as long as you can cure shower, you can have as much level 4 or 5 metal as you need. Master Chen then led Lu Qing and Chun Yao to the Chun family treasury. The treasury was located underground, with its entrance marked by a heavy metal door. Master Chen produced a specially crafted key and inserted it into the lock. With the sound of mechanical movement, the heavy door slowly opened, releasing a rich metallic scent. Lu Qing stepped into the treasury, and the vast space unfolded before him. The room was filled with an array of treasures, neatly organized. Piles of metal ores glistened brightly, while weapon racks displayed swords, spears, halberds, and more. Ancient scrolls and jade slips exuded an aura of antiquity. Lu Qing carefully selected his items as Chunyao curiously observed the surroundings. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lu Qing chose 5 pieces of level 4 metal, including a piece of scarlet copper that was entirely red and emitted a fiery aura, ideal for powerful martial arts outbursts. It was specifically chosen for Qin Shao. All right, they'll head back for the surgery now, Lu Qing said to Master Chun, holding the medals. Master Chen nodded repeatedly, beaming with a smile. All right, Yao Yao, personally escort Dr. Lu there. Okay, Chen Yao replied. At that moment, one of the 5 kneeling attendants suddenly stood up. With red eyes and tears, he said, Master, please let me go too. I feel deeply guilty for the trouble that befell young Master Qin Shao, and I wish to see him safe with my own eyes. Hearing this, Lu Qing turned his head, frowning slightly. He activated his eye of insight and was shocked to discover that this person had concealed his true martial prowess. On the surface, he appeared to be at the 4th rank of innate talent, but in reality, he was a 6th rank martial arts master. Even more concerning, his body had been fused with that of a fierce beast. Lu Qing's heart tightened. This person was from the 100 Beasts cult. All right, at least you know your place. Go on. Master Qin glanced at the warrior kneeling on the ground, his tone softening and his anger dissipating a bit. The man bowed his head and responded in a low voice. Thank you, Master Chun. It is an honor to serve the Qin family. A shadow flickered briefly across his face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a look of gratitude. Lu Qing observed all of this, his mind alert as a chill ran up his spine. Thoughts raced through his head. A member of the Beast sect had infiltrated the Qin family, serving as Qin Zhao's personal bodyguard. Now that Qin Shao had just had an accident, this guy was eager to follow him, clearly with the intent to finish him off. Since he hadn't succeeded yet, he was likely planning to try again. The thought made Lu Qing shiver. This wasn't just any member of the Beast sect, but a 6th grade martial arts master, the top-ranked purple robe of the Beast sect. He recalled the suffocating pressure he'd felt from a purple robe at Baiyun Mountain, where just one finger could crush him. If this person really intended to kill Qin Shao, the best opportunity would likely be during Qin Zhao's surgery. At that time, not only would Qin Shao be in danger, but Lu Qing himself might also be silenced. Lu Qing's eyes darted around as he forced a smile and awkwardly scratched his head. Master Chun, nature calls. I'd like to use the restroom before we set off. Ha ha ha, no problem. Master Chen waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Someone, show Dr. Lu to the restroom. Lu Qing followed a Chun family servant to a nearby restroom. He quickly stepped into a stall, turned the faucet on full blast, and the sound of rushing water filled the space. Then, he flushed the toilet, the roar of the water echoing loudly, before pulling out his phone to call the god of wealth. Hello. A proud, cool voice came through the phone. Lu Qing cried out emotionally. Boss, save me. Someone's trying to kill me. There was a brief silence on the other end. Explain clearly. Clearing his throat, Lu Qing grew serious. I accidentally discovered that Qin Shao, the heir of the Qin family, was targeted for murder by a Beast sect spy. The attempt failed, and now they've decided to silence him. He quickly recounted the events, his speech rapid, fearing to waste even a second. When Swordmaster heard that the threat was a 6th grade martial arts master, his tone shifted, losing some of its coolness. He asked, Where are you now? Still at the Chun residence, Lu Qing replied. Jiang Juni spoke in a low tone. Find a way to delay for an hour. Then he hung up, leaving only the dial tone. Lu Qing was momentarily stunned, holding the phone, dumbfounded. Damn, how am I supposed to stall for time? I just want to peacefully treat patients and earn money. Why do I keep getting caught up in these high-risk missions? No way, after this, I have to ask the Marshal Hall for a raise. After calming himself, Lu Qing put his phone back in his pocket. He turned off the faucet and exited the restroom. By the time he returned with the servant, Chen Yao had already prepared a luxury car. Uncle, I want to go too, Chen Yao said. Master Chen nodded. Very well, keep me informed of any developments immediately. Master Chen San gazed at Lu Qing, earnestly clasping his hands in thanks. This time, we'll rely on you, Dr. Lu. Once Zhao's injury is healed, the Chen family will be sure to reward you handsomely. Lu Qing quickly returned the gesture, not daring to show any negligence. Seeing this, Chen Yao urged with urgency. Time waits for no one. Let's get going. The burly bodyguard beside her was just about to turn and start the car when Lu Qing suddenly called out. Wait a minute. He pointed at the spy from the Beast sect who was keeping his head down, shadows lurking in his eyes. I felt nauseous riding with him earlier. Let's have someone else drive you do it. Without a second thought, and without even glancing at the man, Chen Yao agreed. All right, you go ahead. The man was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lu Qing to specifically call him out, but he quickly responded. Yes, Mississippi. Lu Qing and Chen Yao settled into the back seat, and the car slowly drove out of the Qin family estate. heading towards the Ping'an healing shop in the city center. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Fortunately, the weekend traffic was thick, causing slight delays. However, the journey from the Qin family to the healing shop was only 20 minutes, so the delay was not significant. Suddenly, Qing slapped the back of the man's head. Damn it, there's a red light coming up. Why are you driving so fast? Caught off guard, the man's head jerked forward, causing the car to lurch. Though seething with anger, he had to respectfully explain. Mr. Liu, the light isn't red yet. I'm just trying to get to young Master Chen Xiao quickly. Yeah, right. Do you even know the law? Qing slapped him again. The traffic regulations have changed. Running a yellow light is illegal too. The man suppressed his anger, politely apologizing. Oh, really? I'm sorry, I wasn't aware. Chen Yao watched coldly and remarked. Listen to what Dr. Liu says and don't talk back. She leaned lazily against the seat, her long fingers tapping idly on her pale knee. Yes, yes. The man nodded repeatedly, swallowing his fury. Qing, relentless, gave him a third slap. It's too congested here. I know a better route. Turn right. The man's eyes widened, bloodshot with suppressed rage, but he gritted his teeth and complied. All right, Mr. Liu. From then on, Qing played navigator, deliberately choosing the most obscure and congested roads. Each direction came with a loud slap, leaving the back of the man's head stinging. I said left. Why did you turn right? Smack. Turn around. Turn around. I made a mistake. Not this way. Smack. 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 Inside, the man seethed with fury. Damn it. You brat. Once Qin Zhao's dealt with, you're next. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard shaded by lush greenery, birds chirped melodiously. Elder Su, in his 60s and one of the martial elders of Base 15, sat upright, holding a fishing rod, his focus entirely on the serene lake. Despite his esteemed position, he appeared relaxed. Elder Su was puzzled, seemingly having no luck, as his fish basket remained empty. Just then, the float bobbed slightly. His eyes lit up, and with a deft flick of his aged wrist, he exclaimed, "Ah, got one." However, a sudden gust of wind swept across, causing ripples on the lake's surface and rustling the leaves loudly. The once calm lake now churned, scaring away the fish about to bite. Elder Su's smile froze, his expression turning sour as he cursed loudly. Who the hell did this? In the sky, Sword Master Jiang Jun approached, riding his sword, his white suit spotless. He stopped before Elder Su, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his expression unreadable as he spoke coolly. Elder Su, I have urgent matters to discuss. In a flurry, Elder Su put down his fishing rod, his expression stern and eyes glaring. He glanced wistfully at the empty fish basket before asking in an unfriendly tone, "What is it?" Jiang Juni replied calmly, without any change in expression. Qing reports that a 6th-rank martial arts master from the Beast sect has infiltrated the Qin family. A 6th-rank martial arts master? Elder Su's face turned serious upon hearing this. He understood the kind of destruction such a skilled person could cause in a densely populated area. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Jiang Juni and asked, I see. You want to borrow the Ruoshui 3000? Yes, Jiang Juni replied succinctly. Elder Su narrowed his cloudy eyes, a sharp glint flashing through them. You seem to value that kid quite a bit. Jiang Juni did not respond directly, instead saying mildly, it's a level 7 material. Qing is a talent from my Marshal Hall and cannot be lost. Setting down his fishing rod, Elder Su approached the lake. He took a deep breath and raised a withered hand, veins bulging. The lake's surface began to ripple, waves spreading outward. A gentle breeze rustled the willow trees by the shore, creating a soft rustling sound. Birds flew out from the forest, circling above the lake. The water churned, bubbles rising to the surface. Suddenly, a silver light shot up from the lakebed, spraying water everywhere. Fish gathered in a swirling mass, swimming frantically. The silver light spiraled in the air before finally settling into Elder Su's hand as a silver chain. The chain emitted a faint chill, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Elder Su handed the chain to Jiang Jun, his voice tinged with reluctance. Take it, but use it carefully. It won't last many more uses. If a level 7 material gets damaged, you'll have to compensate me double. Jiang Juni took the chain without a glance, turned, and stepped steadily onto his flying sword, saying without looking back, all right. You brat. Elder Su stomped his foot in frustration, watching Jiang Juni's retreating figure, cursing. You Jiang family brats are all so uncouth. Meanwhile, after more than 40 minutes of bumpy travel, Qing led Chen Yao and the group to the sanatorium. Along the way, the man kept clutching the back of his head, occasionally casting cold glances at Qing, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Qing noticed but pretended not to care. The group reached the 2nd floor and stopped outside the surgery room. Qing briefly instructed, all right, I'll start the treatment now. Wait outside and keep quiet. With that, he pushed the door open and entered. Chen Yao said, we'll leave it to you, Dr. Liu. Standing nearby, The man curled his lips into a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "You damned brat. You'll soon learn the consequences of disrespecting me." Lu Qing had already entered the surgery room. In the operating room, Chen Xiao lay on the surgical bed, his face as pale as paper. He closed his eyes, trying to calm his anxious heart. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of footsteps. Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes and weakly asked, "Dr. Lu, can we start?" Lu Qing took a syringe from the medical kit and walked over to Chen Xiao. His movements were professional, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. Suddenly, he whispered, "Shoo, pretend you're asleep." Chen Xiao was startled, but chose to trust Lu Qing. He nodded slightly and closed his eyes again. Instead of starting the surgery, Lu Qing quickly slipped behind the curtain. He held his breath, his heart pounding. Outside the door stood a formidable thug, ready to burst in at any moment. In his mind, Lu Qing anxiously called out, "God of wealth, hurry up, or there will be casualties." Meanwhile, outside the door, Chen Yao said to the bodyguards, "I'm going to the restroom. Stay here and don't let anyone get close." "Yes, miss." The man and Chen Yao's two bodyguards responded in unison. However, shortly after Chen Yao left, a vicious gleam appeared in the man's eyes. He moved like a ghost, delivering a palm strike with overwhelming force that shattered the chest of one of the innate bodyguards. The guard fell into a pool of blood without even a chance to scream. "You!" The other bodyguard was terrified, but before he could finish his sentence, the man struck again. His speed was like lightning, and with another palm strike, he easily ended the second bodyguard's life. "Ants!" The man snorted disdainfully, his face full of contempt. Creek forcefully pushed open the door to the operating room, a cruel smile on his face. "Kid, you dare disrespect me, huh? Where is he?" He scanned the room, but saw no sign of Lu Qing, only Chen Xiao lying on the bed as if unconscious. The man was puzzled and strode into the room. Suddenly, a powerful force exploded from him, sending objects flying and causing the curtain to flutter, exposing Lu Qing's presence. Lu Qing awkwardly scratched his head and greeted with a dry laugh, "Hello there, driver." The man looked surprised, then sneered, "Huh, it seems you're not simple. You must have guessed I wasn't from the Qin family and tried to stop me." "Misunderstanding, big brother." Lu Qing feigned calmness. "Yeah, do you think I can let you live?" The man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Qing took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. "Think carefully. Killing me here will alert the Marshal Hall. Do you think you can escape?" The man laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. "I am a grandmaster of the 6th rank in martial arts. Even if I can't defeat the gold martial envoys of the Marshal Hall, who can stop me from leaving?" "Is that so?" At that moment, a cold voice echoed throughout the room. Suddenly, a silver light shot in from outside the door like a lightning bolt, weaving across the floor like a dragon, and instantly wrapped around the man, transforming into an unbreakable silver chain. "What is this?" The man was shocked and struggled desperately, but found that the chain seemed to have a life of its own, tightening the more he struggled. He shouted in terror, "Who are you? What have you done to me?" The next moment, Jiang Jun emerged from the shadows. He was impeccably dressed in a perfectly tailored white suit, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. He raised his hand, and an entirely jade green sword levitated into the air, its tip gleaming with a cold light, aimed directly at the man's throat. The Azure Dragon Jade Sword. You're Jiang Jun." The man's pupils contracted sharply, his voice trembling, his face filled with terror. "Enough talk." Lu Qing stepped forward, playing the role of a henchman. "Weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? Now that my boss is here, let's see you try that again." With that, he mercilessly slapped the man twice on the head, the crisp sound echoing in the room. "What's wrong with hitting you? What's wrong with being disrespectful to you? Huh? Speak up." The man's face burned with shame and anger, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth grinding audibly. The dignified chief in purple of the Holy Sect, a 6th-grade martial arts master, was being humiliated by a mere 2nd-grade warrior, a disgrace beyond measure. "Oh, still not convinced?" Lu Qing turned to Jiang Jun, fully embodying the henchman role. "He's glaring at you, boss. Deal with him. That's enough." Jiang Jun's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. "This person is still useful. I'm taking him with me. You handle the rest here. As for the credit for this report, I've already informed Elder Su, and the Marshal Hall will reward you accordingly." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Jun flicked his fingers lightly. The levitating Azure Dragon Jade sword shot like a green lightning bolt, piercing the man's abdomen and precisely penetrating his Qi Dantian. "Ah, Jiang Jun, you've ruined my Dantian." The man let out a horrifying scream, his voice hoarse like a wounded beast, filled with resentment and venom. He trembled all over, sweat beading on his forehead, his face turning ashen and lifeless as he collapsed to the ground. "Retrieve," Jiang Jun said indifferently, snapping his fingers as the silver chains binding the man slithered back to his hand like a snake. A faint crack was visible on the chain's surface. Jiang Jun picked up the man as if he were a small chicken and turned to leave. "Dr. Lu, what happened here?" Chen Xiao opened his eyes, his voice weak, yet filled with shock. He struggled to sit up, but winced in pain as he aggravated his wounds, gasping sharply. The chaotic state of the operating room left him bewildered. How did a sixth-grade, purple-clad member of the beast sect end up here? Brother, are you okay? Chun Yao's anxious voice came from the doorway, tinged with a tremor. Seeing the two dead bodyguards at the entrance, she knew something was wrong and rushed in immediately. Lu Qing glanced at the two, offering a brief explanation. The driver who was your bodyguard was actually a spy planted in your Qin family. I uncovered his true identity. He recounted the entire sequence of events without revealing the secret of the system's miraculous eye. Chen Xiao and Chun Yao listened in astonishment, naturally assuming that Lu Qing had used his exceptional observational skills and medical expertise to detect the anomaly of the beast sect's chief. This newfound understanding deepened their admiration for Lu Qing. A flicker of fear passed through Chun Zhao's eyes, and a wave of gratitude towards Lu Qing surged within him. He sincerely said, "Thank you, Dr. Lu, for saving my life twice. I, Chen Xiao, have nothing to repay you with, but if you ever need anything, I'm at your service." Lu Qing continued to calmly pack up the medical instruments on the floor and replied, "There's no need to be so formal, Mr. Chun. As your doctor, it's my duty to ensure your safety." His tone was composed, revealing a maturity beyond his years. Chen Xiao looked at the young doctor, who was a few years younger than himself, with growing admiration. Lu Qing was not only skilled in medicine but also meticulous in thought. Such talent promised great achievements in the future. Turning to Chen Yao, who was standing nearby, Chen Xiao softly said, "Yao Yao, everything's fine here now. You can leave so Dr. Lu can continue the surgery in peace." Chen Yao quickly nodded in agreement. "Oh, okay. I'll call and have more people from home sent over." She hurried out of the room, carefully closing the door behind her to avoid disturbing the surgery inside. With only Lu Qing and Chun Xiao left in the room, Lu Qing moved to the bedside, preparing to perform the mechanical limb surgery on Chen Xiao. He first administered an anesthetic, watching as Chen Xiao slowly closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. Lu Qing then retrieved a piece of fourth-grade metal, Qi copper, from his spatial ring. The copper felt warm to the touch, its color a dark red, and under the stimulation of vital energy, it glowed with a faint, orange-red light. What a fierce aura, Lu Qing marveled. No wonder it's fourth-grade Qi copper. He calculated internally. Typically, fourth-grade metals sold for $1 million or $2 million at most in the market. However, rare items like Qi copper were worth at least $5 to $6 million each, comparable to half the price of some fifth-grade metals. The other four fourth-grade metals he selected were just as rare as Qi copper, making this a highly profitable endeavor. A martial arts family with centuries of history truly has abundant resources, Lu Qing thought to himself. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing picked up the scalpel. In his hands, the cold blade seemed to come alive, moving with agility and precision. This was his first time crafting a fourth-grade mechanical limb, a task that required utmost care and accuracy. He carefully cut open the wound on Chun Zhao's right leg, then used special tools to clean out the dead tissue and shattered bone. Each movement was gentle and skillful, as if he were sculpting a delicate piece of art. Next, he began to fuse, forge, and shape the Qi copper and other auxiliary metal materials. The high-precision rare metals transformed under his hands, like a master blacksmith crafting intricate parts from cold metal. Time passed slowly, and beads of sweat appeared on Lu Qing's forehead. In the operating room, only the faint sounds of metal clashing and Lu Qing's steady breathing could be heard. After 6.5 hours, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully treating a disabled innate martial artist. Task progress, 25. Reward, Immortal Body Transformation Method. Phew, it's done. Fourth grade excellent quality. Lu Qing exhaled deeply, his face showing signs of fatigue, but more so excitement and a sense of achievement. This was the highest level work he had created so far, suitable for use by an innate martial artist. The fourth grade excellent quality mechanical limb could provide a 50 increase in vital energy, a truly astonishing effect. A few minutes later, as the anesthetic began to wear off, Chen Xiao slowly awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, his expression froze. He looked down at his right leg, which had been a mangled mess, now replaced by a metallic mechanical limb. The mechanical limb was a dark red, its surface smooth, with fluid lines, resembling a finely crafted piece of art, exuding a cold sheen. Chen Xiao murmured to himself, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Is this a mechanical limb? You can stand up and give it a try," Lu Qing said with a confident smile in his eyes. Chen Xiao nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly stood up. The copper mechanical leg felt like an extension of his body, though initially a bit uncomfortable. He carefully lifted his leg and set it down again, repeating the action until he gradually found his rhythm. After a few steps, Chen Xiao was amazed to discover he had fully adapted to the new leg. He walked around the room with steady steps and smooth movements. indistinguishable from a normal person. In fact, he felt that the mechanical leg was even more flexible and fitting than his original leg. His eyes filled with shock and joy as he exclaimed, "This is incredible, Dr. Liu. I can't believe there's a genius like you in this world." Feeling the power within the mechanical leg, he sensed he could unleash more strength than before. Lu Qing humbly replied, "I'm glad you're satisfied." He then briefly explained, "This is a level 4 high-quality mechanical leg made from copper, suitable for martial arts with powerful bursts. It can provide about a 50 increase in energy and blood circulation. I think it's perfect for you, Chun." Lu Qing compared it to his own, which was of perfect quality and could boost by 55. But even at 50, it was astonishing enough for Chen Xiao. "Satisfied? I'm thrilled." Chen Xiao laughed heartily. The shadow of impending disability lifted, replaced by sheer joy. He quickly added, "Dr. Liu, the surgery fee is 20 million, right? I'll have someone transfer it to you right away." The two then walked out of the operating room together. Outside, 20 to 30 black-clad martial artists stood solemnly as Chun family bodyguards, creating a serious atmosphere. Chun Yao anxiously paced, eyes fixed on the operating room door. When she saw her brother Chen Xiao walk out on his own, noticing the copper-colored mechanical leg, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, your leg." Chun Yao hurried forward, looking him up and down with amazement in her eyes. Chen Xiao beamed widely, his voice booming, "I'm fine now, and I feel even stronger." He flexed his mechanical leg, his face alight with the joy of a new beginning. "Really?" Chen Yao gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She immediately turned to Lu Qing, her voice filled with gratitude. "Dr. Liu, thank you for saving my brother. You're far better than those so-called medical experts." "It's my duty," Lu Qing modestly replied, then advised Chen Xiao. "When you get back, use it more often to fully master the mechanical leg's power." "Understood." Chen Xiao clasped his hands in thanks to Lu Qing. After some polite conversation, Chen Xiao and Chun Yao left the clinic with their family guards. As everyone left, Lu Qing returned to the lounge, leisurely reclining in a chair and gently swinging his leg. He began planning his next steps. Having treated 2 innate martial artists, he had 3 more to meet his target. Successfully treating the Chun family heir would surely boost publicity and attract new clients. He was confident that he would soon complete the remaining tasks and meet the system's KPI targets. Lu Qing lay on his bed, his thoughts swirling like a tide. His gaze was resolute as he contemplated his next steps. "The primary task is to cultivate my energy and blood, aiming to reach the peak of the 2nd tier as soon as possible," he mused to himself. "Preparing for the transformation of my indestructible body is crucial." His eyes swept over to a corner of the room, where his 3rd-tier cold iron mech lay, its torso badly damaged from Donna's fierce attack. Recalling the intense battle, he couldn't help but clench his fists. A 3rd-tier mech is still too weak against innate powerhouses, Lu Qing resolved silently. "I need to upgrade it as soon as possible." His thoughts turned to the 4 pieces of 4th-tier extreme cold metal he had selected from the Qin family. These precious materials were intended for repairing and upgrading the cold iron mech. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. "Once I get another 4 pieces of the same metal from Old Shah through the black market, I can upgrade the cold iron mech to the 4th tier." He couldn't help but envision the future. "By then, my combat power will at least double. Even innate powerhouses will be mere weaklings before me." Just as Lu Qing was lost in his pleasant daydreams, a sudden, urgent knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Lu Qing said, sitting up and looking towards the door. The door opened to reveal Dr. Su Ting walking in, her high heels clicking on the floor. She wore a lab coat, exuding a professional and capable air. In her hand, she carried a black case about a foot long, its surface smooth and unremarkable. Dr. Su elegantly approached Lu Qing's table, gently setting down the case. "Director Lu, this is something the Marshal Hall sent over for you. I brought it up for you." Lu Qing's eyes lit up, and his heart raced. This must be the reward for his recent achievements. He suppressed his inner curiosity and nodded calmly. "Thank you." Dr. Su's eyes flickered as she glanced at Lu Qing, then turned to leave, her long legs barely visible beneath the lab coat. As soon as the door closed, Lu Qing eagerly opened the case. Inside were 20 neatly arranged vials of potion. The transparent bottles contained a light blue liquid that shimmered enticingly under the light. Lu Qing carefully picked up one vial, examining the label closely. It read, "Primary Cultivation Potion Pure Edition." "Wow, the Marshal Hall is really generous?" Lu Qing exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. He hadn't expected the Marshal Hall to reward him with such precious cultivation potions. In the martial world, cultivation potions held a status far above ordinary energy and blood pills. While energy and blood pills were common, they absorbed slowly, contained impurities, and could even harm a martial artist's foundation if overused. Cultivation potions, on the other hand, absorbed quickly, were highly effective, and had no side effects. The only downside was their rarity. The production methods and distribution channels for cultivation potions were tightly controlled by the Marshal Hall, making them inaccessible to ordinary martial artists. Even when they occasionally appeared on the black market, they were often diluted versions with significantly reduced effects, fetching prices as high as 2 to 300,000 per vial. The Marshal Hall's cultivation potions came in pure, regular, and diluted versions, with effectiveness varying greatly. The pure version was undoubtedly the most precious and potent. This batch of primary cultivation potions was perfect for martial artists of the first to third tier. Qing was overjoyed. With these potions, I can confidently reach the peak of the second tier within a month. He eagerly picked up a vial, popped the cap, and drank it down. As the liquid went down his throat, a refreshing sensation swept through his entire body. The Chun family estate, a sprawling, luxurious manor, lay like a sleeping giant in the southeastern heart of the city. Chen Sang, dressed in a dark blue brocade robe, strode purposefully through the estate, flanked closely by 2 imposing bodyguards. They arrived at a secluded courtyard where a centuries-old locust tree, requiring 2 people to encircle its trunk, spread its lush branches, casting deep shade. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a pattern of scattered gold on the ground. Beneath the ancient tree, an elderly man sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes closed, immersed in meditation. This was Chun Shirue, the patriarch of the Chun family and ranked 7th on the Grandmaster list of the Great Xia. His hair and beard were completely white, his face gaunt yet exuding an aura of profound tranquility, like an ancient statue blending seamlessly with the courtyard. Chen Sani paused at the courtyard gate, quietly instructing the bodyguards, "Stay here and keep quiet." The bodyguards nodded in unison, standing like guardians at the gate, unmoving. Chen Sani entered the courtyard alone, stopping before the elder and bowing deeply with respect. "Father, you've returned." Chun Shirue slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and timeless, like a still ancient well, seemingly holding endless years within. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him. Leaves in the courtyard danced without wind. The branches of the locust tree rustled like a small boat amidst stormy seas. Shadows on the ground flickered violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Chen Sani felt an invisible pressure descend upon him, like a mountain pressing down, causing his breath to catch and forcing him to step back involuntarily. He looked up in shock to see his father's robe billowing without wind, resembling an awakened ancient deity. Stunned, Chen Sani cautiously asked, "Your energy has improved significantly again. I assume your recent journey brought great fortune?" "It was beneficial," Chen Shirue replied calmly, "but I'm still far from reaching the 8th rank." "Is it truly that difficult to become a grandmaster? Even you can't achieve it?" Chen Sani asked in surprise. Chen Shirue sighed, his voice tinged with a trace of helplessness and melancholy. "How many of our generation have succeeded? I'm afraid it's beyond my reach in this lifetime. We can only hope for the next generation." His tone shifted to one of concern as he continued, "How is Shower doing? I heard he was injured by a demon flood dragon when I returned to the base." Chen Sani quickly responded, "Qing, the specially appointed physician of the Marshal Hall, is treating Shower. He should be fine." His quick thinking allowed him to discover a hidden beast cult agent within our family, which is why he managed to escape danger this time. A look of regret crossed his face. "Father, it's my fault for being incompetent and not uncovering the beast cult's plot sooner, nearly costing Shower his life." Sigh. Chun Shirue sighed softly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Chun Shirue sighed again, his voice tinged with fatigue. His weathered eyes turned to Chen Sani as he spoke slowly. "Old third, you're not skilled in martial arts and have been focused on managing the family business all these years. It's not entirely your fault that this happened. The Beast sect has been operating for many years with secretive actions that are hard to guard against. We just need to be more vigilant in the future." His voice grew deeper, as if carrying the weight of the years. "I'm getting old. I'm not sure if I can take that step within my lifetime. What will become of the Qin family after 100 years? Can we still enjoy the peace we have now?" Hearing this, Chen Sani quickly stepped forward, his tone firm as he reassured, "Father, you will definitely advance to Grandmaster. Plus, with my elder brothers, who are also masters, they will surely ensure the Chun family's prosperity for 100 years." However, the only response was another wistful sigh from the old man. Chun Shirue shook his head, a hint of clarity and helplessness in his eyes. "Though the eldest and second sons have become masters, their talents are limited. It's not that I look down on my own children, but they aren't destined to reach the pinnacle. Their martial paths will end at the 7th rank master level." His gaze became deep, as if seeing the looming shadows of the future. "Over the years, the Beast Clan's power has grown, and there are issues within the Marshal Hall. After I'm gone, what will become of the Qin family?" Chen Sani fell silent, his brows furrowed with worry. Chun Shirue's aged voice rose again, with a glimmer of hope. "Only Shower, with his exceptional talent, can master the 2 ultimate skills of our family, the Su Tian step and the Ta Tian step. Only he holds the hope of reviving the glory of our ancestors, reaching Grandmaster, and securing the future of the Qin family. I understand, father. Qin San replied firmly, a glint of determination in his eyes. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted the courtyard's tranquility. Chen Xiao and Chen Yao approached side by side. Chen Xiao walked with a straight posture and steady steps, but his right leg drew attention, a striking red mechanical leg, gleaming with a metallic sheen, its joints intricately fitted, resembling a work of art, yet exuding a cold, lethal aura. Grandfather, Chen Yao's lively voice rang out. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she playfully rushed to Chen Shirue's side, affectionately linking her arm with his. Chen Shirue's serious, worried face immediately broke into a kind smile. You little girl, how long has it been since you visited your grandfather? Grandson greets grandfather and third uncle. Chen Xiao also approached, bowing respectfully to Chen Shirue and Chen San. Chen Shirue's gaze immediately fell on Chen Zhao's right leg. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he asked, Shower, is this the mechanical limb? As the head of the Qin family, he was well aware of everything in base city number 15. He had heard about the Marshal Hall's employment of a genius physician, skilled in reshaping flesh and reconstructing mechanical bodies. However, since Lu Qing had previously treated lower-ranked warriors like Yuan Chong, he hadn't paid much attention. Now, with this matter involving his own grandson, he truly appreciated Lu Qing's capabilities. Yes, physician Lu Qing is highly skilled, and this mechanical limb is indeed extraordinary, Chen Xiao replied respectfully. Beside them, Chen San was equally astonished. He moved closer, carefully examining Chen Zhao's fourth-grade red flame, copper mechanical leg. He then inquired with concern, Shower, how does the mechanical limb feel? Is there any discomfort? His tone carried a hint of worry. After all, no matter how good a mechanical limb is, it's still an external object and might not compare to one's own flesh and blood. Chen Zhao's lips curved into a confident smile. He looked up at his grandfather and third uncle, his voice firm. Let me show you myself, and you'll understand. Before the words fully left his mouth, Chen Xiao stepped forward. His right leg, equipped with a blazing copper mechanical limb, erupted with astonishing energy, his internal vitality surging like a tide. In an instant, his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 5th rank burst forth, his vitality reaching a staggering 200,000 calories. Step of the heavens, he roared. The blazing copper mechanical leg unleashed its full power, boosting his vitality by 50% to a formidable 300,000 calories. Chen Zhao's right leg suddenly exerted force, the internal pistons of the mechanical leg whirring at high speed, emitting a deep rumble like a waking beast. The stone slabs beneath his feet cracked instantly, spreading fine web-like fissures. With a swift push of his toes, his body shot up like an arrow released from a bow. The air around him sizzled with intense friction, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Boom. Chen Zhao's step onto the void caused the entire space to tremble. His right leg's blazing copper mechanical limb shone even more brilliantly, its fiery red glow blinding. The entire courtyard shook violently as a cataclysmic pressure descended from the sky. This was the first time Chen Xiao had unleashed the step of the heavens with such power. A gleam flashed in the old eyes of Chen Shirue. With a light tap of his finger, he instantly dispelled the oppressive force of the step of the heavens. In midair, Chen Xiao reined in his momentum and landed steadily back on the ground. Good, good, very good. Chen Shirue's old face lit up with excitement as he praised loudly. This is extraordinary. This young man is extraordinary. He was not praising his grandson Chen Xiao, but rather Lu Qing, the creator of the mechanical limb. Beside him, Chen Yao and third uncle Chen were already dumbfounded. This power far exceeded the innate 5th rank. Who below a 6th rank martial master would dare face this kick-heathen? Chen Shirue spoke slowly, his voice aged but strong. Third uncle, invite this Dr. Lu to my birthday banquet in 2 months. I must thank him properly. Third uncle Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. Yes, father. A few days later, in the conference room atop the Marshal Hall building, at the head of the long mahogany table, Elder Su sat with his brows furrowed, a cloud of worry hanging over him. Seated in order below him were Law Enforcement Minister Luo Jin, Intelligence Minister Han Jin, and the cold-faced Jiang Juni from the Inspection Department, dressed in a white suit. Apart from Qin Ming from the Military Department and Jin Wushi from Division 15, all other personnel were present. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, broken only by the occasional sound of wind from outside. Elder Su's gaze was sharp as he scanned the 3 seated before him, his voice low. How many days has the Dark Moon King of the 100 Beasts sect been in the base city? What have you been doing that you can't find a single clue? Han Jin from the Intelligence Department was the first to respond, slightly bowing as he spoke with a hint of helplessness. Elder Su, the Dark Moon King's movements are extremely secretive. I believe that in a few more days, we will surely uncover their hiding place. Elder Su sighed and waved his hand. Enough, the opponent is a master-level expert after all. It's understandable that your investigation is challenging. He paused, furrowing his brow, then asked, by the way, how's the investigation into those recent suicide cases going? Is there any connection to the Dark Moon King? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jinshi from the law enforcement department stood up straight and respectfully replied, Elder, according to our investigation, the recent suicide incidents in the Bay City are highly likely the work of the Dark Moon King. Elder Su lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp, and said calmly, explain in detail. Luo Jinshi cleared his throat and began to report thoroughly. From the interrogation of the chief in purple we apprehended at Qing Sanatorium, we've gathered some basic information about the Dark Moon King. This individual acts in extreme ways, considering themselves a messenger of justice and harboring a deep hatred for injustice and the oppression of the weak. He paused before continuing. Analyzing the recent suicide cases, evidence shows that the victims had all engaged in actions contrary to the Dark Moon King's beliefs before their deaths. These include workplace bullying, abusing power, illegally seizing others' property, and mistreating women and children. All these signs suggest that these suicides were orchestrated by the Dark Moon King. Han Jinshi from the intelligence department sneered disdainfully. So, she's a hero fighting for justice for the people now. Jiang Juni, who had remained silent, suddenly chuckled. It does sound like that. Han Jinshi abruptly turned, glaring at Jiang Juni, and shouted, nonsense. There are laws in the country and rules in the family. Even if those victims erred, it should be our Marshal Hall enforcing the law, not the Dark Moon King deciding who lives and dies. Fighting injustice? It's just the perverse mindset of a criminal from the 100 Beasts sect. Such a dangerous individual must be controlled and eliminated swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. Elder Su's thin fingers tapped lightly on the smooth mahogany table, the sound crisp and clear. Only then did Han Jinshi realize his emotional outburst. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and slowly sat back down. Elder Su surveyed the room, his gaze finally resting on Han Jinshi, his tone grave and serious. No matter what, this series of suicides orchestrated by the Dark Moon King must be stopped immediately. Use any means necessary to locate the Dark Moon King as quickly as possible. I don't want the Elder Hall and other bases laughing at our Division 15. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Dismissed. Elder Su waved them off. Meanwhile, in a tastefully decorated restaurant in the bustling city center, a young female influencer was live streaming. Facing millions of fans, she smiled charmingly at the phone camera, showcasing the array of dishes on the table. Everyone, look at this squirrel fish, crispy on the outside, tender inside, sweet and sour. Yu Yu's voice was clear and pleasant, like a mountain spring, reaching viewers everywhere through their phones. The comments flooded in like a tide. Wow, Goddess Yu Yu is taking us to eat delicious food again. This fish looks so authentic, I'm drooling. Yu Yu, eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. This restaurant looks so upscale, it must be expensive. Yu Yu, your dress is beautiful today, like a fairy. Hey, focus on the food, that's the real highlight. Suddenly, a sharp sound of glass shattering broke the harmonious atmosphere of the restaurant. The noise came from a table near the window. There, a pot-bellied middle-aged man glared angrily at a young waitress. The waitress, pale-faced, stood with her head down, holding a tray with spilled wine and glass shards. The man's greasy face was full of rage as he stood up abruptly, raising his pudgy hand high. Smack! A piercing slap echoed in the restaurant. The petite waitress staggered backward, dizzy and disoriented. The middle-aged man, a first-grade martial artist, had hit her hard enough to cause internal injuries. Watch where you're going, he shouted, pointing at the waitress's nose. Do you know how much this suit costs? What's going on? Goddess Yaya, what happened? The female streamer Yaya quickly pointed her phone camera at the overweight middle-aged man. On the phone screen, an uncomfortable scene unfolded. The middle-aged man had a greasy face, and his fat jiggled with each breath, resembling a quivering mound of flesh. In the restaurant, a young waitress was bowing her head, her shoulders trembling, and her voice quivering with tears. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Her apologies were filled with helplessness and fear. How much is sorry worth? The man's thick lips parted, and his words were like greasy knives, harsh and nauseating. Get your manager here. I demand compensation. Seeing this, the viewers quickly guessed what had happened. The comment section exploded, with messages flying like snowflakes. It's just a dirty shirt. This fat jerk is too much. Goddess Yaya, expose him. People like him deserve to be punished. Support Yaya. Let him know what social death feels like. At that moment, the middle-aged man seemed to notice something. He turned his head sharply and saw Yaya filming. His flabby face twitched like a toad being stepped on, and he pointed at Yaya, shouting angrily. Who the hell allowed you to film? However, as he stomped over with his heavy steps and got a good look at Yaya's stunning face, he froze, unable to move. A loud gulp echoed in the silent restaurant. In his 30-some years, he had never seen such an extraordinary girl. Her face was full of youthful collagen, her skin flawless. She wore a light pink dress, with 2 layers of white lace at the neckline. The hem of the dress was full and prominent, with her white collarbones clearly defined, like intricately carved jade. What beautiful collarbones. I wonder what they taste like. I really want to try them. The man's mind was filled with filthy thoughts, but as his gaze drifted downward, he frowned. A long dress paired with canvas shoes, only a bit of calf showing. Damn, she should be wearing high-heeled sandals, showing off those lollipop-like toes. Gulp. His Adam's apple moved visibly as he blatantly ogled Yaya, his gaze invasive and lustful. I must have her, he roared internally. Ever since he became successful, every woman he fancied wives, student she managed to get, whether by force, persuasion, or trickery, he knew all the tricks. This exceptional girl before him was worth more than all the others combined. I must have her, I must have her. The comment section exploded again, with viewers expressing their disgust. Ugh, that lecherous look, gross. Goddess Yaya, be careful, this fat pig is definitely up to no good. Everyone, protect our goddess Yaya. Let's take him down. At the table, Yaya remained still, without much reaction. But for a moment, her clear eyes flashed with an eerie crimson. The man met her gaze and felt a chill run from his feet to his crown, as if his soul was frozen. Those crimson eyes were like mandalas blooming in an abyss, enchanting yet dangerous. His body stiffened for a moment, his mind blank, as if his soul had been sucked out. But soon, the confusion in his eyes faded, and he returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Just then, the restaurant manager hurried over, breaking the strange atmosphere. He quickly bowed and apologized to the middle-aged man, speaking sincerely. Sir, I'm truly sorry, it was our oversight. Before he could finish, the middle-aged man suddenly interrupted him. His eyes were unfocused, as if he was lost in deep self-reflection. No, it's not her fault, the man mumbled, his voice filled with regret. The young lady didn't mean to. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have hit anyone. I shouldn't have hit anyone. He repeated the last sentence over and over, his expression dazed, as if he had lost his soul. Then, he turned away on his own and stumbled out of the restaurant, leaving the manager and the waitress standing there, stunned. The surrounding guests exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand why this unreasonable middle-aged man had suddenly changed his attitude. Meanwhile, at a table by the window, Yaya smiled sweetly at the live stream camera and blew a kiss. Everyone, that's it for today's live stream. I'll take you to more delicious places next time. Bye-bye. With that, she swiftly ended the live stream. Outside the restaurant, the middle-aged man stood at the entrance and suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. How could I do that? I deserve to die, he muttered to himself, standing dazedly by the roadside. Soon, a black sedan approached, and the driver got out to open the door for the man, respectfully asking, Mr. Wu, should I take you to the office or back home tonight? Home. Home. The man replied mechanically, his eyes vacant. The car door closed, shutting out the noise of the world. Inside the car, another sharp slap echoed as the man hit himself again. I deserve to die, he groaned in pain. Mr. Wu? What's going on? The driver cautiously observed the man's actions through the rearview mirror, his voice filled with confusion. However, the man seemed not to hear, continuing to mutter to himself as if under a spell. Back home, the man headed straight to the bathroom, letting the hot water wash over him. After emerging from the shower, he slapped himself hard again. It's all my fault. I deserve to die, deserve to die. He sat on the sofa, mechanically turning on the TV, the screen's glow reflecting on his vacant face. Slap. Another slap sounded. I deserve to die. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if awakened from a nightmare. He began to strangle himself with his hands, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. At the same time, he kept repeating the phrase, I deserve to die. His struggle grew weaker, his eyes gradually losing focus, a hint of crimson flashing in them. Finally, he completely stopped breathing, like a drowning man finally sinking to the bottom of the sea, everything returning to silence. The next morning, inside the crime scene cordoned off with police tape, the disheveled room looked like it had been hit by a hurricane, with items scattered everywhere. On the bed lay a corpulent corpse, eyes wide open, face twisted, resembling a frozen sculpture capturing the last moment of life's terror. Su Sanqing adjusted his glasses and reported calmly. Captain Yuan, the deceased is named Wu Yongke, 38, unmarried, a vice president at a small pharmaceutical company. The time of death is initially estimated to be around 3 a.m. last night. Pausing, he continued, the deceased's behavior was bizarre, just like the previous suicide cases. It's preliminarily determined to be the work of the Dark Moon King. Yuan Chong ruffled his hair in frustration, his mechanical arm making a slight clicking sound. The Dark Moon King again. We just had a meeting about this yesterday, and now there's a death in our district. I'm going to get an earful this time. He rubbed his temples and asked, what about the autopsy results? Zhou Man walked over with her long legs and reported. Captain Yuan, the autopsy results show that the deceased was perfectly normal, mentally sound, and physically healthy. Sigh. Yuan Chang's mechanical arm clenched into a fist as he let out a heavy sigh. That damn Dark Moon King. How is she doing this? A grandmaster. Does she find killing these people entertaining? Zhou Man frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes flickering, and suggested, Captain Yuan, why don't we bring in Lu Qing to take a look? At her words, Yuan Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. In the quiet of the night at the Ping'an Sanatorium, the silence was broken by the crackling of joints. Lu Qing stretched his weary body, feeling the ache from long hours of focused work. His gaze fell upon the four-tier frost mech before him, emanating a chill, and a satisfied smile curled his lips. Perfect, Lu Qing murmured with a sense of accomplishment. Yesterday, Elder Shah had finally delivered the extremely cold attribute level 4 metal he had commissioned. Coupled with the 4 pieces he acquired from the Qin family, he managed to assemble a complete set. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Qing worked tirelessly overnight to upgrade the damaged level 3 cold iron mech into a level 4 frost mech, achieving a perfect quality. Lu Qing calculated the performance of this mech in his mind. The level 4 perfect quality mechanical limbs increased vitality by 55, surpassing Chun Zhao's excellent quality red flame copper mechanical leg. The amplification of the full exoskeleton mech was even more impressive, reaching 110. With this frost mech, any opponent not exceeding level 4 would be suppressed by the frost effect. A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. I can easily overpower early to mid-stage level 4s. If I need to be cunning, with the plank sky palm, I could take down a peak level 4 with a single strike. This confidence gave Lu Qing an unprecedented sense of security. In this perilous world, he finally had a basic means of self-defense. Recalling the encounter with a madwoman like Tang Na, Lu Qing vowed that if faced with a similar situation again, he wouldn't hesitate to let them feel the power of a mature man's slap. What excited Lu Qing even more was that during the fusion of the 8 extremely cold attribute metals, the frost mech underwent a special transformation. By wearing it, Lu Qing's vitality would carry a frost effect, capable of freezing an enemy's vitality and flesh. This opened up a new avenue for development. Lu Qing couldn't help but wonder if using other attribute metals might produce different special effects. This thought tempted him, but reason told him it wasn't the time to take such risks. Lu Qing decided to keep the exoskeleton mech as a trump card and maintain secrecy for now. For the moment, he would only reveal the mechanical limbs. Until he became stronger, proceeding cautiously was the wise choice. Meanwhile, there was progress with the system tasks. 3 days ago, thanks to the advertising effect from the Chun family's heir, Lu Qing successfully attracted a major client, the president of the Giant Axe Martial Arts Association. This level 4 innate disabled martial artist was not only generous, but also held significant status in the civilian martial arts organization at Base 15, rivaling the strength of the former Black Dragon Association. Another task involved upgrading Elder Shah's equipment. As an innate strongman, a level 2 mechanical leg no longer sufficed for Elder Shah. Lu Qing crafted a level 4 Gale mechanical leg for him, successfully completing a performance milestone. With the task progress at 45, Lu Qing could almost see the undying body modification technique beckoning him. Breaking through to level 3 and shattering Jiang Juni's record as the first genius of the Marshal Hall was a thrilling thought for Lu Qing. Additionally, the Marshal Hall's potions had shown significant effects. Over the past few days of training, Lu Qing's vitality broke through the 600-calorie mark, reaching the mid-stage of level 2. He was confident he could reach the late stage of level 2 by the end of the month. While Lu Qing was immersed in thoughts of the future, his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the name Zhou Man. Hello, Sister Zhou Man. Lu Qing answered, hearing the familiar female voice on the other end. After a brief conversation, Lu Qing grasped the situation. It was another suicide case related to the Beast cult, involving one of the 4 cardinals, the Dark Moon King, a true level 7 grandmaster. Lu Qing stood at the entrance of the health resort, frowning slightly. This will have to be a separate charge, he murmured to himself, then shook his head. Never mind, it's just an autopsy. It shouldn't be a big deal. With that, he adjusted his clothes and strode out of the resort. 40 minutes later, Lu Qing arrived at the crime scene. Outside the cordon, he pulled out his martial officer credentials and walked quickly past the security personnel. As he pushed open the door, he was met with the tense figures of Yuan Chong, Zhou Man, and Su Sanqing gathered together. Upon seeing Lu Qing, they all turned simultaneously, their eyes filled with expectation and anxiety. Lu Qing, you're here, Yuan Chong said heavily, pointing to the body in the center of the room. This is the deceased. Please take a look. Lu Qing nodded in agreement and slowly approached the body of Wu Yongke. He crouched down, and his mysterious eye quietly activated, functioning like a precise scanner, rapidly gathering information. On the system panel, the death report immediately appeared. Name, Wu Yongke. Cultivation level, 1st grade. Cause of death, contaminated by the Overlord-level beast, the Scarlet Moon Evil Phoenix. His soul was damaged, manipulated, and tormented to death. Description: the Scarlet Moon Evil Phoenix is a 7th-level overlord beast, naturally possessing evil eyes capable of controlling others' souls. It is a legendary harbinger of death. Evil eyes. Lu Qing muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. He quickly organized the information in his mind. The Dark Moon King is a 7th-grade Grandmaster, likely having integrated the eyes of the Scarlet Moon Evil Phoenix. That's why he possesses such an invisible killing method. This doesn't affect the mind or body but directly targets the soul. Standing up, Lu Qing walked over to Yuan Chong and calmly stated his conclusion. It's the ability of the 7th-level beast, the Scarlet Moon Evil Phoenix. It can control souls. The Dark Moon King likely has this ability, but not completely. What's important is that she uses her eyes to execute it. The eyes. Yuan Chong repeated, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. This crucial clue excited him. This is a critical lead. If this is the opponent's combat method, we can prepare in advance, he exclaimed. All right, let's head back and report this. As night fell, a bustling internet celebrity company was abuzz inside a skyscraper in the bustling city center. In the dressing room, a flurry of activity ensued as numerous beautiful female streamers busied themselves with makeup. Some practiced smiles in front of mirrors, others exchanged beauty tips, while still others snapped selfies to share their daily lives. The air was filled with a mixed scent of perfume and cosmetics. Hello, Yaya is back from the outdoors. A crisp voice broke the hallway silence. The female streamer Yaya, wearing black high heels, strode confidently down the corridor, heading straight for the office at the end. Pushing open the door, she entered a lavish office. Soft wool carpets covered the floor, and several expensive oil paintings adorned the walls. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in a burgundy suit, handsome features framed by gold-rimmed glasses, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an aura of authority. Seeing Yaya's arrival, the man quickly stood up, greeting her with utmost respect. Yaya walked directly to the boss's chair, sat down elegantly, crossed her legs, and assumed a lazy yet casual posture. The handsome man immediately knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Majesty, Dark Moon King." "Rise." Yaya slightly lifted her delicate chin, her voice cool and distant. The handsome man quickly stood up, respectfully stepping aside, sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes darted nervously, clearly intimidated by the Dark Moon King. Yaya gracefully swiveled her office chair, pulling a strawberry-flavored lollipop from her pocket. She leisurely unwrapped it and placed it in her mouth, mumbling, Who's the next target?" The handsome man stammered. "Your Grace, all the corrupt officials we've been investigating have already been dealt with by you." "Really?" Yaya raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt on her exquisite face. "Is that all the corrupt officials at Base 15? She twirled the lollipop in her hand, her tone filled with disbelief. The handsome man inwardly grumbled. Could it be that you eliminated them too quickly? But outwardly, he dared not show any negligence, promptly apologizing. "It was my oversight. I'll send someone to investigate further right away." "All right then." Yaya nodded in satisfaction, a bright smile spreading across her innocent face, like a pure girl next door. She tilted her head, saying with childlike innocence, "If there are no corrupt officials, then unscrupulous merchants will do." The handsome man hesitated for a moment, then hesitantly said, "There are some. However, among them are members of the 100 Beasts sect." He glanced cautiously at the formidable lady. "I don't care whose people they are," Yaya said calmly. "You just need to tell me if these people have committed any heinous acts or oppressed the innocent." The handsome man sighed inwardly. If they weren't committing heinous acts, why would they join the 100 Beasts sect? But he had to lower his head and answer truthfully. "Of course they have." "Good, give me the information." Yaya took the lollipop out of her mouth, spinning it between her fingers, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. The handsome man handed over the documents, nervously explaining, "Your Grace, perhaps you should reconsider. Among them are 3 of the 6 Desires King's subordinates, one of whom is a purple-clad deacon, and the other 2 are blue-clad deacons. Their positions are quite high. Doing this might provoke the 6 Desires King." 6 Desires? Yaya's small face showed surprise. She put the lollipop back in her mouth, sucking on it loudly, making a crisp sound. "Then inform him that I will be staying in the Southeast District for a while. Bases 13, 14, 15, and 16 are under my control now. He should keep his subordinates in check, or else I won't mind dismantling his octopus again to feed the wild dogs." The handsome man shivered all over, not daring to say another word. After a pause, he shifted the topic. "Your Grace, there's one more thing. This afternoon, a mole from the Marshal Hall's 15th branch sent word. Through the autopsy of a suicide victim, the Marshal Hall has obtained some intelligence on your abilities. Your evil eye has been exposed, and I'm worried that the Marshal Hall might target you, which could be unfavorable for you." "Oh." Yaya twirled the lollipop in her hand, producing a crisp cracking sound, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. A hint of disdain appeared on Yaya's delicate face as she removed the lollipop from her mouth, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. her gaze fixed on the handsome man in front of her, waiting for his explanation. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a slightly nervous tone, "There is a martial arts physician named Lu Qing. His medical skills are exceptional, and he has quite the methods. However, his martial strength is average. Your Grace, should I go and eliminate him?" Yaya tilted her head, gently licking the lollipop, and asked, "What about this person? Has he done anything wicked or harmful?" The handsome man frowned slightly, recalling Lu Qing's information, and slowly said, "According to our current investigation, he recently joined the Marshal Hall. His parents are deceased, and he led a rather ordinary life. He caught the Hall's attention after inventing a mechanical surgery, which led to his appointment as a special physician. As for corruption or oppressing the innocent, we haven't heard of such things." Yaya put the lollipop back in her mouth and said with clear eyes, "That makes it difficult for me. He's a good person, and he's a doctor." The handsome man was taken aback, speechless. He couldn't help but think, if I encountered an enemy who could uncover secrets, I'd have to take them out first. And you're talking about principles? No wonder they say you're the disgrace of the holy sect. The 4 cardinals of the 100 Beast sect are truly all unusual. No wonder it said they're not wronged. But he wasn't willing to give up and continued to persuade. His medical skills are strange, and his methods unpredictable. If he conducts another autopsy and discovers something, it will be even more detrimental to you. You do have a point. Yaya's eyes shifted as if contemplating something. After a moment, she spoke. "Keep an eye on Lu Qing for me. If he becomes corrupt, notify me immediately, and I will personally take his life." She bit into the lollipop, the crisp sound echoing in the room. Yaya stood up from her executive chair, stretching her graceful figure. "Let's go. Inform the 3 subordinates of 6 desires to clean their necks at home. I'm going to kill someone." With that, she casually tossed the lollipop wrapper into the trash can. In the next moment, the office was left with only the man. He bowed deeply in the direction Ye disappeared, let out a long sigh of relief, and murmured, "Farewell, Your Grace Dark Moon King." 5 days later, in the Marshal Hall's lounge, Lu Qing sat cross-legged, his breathing long and steady. Threads of the world's energy flowed into his body like trickling streams, nourishing his limbs and bones. 24 acupoints shone like stars, greedily devouring the energy. His body was like a dry sponge, eagerly absorbing the surrounding energy. Before long, Lu Qing exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. A hint of joy flashed in his deep eyes. 820 cards of qi and blood, late 2nd grade. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within, and couldn't help but smile slightly. After using the heaven and earth essence to temper his body, his cultivation speed increased more than tenfold. Ordinary 2nd grade martial artists had only opened 12 acupoints, while he had opened 24. Lu Qing marveled at the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Thinking of the god of wealth, Jiang Jun, with his 28 acupoints in the 2nd grade, what an exaggeration. However, although his cultivation speed had increased, the consumption was also significant. Lu Qing glanced at the surrounding test tubes. 20 vials of cultivation potion, now more than half used. 16 empty transparent vials lay quietly to the side, with only 4 remaining, containing a faint blue liquid. These won't be enough to reach the peak of the 2nd grade, Lu Qing muttered to himself. But soon, a confident smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, money is not something I lack right now. Luckily, money is the last thing I lack right now. A smug smile appeared on Lu Qing's face as he gently patted the bulging wallet in his pocket, secretly calculating in his mind. These days, with Xiao Mo as his capable assistant, Lu Qing's life had become quite relaxed and enjoyable. First-level mechanical surgeries? He handed them all over to Xiao Mo. All he needed to do was sit in the clinic every day, leisurely waiting for the money to roll into his account. In just half a month, Lu Qing's account balance had already surpassed the 50 million mark. The massive sum sitting in his account felt almost unreal to him. In his previous life, this would have been something he couldn't even dream of. Just as Lu Qing was lost in thoughts of a bright future, his phone rang abruptly, interrupting his musings. He frowned, reluctantly pulling out his phone. When his eyes caught the contact displayed on the screen, he was momentarily stunned. It was Xiao Bin. Back in high school, Lu Qing and Xiao Bin were inseparable, practically best friends. But after Lu Qing failed his exams and Xiao Bin got into Xingqian Martial Arts University, their contact gradually diminished, and their relationship grew distant. Hesitating for a moment, Lu Qing still pressed the answer button. "Hello," he said, with a hint of tentativeness in his voice. "Old Lu." Xiao Bin's familiar voice came through the receiver, full of enthusiasm. "How have you been lately?" "Not bad," Lu Qing replied, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "How are you and Shiyu doing at Xingqian Martial Arts University? You guys are in your 3rd year now, right?" "Yeah." Xiao Bin's tone carried a touch of pride. "I'm now a latest-stage 1st-grade martial artist. As for Shiyu," he paused, "you know she's always been the most talented among the 3 of us. She's now a peak 1st-grade martial artist, but she hasn't found the right materials for body refinement to break through to the second grade. Xiaobin's tone suddenly turned a bit gloomy. Last time, we went to Baiyun Mountain, hoping to try our luck with the rumored heaven and earth essence there. We almost lost our lives, though. It's a long story. Baiyun Mountain. Lu Qing was slightly taken aback. He recalled his own experiences at Baiyun Mountain and realized that Xiao Bin and Feng Shiyu had been there too. It seemed they were rescued by other martial squads, which explained why he hadn't encountered them. So what's up? Lu Qing asked directly. Despite the reduced contact, their mutual understanding still remained. Oh right, I almost forgot the main reason. Xiaobin's tone suddenly turned excited. There's a large talent recruitment fair at the convention center tomorrow, organized in collaboration with major universities. I've heard that major groups and medium-sized companies will be there, with opportunities for project collaboration. Shiyu and I are about to start our internships, so we're planning to attend. Do you want to join us? Lu Qing calculated in his mind. The convention center was under the First Martial Arts Association, the leading civil organization in Base 15. It was said that the president was a 6th-grade martial arts master with numerous enterprises and martial arts businesses spread throughout Base 15. Any company or organization wanting to do business couldn't avoid the First Association. Except for those official martial artists with secure jobs, every recruitment fair caused a huge stir. Graduates from major universities and civilian martial artists all scrambled to get in, seeking development opportunities. I think I'll pass, Lu Qing replied calmly. He was now a specially appointed physician at the Marshal Hall, with patients who were all big shots. Why would he bother with such a crowded place? However, to Xiao Bin, Lu Qing's response carried a different implication. Xiao Bin spoke with a comforting tone. Old Lu, I know you've been feeling down since you didn't get into Wuhan University, but this event by the First Association is a great opportunity. You have medical skills, and you might just catch the eye of a good pharmaceutical company. Lu Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, frowning slightly, unsure how to refuse. Just then, a mechanical notification sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ding. Choice triggered. Your medical career has achieved some success. If you wish to further expand the influence of your miraculous medical skills, how will you choose? The system's cold voice continued. Option 1. Continue developing steadily, treat patients, and expand your reputation as a miraculous doctor. Rewards. 200 pieces of level 1 metal, 100 pieces of level 2 metal, 50 pieces of level 3 metal. Option 2. Seek cooperation, establish an industry, and promote miraculous medical products. Reward. Nano-trauma repair technology. Lu Qing's eyes sharpened instantly, and a smile crept onto his lips. He took a deep breath and made a decisive choice. All right, I'll go. On the other end of the line, Xiao Bin was still going on. Old Lu, you should go, really. What? You're going? Xiao Bin's voice suddenly shot up several octaves, clearly shocked by Lu Qing's sudden change of heart. Yes, I have things to do. See you at the exhibition center tomorrow. Lu Qing replied briefly and hung up, giving Xiao Bin no chance to ask further questions. The busy signal echoed in Xiao Bin's ear, leaving him somewhat bewildered, unable to understand why Lu Qing had suddenly changed his mind. Meanwhile, Lu Qing put down his phone, his eyes shining with excitement. He quickly opened the system interface, his gaze intense. Excitement surged through him like a tide. Metal resources? He had no shortage of money, didn't need them at all. What truly interested him was the system finally providing new miraculous technology. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining nano-trauma repair technology. The system's notification sounded again. Description: this technology uses mechanical metal to create nano-repair patches that can heal trauma. Note: level repair patches can instantly heal injuries caused by Tier 3 ferocious beasts. Level patches can heal Tier 4 great demon injuries. Level patches can heal Tier 5 great demon injuries. Level patches can heal Tier 6 injuries. And level patches can heal Tiers even injuries. Then, the system issued a side mission. Please establish medical cooperation and sell 1,000 nano repair patches externally. Mission progress, 01000. Completion reward. Heaven grade weapon equality for all. Lu Qing's eyes burned with fervor. A heaven grade weapon? That's much stronger than Jiang Juni's Earth grade Azure Dragon Jade Sword. But what does equality for all mean? No matter, it must be powerful. The following afternoon at 5 o'clock, in the bustling northern city center, the First Association Exhibition Center stood majestically. This building's unique spiral structure resembled a DNA double helix, with a giant glass sword embedded in the middle, symbolizing the perfect fusion of martial arts and technology. Under the sunlight, the glass facade shimmered brilliantly, making the entire building look like a giant crystal palace. In front of the exhibition center, luxury cars gathered. Various sports cars and extended business sedans parked one after another, and those stepping out were elite members of the base, business moguls, and even powerful martial artists and famous actresses. A gentle motor sound approached, as Lu Qing rode his old electric scooter into the area, filled with luxury cars. Today, he wore a black hooded sweatshirt with a cool, I am ninth rank print on the chest, gray jeans, and mid-top sneakers. The sunlight highlighted his sharply defined features and 6-foot-tone frame, making him look both sunny and handsome. A security guard saw him and hurried over, shouting, "Sir, please wait, you can't." Lu Qing dismounted gracefully, pulled out the scooter key, tossed it casually to the dumbfounded guard, and said with ease, "Thank you. Hold on." The security guard suddenly stopped Lu Qing, who was about to enter the venue, eyeing him with suspicion. He looked up and down at the young man dressed in cheap clothes and riding a shabby electric scooter, wondering how someone like that could attend such a prestigious event. "Sir, please show me an invitation letter from the attending company or a student ID from one of the top 3 universities. I need to verify," the guard said, a hint of impatience in his voice, having already dealt with several gatecrashers today. Lu Qing remained calm and said indifferently, "I don't have one." The guard immediately stiffened, puffing out his chest as if guarding a sacred hall. "Then you can't enter. This is the First Association's annual gala. Not just anyone can walk in." Just as the guard was about to turn him away, Lu Qing leisurely pulled a black credential from his pocket. In the sunlight, the golden edges of the document shimmered, and the intricate bronze star at its center gleamed brightly. "Is this acceptable?" Lu Qing asked calmly. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. "A martial officer's ID?" He carefully took the credential, examining it closely. His expression quickly turned serious, and he stammered, "Yes, of course, that's acceptable." He hastily returned the ID with both hands, bowing and nodding in respect. Lu Qing nodded with satisfaction and pointed to his scooter. "Could you find a parking spot for me and charge it?" Yes, of course," the guard replied eagerly, quickly pushing the scooter to find a parking spot. Moments later, Lu Qing entered the expansive exhibition hall. The high ceiling was adorned with crystal chandeliers that cast a soft glow, adding a touch of luxury to the space. In the center of the hall, long white tables were laden with exquisite food and fine wines. Amongst the elegantly dressed men in suits and women in evening gowns, conversations flowed with grace and humor. The air was filled with the sense of expensive perfumes and champagne, with gentle music creating a sophisticated ambience. Lu Qing looked around, thinking to himself, it seems like Xiao Bin and the others haven't arrived yet. I can go talk to the organizers about potential collaborations." He then approached the reception desk of the gala, where a young woman with flawless makeup and a black office outfit greeted him with a warm smile. Lu Qing stepped forward, presented his martial officer's ID, and smiled. "Hello, I'm looking for your president." Meanwhile, on the 28th floor in a luxurious office, the rich aroma of cigars filled the air. A burly middle-aged man in a black Tang suit leaned back on a leather sofa, exhaling clouds of smoke. His square face and broad ears emerged through the haze. Holding a thick cigar in his right hand, his fingers were large and well-defined, exuding an aura of rugged charisma that set him apart from the other high society figures. This man was Shun Ao, the president of the First Association. Shun Ao, a martial arts master at the early stage of the 6th rank, built a vast martial arts and business empire from scratch at base 15. With ownership of dozens of martial arts enterprises and a net worth of billions, he is undeniably a formidable figure. At this moment, he is leisurely sitting in his spacious and bright office, holding a thick cigar. A mature and curvaceous female secretary stands beside him, respectfully reporting, "Chairman, all 68 companies and senior officials from the 3 major universities we invited have arrived. Shall we start the event?" Shin Ao gently exhaled a smoke ring, nodding deeply. "Yes, let's begin." As the secretary turned to leave, her phone suddenly vibrated. She quickly stepped out to take the call and returned 2 minutes later. "Chairman," she said cautiously, "a martial envoy from the Marshal Hall wishes to see you." Shin Ao raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. "A martial envoy? Gold or silver?" As a top-tier power in the base city, minor figures had no right to meet him. "It's a bronze envoy," the secretary replied, clearly surprised by the request. "Not interested." Shin Ao dismissed the idea without lifting an eyelid. The secretary hesitated momentarily before adding, "Chairman, he said his name is Lu Qing and that you would want to see him." Lu Qing. Shin Ao paused, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "The special consultant physician from the Marshal Hall? The one who invented the mechanical surgery?" Once confirmed, Shin Ao's demeanor changed instantly. He excitedly said, "Delay the event by half an hour, Secretary Lu. Personally go and bring him up." Shortly after, Secretary Lu led a handsome young man with black hair into the office. Shin Ao immediately stood up, smiling broadly as he extended his hand. "Dr. Lu, I've heard so much about you." Lu Qing politely shook his hand in return. "Chairman Shin, you're too kind. Your martial arts skills are profound, and you're close to breaking through to the mid-6th rank. My achievements are insignificant in comparison." Shin Ao's smile froze momentarily, startled internally. He was indeed at a bottleneck, searching for a breakthrough method, a secret even his own son didn't know. yet Lu Qing saw through it at a glance. His gaze at Lu Qing now held more respect. Ha ha! Shin Ao laughed heartily, masking his surprise. Dr. Lu is truly remarkable. He turned to Secretary Lu. Please leave us. I want to speak with Dr. Lu privately. Secretary Lu respectfully complied, gently closing the door behind her, leaving Shin Ao and Lu Qing alone in the office. On the other side, the ballroom was bustling with activity. Leaders of major corporations gathered together, engaging in lively conversations about the development plans and business landscape of the base city. Their casual discussions had the potential to influence the fate of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of the city's residents. At that moment, a young couple entered the hall, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Xiaobin was dressed in a sharp black suit, his neatly styled hair adding to his otherwise ordinary appearance, giving him an air of vitality. Accompanying him was Feng Xie, who was absolutely stunning in a champagne-colored evening gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Her skin was as smooth as porcelain, and her delicate collarbones resembled a swan's neck. Beneath the hem of her dress were her long, shapely legs, slender and fair. Her elegant updo combined youthful purity with a mature allure. Those must be students from Xingqian Martial Arts University. They're truly beautiful and have such a refined demeanor. Top students from renowned universities are indeed different. Their aura is something you can't find in just any club. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li, why not recruit them for your company? Xiaobin looked around in amazement and remarked. No wonder it's the top association. The scale is impressive. He turned to Feng Xie and said, Xie, Lao Lu hasn't arrived yet. He might not be able to get in. Why don't you go ahead, and I'll wait for him at the entrance. Upon hearing Lu Qing's name, Feng Xie paused, her eyes slightly raised. I'll go instead. Didn't you have a meeting with the company today? I'll wait for Lu Qing. Xiaobin thought for a moment and agreed. That works. Just as Feng Xie was about to turn around, a young man in his early 20s approached them. He wore a dark brown suit, had well-defined features, and a slender build, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. This young man, named Chun Liqiang, was also a graduate of Xingqian Martial Arts University and had pursued Feng Xie during their university days. His family owned a small weapons manufacturing company with assets exceeding $1 billion, making him a moderately wealthy second-generation heir. Chun Liqiang approached Feng Xie with a beaming smile. Xie, are you here looking for an internship opportunity? Why didn't you tell me? I could have introduced you directly. My dad knows all the executives here. Feng Xie politely declined, taking a subtle step back. There's no need, senior. Xiaobin chuckled awkwardly. Ha! Young Master Chun, what a coincidence. Thank you for your kindness, but we're waiting for someone. Chun Liqiang interrupted Xiaobin, speaking with arrogance. Waiting for who? No one is worth making our Xie wait. Come on, let's show you around. His presumptuous attitude made Feng Xie's eyebrows furrow slightly, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Xiaobin Xie. Lu Qing walked over casually, and Feng Xie's eyes lit up like stars in the night sky. She smiled brightly, like 100 flowers in bloom. Lu Qing, long time no see. Long time no see. Lu Qing nodded slightly, thinking to himself. As Xiaobin said, Feng Xie's cultivation has indeed reached the pinnacle of the first rank. It's time for her to undergo body tempering. He recalled the hardships during high school when his family faced turmoil and his parents' sacrifices. Feng Xie and Xiaobin had always provided him with support, both financially and emotionally. Now, Lu Qing didn't mind extending a helping hand to repay their past kindness. At the right moment, Lu Qing had obtained a large quantity of heaven and earth essence from Baiyun Mountain. He planned to share some with Xiaobin and Feng Xie, which would be enough to help them break through to the second level. However, just then, Chun Liqiang, standing nearby, frowned slightly and stared intently at Lu Qing and Feng Xie. Chun Liqiang keenly noticed the strange sparkle in Feng Xie's eyes when she looked at Lu Qing. His heart sank as he suddenly realized Feng Xie liked this seemingly ordinary guy. Chun Liqiang scrutinized Lu Qing from head to toe, his gaze full of disdain and scrutiny. Feigning a posture, he curled his lips into a mocking smile and spoke. Xie? Who is this? Feng Xie slightly furrowed her brows and responded coolly. Mr. Chun, we're not familiar. Please don't address me like that. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Xiaobin quickly stepped in to mediate. Mr. Chun, let me introduce him. This is Lu Qing, a high school classmate of mine and Xia's. Back then, my buddy here was unlucky and didn't get into martial arts university. You have a lot of connections, Mr. Chun. If you could, please help my buddy out. Any company would do. However, after hearing Xiaobin's words, Chun Liqiang's smile widened, and his contempt was almost palpable. He snorted lightly, just loud enough for Lu Qing to hear. Oh, so he didn't get into Wuda. In the path of martial arts, talent and hard work are both essential. Some people are destined to be mediocre all their lives. In today's society, without strength, you can only do the most menial jobs. Luckily, I'm kind-hearted and willing to give these people at the bottom a chance. He glanced sidelong at Lu Qing, his words dripping with superiority. Buddy, knowing me is your good fortune. When you pick a company, I'll pull some strings for you, at least so you won't have to work on construction sites. Lu Qing listened to these words with an impassive face, not responding at all. Seeing this, Chen Liqiang flashed a satisfied smile and looked even more smugly at Feng Xie. Just then, a clear and resonant voice echoed through the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the First Association's exhibition. The event is now officially starting, and we invite the representatives of the listed companies to come up and present. Tonight, our chairman Shin has also invited a special guest who will introduce a new industry collaboration. We hope everyone will actively participate and seize the opportunity. On the stage at the front of the hall, a host walked to the center. The spotlight on him was as bright as daylight. One after another, company representatives took the stage, enthusiastically presenting their projects and industries, hoping to attract the talented individuals present and forge partnerships with other companies. The crystal screen displayed information about leading enterprises, with data, charts, and promotional videos playing in succession, dazzling the audience. Hello, we are Shuntai Weapon Manufacturing Company. Qing Machinery Manufacturing welcomes you. Everyone, Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals Group looks forward to your collaboration. Lu Qing stood by the dining table, picking up a delicate pastry to taste while observing. He thought to himself, these three are good potential partners for distributing the nano wound patches. Shuntai, Qing, and Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals. These companies are among the top 10 leaders in Base 15, with strong capabilities and good reputations. As Lu Qing surveyed the entire venue, his ambition extended beyond this. His goal was the entire Base 15 and even broader markets. At that moment, Chen Liqiang picked up a glass of red wine, wearing a smug smile, and said, Xia, would you like to join Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals Group? My dad happens to have some connections with their HR manager. Should I put in a word for you? Feng Xia hesitated. No, that's not necessary. Yet her gaze involuntarily drifted to the representative from Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals on stage, her eyes filled with a longing glow. During her 3 years at university, besides martial arts training, she had also studied pharmaceutical research as a secondary course. She came here hoping to find a company in the pharmaceutical manufacturing field. Deep Blue Group, ranked third among leading enterprises, was a top contender in the pharmaceutical industry. To say she wasn't interested in joining Deep Blue would be a lie. However, Feng Xie really didn't want to get involved with Chen Liqiang. Beside her, Lu Qing glanced at her, seemingly understanding her thoughts. Chewing on a vanilla-flavored cake, he casually asked, You want to join this company? Do you want to join this company? Lu Qing asked calmly, looking at Feng Xie with a composed gaze. Feng Xie was taken aback, surprised as she looked at Lu Qing. She nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with longing. Yes. As a graduate in pharmaceutical research, Deep Blue Pharmaceutical Group was undoubtedly her dream destination. Lu Qing nodded slightly, understanding in his expression. All right, I'll ask around for you when the time comes. Chen Liqiang, sitting nearby, suddenly burst into laughter, spilling a few drops of red wine from his glass onto the tablecloth, leaving dark red stains. He looked at Lu Qing with a face full of scorn, his tone mocking. You? Do you think you can get Xia into Deep Blue with just a word? Who do you think you are, the chairman's son? If you can't get into college, that's a talent issue, but bragging is a character flaw. Chen Liqiang turned to Feng Xie, his tone filled with insincere concern. Xia, why are you friends with someone like him? You're influenced by the company you keep. Feng Xie's expression instantly turned cold, like frost. She responded icily. Who I choose to be friends with is none of your business. Then, she looked at Lu Qing worryingly, afraid that Chen Liqiang's words might have hurt him. However, when she turned to Lu Qing, she found him looking indifferent, as if Chen Liqiang's mockery was nothing but background noise. Feng Xie's eyes flickered with complexity. She knew Lu Qing never boasted, but what did his words mean? Could Lu Qing actually know someone at Deep Blue? Next to them, Xiaobin also widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Lu Qing. Old Lu, do you really know someone at Deep Blue? Huh? Chen Liqiang interrupted disdainfully. If he does, I'll swallow this bottle of wine right now. Lu Qing shrugged, still calm. I don't actually know anyone at Deep Blue. He paused, a slight smile forming at his lips as he looked at Chen Liqiang. Since you have connections, why don't you give it a try? After all, we're all just trying to help Xia. It doesn't matter who does it. Chen Liqiang was momentarily stunned, his face turning ashen. He cursed inwardly. He was just trying to show off in front of Feng Xie and put Lu Qing down. In reality, he had only heard his father mention dining once with manager Su from Deep Blue's HR, which was hardly a substantial connection. Gritting his teeth, Chen Liqiang said, Fine, I'll do it. Don't worry, Xia. I'll get you into Deep Blue. Not far away, a young man in a designer dark blue suit was surrounded by two beautiful women. He wore an expensive watch on his wrist, exuding elegance and wealth. This was Feng Xiaoqian, the youngest and most favored son of the chairman of Deep Blue Pharmaceutical Group. At just 25, he had reached the third rank. making him a renowned young talent in base 15, far surpassing the likes of Chun Liqiang. Master Chun, we're done here. This year's results should be promising. Mr. Su, the HR director of Deep Blue, stepped off the stage and walked briskly to Fong Xiaoqian's side. Fong Xiaoqian nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Yes, as long as we successfully renew the contract with the first association this year, my father will give me the general manager position. My elder brother will have no chance, Fong Xiaoqian said softly. The shares I promised you, Uncle Su, will not fall short. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su's face broke into a sycophantic smile, revealing his yellowing teeth. Thank you, Master Chun. The eldest young master is indecisive and lacks the boldness. You are the best candidate to inherit the group, he added. You are the most talented young man in Base City. Even the Chun family's Chun Xiao pales in comparison. Two heavily made-up women standing nearby immediately chimed in, sweetly flattering Fong Xiaoqian. He smiled contentedly, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. He elegantly swirled the wine in his glass, as if already envisioning himself in the general manager's chair. Suddenly, Fong Xiaoqian changed the topic and asked, by the way, have you found out who the mysterious guest from the first association is? Mr. Su shook his head. No, but I heard tonight's event was delayed by half an hour because of this important figure. The first association choosing today to make an announcement likely means they have something big planned. We should pay close attention and seize an opportunity. Fong Xiaoqian nodded, a glint flashing in his eyes. If the first association values them, it must be a lucrative deal. If I can get involved, my position as the group's successor will be even more secure, he resolved internally. I must secure it tonight. At that moment, a timid figure approached. It was Chun Liqiang, whose usual arrogance as a wealthy second generation was replaced with a fawning smile. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Hello. Chun Liqiang greeted cautiously. Both Mr. Su and Fong Xiaoqian frowned at the interruption. Who are you? Mr. Su asked coldly, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Chun Liqiang quickly explained. Mr. Su, my father is Chun Jianyong, the chairman of Sanyu Weapon Manufacturing Company. We had dinner together at Deep Blue's annual meeting last month. He nodded and bowed, his face full of ingratiating smiles. Mr. Su's brow furrowed, his tone growing colder. What nonsense Sanyu Company? I've never even heard of it, he thought. Dismissing the small company as unworthy of his attention in a city filled with countless similar enterprises. Seeing this, Chun Liqiang hastily stated his purpose. It's like this. I have a junior from Xingqian Marshal University. She's in pharmaceutical research and is very talented. I hope you can give her an internship opportunity at Deep Blue Group, for my father's sake. For your father's sake? Huh, Mr. Su scoffed, impatience flickering in his eyes. Keep babbling in front of me, and I'll make one call to bankrupt your family. Get lost. He's seen many like this, trying to pull strings without any real connection, completely unaware of their limits. Yes, I'll leave. Chun Liqiang was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. If he truly angered Mr. Su, his father would surely beat him to death. However, Fong Xiaoqian suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on a direction not far away, a playful smile appearing on his face. Wait, is that junior of yours her? Yes. Chun Liqiang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied. A wicked smile played on Fong Xiaoqian's lips. I can give her a chance. Let's go over there. Chun Liqiang was overjoyed, as if he had found a savior. He hurriedly nodded and bowed, following behind Fong Xiaoqian like a sycophant. Please, Mr. Fong. His ingratiating voice echoed in the air. Moments later, the group made their way grandly towards Lu Qing and the others. Fong Xiaoqian was in the center, flanked by elegantly dressed women clinging to his arms, their alluring figures swaying gracefully. Chun Liqiang and Mr. Su followed closely, wearing fawning smiles. Chun Liqiang couldn't wait to introduce them. Xia, this is Mr. Fong and Mr. Su. Hurry and introduce yourself. This is a rare opportunity. His tone was full of urgency and expectation. Feng Xia was momentarily stunned, not expecting Chun Liqiang to actually bring these people. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the so-called Mr. Fong. His gaze was invasive, making her feel uncomfortable. She took a deep breath, trying to stay composed. Hello, I am from Xingqian Martial Arts University. However, she was abruptly interrupted by Fong Xiaoqian. He spoke flippantly, his eyes brazenly scanning Feng Xia as if appraising a commodity. No need for introductions. I'll be blunt. You come and be my girl for a month. No, with your looks, 2 months. After that, I'll give you a permanent position, no internship needed. How about it? Feng Xia's face turned pale and then flushed red. Her fists clenched tightly, her slender arms trembling slightly, her eyes flashing with shame and anger. What are you saying? Fong Xiaoqian looked at her with a mocking arrogance, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. What? Not willing? Let me tell you, plenty of women want this chance. You should learn to appreciate it. Xiaobin could no longer hold back. He mustered his courage and stepped forward, his face red with suppressed anger. Mr. Fong, you're from a prestigious family. Isn't this a bit bullying to say such things? Fong Xiaoqin glanced at Xiao Bin with disdain, the scorn in his eyes almost overflowing. And who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Xiao Bin was overwhelmed by Fong Xiaoqin's imposing aura, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a word. Under the pressure of the heir to the Shenlong group, they were indeed as insignificant as dust. At this tense moment, a young, clear voice suddenly sounded, carrying a hint of playful laughter. I have a proposal. How about Mr. Fong lets those two beauties beside you accompany me for a night, and I'll give you a chance to make a fortune. How about that? It's a fair deal, isn't it? The voice came from none other than Lu Qing, who was smiling as he looked at Fong Xiao. He held a glass of juice in one hand and a delicate pastry in the other, savoring it with delight. As soon as he spoke, the banquet hall fell into a dead silence, as if time itself had frozen. The surrounding guests exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Someone murmured, "Is this guy crazy? How dare he speak to Fong Xiao like that?" Another guest shook his head and sighed. Young people are so impulsive. He's going to pay for this. Some watched Lu Qing's handsome face with schadenfreude, wondering if he could keep it intact. Mr. Su's face turned dark immediately. He stepped forward, his voice low and threatening. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" Chen Liqiang was so frightened that he turned pale. He quickly jumped in to reprimand Lu Qing. "Lu, you better apologize to Fong Xiao. Are you trying to get us killed? You're out of your mind." Two heavily made-up women leaned coquettishly against Fong Xiaoqin, whining. "Fong Xiao, this person is too arrogant. Our hearts are pounding with fear. You must stand up for us." Feng Xie and Xiao Bin's expressions changed drastically as they looked at Lu Qing with concern, their hearts pounding in their chests. They thought to themselves, what's gotten into old Lu? When did he become so bold? A hint of intrigue flashed across Fong Xiaoqin's face as he regarded Lu Qing with interest and slowly asked, "What's your name? Do you know the cost of saying such things?" Lu Qing remained nonchalant, even finishing his juice in one gulp, and replied calmly, "So what?" Fong Xiaoqin's expression twitched, becoming even more amused. "Very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this." "So what?" Lu Qing repeated, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Suddenly, Fong Xiaoqin's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "You're courting death." He raised his hand abruptly, and a powerful aura erupted from him. The atmosphere around them seemed to solidify under the aura of a third-grade martial artist. "Lu Qing, be careful. Old Lu, watch out." Xiao Bin and Feng Xie exclaimed in alarm, the latter instinctively wanting to shield Lu Qing. At that critical moment, a flash of light appeared from the space ring on Lu Qing's index finger, revealing a black martial envoy certificate held up to his chest. He spoke calmly. "Fong Xiao, attacking a martial envoy carries significant consequences. Are you sure you want to proceed?" Fong Xiaoqin's actions came to an abrupt halt. He stared wide-eyed at the black certificate in Lu Qing's hand. "Damn, a martial envoy?" Fong Xiaoqin cursed internally, his eyes filled with anger and malice. This guy was actually a martial envoy, damn it. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to back down. Beside him, Mr. Su quickly stepped forward to advise in a low voice. "Young Master Chun, he holds the status of a martial envoy. We absolutely cannot act against him. This matter can be settled later." "I know." Fong Xiaoqin ground out between clenched teeth, his eyes nearly overflowing with frustration and rage. The surrounding guests buzzed with conversation. That young man is actually a martial envoy. No wonder he dared to confront Fong Xiaoqin openly. One person marveled. Another guest sneered, just a bronze-level envoy. After this, he might not even know how he died. Fong Xiao won't let him off. The reputation of the Deep Blue Group is well known and not something that a mere copper martial officer can easily offend. Fong Xiaoqin felt his dignity shattered and turned his burning gaze towards Chen Liqiang beside him. He vented all his anger on the culprit, delivering a loud slap that sent Chen Liqiang sprawling on the ground. "Get lost, don't let me see you again," Fong Xiaoqin said with a sullen face, then turned to the people around him and said, "Uncle Su, let's go." Meanwhile, Xiao Bin was overwhelmed with excitement, throwing an arm around Lu Qing's shoulder and exclaimed, "Wow, old Lu, you're really going places. Are you really old Lu? How did you become a martial officer? That's incredible." Lu Qing smiled modestly and replied, "Just a stroke of luck and good timing." Xiao Bin punched the air in excitement, his laughter ringing out. "Haha, having a martial officer as a brother. I can boast about this for a whole year at school. Those guys will be so envious." Feng Xie stood to the side, her mind filled with shock and confusion. She never imagined that the Lu Qing she hadn't seen for so long had suddenly become a martial officer. A complex expression crossed her youthful face as she murmured softly, How could this happen?" Chen Liqiang, clutching his burning cheek, sat on the ground in disbelief, muttering to himself. How could someone with the last name Lu be a martial officer? He didn't even get into martial arts university. His eyes were filled with confusion and despair, not daring to utter another word after being slapped. He couldn't afford to offend Fong Xiaoqian, and now, The Lu Qing he once looked down upon had transformed into a respected martial officer. Chun Liqiang's face was ashen as he complained. Even if you're a martial officer, you're nothing in front of the Deep Blue group. Do you know what it means to offend young Master Fong? We're all done for. We're finished. Lu Qing and his companions ignored Chun Liqiang's words as if he were just a clown. At that moment, a loud voice pierced through the noise of the venue. President Shun has arrived. Shen Ao, dressed in a dark Tang suit, strode in with the elegance of a dragon, followed closely by his mature and beautiful secretary, Secretary Lu. The guests around them eagerly stepped forward, offering their congratulations. Good evening, President Shun. Wishing you health and prosperity in martial arts. Shun Ao laughed heartily, his voice booming and full of energy. Haha, thank you all for gracing us with your presence tonight. Not far away, Xiaobin looked at President Shun with envy and awe, whispering to himself. So that's the president of the first association, a martial arts master. People like me can only look up to someone of his caliber. A middle-aged man approached Shun Ao and asked, President Shun, you mentioned there would be an important guest tonight with a major announcement. Who might that be? Indeed. Shun Ao nodded, scanning the crowd. Has anyone heard of the honorary physician from the Marshal Hall recently? As soon as Shun Ao finished speaking, the entire venue erupted with chatter. Could it be the physician who developed mechanical limbs? My goodness. Dr. Lu? He's a genius. Yes, I heard he developed mechanical limbs at such a young age. It's a miracle in martial arts medicine. Collaborating with Dr. Lu would be a tremendous opportunity. The guests excitedly discussed, well aware of Dr. Lu's reputation as the honorary physician of the Marshal Hall, inventor of mechanical limbs, and savior of the Qin family heir. Exactly. Shen Ao stood on stage with his hands behind his back, nodding. The First Association has reached an agreement with Dr. Lu to collaborate on a new project. We're now looking for like-minded partners to join us. The crowd erupted once more. Collaborating with the genius physician who invented mechanical limbs? It must be cutting-edge technology. The potential profits were unimaginable, and those who joined the collaboration could see their fortunes double. Where is Dr. Lu now? Someone eagerly asked, unable to contain their excitement. Shun Ao smiled and looked towards a corner. Dr. Lu, would you like to come up and meet everyone? Immediately, a thin figure put down his juice and pastries. Under the shocked gaze of Feng Xie and Xiaobin, Lu Qing walked step by step towards the corridor where everyone's eyes were focused. Old Lu, Chun Liqiang, who had just gotten up from the ground, collapsed back onto the cold floor, stammering in disbelief. To the side, General Manager Su and Feng Xiaoqian stared wide-eyed as Lu Qing walked up to Shen Ao, both smiling like old friends. Feng Xiaoqian abruptly pushed away the two women beside him, his pupils shrinking, his voice trembling. He's Dr. Lu. Shen Ao's voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the banquet hall filled with representatives from leading companies of Base 15. With a smile, he surveyed the attendees, each word clearly reaching their ears. Dr. Lu, everyone here is a pillar of Base 15. Do you have a preferred partner for collaboration? As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted. Representatives from various enterprises turned their eager and excited gazes toward Lu Qing. With a calm smile, Lu Qing looked around at the crowd and spoke deliberately. President Shin's First Association holds immense power, and the companies here today each have their strengths. However, I'm looking for partners in metal manufacturing and pharmaceuticals. This statement was like a sledgehammer, causing a stir in the hall. Representatives from the metal manufacturing and pharmaceutical sectors beamed with joy, their eyes alight with excitement, as if they could see mountains of gold and silver beckoning them. In contrast, representatives from other sectors looked dejected, feeling the sting of a missed opportunity. In no time, a crowd surged forward. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard was the first to speak, his voice brimming with confidence. Dr. Lu, I am the head of Shun Iron Weapon Manufacturing. We have a century-long history in metal research and manufacturing, with over 800 types of metal sequence products. Moreover, we are among the top 10 enterprises in the base city. On behalf of Shin Iron Group, I hope for the chance to collaborate. Following closely, a bespectacled man with a refined demeanor was not to be outdone. Dr. Lu, we are Tianqing Weapon Manufacturing, with deep roots and advanced technology in metal research. Our products are even exported overseas. A poised middle-aged woman squeezed forward, her voice charming. Dr. Lu, I am from Seaway Biopharmaceuticals. Our company is a leader in biopharmaceuticals, with highly effective products that are beloved by many martial artists. A partnership with us will surely not disappoint you. In an instant, Lu Qing was surrounded by representatives from metal manufacturing and pharmaceutical companies. They eagerly vied for attention, each employing every tactic they could muster, hoping to secure a slice of this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. This scene highlighted the immense prestige brought by mechanical limbs and the boundless allure of cutting-edge technology. Meanwhile, in another corner of the banquet hall, Feng Xiaoqing's expression was dark and stormy, as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Qing, who was being surrounded by the crowd, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could he? How could he be Dr. Lu? Feng Xiaoqing muttered, his face ashen, unable to comprehend that the person before him was the renowned genius who developed mechanical limbs. Standing beside Feng Xiaoqing, Mr. Su was sweating profusely. He cautiously suggested, "Young master, perhaps we should apologize to Dr. Lu? The First Association seems to value this collaboration highly, and if Deep Blue is left out, the chairman might blame us." Feng Xiaoqing's expression fluctuated between dark and pale as he clenched his teeth, caught in a dilemma. Feng Xiaoqing stood at the edge of the venue, his heart swirling with complex emotions. The interests of Shenlong Group weighed on him like a mountain, and his father's stern face lingered in his mind. He suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and walked heavily towards Lu Qing. Mr. Su followed closely, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Chairman Shun, Dr. Lu," he greeted awkwardly, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Feng Xiaoqing kept his head down, his eyes hidden in the shadows, as if avoiding something. Shen Ao turned around, his face warm with a smile. "Ah, it's Mr. Su and Xiaoqian," he introduced enthusiastically to Lu Qing. "This is Mr. Su from Shenlong Pharmaceuticals and the second young master of Shenlong Group, Feng Xiaoqian. Dr. Lu, Shenlong is a leader in the pharmaceutical field, truly an ideal partner." Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? I was wondering who carried such authority earlier. Turns out they're big figures from Shenlong Group." Shen Ao immediately caught the underlying implication, his brow furrowing slightly. His sharp gaze swept over Feng Xiaoqian and Mr. Su, his expression suddenly turning serious. A staff member quickly leaned in to whisper in Shen Ao's ear, reporting the earlier events in the hall. Shen Ao's face turned icy, a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Mr. Su, seeing this, hurriedly explained, "Chairman Shun, it's all a misunderstanding. It was just a minor incident. Our young master is young and impulsive, please don't take it to heart." "Humph." Shen Ao interrupted coldly. "Feng, Mr. Su, it seems Shenlong Group did not come with sincerity today. Our First Association cannot accommodate such a prominent guest. I think the contract between Shenlong and the association ends here this year." Feng Xiaoqian was thunderstruck, his face going pale instantly. He looked up in disbelief, eyes wide. "Uncle Shun, isn't this decision too hasty? You can't end our cooperation over an outsider." His voice trembled, tinged with pleading. Shen Ao replied firmly, "Dr. Lu is a valued guest of our First Association. Even if your father were here, my decision would remain the same." He then turned to Lu Qing, his smile gentle. "Dr. Lu, if you need, I can connect you with other excellent pharmaceutical companies to ensure our cooperation continues smoothly." "Thank you for your consideration, Chairman Shen," Lu Qing replied with a slight smile. Hearing that Shen Ao was indeed terminating the contract with Shenlong, Feng Xiaoqian felt his pride as a wealthy heir crumble. He swayed, as if all strength had left him, murmuring in despair, "It's over. Uncle Su, I'm completely finished." "Oh no, Uncle Su, I'm completely finished this time." Feng Xiaoqian's face was ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably, and his eyes unfocused. His voice was low and hoarse, like a drowning man making his final cry for help. Standing beside him, Mr. Su sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. "Let's go," Mr. Su said with resignation. "We can't make the decision on this matter. We'll have to go back and let the chairman decide." He patted Feng Xiaoqian on the shoulder and turned to leave. Feng Xiaoqian followed mechanically, like a lifeless shell. The crowd around them erupted in murmurs of surprise. "Damn, President Shin actually severed ties with Deep Blue Group for Dr. Lu. We really underestimated the weight of this genius doctor." Exactly, Deep Blue Group's future is looking grim. On the other side, Feng Xie and Xiao Bin stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Xiao Bin blinked hard, his voice filled with disbelief. "Mechanical limbs. Specially appointed martial arts doctor. Xie, am I dreaming? Old Lu is actually the legendary genius martial arts doctor." Feng Xie didn't speak, just pinched Xiao Bin's arm hard. Her gaze rested on Lu Qing, deep and complex like an unfathomable pool. "Ow!" Xiao Bin gasped, his face contorted in pain. "Guess I'm not dreaming." Beside them, Chun Liqiang stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape but unable to utter a sound. His mind was in turmoil. He is Dr. Lu? He really is Dr. Lu? Recalling his previous behavior in front of Lu Qing, the presumptuous words, the arrogant actions, Chun Liqiang wished he could find a hole to crawl into. His face burned with embarrassment, as if he had been slapped hard, and a mix of fear and shock swirled within him. Lu Qing turned to President Shun, a faint smile on his face, his tone calm and measured. "President Shun, how about this? You give me the information on these companies, and I'll take a good look at it. I'll give you a clear answer next week, and we can then discuss the cooperation details further." "No problem," Shineo nodded, then instructed, "Secretary Lu, please prepare the documents." The secretary, a poised and efficient woman, nodded slightly and walked away gracefully. Without further pleasantries, Lu Qing returned to Feng Xie and Xiao Bin. Feng Xie gazed at the young man before her, his familiar face now tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity. Lu Qing, are you really Dr. Lu? She asked, realizing the absurdity of her question the moment it left her lips. Even the president of the top association, a martial arts master, treated Lu Qing with such respect, even ending a long-standing contract with a billion-dollar partner like Deep Blue for his sake. Could it be false? Yes. Lu Qing nodded with a smile. Finally snapping back to reality, Chun Liqiang spoke, his voice trembling and carrying a trace of reverence. Dr. Lu. Lu Qing turned to him, his tone calm. Mr. Chun, do you have any advice for me? No, none at all. Chun Liqiang quickly waved his hand, his face flushed with embarrassment. My dad called me home for dinner, so I must take my leave. With that, Chun Liqiang turned and ran, faster than a rabbit. Even the heir of the Deep Blue group was brushed off by Lu Qing, let alone someone of lesser significance like him. Terrified, the man only wanted to leave this troublesome place quickly, fearing Lu Qing might retaliate for the earlier offense. However, Lu Qing didn't even spare him a glance. Such a trivial character wasn't worth his time. Lu Qing's gaze shifted to Feng Xie and Xiao Bin, his friends from school days. With a gentle wave of his right hand, two exquisite small bottles appeared in his palm, glimmering with white light. I heard from old Xiao that you're close to breaking through to the second grade, Lu Qing said with a smile. These two bottles of heaven and earth essence liquid should help with your body refinement. Inside the transparent glass bottles, the milky white liquid lay still, emitting a faint glow. Even an outsider could see that this was no ordinary item. Feng Xie and Xiao Bin's eyes widened in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Feng Xie quickly declined, her tone firm. Take it. Lu Qing's tone brooked no argument. You both helped me a lot back in high school. This bit of heaven and earth essence liquid is nothing. Besides, I have plenty more where that came from. In fact, Jiang Juni had gifted him an astonishing amount of the essence liquid, enough to fill half a basketball court. It was a resource from a sixth-tier lord's domain, and what he was giving them was less than a fraction of it. Upon hearing this, their shock deepened. They recalled their life-and-death experience on Baiyun Mountain, where they hadn't even caught a glimpse of such a treasure. And yet, Lu Qing claimed to have plenty? All right, then I won't be polite. Xiao Bin said cheerfully, reaching out to take the bottle. See ya, don't be shy either. After all, it's old Lu's goodwill. He's a big shot in the Marshal Hall now and doesn't lack these things. Feng Xie hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and accepting the bottle. Before long, the party was drawing to a close. Guests began to leave, and the hall gradually emptied. Just as Lu Qing was about to leave, his gaze swept across the crowd, and his pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. The eye of the divine machine automatically issued a warning. Ding! High-risk level detected, probing the host's soul. Alert, alert! Not far away, at a long white dining table, a girl with a high ponytail was quietly watching him. She appeared pure and charming, seemingly harmless. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes lively yet alluring. Her lips were full and red, with a slight, enigmatic smile. She was tall and well-proportioned, with an exquisite silhouette. Their eyes met in the air, locking for just a moment. In the girl's beautiful eyes, a flash of crimson appeared and vanished, both bewitching and dangerous. She resembled a poppy in the night, beautiful yet lethal. Yaya paused. Did he notice? She then naturally looked away, raising her selfie stick to taste a piece of delicate pastry for the camera. Her voice was sweet and gentle. Dear friends, the party is over. That's all for today's live stream. See you next time. Across from her, Lu Qing was already in turmoil. What the heck? Evil Eye? Dark Moon King? Lu Qing cursed inwardly, nearly jumping in shock. He felt his hair stand on end, his scalp tingling with fear. Ding! Opponent's information detected. The eye of the divine machine continued. Subject, see you. Level, late stage 7th grade. Symptoms, fused with the evil eye of the Crimson Moon Phoenix. Subject to periodic soul backlash, leading to a distorted, domineering, and extreme personality. Treatment, none available. In the Fong family's luxurious villa, the crystal chandelier cast a brilliant light. The Western-style living room was spacious and grand, with famous paintings and calligraphy adorning the walls, and rare treasures on display. At the center was a genuine leather sofa imported from the Western continent, with smooth lines and a delicate texture. The coffee table was of an integrated design, carved with lifelike images of fierce beasts. A gentle stream flowed through the grooves on the tabletop, causing the purple clay tea set to sway gently, while a subtle tea fragrance filled the air. Su stood to the side, his voice trembling as he reported. Chairman, that's the situation. He and Fong Xiaoqian had rushed back to the Fong residence to relay the events of the exhibition in detail. On the sofa lay a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a well-tailored dark blue suit, his slightly corpulent figure just visible. His feet rested on a thick, soft Persian carpet, his slippers silent. This was the chairman of the Deep Blue Pharmaceutical Group, Fang Jianfeng. After hearing the report, Fang Jianfeng's gaze fixed on his youngest son, Fang Xiaoqian, who stood with his head bowed. Despite Su's efforts to be tactful and conceal Fang Xiaoqian's faults, Fang Jianfeng was well aware of his son's character. His expression suddenly darkened, like the sky before a storm. Do you know what collaborating with the First Association means? Fang Jianfeng questioned in a low voice. Fang Xiaoqian looked up suddenly, his face full of grievance and defiance. Dad, how was I supposed to know he was a specially appointed physician at the Marshal Hall? Even if he is a medical genius, does he deserve such attention from Shineo? We've been collaborating with the First Association for over a decade. How can they just end it like that? Fool, Fang Jianfeng roared, releasing a powerful aura of innate fifth-grade strength that pressed down on Fang Xiaoqian like a mountain. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Fang Jianfeng's eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. What do you understand? In Shineo's eyes, personal connections mean nothing. It's all about who can bring more benefits. If you could become a 6th-grade martial arts master, I wouldn't say a word about what you do. But what else do you know besides chasing women? Isn't the trouble you cause over women enough? His voice grew harsher, each word striking Fang Xiaoqian's heart like a hammer. Just last week, his most beloved youngest son had caused a university student's suicide after assaulting her. The victim's family had reported it to the police to no avail and threatened to take it to the Marshal Hall's law enforcement department. Fortunately, he had managed to suppress the matter using his connections and money. Yet, within days, this fool, blinded by lust, had caused even more serious trouble over a woman. Fang Xiaoqian's face turned pale and flushed alternately as he gritted his teeth. Dad, that university student wasn't my fault. I transferred the money to her account. How was I supposed to know she was so stubborn? Shut up, Fang Jianfeng interrupted coldly, turning to Su. Are the family still causing trouble? If a case is opened in the Marshal Hall's law enforcement department, we'll have no choice but to send this brat to the 15th Division. Mr. Su quickly responded, a hint of smugness in his voice. Mr. Fang, we've stationed some low-level martial arts association thugs to keep watch at their apartment building every day. That couple is now unemployed and has to care for an elderly mother with dementia, so they can't leave the house. I've hinted that if they accept your 1 million settlement, they can resume a normal life. Fang Jianfeng's expression softened slightly, and he exhaled deeply. But soon, he fixed a stern gaze on Fang Xiaoqian, who was kneeling on the ground, his voice cold. You must find a way to resolve the issue with Dr. Liu and the First Association. Whether it involves money or an apology, you must regain the cooperation opportunity. Deep Blue cannot be absent from that new project. Otherwise, your brother will take over the general manager position. Do you understand? Fang Xiaoqian trembled slightly, keeping his head down, and replied in a low voice, Understood. All right, stand up, Fang Jianfeng said flatly. Fang Xiaoqian looked aggrieved and was about to support himself on his knees to stand, when suddenly an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain. This force not only suppressed Fang Xiaoqian, but also left Mr. Su and Fang Jianfeng unable to escape, forcing all three to kneel, immobilized. In an instant, a vast swath of eerie red light enveloped the entire living room like a sinister flame. The red glow flickered on the walls and furniture, casting an eerie hue across the room. The air was filled with a rich, mysterious scent, unsettling to the senses. Who? 6th level, no? This is a master. Fang Jianfeng's face turned pale, his voice trembling. He could distinctly feel the pressure on his back like a small mountain, nearly crushing him. A formidable innate 5th-level warrior, yet unable to withstand the opponent's aura? A 6th-level martial artist couldn't possibly achieve this. Only a 7th-level master could wield such power. But, when did the Fang family offend a master? In Base City 15, there are only 3 7th levels. 2 are elders of the Marshal Hall, and the other is the Chun family's patriarch. None of them have reason to trouble the Fang family. At that moment, several heads rolled across the expensive teak floor. 1, 2, a total of 5, rolling like bowling balls to the feet of the 3. These heads bore twisted expressions, eyes wide open in death, blood quickly staining the floor. They're the thugs from the low-level associations I hired. Mr. Su exclaimed in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. A flash of realization hit Fang Jianfeng's mind. Besides the original 3 masters of the base, there was a recent addition to the 15th. Dark Moon King. Fang Jianfeng uttered the name with difficulty, his voice filled with despair. His pupils shrank violently, like a needle, trembling incessantly. The surrounding crimson glow flowed like blood, filled with the sweet scent of blood and a faint mysterious aroma. A young girl holding a selfie stick gracefully appeared before the 3. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, her fair skin appearing even more alluring under the red light. Yu smiled, her smile like a blooming, otherworldly flower, eerie, stunning, deadly. Good evening, gentlemen. Fang Jianfeng trembled all over, his teeth chattering as cold sweat soaked through his clothes, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Forcing a strained smile, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Your Majesty of the Dark Moon, the Deep Blue Group has never offended the 100 Beasts sect. What do you intend to do? Yeye's voice remained sweet, as if narrating a fairy tale. Your son caused the death of a university student, destroying a family. I'm a kind-hearted person and cannot stand such things. Fang Jianfeng's heart tightened as he recalled the recent announcement from the Marshal Hall about a series of suicides. He hadn't expected that such a matter would bring the Dark Moon King here personally. In truth, it was just a coincidence. The Dark Moon King had originally intended to find Lu Qing, but happened to witness this conflict. Yeye approached with light steps, her long, fair legs looking particularly enticing under the red glow. She stopped in front of Fang Xiaoqian, raising a selfie stick so they both appeared in the frame. Fang Xiaoqian, you are sentenced to death by beheading for the murder of an innocent female university student. Now, let's make a peace sign for the record. Yeye's gentle voice carried a hint of regret. Fang Xiaoqian's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with fear and despair. No, I didn't kill her. She committed suicide. Yeye paused, then offered an apologetic smile. Oh, sorry. In that case, you are sentenced to die of fear. Her eyes glinted with a red light. Instantly, Fang Xiaoqian's face turned livid, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. His body convulsed violently like a fish out of water, foam frothing from his mouth as he made gurgling noises. Soon, he lost control, and an unpleasant odor spread. His gaze gradually unfocused, pupils dilating, finally fixed in endless terror. Click! The shutter sounded the moment Fang Xiaoqian stopped breathing. Yeye turned to Fang Jianfeng, smiling as she said, Fang Jianfeng, for the crime of harboring, you are sentenced to have your organs consumed by fire. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Jianfeng was seized by excruciating pain as if his organs were being scorched by flames. Nuwa! He opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out, and he could only kneel helplessly, clutching his abdomen. His complexion shifted from red to white, then to blue, while large beads of sweat rolled off his forehead, splattering onto the floor. His body began to contort, curling up like a shrimp being cooked. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling, filled with agony and unwillingness. Click! The second shutter captured Fang Jianfeng's twisted final expression. Beside him, Mr. Su was terrified by the scene before him, his legs giving way as he collapsed heavily to the ground, trembling uncontrollably like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fear and despair intertwined in his eyes as his mind repeated a horrifying fact. The chairman and the young master were dead. Yeye's voice echoed through the living room like a death sentence. Su Jin, guilty of aiding and abetting evil, I sentence you to the torment of 1,000 ants devouring your heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Mr. Su felt an intense pain emanating from his heart, like countless ants gnawing at it, the agony unbearable. He clutched his chest tightly, rolling and struggling on the ground, emitting desperate and piercing screams. Mr. Su's face quickly turned ashen, his lips taking on a sinister purple hue. His eyes began to glaze over, and his body convulsed uncontrollably, each spasm accompanied by even greater pain. At that moment, the sharp sound of a camera shutter clicked, seemingly marking the end of this tragic scene. The night descended like a vast black curtain over the earth. The dim streetlights cast long shadows on the road, adding a sense of eeriness to the night. Lu Qing, usually a law-abiding young man, found himself an exception tonight. He sped down the empty highway on his beloved electric scooter. A mysterious surge of energy seemed to emanate from within it, injecting it with boundless power. The turbocharged engine roared to life, propelling the scooter to an astonishing speed of 120 km/h. That scared the life out of me. How could the Dark Moon King be there? Lu Qing muttered to himself, his toes curling nervously. He silently prayed. Please, dear scooter, hold on. Lu Qing knew in his heart that the Dark Moon King was likely after him. The involvement in helping the Marshal Hall with the autopsy, and her final meaningful glance, sent chills down his spine, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. That was a 7th grade master. A grandmaster. The more Lu Qing thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He needed to reach the Marshal Hall building as soon as possible. It was the safest place. At that moment, a crossroads appeared ahead. A large truck loaded with cargo was speeding towards it. The traffic light turned from green to yellow, yet the yellow light seemed frozen, refusing to change. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. Centered around the intersection, a large red halo rapidly spread outwards, enveloping a radius of hundreds of meters. It was as if an invisible force had warped the space. The halo shimmered, and the once speeding truck began to move in reverse. In the sky, the passing clouds once again obscured the moon. The river by the roadside industrial canal eerily flowed backward. The entire world seemed to lose its original order, becoming chaotic and strange. Lu Qing's scooter suddenly made clunking noises, like a wild horse breaking free, coming to an uncontrollable halt. No matter how much Lu Qing twisted the handle, it was no use. What the hell? Lu Qing exclaimed, a chill running down his spine. The next moment, a girl gracefully walked across the zebra crossing, holding a selfie stick. As she approached, Yaya wore a sweet smile and greeted him. Nice to meet you. I'm from the Beast Sect, Dark Moon. Lu Qing's heart raced. His breathing quickened, yet his mind was racing. Suddenly, he kicked out the scooter's stand, darted forward like an arrow to stand before Yaya, and loudly congratulated her. Greetings, Dark Moon King. May your divine skills be unparalleled, your virtues celebrated, and your reign last for millennia, unifying the great Xia. Yaya paused for a moment, then broke into an incredibly sweet smile. Lu Qing, I want to make a deal with you, she said straightforwardly. Lu Qing immediately responded with righteous indignation. Overnight 2,800 for one time. Yaya raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his answer. Yaya's laughter was as melodious as silver bells, her eyes shimmering with a mischievous glint. I thought you were just good-looking, but your words are even more charming. Not even one-tenth as charming as you. Lu Qing wore a sincere smile, though inwardly he was on high alert. He was not one to easily flatter others, but at this moment, to win over Jiang Juni and, more importantly, to save his own life, he had to set aside his principles. Hee hee, interesting. Yaya's gentle laughter faded, and suddenly her eyes turned crimson. A red light flashed, shooting directly into Lu Qing's eyes. In an instant, Lu Qing felt as if the world had changed. He seemed to be engulfed in an endless sea of blood, with a nauseating stench assaulting his senses. Looking up, he saw a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky, emitting an eerie glow. Suddenly, a pair of enormous, monstrous eyes opened within the moon, their cold and merciless gaze seemingly from the depths of hell, sending a shiver down Lu Qing's spine. Next, countless red threads, like venomous snakes, shot out from the blood moon, quickly wrapping around Lu Qing's body. These threads felt alive, penetrating and rooting themselves deep within his flesh. What the hell is this? Lu Qing was startled. Yaya's lips curled into a strange smile as she gave a sharp tug. A transparent silhouette, identical to Lu Qing, was forcibly extracted from his body. Lu Qing felt as if his soul had left his body, a sensation beyond words, neither painful nor perceptible, yet intensely disturbing. The silhouette was suspended in the air, bound by red threads, resembling a puppet at the mercy of its master. Lu Qing shuddered violently, as if waking from a nightmare. The sea of blood and the blood moon vanished instantly, the familiar street reappearing before his eyes. Hiss, ha ha ha. Lu Qing gasped for air, eyes wide open, his body trembling violently. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, as if he had narrowly escaped drowning, greedily gulping the air, grateful to be alive. He quickly used his divine eye to check his body, finding everything intact. Lu Qing was puzzled. Why didn't she just attack directly? What kind of game was she playing? Wasn't she here to kill him? At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding, foreign power detected invading host soul. Protection program activated. Would you like to initiate and remove control? Lu Qing's heart sank. He realized something was wrong. This woman's intentions were unclear. If he removed the control now, given her mastery, she would surely notice the anomaly, which would be truly dangerous. Since she didn't seem intent on killing him right away, it was better to observe her intentions first. Ignoring the system prompt, Lu Qing forced a smile more pained than a grimace, trying to stay calm. Haha, what kind of deal do you have in mind? I'm very cooperative, no need for this kind of play. Yaya studied him with interest, her voice melodious. Help me treat a few people. What kind of illness? What if I can't cure them? Lu Qing asked cautiously. Yaya tilted her head, flashing a bright smile. If you can't, you'll just keep playing this binding game with me. Lu Qing's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly. Is this woman crazy? A master like her, chasing me down at night just to toy with me? What a mess. Follow me. Yaya's pure voice rang out. She turned and walked ahead, with a wave of her hand. The red glow enveloping the area disappeared, returning it to the ordinary nighttime street. The yellow light turned green. A large truck roared past with a deafening noise. Lu Qing suddenly let out a cry of surprise, finding his body uncontrollably moving, his legs stepping forward on their own. Yaya swiftly mounted Lu Qing's electric scooter, claiming the driver's seat, as if declaring her territory. Lu Qing, as if pulled by invisible strings, obediently sat on the back seat, gripping the handles tightly. Yaya considerately picked up a helmet and carefully placed it on his head. The scooter started with a gentle hum, weaving through the bustling traffic, and eventually vanished at the busy intersection. About an hour later, Yaya drove the scooter away from the bustling city center to a rarely visited old street in the northwest part of the city. She suddenly stopped in front of a dilapidated gate. The gate bore the clear marks of time. Peeling paint and rust covered its surface. A wooden plaque hung from the lintel, precariously inscribed with the faded words, Yofu Nursing Home. The surrounding walls were covered in moss, with thick piles of leaves and dust accumulating in the corners. A few emaciated stray cats rummaged through the nearby trash cans, letting out mournful cries. The entire nursing home was shrouded in dim yellow light, exuding an indescribable air of decay. Lu Qing warily surveyed the surroundings, pondering inwardly. Is this the base of the beast sect? He still couldn't grasp their true intentions. Was it really just about healing people? Get off! Yeye's voice snapped him back to reality. Lu Qing followed her command mechanically. He tried to move his body, but found he still couldn't control it freely. So he spoke up. Could you release me? We're here now. I can't run away, can I? Yeye nodded in agreement. Makes sense. She waved her hand gently, and Lu Qing immediately felt a lightness in his body, finally regaining his freedom. The two entered the courtyard, and the sight before Lu Qing left him astonished. Although the buildings and facilities appeared old, the entire courtyard was surprisingly clean and tidy. A few stone benches were neatly arranged in the center, next to a simple fitness area equipped with horizontal bars and parallel bars. Not far away, two elderly men sat at a stone table engrossed in a game of Chinese chess, locked in an intense battle. An elderly lady stood on a stepping board, her movements slow but her spirit lively. Another elderly couple, dressed in matching outfits, played badminton with seamless coordination, their faces beaming with joy. When they saw Yeye arrive, they warmly greeted her. Director, you're here, the elderly man playing badminton said enthusiastically. Director, you haven't been here for days. Little Chan has been missing you terribly, the chess-playing elder chimed in with a smile. I'll go see her in a bit, Yeye replied with a gentle smile. Lu Qing stood by, his expression becoming unusually complex. Director, aren't these people members of the beast sect? Through the observation of the divine eye, he was astonished to find that all the elderly here were beast warriors fused with the bodies of fierce beasts. However, what puzzled him more was the disparity in their strength. Some had reached the peak of the 5th grade, like the two chess-playing elders, while others were only at the 1st or 2nd grade. This was completely different from what he knew about the beast sect's recruitment standards, which were said to be similar to the Marshal Hall, where even the lowest-ranked black-clad members had to reach the 3rd grade. Just as Lu Qing was lost in thought, a woman in a pink dress emerged from the house. She appeared to be around 30 years old, with a graceful and charming demeanor. However, her head was adorned with an exaggerated bow that matched her dress, exuding a sweet and cute aura. What was even more surprising was that she tightly held a delicate doll in her arms, as if it were her inseparable companion. She ran towards Yeye with light and lively steps, like a joyful young deer. Auntie Yeye, Chan missed you so much. Her voice was sweet and melodious, like the tinkling of a wind chime. Lu Qing stood aside, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the absurd scene before him. She wasn't a beast warrior, not even a martial artist. This woman, no, this girl was just an ordinary person. However, she seemed to have suffered some mental trauma, resulting in a stress disorder that kept her mind at the level of an 8 or 9-year-old. Auntie Dean, can we watch a show together tonight? Chan asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation like an innocent child. Yeye gently stroked Chan's head and softly replied, Sure, but I need to check on your dad first. Yay! Chan cheered, bouncing with joy as she grabbed Yeye's hand. Daddy is sleeping, I'll take you there. They walked through the dim hallway, where the faded marks on the walls silently told tales of the past. Chan skipped ahead like a happy little deer, leading the way, while Yeye followed closely with her long, fair legs. Yeye started the conversation, quietly recounting Wang Chan's story to Lu Qing. Over 20 years ago, Wang Chan, then a 3rd grader, was sexually assaulted by a teacher at a martial arts elementary school. Her father, Wang Yu, fought hard to appeal, but the teacher's father, who was the principal, used his influence to erase surveillance footage, bribe witnesses, and leverage connections with a silver martial envoy, ultimately winning the case due to insufficient evidence. Wang Yu, heartbroken, initiated a divorce and lived alone. 6 months later, he killed the teacher on his way home from work. The principal began using his connections to hunt down Wang Yu, and Wang Chan's mother died under immense pressure. Yeye rescued Wang Yu and his daughter from the Marshal Hall's manhunt, but Wang Chan's childhood trauma left her mentally unstable, her mind forever childlike. After listening, Lu Qing softly asked, So the person you want me to heal is Wang Yu? Yeye nodded and stopped in front of a door. Through the window, they could see a light on inside the room, with the faint sound of a television and a hunched figure lying on the bed. Chan excitedly pushed open the door and cheerfully announced, Daddy, Auntie Dean is here to see you. However, the moment the door opened, everything changed. Wang Yu, who had been lying quietly on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, red and bloodshot as if ready to devour someone. He let out a chilling scream, hoarse and terrifying, as his body began to convulse violently. His wrinkled, aged face twisted instantly, muscles bulging, and bones cracking ominously beneath his skin. Most shockingly, his hands transformed into 2 massive black tentacles in the blink of an eye. With a loud crash, the tentacles surged to 5 or 6 meters in length, about 20 to 30 centimeters wide. Black mist emanated from their surface, clearly no longer a human form. The tentacles thrashed wildly, shattering the glass window and piercing through the TV screen, leaving the room in complete disarray. The tentacles were covered in thick scales, reflecting a sinister gleam under the light. Each scale was as sharp as a blade, with edges stained with dried blood, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. The tips of the tentacles split into countless tiny suckers, each resembling a greedy little mouth opening and closing, as if searching for the next prey. Black mist seeped from the gaps, carrying a strong, nauseating stench. As the tentacles waved, the air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if an invisible giant beast was awakening in the small room. Chanchan's voice was tinged with sobs. Dad, Daddy sob, Daddy's like this again. She couldn't understand why her father had become like this, her small body trembling with fear. Tears rolled down like broken beads, repeating the same words, as if she had experienced this terrifying scene countless times. Lu Qing stood in place, his brow slightly furrowed, watching the scene before him in shock. Ye's brow furrowed, and she instantly flashed in front of Wang Yu. With a swift and powerful palm, she struck his forehead, her beautiful eyes glowing with a scarlet light, strange and mysterious. Wake up, she said softly, her voice not loud but full of authority. Wang Yu's agitation gradually subsided, and the two terrifying, thick black tentacles shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, their color gradually fading, transforming back into human arms. Under the scrutiny of the divine machine eye, this 60-year-old man, named Wang Yu, possessed a 4th-grade cultivation level, having merged with the body of a 4th-tier ferocious beast, the Demonkey octopus fish. However, while the beast's body brought strength, it also affected his mind. No beast warrior could escape the influence of a ferocious beast's nature, especially in old age. As time accumulated, their human consciousness would become increasingly scarce, eventually turning into a creature neither human nor beast. Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, his expression gradually clearing. He looked apologetically at Yi. Director, I can't control it anymore. Sooner or later, I'll completely turn into that. I don't want to hurt anyone. My suggestion last time. His voice was filled with pain and helplessness. Chanchan rushed to the bedside, gripping Wang Yu's hand tightly. Sob, Dad, does it still hurt? She lay on the edge of the bed, her tears wetting the back of Wang Yu's hand. I don't agree. Ye interrupted Wang Yu, her tone firm. I found a doctor who can cure you. Hearing this, Wang Yu's gaze fell on Lu Qing, standing behind Ye. Only then did he notice this unfamiliar young man, his eyes full of doubt. He is. His voice was weak, tinged with uncertainty. That's not your concern. Until I allow it, you have no right to decide your own life. Ye's voice remained cold, yet it carried an undeniable authority. She then looked at Lu Qing, taking out a stack of documents from the spatial necklace around her neck and handing them to him. I've already investigated. Your manufactured mechanical limbs, which manipulate flesh and guide the meridians, achieve the effect of enhancing vitality. If you can guide vitality and control flesh, naturally, you can also control the rampage of a beast's body. Lu Qing glanced at the documents, which contained information on patients treated at the Marshal Hall's Wellness Center. His pupils contracted as he looked at Ye and asked, You mean, you want me to modify the beast's tentacles, mechanically controlling the beast's body? Ye quietly watched Lu Qing, a strange red light flashing in her beautiful eyes. A sweet yet undeniable smile graced her lips as she softly asked, What do you think? Lu Qing suddenly felt an invisible force binding his body, causing him to involuntarily do a painful split. Ouch, he cried out, his face contorted in agony. Damn, this woman is crazy. Lu Qing cursed inwardly, but quickly plastered a sycophantic smile on his face, conceding, Just kidding, just kidding. Whatever you say, Your Grace, I have no objections. Ye nodded in satisfaction, her voice gentle yet authoritative. Good, do your job well, and I'll reward you with a girlfriend. Lu Qing firmly declined. No need, I prefer a real girlfriend. Then he shifted his tone, pretending to be troubled. How about coming back with me? Mechanical parts need machines to be made, and the equipment is all at the workshop. Without them, it's really difficult. Oomph, you have quite the plan. Ye chuckled softly, a sly glint in her eyes. Your workshop is right next to the Marshal Hall. Are you hoping the Marshal Hall elders will save you? How could you say that? Lu Qing immediately denied, appearing righteous. But inside, he was sweating bullets. You're right on the money. Out loud, he insisted. I would never have such malicious intent. Ye's lips curled slightly as her gaze drifted to Lu Qing's lower body. I'll give you a day. Come to me by tomorrow night. After all, you don't enjoy doing splits, right? A chill ran down Lu Qing's spine, and he cursed inwardly. Damn, you're twisted. As soon as I get back, I'll break free and hide in the Marshal Hall. There's no way I'm playing your game. On the surface, he respectfully replied. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Ye smiled sweetly, her fingers gently caressing Lu Qing's face. Very good. From now on, you're mine. Heal everyone here, and I'll have a surprise for you. Lu Qing muttered to himself. Seriously? You want me to be your tool? Keep dreaming. What's wrong not leaving? Can't bear to part with me. Yaya turned back, her smile enchanting as she locked eyes with him. Lu Qing quickly took his leave, striding away without looking back. Yaya's face softened into a tender smile as she turned to Wang Chan and said, Shall we watch TV with your dad? Okay. Chan cheered, her face lit up with innocent joy. Lu Qing exited the dormitory building, returning to the courtyard he had been in earlier. The elderly couple playing badminton and the seniors exercising were gone, leaving only two old men playing chess at a stone table. Lu Qing glanced over, but kept moving towards the gate. Just then, one of the hunched old men spoke in a raspy voice. Young man, you seem to be the first outsider the director brought here. His tone carried a hint of curiosity. Lu Qing paused, approaching the stone table. After a brief silence, he asked, Do you know her true identity? The Dark Moon King of the Beast sect. The other old man with reading glasses interjected, speaking as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Lu Qing was silent for a moment, then asked again, Was it her who fused the beast bodies with you? Are you from the 100 Beasts sect? The hunched old man gave a wistful smile, his voice tinged with age. The first, yes. The second, no. We're just a bunch of old fools who made mistakes. What mistakes did you make? Lu Qing pressed on, but both elderly men remained silent this time, as if he had suddenly vanished. They continued to focus on their chess game, the sound of pieces hitting the board echoing clearly in the quiet courtyard. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the silence. Hey, old fool, did you secretly take back your move? You're spouting nonsense. Get your eyes checked. The other elder immediately retorted. Their bickering echoed through the courtyard, noticeably loud. Seeing this, Lu Qing realized he wouldn't get any more information and turned to leave this bizarre nursing home. As he stepped out the gate, night had fully enveloped the earth. The darkness was like a still pond, with not a glimmer of light piercing through. Lu Qing stood in the dark, his mind racing. Time slipped by quietly, and before he knew it, it was past midnight. The night was as dark as ink, silent and profound. In this darkness, a brightly lit villa stood out like a dazzling jewel, starkly contrasting its surroundings. The villa's interior was grand and majestic, exuding luxury and elegance. Expensive furniture and art pieces adorned the space, and the air was filled with a blend of sandalwood and woody fragrances. Every corner exuded the scent of wealth, silently speaking of the owner's financial power and taste. Deep within the villa, a spacious training room's door was tightly shut. Inside, Jiang Juni was fully concentrated on controlling 9 jade swords. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his breath was slightly heavy. The swords hovered in the air, their blades emitting a faint bluish glow and a soft humming sound. These jade swords seemed almost alive, darting like dragons or flashing like lightning, at times as gentle as a light breeze. They formed a mystical sword array, with sword energy crisscrossing the room. Jiang Juni stood at the center of the array, his robes fluttering, resembling a modern-day sword immortal. Suddenly, with a wave of Jiang Juni's sword hand, the 9 flying swords seemed to receive a command. They let out a clear chime and transformed into 9 streaks of blue light, disappearing into his spatial ring. The sword array vanished, and the room returned to calm, with only a faint residue of sword energy slowly dissipating in the air. 7th level, it's getting hard to contain. Jiang Juni murmured to himself, his eyes deep with thought. Moments later, he pushed open the door to the training room. Outside, 2 mute maids in elegant cheongsams stood quietly waiting. One of them held a delicate silver tray with fresh fruits, a bottle of aged red wine, and a phone resting on top. Jiang Juni approached the tray, gracefully poured himself a glass of wine, and sipped it slowly, savoring its rich flavor. Putting down the glass, he used fluent sign language to instruct the maid. Prepare hot water for a bath. One maid nodded in understanding and silently departed. Just then, the phone on the tray vibrated, the screen lighting up with an incoming call. Lu Qing. Jiang Juni raised an eyebrow and swiped the screen to answer. A voice immediately came through, urgent and pleading. Boss, help me. Make it clear, Jiang Juni said flatly, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Lu Qing took a deep breath and recounted his encounter with the Dark Moon King in detail. His voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating the deep psychological impact of the experience. Inform the authorities first, Lu Qing added after finishing his story. We must completely deal with the Dark Moon King before I can truly escape his clutches. He glanced cautiously at Jiang Juni, not mentioning the fact that his soul was under control. After all, the idea of a 2nd-grade fighter breaking free from the hold of a 7th-grade master sounded like a fantasy. Jiang Juni was silent for a moment, frowning slightly as if contemplating a plan. Suddenly, he spoke. Do as she says for now. Lu Qing thought he had misheard, unable to believe his ears. Although the people at the Yofu nursing home weren't directly involved with the cult of the 100 Beasts, the Dark Moon King, as a cardinal of the cult, certainly had connections. Was the god of wealth really suggesting he follow the Dark Moon King's orders? Jiang Jun enunciated each word clearly. I said, you're going to treat Wang Yu tomorrow night. Hearing this, Lu Qing was taken aback, his mind racing. From his previous autopsy, he had gathered intelligence on the Dark Moon King's soul control methods. He tentatively asked, Boss, does the Marshal Hall have a plan? Jiang Juni nodded slightly, his cold voice revealing the plan. Elder Su personally went to City Number 1 the day before yesterday. The Elder Hall has a tool that specifically counters evil spirits and souls. If we calculate the time, they should return the day after tomorrow. In the meantime, follow her instructions and continue the treatments. Once Elder Su arrives, we'll launch a decapitation strike against the Dark Moon. That's impressive. The official organizations really are efficient. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief after Jiang Juni's explanation, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Only with the Elder's intervention could he truly escape the Dark Moon's grasp. The unpredictable madwoman might decide to kill him once she was done with him. For a master, killing him was as easy as crushing an ant. Fortunately, there were quite a few people at the nursing home, at least 20, and the Dark Moon King required him to treat all of them. 2 days were more than enough time for Elder Su to return, leaving plenty of time to spare. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows into Lu Qing's workshop. He arrived at the workshop early to begin preparing mechanical components. These parts were meticulously crafted in the shape of the demonic octopus tentacles, with every detail striving for perfection. However, he wasn't entirely confident they would perfectly fit Wang Yu's body. In his usual mechanical surgeries, he used auxiliary equipment, creating parts and performing the modifications simultaneously, adjusting as needed based on the patient's condition. But this time was different. Facing the unpredictable Dark Moon King, he had to succeed on the first try. If the crazy woman was even slightly dissatisfied, his life might be forfeit. Lu Qing took a deep breath, sweat beading on his forehead. He carefully assembled the final component and created a simple surgical aid device, packing it into a spatial ring. Done, he murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping across the workbench. Given Wang Yu's 4th-grade prowess, he wouldn't use 4th-grade metal for the modifications. Yet, 2nd-grade metal couldn't withstand the strength of an innate powerhouse. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose 3rd-grade metal. As night fell, Lu Qing, with a sense of anxiety, stepped once more through the gates of the Youfu nursing home. In the courtyard, elderly residents engaged in various exercises, some practicing Tai Chi, others doing calisthenics, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Not far away, Yu Yu and Wang Chan were playing shuttlecock, the feathered toy tracing graceful arcs through the air. Lu Qing quickly walked over to Ye and Wang Chan, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. He showered Ye with praises, lauding her soccer skills and portraying her as someone who is both talented and beautiful, a true all-rounder. However, Ye paid no heed to the flattery. She gently patted Wang Chan's head and softly told her to go play on her own as she needed to find her father. Wang Chan nodded obediently, her voice as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. Lu Qing watched Ye silently, pondering the misfortunes she had endured. 5 minutes later, Ye and Lu Qing entered a new room. Wang Yu's old dorm room had been severely damaged the day before and was under repair. Seeing Ye enter, Wang Yu struggled to get up. Ye calmly and coldly announced the impending surgery and demanded Wang Yu release the beast within him. Wang Yu appeared worried, his voice trembling as he expressed concerns about his self-control. Ye responded indifferently, promising to suppress the ferocity of the demonic octopus. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Instantly, his arm began to change bizarrely. His skin turned as black as ink, muscles twisted and swelled, and 2 thick tentacles burst forth. The tentacles were covered in suckers that gleamed with a cold, eerie light, their tips sharp and menacing. Wang Yu's eyes turned blood red, and he descended into a frenzy, emitting beastly growls as he wildly swung his tentacles, leaving deep marks on the walls. Ye softly commanded, quiet, her eyes flickering with a red glow as the power of her evil eye spread. Under this strange force's suppression, Wang Yu gradually calmed down, his body only trembling slightly. Ye coldly signaled Lu Qing to begin the surgery. Suppressing his anxiety, Lu Qing took out the prepared metal mechanical components and began to operate with precision. The cold metal seemed to come alive in his hands, perfectly integrating with Wang Yu's beastly form. Ye observed from the side, amazed at the complexity and sophistication of this mechanical surgery, far beyond any method of fusing with a beastly form she knew of. Lu Qing focused intently on the surgery, his nimble fingers dancing as he installed the intricate components onto Wang Yu's tentacles. As the procedure progressed, the tentacles gradually became enveloped in cold machinery, undergoing a wondrous transformation. What was once soft became incredibly hard, each joint gleaming with metallic luster, the surface covered and embedded with metal, seamlessly fitting together like a perfectly forged weapon, resembling 2 steel pythons brimming with power. After 5 hours, Lu Qing suddenly heard a prompt only he could hear. Task complete. Treat 5 congenital patients. Modify mechanical limbs. Task progress 55. Reward. Indestructible body, tempering modification method. As the system alert sounded, Lu Qing remained focused on the challenging situation before him. Suddenly, Ye's scarlet eyes began to clear, returning to normal, and the distorted space around them restored itself. Wang Yu's tense expression relaxed, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. I'm okay, Wang Yu whispered in surprise, feeling the beast within him bound by an invisible chain. He stared in disbelief at his metallic arms, now moving with ease and precision. The steel tendrils, like nimble serpents, sliced through the air in smooth arcs, sometimes swift as lightning, other times gentle as the breeze, perfectly balancing power and control. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Yaya's eyes as she handed Lu Qing a sheet of A4 paper. Well done, she said flatly. Prepare for the next one. We'll continue tomorrow. The paper detailed information about another elderly resident of the nursing home. Age, cultivation level, and the type of beast they had fused with, leaving nothing out. Lu Qing forced a smile, secretly cursing. This damned woman. Just wait until the elder from the Marshal Hall arrives tomorrow, and see if you still dare to treat me like a tool. He quickly left the nursing home, hailed a taxi, and headed straight back to the wellness shop. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the steel metropolis was adorned with neon, shining like a starry sky. Time flew by, and soon it was the following evening. Based on the data about the elderly man's fusion with a serpent beast, Lu Qing crafted the cheapest set of first-level metal mechanical parts, considering the man was only a second-grade beast warrior. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Jiang Jun. Lu Qing quickly answered, hearing the ever-calm voice of the god of wealth. Elder Su has arrived. Proceed as planned. Understood. Lu Qing replied with renewed enthusiasm. In the courtyard of the Youfu nursing home, a lively tug-of-war competition was underway. The elderly residents were divided into teams by gender, with Chanchan energetically cheering for the grandpas and grandmas. Yaya acted as the referee, announcing loudly when the red rope crossed the center line, blue team wins. The grandpas on the red team erupted in protest, shouting, "A bunch of old men losing to the old ladies. How embarrassing. You're the embarrassing one, you 80-year-old fossil." Meanwhile, the grandmas cheered and jeered in victory, filling the courtyard with a warm and lively atmosphere. Lu Qing entered the courtyard, and Yaya, with her pleasant voice, said, "He's in the dormitory. I'll take you there." She turned and led the way inside, with Lu Qing following silently. They passed through a narrow hallway to a clean and tidy single room. The door was ajar, and the room was dimly lit. Inside, a frail and emaciated elderly man sat hunched in a wheelchair, staring intently at the news broadcast on the television screen. The man's face was covered with varying shades of spots and wrinkles, his skin loose and lifeless like dried bark. His eyes were sunken and cloudy, the whites yellowed with a dull and lifeless hue. Sparse gray hair clung to his scalp, and he wore a faded coarse cloth shirt, with a thin blanket covering his lower body. Yaya approached the old man, and her eyes suddenly flickered with an eerie red glow. A crimson light burst from her gaze, flooding the entire room. The air warped and vibrated with this power, emitting a low, humming sound. The previously quiet old man let out a sudden low growl, his body shaking violently. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, veins bulging and writhing like worms. The blanket covering his lower body slipped off, revealing a horrifying sight. His legs were swelling and deforming at an alarming speed. His skin tore, exposing stark white bones. The bones twisted, producing a teeth-gritting, creaking noise. Amidst the bloody mess, gray scales began to grow, cold and hard. Within seconds, the old man's lower body completely transformed from human to a thick, menacing gray serpent form. His upper body remained human-like, while his lower body had turned into a cold snake tail, creating a bizarre and terrifying half-human, half-snake image. The tail writhed uneasily, thumping against the floor with a dull thud. "Sleep," Yaya commanded coldly, her voice soft yet undeniable. As if controlled by some mysterious force, the old man's cloudy eyes lost focus, becoming dazed. His struggling ceased, and he eventually closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Yaya turned to Lu Qing and briefly said, "Begin." Lu Qing nodded, taking a deep breath as he approached the old man to start his unique craft. He retrieved a series of cold metal parts from his spatial ring, and like a seasoned surgical expert, began attaching them to the old man's serpent body. The clash of metal and flesh created a piercing sound. Lu Qing's expression was focused, his gaze sharp, as if he were sculpting a fine piece of art. The metal parts seamlessly integrated with the serpent scales, leaving no gaps. The once menacing serpent body now exuded a strange sense of technological sophistication. During this lengthy transformation process, Yaya's previously calm expression suddenly changed. She sharply turned her head, looking out the window at the sky, her enchanting eyes flashing with a cold light. A playful smile appeared on her lips as she glanced at Lu Qing, her tone teasing. We'll settle this later. Before her words finished, she vanished like a phantom. The window swung open on its own, allowing the cold wind to rush in. Lu Qing paused, thinking to himself, it seems the elders of the Marshal Hall have arrived. Should I follow? No, he immediately dismissed the thought. When masters fight, it's best for ordinary people to stay out of it. Better to make a strategic retreat. Lu Qing decided to head back to the Marshal Hall to ensure his safety. Before leaving, he glanced at the old man asleep in the wheelchair, sighed, and gently moved him to the bed, covering him with a light blanket. Having done all this, he turned and quickly headed for the door. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, the old man who played chess yesterday. Hey, young man, you finished so quickly today? Yeah, I've got things to do, take care. Lu Qing didn't look back, eager to leave this troublesome place. Finally, I can escape that crazy woman's control. He quickened his pace towards the door. But just then bang, the courtyard gate was violently kicked open. Wood chips flew, the door frame shook violently, groaning under the strain. With a crash, over 30 black uniformed enforcers poured into the courtyard like a tide, their footsteps synchronized, faces stern, and presence imposing. They quickly formed two lines, efficiently occupying every corner of the courtyard, then parted to create a passageway. At the end of the passage, a tall young man walked in slowly. He appeared to be in his late 20s, dressed in a black combat outfit, with a long knife hanging at his waist. The silver emblem on the hilt glinted coldly in the dim light. This was Ling Xiao, the silver enforcer of the Department of Justice, and the leader of this mission, an early-stage 4th rank innate expert. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across the people in the courtyard like a blade, pausing for less than a second on Lu Qing before shifting to focus on the dozen or so elderly individuals. His voice was icy and merciless. All remnants of the 100 Beast sect are to be executed without exception. Kill. No sooner had he spoken than the 30 enforcers behind him drew their long knives in unison, the blades flashing with a chilling aura. A fierce killing intent instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. At this critical moment, Lu Qing's calm voice broke the impending violence. Wait a moment. He stepped forward to face the group from the Department of Justice. Recognizing him, the crowd hesitated. Though their blades remained unsheathed, no one dared act rashly. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed, and he spoke impatiently. Dr. Lu, this matter is concluded. You need not interfere. The rest will be handled by the Department of Justice. His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Lu Qing approached, standing directly opposite Ling Xiao, his gaze intense. These people are not members of the 100 Beast sect. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes gleaming coldly. Oh, do you mean to obstruct the Department of Justice's operation? His voice suddenly turned icy, as sharp as a blade in the dead of winter, sending chills down the spine. Lu Qing met Ling Xiao's gaze unwaveringly. I just believe this matter lacks fairness. Over the past few days, he had learned from Yu that the wrongdoings of these elders involved complex reasons. Lu Qing couldn't definitively judge their actions as purely right or wrong. Take Wang Yu. For example, was the teacher's death justified? Was Wang Yu wrong to kill him? These complex moral questions required legal judgment. However, tragically, the law had not provided a fair resolution at the time. Lu Qing understood that Wang Yu was not a man of irredeemable evil, nor should the elders be sentenced to death by Ling Xiao's decree. Their fate deserved a more just and comprehensive trial. Although Lu Qing was not a saint, he couldn't stand by when witnessing injustice. At that moment, he saw Wang Yu and the elders about to be executed by the enforcement division without trial, and a sense of righteousness surged within him. In his view, even if these people were guilty, they deserved a trial under martial law rather than such a hasty execution. Ling Xiao noticed Lu Qing's dissent, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said icily, Lu Qing, do you think that with your mere position as a bronze martial officer, you can stop my enforcement division from carrying out justice today? Before he finished speaking, an invisible pressure emanated from him, crashing towards Lu Qing like a tidal wave. Although Ling Xiao still addressed Lu Qing as Dr. Lu, on the surface, he regarded him as insignificant. In this world where martial strength reigned supreme, Ling Xiao, a formidable innate 4th grade expert, wouldn't consider a mere 2nd grade martial artist worthy of attention. Guards, Ling Xiao commanded with a voice like thunder. Take Dr. Lu back to the enforcement division and charge him with obstructing justice until a verdict is reached. In base city number 15, the Marshal Hall's enforcement division was an unshakable authority. They wielded martial law, with the power to execute first and report later. Unlike civilian organizations and the inspection department, which could only check for violations, the enforcement division held immense power, adeptly applying martial law. They could easily blur the lines between right and wrong, turning minor faults into capital offenses, and even set traps to catch vulnerabilities and execute people on the spot. For this reason, everyone feared these living hellish judges. Amidst the tense standoff, a bronze martial officer mustered the courage to approach Ling Xiao and whispered nervously in his ear, "Silver Officer Ling. He, he has a special exemption status. We seem to have no authority to enforce the law on him." Ling Xiao snorted coldly, a hint of malice in his eyes. "I am well aware," he said in a grave tone. "But this mission is of utmost importance. Lu Qing is harboring remnants of the Beast sect and has connections with the Dark Moon King's people. I suspect he is an undercover agent of the Beast sect. For traitors, his exemption status is naturally null and void. Proceed." The bronze martial officer hesitated, showing reluctance. As a seasoned member of the enforcement division, he knew full well that while they often wielded power and skewed justice, the special exemption status was no trivial matter. Even elders had to convene meetings to deal with such individuals, let alone him, a mere third-grade bronze martial officer, who dared not act rashly. "Useless," Ling Xiao scolded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He turned his gaze back to Lu Qing, a sinister smile curling at his lips. "Today, I will leave none alive here. What can you do about it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's long sword was unsheathed, its cold gleam aimed directly at Wang Quan. The fierce killing intent enveloped her instantly. At this critical moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the courtyard. Lu Qing's figure moved abruptly, like an arrow released from a bow, shooting backward with incredible speed. This unexpected turn of events caused Ling Xiao's pupils to contract, his face filled with disbelief. In midair, Lu Qing's presence was awe-inspiring. His entire body was encased in a deep blue metallic armor, resembling a steel warrior from the future. The fourth-level frost armor emanated a ghostly blue glow, exuding an unsettling chill. Its design was sleek and powerful, with each piece of armor glinting with the cold sheen unique to metal. The helmet was fierce and imposing, with ghostly blue lights flickering in the eye sockets like two cold stars, captivating all who looked upon them. At the center of the chest, a miniature energy reactor pulsed, providing immense power to the entire suit. The joints of the limbs were equipped with intricate mechanical structures that gleamed with a cold light, containing explosive strength. The armor was a marvel of technology, as if it had stepped right out of a futuristic world. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of cold swept towards Ling Xiao like a breached dam. Ling Xiao felt a piercing chill instantly invade his entire body, nearly freezing his blood and rendering him unable to muster any energy. Bang! The metal-covered fist of the frost armor struck Ling Xiao's face like a meteor. Caught off guard, Ling Xiao flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Qing, controlling the armor, dashed forward and straddled Ling Xiao, raining down metal fists like a relentless storm, each blow landing with a dull thud. As he pounded away, Lu Qing cursed vehemently, venting his pent-up frustration. "Damn you, you idiot! I can't afford to offend the Dark Moon King, so why are you barking in front of me? Do you have any idea how I've been living these past 2 days? Huh, you piece of trash. Keep barking. I dare you." The sound of each punch landing was crisp and resonant, carrying the hard impact of metal. It was a complete disgrace that a fourth-grade innate expert was being beaten to a pulp by a second-grade martial artist, unable to fight back. The surrounding law enforcement officers stood dumbfounded, as if paralyzed, their minds blank. A single thought echoed in their heads. What kind of monster is this? And you call this a martial arts doctor? Stop! Lu Qing, stop! Ling Xiao's voice trembled, tinged with desperation, the authority of the silver weapon master completely gone. "Stop? Not a chance," Lu Qing replied coldly, his mechanical eyes flashing with a piercing blue light. Bang! 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 The steel fists of the frost mech rained down like a relentless storm, each blow landing precisely on Ling Xiao's body and face. Ling Xiao screamed in agony, blood gushing from his mouth as he struggled desperately, but the freezing effect held him firmly in place. Ling Xiao groped on the ground with difficulty until he finally grasped his standard-issue longsword. "I told you to stop," he roared, slashing out with a desperate resolve to fight back. However, the blade striking the frost mech produced only a crisp metallic clang, and the edge of the sword curled instantly. The deep blue mech's surface bore only a shallow white mark, as insignificant as a mosquito bite. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Still have the strength to fight back? He grabbed the blade with a reverse grip, his metal hand clamping down like a vice. An intense cold surged from his palm, turning the longsword ice blue in an instant. With a forceful squeeze, a sharp crack echoed as the 5-tier metal weapon of the silver weapon master snapped cleanly, the break as smooth as glass. "Monster, you're a monster." Ling Xiao's face was etched with terror, despair filling his heart. "I was wrong. Please spare me." His voice was hoarse, laden with a deep plea. "Too late. I'm just getting started." Lu Qing transformed into an enraged war machine, his iron fists pounding down like a hailstorm. Within mere moments, Ling Xiao's face was a bloody mess, his features twisted beyond recognition, his teeth shattered, unrecognizable even to his own mother. The surrounding enforcement officers stood frozen, utterly shocked by the horrific scene. They exchanged glances, none daring to intervene. It wasn't until Ling Xiao lost consciousness that Lu Qing finally stopped. Accompanied by the sound of metal scraping, the frost mech swiftly retracted into a space ring. Lu Qing's youthful, handsome face emerged, his posture upright, like a war god returning from battle. He cast a cold gaze over the enforcement officers and said calmly, "Take him back. He's not dead yet." The officers snapped back to reality, their faces pale, hurriedly lifting the unconscious Ling Xiao. They fled the nursing home in a disordered rush. Their earlier arrogance vanished, leaving only a trail of disarrayed retreat. Wang Chan gracefully approached Lu Qing, tilting her small face up with curiosity sparkling in her clear, big eyes. She gently tugged at Lu Qing's sleeve and asked in a soft, sweet voice, "Big brother, you're amazing. Where did that robot just come from?" The fierce aura around Lu Qing dissipated instantly, replaced by a gentle smile. He leaned down to look at Wang Chan and softly replied, "That's a secret. Only magicians can do it." "Wow." Wang Chan's eyes lit up with admiration, her face filled with awe, as if stars were twinkling in her eyes. At this moment, a hunchbacked old man slowly approached and stood in front of Lu Qing, his deep gaze fixed on the young man, with a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He never expected Lu Qing to intervene with the enforcement department for the sake of these unfamiliar old people, even going so far as to beat a silver weapon envoy. What surprised him even more was that this young man, with only a second-grade cultivation, possessed such astonishing strength, able to crush a fourth-grade innate expert like Ling Xiao with a mysterious set of armor. The hunchbacked old man sighed softly, his tone tinged with concern. "Young man, you hit someone from the enforcement department. They won't let this go easily." He knew all too well their ways. Lu Qing smiled slightly, responding lightly, "No worries, if they kill me, I'll just burn paper for him." The old man was taken aback, not expecting this young fellow to joke around. He showed a helpless smile and then asked, "I thought you were in a hurry to leave earlier?" Hearing this, Lu Qing fell silent. He weighed the situation in his mind. If he left, and the enforcement department came back, these elderly people would still face certain death. Even though there were two fifth-grade elders present, if they unleashed their beast forms and went berserk, they might kill the invaders, but would also lose control and kill everyone else here. But if he stayed, he was unsure about the situation with Jiang Juni and the elders, or whether they could capture the Dark Moon King. If they failed, and the Dark Moon King returned, he would certainly seek revenge. Lu Qing turned to walk towards the door, but then stopped. "Damn," he cursed inwardly. After a few seconds, a relieved smile spread across his face, and he walked back to the hunchbacked old man, pointing at the chessboard on a nearby stone table, and asked, "Grandpa, care for a game?" The old man was momentarily stunned, but then smiled. "Sure." The two sat down to play, engaging in a silent battle over the chessboard. The old man picked up a chess piece, rubbing its surface between his fingers. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze crossing the board, and suddenly spoke. "Didn't you ask me last night what mistakes old Sue and I made?" His voice was old and hoarse, with a hint of raspiness. "That's an old story from over 40 years ago." As the old man began to recount the past, Lu Qing listened quietly, as if the elder was unburdening years of pent-up emotions. The old man's eyes, though murky, held depths like an ancient well, concealing the true nature beneath. Meanwhile, on the city's edge, an abandoned, unfinished building stood. Its mottled walls were overgrown with dark green vines, and the exposed steel bars were rusted like grim bones supporting this broken shell. On the horizon, three streams of light streaked across the sky above Cloud City. The foremost was a scarlet light, like a burning meteor. Closely following were a golden light and a gray light. The golden light shone like a blazing sun, exuding an aura of inviolability. The gray light was restrained yet swift as the wind. They pursued the scarlet light ahead, weaving and chasing through the sky. With the air currents they stirred up, producing sharp whistles. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the sky as a crimson streak shot across the heavens, heading straight for the abandoned building. In that split second, four pitch-black pillars of light erupted from the building's corners, shooting upward. These beams intertwined to form a massive, sealed cage, trapping the crimson light within. Bang! The crimson streak crashed heavily onto the rooftop, shattering the concrete terrace instantly. Debris flew, dust filled the air, and a deep, bottomless pit appeared. As the dust settled, a tall, ponytailed girl slowly stood up from the pit. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable aloofness. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth from the girl, like an invisible mountain pressing outward. The entire rooftop trembled under the force of this pressure and aura unique to a latest-stage 7th-tier Grandmaster. The girl gazed down, her eyes locking onto the four corners 100 meters away. There stood the four gold martial guardians of base city number 15. Jiang Juni from the surveillance department, clad in a white suit, exuding a noble demeanor. Qin Ming, the military's gold guardian, a burly figure with bulging muscles. Luo, the law enforcement department's gold guardian, with a gaunt face and sunken eyes. Han, the intelligence department's gold guardian, with a stern and meticulous expression. The four quickly moved their hands, forming complex seals to maintain the black prison confinement formation. Runes flickered on the black pillars, emitting a menacing energy wave. Whoosh, whoosh. Two more streaks of light descended from the sky, landing on the rooftop. Elder Su approached slowly, clad in a gray training outfit, his frame lean. His face was aged, each wrinkle seemed etched with the marks of time, yet he exuded an unyielding spirit. His mid-stage 7th-tier cultivation erupted like a volcano, with the air swirling around him, his robe flapping noisily. Accompanying him was Elder Qin from the Marshal Hall, about 40 years old, with a physique like a towering iron structure. His muscles bulged with explosive power, commanding respect without anger. He unleashed his early-stage 7th-tier cultivation without reservation, as if solidifying the air, causing a suffocating sensation. This was the aura of someone honed on the battlefield. The girl parted her red lips, her voice crisp and melodious, yet tinged with mockery. Oh, the top brass of the 15th Division, all out in force. You really think highly of me, bringing in the Black Prison, quite the spectacle. Elder Qin's expression darkened, his voice like rolling thunder as he bellowed, Dark Moon. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Elder Qin shot forward like a cannonball. He became a blur, moving so fast it caused a sonic boom, the air whistling sharply. He launched a punch, the force like a dragon, with devastating momentum aimed directly at the girl's face. Elder Su followed closely, his movements ghostly. His fingers curled into claws, tips glinting coldly, reaching for the girl's throat like an eagle's talons. Faced with the dual assault of two grandmasters, the girl remained unperturbed. She sidestepped gracefully, dodging Elder Qin's punch with the agility of a nimble cat. At the same time, she swung her palm backward, the force of her strike colliding with Elder Su's eagle claw. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded as the air surged around them, causing the concrete rooftop to crack beneath their feet, sending debris flying. Yu was holding her own against two opponents, every move and strike imbued with the unique momentum of a grandmaster, her power surging. Below, Han Jinshi of the intelligence department frowned slightly, shocked within. She can actually hold off both Elder Qin and Elder Su? Luo Jinshi of the law enforcement department replied calmly. She won't last long. Though she's in the late grandmaster stage, Elder Qin's breaking army momentum and Elder Su's limitless momentum are both sustainable types, growing stronger as the fight continues. In this peak battle, it's all about trump cards. Whoever shows their hand first, whoever has more cards, will decide the outcome. As he spoke, he continued to manipulate the formation in his hands. On the rooftop, the battle intensified. Elder Qin's attacks were broad and forceful, each punch like a cannonball, causing the air to explode with sound. Elder Su moved with an uncanny agility, his speed increasing, darting back and forth, each strike aimed for vital points, every move deadly. Suddenly, Yu parted her red lips and uttered two words, courting death. As soon as she spoke, her clear eyes turned crimson. A sinister, violent aura erupted from within her. Instantly, the weather changed. The previously clear night sky was shrouded in a deep, blood-red hue, as a massive blood moon slowly emerged. Beneath the blood moon, an enormous shadow gradually solidified. It was a phoenix, its entire body engulfed in crimson flames, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sky. Each of its red feathers seemed crafted from the deepest blood red, exuding a chillingly evil sheen. The evil phoenix held its head high, its crown feathers like a burning crown, majestic yet filled with malevolence. With a slight movement of those crimson eyes, the shadow of the scarlet moon evil phoenix suddenly flapped its wings, letting out a piercing cry. Screech. The sound shattered the night, the scarlet sound waves spreading tangibly through the air, leaving cracks in their wake. For hundreds of meters around, everything seemed to tremble under this terrifying pressure. On the dilapidated building, dark green vines withered instantly under the pressure, turning to dust. Exposed steel beams groaned under the strain, twisting and deforming. The world was awash in blood red, as if the apocalypse had arrived. It's here, Elder Qin murmured. Elder Su, and he felt a shiver run through them, a suppression at the soul level pressing down on them, as if they were trapped in a mire, unable to move easily. Sure ho, suppress. Elder Su shouted, forming a hand seal. A majestic black stone statue appeared out of thin air, its features a blend of various creatures, antler-like horns, a camel-like head, cat-like ears, shrimp-like eyes, a donkey-like mouth, lion-like mane, snake-like neck, clam-like belly, carp-like scales, with eagle-like front claws and tiger-like hind claws. This stone sure host soared into the night sky, charging straight at the terrifying evil phoenix. Roar! The black stone beast let out a thunderous cry, echoing as if from ancient times, majestic and mysterious. The 3-foot statue swelled instantly, transforming into a colossal creature that seemed to hold up the sky, its massive form eclipsing even the blood moon. Simultaneously, the spectral image of the crimson moon evil phoenix shrieked, its wings beating fiercely, unleashing an endless sea of crimson flames. Black and red, two terrifying forces clashed violently in the air, intertwining and tearing at each other. The roar and the phoenix's cry intertwined like a symphony of destruction, with the wind howling on the rooftop and debris flying, as if the world were ending. The stone beast, crafted from the bones of a 7th-tier overlord beast, is an earthly-grade artifact with a roar that can quell souls and annihilate gods. In an instant, the power of the crimson moon evil phoenix was naturally suppressed, the madness and brutality in its huge scarlet eyes quickly fading. The redness in Yeye's eyes cleared, restoring their captivating clarity. The spectral image of the crimson moon evil phoenix in the sky became increasingly faint under the stone beast's roar, finally dissipating completely into the night with a reluctant wail. Yeye stood still, glancing at the vanishing phoenix image with a smirk rather than panic. Black prison and the stone beast, two earthly-grade artifacts. Quite well prepared, aren't you? Surrender now. Elder Qing shouted angrily, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Break army. His muscles bulged, golden light bursting from within him, as if a golden war god had descended. The force of a grandmaster's break army was unleashed in full, all the golden light converging at his fist, dazzling and magnificent. Elder Qing leaped high, his body tracing a perfect arc, descending with immense might, delivering a punch. A giant golden beam shot forth like a shockwave ripping through the sky, carrying a destructive aura as it fiercely targeted Yeye. Boom. In a deafening explosion, it seemed as if the entire world trembled. Yeye's position was instantly engulfed by the golden light. The entire dilapidated building could no longer withstand this terrifying force, collapsing with a crash into ruins. Is it over? Below, Han Jinshi stared wide-eyed, watching the ruins with uncertainty. No, it's not, Luo Jinshi said gravely, his gaze fixed on the center of the collapsed ruins. There, a powerful aura was slowly rising again. As the dust settled, Yeye's graceful figure reappeared in everyone's view. She stood quietly in the center of the ruins, her clothes slightly tattered, but she herself was completely unharmed. Elder Qing let out a cold snort, a glint of frostiness in his eyes. He turned to Elder Su and whispered, "She can't use her demonic phoenix power. Blocking that attack must have cost her dearly. Strike now while she's weak." Elder Su nodded slightly, his gray training robe billowing as though stirred by an unseen wind. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his formidable aura erupted instantly. Beneath Yeye's feet, a massive gray vortex began to rise, as if it sought to swallow her whole. Yeye glanced down at the swirling vortex, a sly smile curling at her lips. She chuckled lightly. "Oh dear, why so fierce? I'm done playing." Before the words had fully left her mouth, her figure vanished, transforming into a streak of red light that appeared in midair, temporarily evading danger. "Dark Moon, you won't escape." Elder Qing shouted angrily, his entire body emitting a golden glow that quickly concentrated into his fist, forming a massive golden energy sphere. In the air, Yeye's lips curved slightly as her fingers rapidly formed seals. A door crafted from pitch-black stone, inscribed with mysterious runes, materialized before her. The center of the door was a void, with only a flickering black screen exuding an aura of mystery. Everyone present turned pale. Luo Jinshi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the black door, exclaiming, "How does she have the Elder Hall's black gate?" "Elder Su, stop her quickly." Elder Qing's expression darkened, and he shouted urgently. Elder Su didn't dare delay, swiftly forming seals. A stream of silver water shot from his hands, transforming into a silver dragon that darted toward Yeye in the air with lightning speed. Earth-grade artifact, weak water 3000. Simultaneously, Elder Qing launched a punch, sending a golden beam of light skyward, aiming straight for Yeye. "Stop!" Yeye called out softly, and a force of stillness manifested. The silver stream halted abruptly in midair, trembling as if struggling against its bonds. Moments later, weak water 3000 could no longer withstand the force and shattered, breaking into two pieces that fell to the ground. Elder Su's face showed a pained expression, his features rigid. In the air, just as the golden shockwave was about to reach her, Yeye left the onlookers with a faint smile, waving gently as she said, "Goodbye." With a flicker, she stepped into the black gate, disappearing along with the entire stone door. Elder Qing's golden shockwave struck nothing but air, its fearsome power shooting into the sky and scattering the clouds above. The golden energy eventually dissipated into countless glowing particles, drifting beautifully under the moonlight. "How does she have the black gate?" Elder Qing roared in fury, punching fiercely against the barrier of the black prison. The black screen hummed, but remained unmoved and unscathed. In the nursing home's tranquil night, The silence was gently broken by the crisp sound of chess pieces hitting the board. At the stone table in the center of the courtyard, the hunched Mr. Zhang and the young Lu Qing were engaged in an intense game of Chinese chess. As the game neared its end, beads of sweat glistened on Mr. Zhang's forehead under the dim light. His brows furrowed as he scanned the board, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Lu Qing, on the other hand, appeared calm and unhurried. He softly remarked, "There's no need to struggle any further." With that, he delicately picked up a piece and moved it confidently across the board. Mr. Zhang's voice carried a hint of defiance. "No, I still can." His fingers hovered above the board, hesitating to make a move. Suddenly, with a decisive thud, Lu Qing's cannon landed firmly on the board. "Checkmate," he announced calmly. Mr. Zhang's face turned pale as he stared blankly at the board, where his last chariot was captured. He let out a long sigh and slumped back into his chair, defeated. A little girl named Chan Chan, who had been watching the game, cheered excitedly. "Yay! Big brother won. Grandpa Su was right, Grandpa Zhang. You're not very good at this." Her lively voice shattered the courtyard's tranquility. At that moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The air in the center of the courtyard began to warp as if an invisible force was tearing at the space. Suddenly, a black stone door appeared out of thin air, covered in ancient and mysterious runes, with a deep darkness in its center that seemed to connect to another world. A crisp and authoritative female voice echoed from within the door. "Everyone, follow me." The voice reverberated through the courtyard, as if coming from a distant sky. Lu Qing's expression changed instantly. He recognized the voice's owner, the Dark Moon Queen. A trace of doubt crossed his mind. Did they not succeed? The Dark Moon Queen hasn't returned herself, so there must still be some apprehension. Just then, the hunched Mr. Zhang slowly stood up, a kindly smile on his face. "Young man, you played well. We'll have to spar again sometime." With that, he and the others from the nursing home, including Wang Yu, Wang Chan, and Grandpa Su with his reading glasses, walked toward the black stone door. They paused momentarily at the entrance before stepping through, one by one, vanishing into the darkness. Once the last person had entered, the stone door disappeared as if it had never been there, and the courtyard returned to its peaceful state. Suddenly, a sound of something cutting through the air came from the sky. A streak of light flashed by, and Jiang Juni descended from the heavens, dressed in a white suit and standing on a jade sword. His posture was upright, his attire flowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being visiting the mortal realm. The jade sword beneath him emitted a gentle glow, its blade adorned with ancient patterns that exuded a faint spiritual aura. Jiang Juni landed steadily in the courtyard, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before settling on Lu Qing. Lu Qing quickly approached, asking eagerly, "What happened, boss?" Jiang Juni's tone was calm, his face expressionless. The mission failed. Lu Qing's expression tightened. The Dark Moon Queen really escaped. Even with 2 elders from the Marshal Hall and being prepared, she still got away. Jiang Juni's eyes grew deep as he looked into the distance, seemingly contemplating something. This matter is more complex than it seems. If my guess is correct, the Dark Moon's visit to the 15th has other motives. Let's go back to the Marshal Hall, Jiang Juni continued. Your involvement this time means you need to attend the mission meeting. Lu Qing nodded, taking a deep breath, and stepped onto Jiang Juni's flying sword. The sword rose gently, carrying the 2 of them into the night sky, disappearing into the darkness. The once lively and warm atmosphere in the nursing home's courtyard had completely vanished. The chessboard on the stone table remained silently in the position it was left after the last game, while the empty chairs around it told tales of past laughter and joy. A gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness, as if silently announcing the profound silence and emptiness that now enveloped the place. Meanwhile, in the city center, a luxurious 5-star hotel was brightly lit. In the presidential suite, a massive crystal chandelier cast a dazzling glow, and the soft carpet and comfortable bed were testaments to the luxury of the place. The nightly rate of $30,000 further confirmed its prestigious status. In the bathroom, a man in his 50s and a young female college student were soaking together in a spacious bathtub. The man was slightly overweight with thinning hair, but his eyes revealed a shrewd and cunning nature. The young woman, in her early 20s, had a beautiful face and fair skin, with a hint of allure in her eyes. She was a top student at Qing University and was admired by many as a campus beauty. "Honey, when are you going to divorce your wife?" "I'm about to graduate," the young woman asked coyly, snuggling against the man, her voice carrying a hint of flirtation. "Soon, soon, darling, don't worry," the man replied dismissively, his hands restlessly wandering over her body. The man's name was Peng Cheng, possessing an early-stage 5th-rank cultivation. Over 20 years ago, he was merely a 4th-rank silver enforcer at the Marshal Hall's enforcement department. He had once accepted a bribe to cover up a murder case involving a teacher, a case that eventually closed due to lack of evidence. Afterward, he resigned and began living a carefree life. Now a 5th-rank innate strongman, His life was much more comfortable than during his time as an enforcer. Just then, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door shattered the amorous atmosphere in the room. Go see who it is. Peng Chung frowned, his tone clearly displeased. The young woman hesitated for a moment, a fleeting look of annoyance crossing her face, but she obediently got out of the bathtub. She casually draped a nearly see-through robe over herself, her alluring figure faintly visible. She walked to the door, and as soon as she opened it, a law enforcement officer in a black uniform barged in. Who are you? Who let you in? The woman screamed, startled. Peng Silver Enforcer. Peng Silver Enforcer, there's been an emergency, the officer shouted, ignoring the woman. Although Peng Chung had long left the enforcement department, they still used the title. What's all the noise? Peng Chung, wrapped in a robe, emerged from the bathroom with a dark expression. The officer, upon seeing him, reacted as if seeing a savior and yelled, Peng Silver Enforcer, it's terrible. Your nephew, Ling Silver Enforcer, has been beaten and is barely hanging on, close to death. Peng Cheng's eyes widened with anger as he demanded, what happened? I sent you to deal with a few old and weak people, and this is how he handles it. An hour later, Peng Chung and an enforcer from the law enforcement department arrived at the central hospital. The hospital was brightly lit, bustling with people in the corridors, and filled with the sharp smell of disinfectant. Outside a VIP ward, Peng Chung and a man in black hurried over, and the two enforcers at the door immediately stood at attention and saluted. Peng Chung entered the room with a blank expression, but the scene inside made his heart tighten. Ling Xiao lay on the bed, his entire body covered in a thick layer of frost, resembling a corpse frozen in ice. Various instruments and tubes connected to his body, and the line on the heart monitor was so faint it was nearly flat. Peng Chung approached the bed, frowning deeply, and turned to Chief Physician Li, asking in a low voice, how is he? Dr. Li's expression was grave, sweat beading on his forehead. Ling Xiao, the Silver Enforcer, has been afflicted by an extremely rare cold poison. The cold has penetrated his bone marrow, causing his blood and energy to coagulate. Coupled with severe injuries, he has no ability to recover on his own, and his life force is fading rapidly. I've never encountered symptoms like this. Just tell me, can he be cured? Peng Cheng's tone was impatient. Dr. Li hesitated. It's possible, but it requires a different location. The specialized medical department at the Marshal Hall, with the special consultant Dr. Liu, might have a solution. Upon hearing this, Peng Cheng's voice rose sharply. What did you say? He had just learned that his nephew was beaten to this state by this very Dr. Liu, and now they wanted him to treat him? Before Dr. Li could explain, Peng Cheng, seething with anger, erupted. Enough. You expect me to find Lu Qing? You might as well eat shit. Dr. Li's face turned pale instantly, wary of offending this powerful figure with ties to both the Marshal Hall and underground forces. Peng Cheng's chest heaved with emotion, recalling that today was supposed to be a good day. He had learned that the law enforcement department received a task to raid a suspected beast sect hideout, the Yofu nursing home. To his shock, the personnel list included Wang Yu and Wang Chan, linked to a past bribery case. Memories surged back to him, reminding him of when he was just a fourth-grade Silver Enforcer at the Marshal Hall's law enforcement department. That day, the principal of the first martial arts elementary school approached Hema, very wealthy individual. The other party offered a tempting condition: declare his son innocent in court, acquitting him of the charges of raping a female classmate, and receive a reward of 100 million. This enormous sum was astonishing even to those with innate strength, equivalent to the salary of a typical Silver Enforcer for 10 years. Faced with such temptation, the martial arts school's teacher hesitated briefly before ultimately succumbing to the lure of money. He declared a verdict of not guilty in court, releasing the suspect immediately. However, the matter did not end there. 6 months later, the Wang Yu murder case rekindled interest from the upper echelons of the law enforcement department in the old case. The teacher became anxious and desperately mobilized people to find Wang Yu, even considering killing him to silence him for self-preservation. Unfortunately, he failed to locate Wang Yu. Haunted by fear, the teacher worried that Wang Yu might suddenly reappear, leading to a retrial of the old case. He resigned, hoping to avoid the attention of the Marshal Hall. For years, he secretly searched for the whereabouts of Wang Yu and his daughter. Finally, he found their names on a list of residents at the Yofu nursing home. He immediately contacted his nephew Ling Xiao, a Silver Enforcer in the law enforcement department, and requested him to apprehend the suspects at the nursing home. Ling Xiao, fully aware of the past events, volunteered to lead the operation. He planned to kill everyone indiscriminately and then claimed they were forced to retaliate in self-defense. He was well-versed in such tactics. However, things did not go as they hoped. Peng Chung was seething with rage, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Enraged, he thought, damn Lu Qing, you ruined such a golden opportunity I've waited for years, and now you want my help? Bastard. Peng Chung, consumed by anger, gave a cold command to the enforcer beside him. Go, call the Pinyin Rehabilitation Center. The enforcer hesitated briefly, then walked to the window and dialed the number. The call lasted only half a minute before he returned to Peng Cheng, pale-faced. Well, what did they say? Peng Cheng asked urgently. The enforcer, sweating and trembling, replied. Dr. Liu answered. He said he wants 100 million and 10 more pieces of level 5 metal. What the hell are you saying? Peng Cheng exploded in fury. He kicked the side of the bed where Ling Xiao lay, and with a loud crack, the entire bed collapsed. Ling Xiao, frozen like an ice block, fell to the ground with a loud thud. Meanwhile, in the research room on the second floor of the Pinyin Rehabilitation Center next to the Marshal Hall building at the base center, Lu Qing hung up the phone, ignoring the external chaos. He eagerly opened the system panel to check his status and task progress. The system displayed. Host, Lu Qing. Realm, second tier peak. Vitality, 1000 calories. Apertures, 24. Martial arts, push-up heaven palm earth level, wild bull strength yellow level. Equipment, level 4 frost armor. Technology, exoskeleton surgery, nano intravenous injection technology, nano trauma repair technology. Task 1 completed. Treat 5 disabled martial artists of the innate realm, reconstruct mechanical limbs. Reward, indestructible body modification method pending collection. Task 2 in progress. Establish medical cooperation, sell 1000 nano trauma patches externally. Progress, 01000 incomplete. Completion reward, heaven tier weapon, equality for all. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing task 1. Would you like to claim your reward? Lu Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. He thought, finally, I can refine my body again and break through to the 3rd tier. Without hesitation, he mentally commanded, claim. Ding. The system notification chimed as Lu Qing successfully acquired the indestructible body. He eagerly checked the description. Using the divine technique of tempering the body, the indestructible body is transformed. Bones become as hard as steel, skin and flesh shine like gold, blood flows like a river of stars, and internal organs are unbreakable. The meridians carry the power of chaos, and 3000 acupoints glow with an undying light. Lu Qing thought to himself, this is the most hardcore body tempering method in the entire universe. He clicked to see more and spent a full 5 minutes reading through the entire content of the indestructible body tempering method. Although he didn't quite understand many of the technical terms, the overall concept left him utterly astonished. According to the system's description, this tempering method seems to involve using some special metal to transform the human body, turning bones into steel, skin into gold, blood into flowing silver, and internal organs as tough as refined iron. While it didn't specify what kind of metal or the grade of materials to use, this implied that the divine machine indestructible body held limitless possibilities. Lu Qing's mind began to race, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He realized that breaking through each realm required a tempering process, meaning each time was an evolution of the physical body, gradually transforming it into an indestructible mechanical form. Thinking about this, Lu Qing couldn't help but click his tongue. Isn't this going to turn me into a pure metal robot? He glanced down at his beloved Lamborghini, quickly shaking his head to dismiss the strange thought. Putting aside distractions, Lu Qing decided to first attempt to modify his bones with Jialong steel. As a level 6 steel metal, Jialong steel was just right for the first step of the indestructible body transformation. But before that, he needed to craft an auxiliary machine. Seeing the instructions on the system panel, Lu Qing found he had all the necessary materials, so he immediately set to work. He turned to his workbench, retrieving various metal materials and mechanical components from his spatial ring, neatly arranging them on the silver-white metal surface. Under the bright lights, the materials reflected a sharp metallic sheen. Following the system's instructions, Lu Qing began the crafting process. Inside the high-temperature pressure apparatus, molten metal slowly flowed into precision molds. As the steel gradually cooled, variously shaped components began to form. Some resembled intricate gears, others complex bearings, and some looked like precise connectors. Lu Qing carefully extracted these components from the molds, meticulously polishing every detail. His movements were both focused and delicate, his fingers deftly maneuvering between the parts, like a pianist performing a complex symphony. Under his skillful hands, the cold metal seemed to come alive, gradually assembling into increasingly complex mechanical structures. As time passed, these precise structures interconnected, ultimately forming a large and intricate system. Suddenly, Lu Qing let out a cry of delight. It's done. He stepped back a few paces, thoroughly examining his creation. Under the illumination of LED lights, a towering, nearly 3-meter-wide gray-silver mechanical cabin stood before him. This creation was brimming with futuristic appeal, leaving one in awe. The cabin door was half open, resembling a giant mouth waiting to devour its prey. The exterior was covered with a silver-gray metallic shell, glistening with a cold sheen under the lights. 12 mechanical arms extended from the sides of the cabin, each composed of multiple joints, appearing extraordinarily flexible. The ends of these arms were equipped with various tools, some like precision scalpels, others like powerful welding guns, and some seemed to be highly sensitive sensors. The interior structure of the mechanical cabin was even more complex, almost dizzyingly so. Countless wires and pipes intertwined, forming a vast and intricate network, like a miniature futuristic city. Inside the cabin, rows of sharp blades gleam with a cold light, as if they could slice through anything. The walls are embedded with countless indicator lights and displays, flashing rhythmically to show the operational status of the mechanical chamber. The entire room exudes a strong sense of futuristic technology, resembling a high-end product from a sci-fi movie. Lu Qing eagerly stepped forward, his fingers tapping rapidly on the display screen as he tested each function one by one. He nodded with satisfaction. The auxiliary machine was nearly perfect, performing exactly as described in the system manual. The only shortcoming was the slightly ordinary material, but it was more than sufficient for refining a third or fourth-tier body. He calculated in his mind that he would upgrade to higher-grade materials after his breakthrough. Now, it was time to officially begin his body refinement and break through to the third-tier realm. With a whoosh, a piece of silvery gray metal flew out from his spatial ring, emitting a faint dragon's roar. It was Jiao Dragon Steel. Lu Qing grabbed it, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He quickly stripped off his clothes and sat inside the newly constructed body refinement auxiliary machine chamber. The door closed slowly, isolating him from the outside world. He carefully placed the sixth-grade metal, Jiao Dragon Steel, into its designated slot. Immediately, a large amount of milky white liquid flowed like a stream from the spatial ring into the container meant for energy liquid. This was heaven and earth essence, the best treasure for body refinement below the 7th tier. Everything was ready. Lu Qing took a deep breath and pressed the start button without hesitation. The machine began to operate, emitting a low hum, as if it had come to life. Suddenly, the blade modules inside the chamber popped out, slicing open the skin on Lu Qing's back and chest before he could react. Lu Qing chuckled to himself. Such minor wounds were nothing to a second-tier peak powerhouse. However, his expression changed dramatically the next moment. The blade module pierced his spine, and 12 mechanical arms thrust into his body. What the hell? Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, the night had deepened. At 11 p.m., in a ward on the first floor of the Ping'an Sanatorium, various medical devices were neatly arranged along the walls, their blue indicator lights glowing softly. On the bed lay Ling Xiao, covered in a thick layer of frost, his face as pale as paper and lips purple from the cold, resembling a delicate ice sculpture. Peng Cheng paced anxiously beside the bed, his face twisted with tension and anxiety, appearing even more plump. His gaze darted between the unconscious Ling Xiao and Dr. Su Ting standing nearby. When is Lu Qing coming out? Peng Cheng's hoarse and urgent voice trembled uncontrollably. Didn't he want 100 million? I'll give it. Just get him to save him. Su Ting remained calm, her tone steady. The director is conducting medical research and cannot be disturbed. What about my nephew? Peng Cheng was on the verge of collapse. Su Ting stayed composed. The director said he won't die tonight. Tomorrow morning at 8 is the precise time of death. The milky white celestial fluid filled the mechanical chamber, completely submerging Lu Qing's body. Pure energy seeped into every inch of his flesh and bone through his pores. His back was ruthlessly cut open by sharp blades, exposing the bloody internal structure. Such a sight would terrify most people. But Lu Qing's face showed no fear, only determination. Beneath the skin, Lu Qing's spine was no longer the white bones of a human, but a bright silver metal spine. It lay dormant within him like a sleeping dragon. The metallic surface shimmered with a cold luster, intricately etched with complex patterns, each seemingly imbued with immense power. These patterns resembled ancient runes and mysterious codes, elusive yet deeply captivating. The entire spine exuded an indescribable majesty and strength, resembling a masterfully crafted work of art, as well as an indestructible, powerful weapon. Clearly, a piece of dragon steel was only sufficient to transform this single spine. Lu Qing's face was pale, sweat trickling down his cheeks, yet his eyes remained steadfast, his consciousness alert. The third step awaited, unlocking the apertures. He activated his indestructible body refinement, his internal energy and blood surging like a rushing river, producing a roaring sound. 24 apertures hummed simultaneously, like greedy vortices, voraciously absorbing the celestial fluid's energy. The silver spine, infused with energy, radiated a dazzling silver light, almost illuminating the entire chamber. Bang, bang, bang. New apertures opened in succession with crisp sounds. 25, 26, 27, 28. A dozen new apertures formed a unique symphony. Suddenly, the sound ceased. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly finding the celestial fluid in the container had nearly depleted. Without hesitation, he released a large amount of milky white fluid from his spatial ring. The dense spiritual energy of the celestial fluid once again filled the chamber, submerging him. Continue. Bang, bang, bang. 38 apertures, 48 apertures, 58 apertures. Finally, 68 apertures were fully opened. The apertures, once greedy as black holes, were finally satisfied and quieted down, ceasing their absorption. Good. The fourth step, refining the apertures. This was the final and most crucial step in achieving the indestructible body. Unlike the path of martial arts that increases apertures to enhance energy and blood, this involved refining the apertures to integrate them into the metal indestructible body, completely freeing oneself from the confines of mortal flesh. It was a process of first increasing, then reducing. Refine. In the next moment, energy surged from the 68 apertures. In his upper body, each aperture began to merge into the dragon's steel spine until all 36 apertures disappeared. Lu Qing was left with only 32 apertures within him. A buzzing silver-gray light intensified, as if piercing through Lu Qing's body and shining outward, casting a silver glow over the entire mechanical chamber. With a loud boom, a powerful surge of 12,000 units of energy erupted from Lu Qing's body, akin to a volcanic eruption. This was no longer mere physical vitality, but a force measured in mechanical units, known as hertz. Lu Qing's indestructible metallic physique allowed him to transcend the limitations of the human body, harnessing the boundless potential of mechanical power. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. He keenly sensed that although he had just broken through to the early stage of the third rank, his strength was already equivalent to that of 6 ordinary martial artists. This formidable aura caused the entire mechanical cabin to tremble, as if struggling to contain such power. Once the wounds on his body healed, the door of the mechanical chamber gradually opened. Lu Qing walked out with steady steps, each one exuding strength, resembling a beast at its peak. He understood that this astonishing increase in power was due to the transformation effects of the indestructible body, with the 6th grade dragon steel providing a 6-fold enhancement. The next morning at 7:30, the atmosphere in the hospital room was tense. Ling Xiao lay in bed, his face pale as paper, devoid of any color. A chilling frost clung to him like a relentless parasite, slowly devouring the remnants of his life force. He lay there silently, as if frozen in time. Peng Cheng stood by the bedside, his brows furrowed, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. Each tick of the second hand tightened his heart a little more. He had been vigilantly waiting all night, but Lu Qing had yet to appear. As the clock neared 8, Peng Cheng could no longer hold back, his voice hoarse as he demanded, "Where is Lu Qing? Why isn't he here yet?" A sense of frustration at being toyed with churned within Peng Cheng, but he dared not leave, fearing that if he did, Ling Xiao would be beyond saving. Su Ting stood beside him, unusually calm in the face of his questioning. She explained unhurriedly, "Director Lu is always focused on his research, often working through the night, and sometimes staying in the lab for 2 days straight." Hearing this, Peng Cheng's anger flared, his eyes widening like saucers. "What did you say? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He wanted to lash out several times, but remembering that this was a special department of the Marshal Hall, he swallowed his frustration. No one had the authority to disrupt order here or to challenge the authority of the Marshal Hall. Moreover, he was not yet a silver envoy. At that moment, the door to the hospital room suddenly opened. A handsome young man in a black jacket entered, his posture upright and steps confident. "Director Lu." Su Ting's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Qing, and she hurriedly stepped forward, greeting him respectfully. "Yes, thank you for your hard work last night, Dr. Su." Lu Qing nodded at her with a smile. "It's nothing, just part of the job." Su Ting smiled slightly, a look of delight on her face. Hearing Lu Qing's concerned words, Su Ting felt a surge of joy. She recalled her decision to work at the Marshal Hall after graduation. Many of her classmates thought she should pursue a career at the Central Hospital, believing that no matter how good the Marshal Hall was, it wasn't a professional medical institution. However, as time went on, Lu Qing's reputation spread throughout Base City 15, and those who had once questioned her choice began to feel envious. Some even privately complained about why the mentor had given the recommendation slot to Su Ting instead of them. The atmosphere in the hospital room was tense. Peng Cheng stood by the bedside, staring at Lu Qing with eyes full of resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Qing, I promised you 100 million. Hurry up and cure him. He's really dying." Lu Qing glanced at the heart rate monitor at the head of the bed, where the curve had weakened to almost a straight line. She looked at Peng Cheng coldly and said flatly, "Transfer the money first." Peng Cheng was trembling with anger, but held back his fury and made a phone call. In less than half a minute, the clinic's account received 100 million transfer. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction, signaling Peng Cheng to continue. Peng Cheng squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Give it." An enforcer from the Marshal Department immediately brought over a black box. When opened, it revealed 10 neatly arranged pieces of expensive level 5 metal materials, each radiating pure energy attributes. The total value of these materials was no less than 100 million in cash, possibly even higher. Peng Cheng asked in a trembling voice, "Is it okay now?" Lu Qing snatched the black box, instantly smiling. "Of course. I can't stand to see patients suffer." Peng Cheng's face was darkened with frustration, silently cursing Lu Qing's ancestors countless times in his mind. What happened next shocked everyone present. A layer of deep blue metal rapidly spread over Lu Qing's body, as if it had a life of its own. This armor was entirely deep blue, with smooth, powerful lines, and its surface shone with a cold metallic luster. The entire mech exuded a strong sense of technology and oppression, as if it were a war machine from the future. Even Peng Cheng, who was a level 5 innate, felt a chill, and the room's temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The mech emitted a clanging sound as it walked step by step to the bedside. It reached out a hand, and a powerful attraction erupted, quickly absorbing the frost from Ling Zhao's body into the cold frost mech. In just 3 seconds, Lu Qing deactivated the mech, smiling at Peng Cheng. "All right, you can discharge now." Peng Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "That's it? You charged me over 200 million for this." Lu Qing was indifferent, patting Ling Zhao's face a few times. Ling Zhao, who was in a deep sleep, twitched his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Lu Qing in a white coat, looking kind and amiable. Ling Zhao exclaimed, "You?" and immediately fainted again. On the other side, the imposing Marshal Hall building towered high, its inverted triangular structure standing out sharply in the sunlight. At this moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the top-floor meeting room of Division 15. Seated on either side of the long table were the 3 golden envoys from the intelligence, inspection, and enforcement departments, while Elder Su sat at the head, his wrinkled face etched with worry. The room was silent, save for the faint sound of breathing echoing in the air. All eyes were fixed on Elder Su, waiting for him to speak. Finally, he began, his voice deep and grave. "Why does the Dark Moon have the Black Gate? You should understand the implications of this." Everyone present felt a chill. They knew exactly what this meant. Someone at the Elder level had betrayed them. The Black Gate and the Black Prison were kept within the Elder Hall of Base 1, accessible only to Elders with the proper authorization. Han, the Golden Envoy from the Intelligence Department, hesitated for a moment before breaking the silence, his voice slightly trembling. "Elder Su, what does the Elder Hall say? Have they identified who it is?" Elder Su closed his eyes and thought, his brow furrowed, exuding a sense of indescribable weariness. After a long pause, he opened his eyes and sighed deeply. "No." These 2 words struck like a heavy hammer on everyone present. Han's expression froze, filled with disbelief. Elders could borrow items and weapons from the Elder Hall, but they had to leave a record. Otherwise, there was only one possibility: it was done by someone who didn't need to register. Who had such authority? Only the 4 Grand Elders of the Elder Hall. Han and Luo, the 2 golden envoys, turned pale, their eyes full of shock and unease. Only Jiang Gongzi from the inspection department continued to nonchalantly pick at his nails. Elder Su continued, his tone filled with helplessness and sorrow. "Don't be surprised. It's exactly what you think. The 2 elders responsible for guarding the treasury are both dead." At this, Han and Luo's faces changed dramatically, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They realized that this was certain one of the 4 Grand Elders must be responsible. The meeting room fell into silence once more, with only the sound of heavy breathing in the air. This matter had reached the Grand Elder level, rendering their discussion seemingly meaningless. Suddenly, Jian Gongzi broke the silence. "So, who do you think it is? Elder Mu? Jinwu? Zhuke? Or Jiujian? Or did they act as a group?" "I think it's Jinwu." "No, Elder Mu is possible too, but that doesn't seem right either. Zhuke has the least seniority, so the probability is higher." "What do you think?" All 3, including Elder Su, turned to him with wide eyes. An awkward tension filled the air. Elder Su coughed twice, trying to ease the atmosphere, and sternly addressed Jiang Juni. "Jiang Juni, don't jump to conclusions. This matter is beyond what our division can handle alone. I've already contacted the elders from Divisions 16 and 17 for further discussion." "Then what are you all talking about now?" Jian Gongzi continued to pick at his nails nonchalantly, his long fingers particularly noticeable under the light. Silence once again enveloped the meeting room. After a while, Elder Su shifted the topic. "By the way, what is the situation with that suspected beast sect hideout? Why hasn't it been reported yet?" Hearing this, Luo, the golden envoy from the enforcement department, immediately stood up, his tone holding a hint of dissatisfaction. "Elder, my department is responsible for this. We were about to capture all the beast sect suspects, but during the mission, Lu Qing intervened, allowing everyone at the Fortune Senior Home to escape." He then squinted at Jiang Juni, demanding, "Lu Qing is from your inspection department. I need a reasonable explanation. I have nothing to explain for what he did." Jiang Juni spoke in a calm tone, crossing his legs as his long fingers tapped lightly on his knee. His relaxed demeanor instantly infuriated Luo Jinshi. Luo Jinshi slammed the table, causing his chair to slide back with the sudden movement. He shouted sternly, Zhang Jun, what kind of attitude is this? You're indulging your subordinates and disregarding the rules. Sensing the tense situation, Elder Su intervened in time. All right. He rubbed his temples, looking somewhat fatigued. Lu Qing was also involved in this mission. Let's call him in and ask before making any decisions. We must not rush to judgment. Luo Jinshi snorted coldly, reluctantly sitting back down. However, his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Jun, as if trying to bore holes into him. He had long been displeased with Jiang Jun's disregard for authority, but had refrained from direct confrontation due to Jiang's family background. Meanwhile, at the rehabilitation center, Peng Cheng, Ling Xiao, and others had completed their discharge procedures and left. Lu Qing also received an invitation to a meeting at the Marshal Hall. They're calling me over, most likely because of the incident at the Fu nursing home, obstructing the law enforcement department. Lu Qing anticipated, a meaningful look appearing in his eyes. About 10 minutes later, Lu Qing took the elevator to the top floor meeting room of the Marshal Hall. As he entered, four people were already seated around a long table. Apart from Jiang Kaishan, the other three were unfamiliar to him. However, with keen observation, he quickly deduced their identities. Sitting at the head of the table was, naturally, the elder. In base city number 15, there were two elders, one surnamed Su and the other Qing. Elder Qing mainly led the military in battles against the beast tribes, while the one before him was clearly Elder Su, responsible for internal affairs. Elder Su, honored Jinshi, good morning. Lu Qing greeted the elder at the head of the table with a respectful nod, neither humble nor arrogant. Elder Su smiled slightly, gesturing with one hand. Lu Qing, have a seat. Although Lu Qing's official position was only a copper envoy, his specially appointed exempt status actually ranked just below the golden envoys, above the silver envoys, though without real power. At this moment, one of the unfamiliar golden envoys suddenly let out a cold snort. He was tall and thin, with prominent cheekbones and sharp, triangular eyes. Below his hawk-like nose, his thin lips were tightly pressed together, exuding an air of harshness and severity. This was Luo Jinshi from the law enforcement department. Staring at Lu Qing with eyes like daggers, he demanded, yesterday, my subordinates reported that you forcibly obstructed them during law enforcement and injured a silver envoy. Dr. Lu, I need an explanation. At these words, both Elder Su and Han Jinshi from the intelligence department were taken aback, except for Jiang Jun. Lu Qing injured a silver envoy? How did he manage that? Lu Qing leaned back in his chair, unhurriedly, feigning ignorance as he asked, when did this happen? When did I obstruct the law enforcement department? Luo Jinshi's eyes darkened as he pointed at Lu Qing, his voice sharp enough to pierce the air. All members of several squads from the law enforcement department witnessed it. The facts are clear, and you still want to deny it. Is that so? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, calmly questioning in return. I heard that the Marshal Hall only issued a suspected arrest warrant, not a mandatory capture order. Your silver envoy, Ling Xiao, barged in intending to kill directly, didn't he? I was terrified at the time, trembling as I looked at Elder Su at the head of the table, shaking with fear. I wondered if the enforcement department had gone mad, wanting to execute me too. This was just self-defense. How could they dare to twist the facts? Luo Jinshi was trembling with anger as he pointed at Lu Qing's nose and shouted, what evidence do you have to prove that a member of my enforcement department directly committed murder? Killing a group of the old and weak. What merit could that possibly bring? Lu Qing calmly responded, it may not bring merit, but what if someone intended for these frail individuals to die on purpose? At this moment, Jian Gongzi Jiang Jun, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. His voice was cold and noble, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Luo Jinshi frowned and turned to Jiang Jun, speaking with a harsh tone. Jiang Jun, speak with evidence. Don't think that just because Lu Qing is from your inspection department, you can show blatant favoritism. Elder Su at the head of the table also spoke, his voice deep. Do you mean something else by that? Jiang Jun waved his hand, and suddenly a stack of documents appeared from his spatial ring, landing neatly in front of Elder Su, Luo Jinshi, and Han Jinshi, one for each. Jian Gongzi's cool voice continued. These are the personal records of everyone from the Youfu nursing home. They all share a common trait. They have violated martial laws and were wanted by the Marshal Hall. As Jiang Juni described, Elder Su and the others flipped through the documents before them, their frowns growing deeper. These old cases, suspects wanted by the Marshal Hall for years, were all under the protection of the Dark Moon King. Luo Jinshi of the enforcement department immediately slammed the table and stood up. In that case, these people must not be allowed to escape. Lu Qing obstructing law enforcement is an additional crime. However, Jiang Jun and Lu Qing seemed entirely unfazed by his outburst. Jian Gongzi elegantly snapped his fingers at his subordinate Lu Qing, who understood and nodded, taking out a recorder from his spatial ring and gently placing it on the table. Beep. The play button was pressed. The old voice of Grandpa Zhang began to play slowly. That was an old story from more than 40 years ago. The recording flowed quietly in the conference room for nearly an hour. The story included conversations of Lu Qing chatting and laughing with Grandpa Zhang, and the crisp sound of chess pieces being placed. The past, experiences, injustices, and grievances of each elderly person at the nursing home were all poured out from the recorder, echoing in the highest council room of the Marshal Hall. Finally, the recording came to an abrupt end. The conference room fell into a silence where even a pin drop could be heard. Elder Su's eyes suddenly gleamed sharply, and his previously kind voice turned incredibly deep. Is this true? He continued to analyze. If what this recording says is true, then Ling Xiao volunteering himself was aimed at silencing Wang Yu and Wang Chan, which makes perfect sense. The expression of Luo Jinshi from the enforcement department was skeptical, but his tone was not as forceful as before. Humph. Words alone are not proof. This is just Lu Qing's one-sided story from the other party's mouth, and cannot be taken as factual evidence. Jiang Juni picked up the water cup on the table, took a gentle sip, and calmly said, whether it is true or not is simple to find out. Last night, I already sent Jiang Qi to verify the cases from back then, and we'll know with just a question. Elder Su spoke in a deep voice, summoned Insher Jiang Qi. His voice echoed in the conference room. Before long, Insher Jiang Qi entered the room. He held a thick stack of documents in his hands, with faint dark circles under his eyes, his steps steady and strong. Elder Su looked at him and said, Jiang Qi, I am aware of the situation before and after. I want to see the results directly. Yes, Elder. Jiang Qi responded, and then he spread out the documents he had the inspection department retrieve overnight on the table. Jiang Qi spent over 20 minutes thoroughly analyzing all the documents. The final conclusion was laid bare before everyone. Jiang Qi solemnly turned to Elder Su and reported, Elder, these are the complete records of the crimes, trials, and judgments of Wang Yu, Zhang Xinyan, and others from the Youfu nursing home. Upon review, there are indeed many suspicious points, indicating misconduct by official personnel of the Marshal Hall. These 21 old cases should all be dismissed and retried. Elder Su let out a cold snort, sharp as ice, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. His gaze was like a knife, piercing straight at Luo Jinshi, his voice carrying a chilling frostiness. Well, isn't this just great? Luo Jinshi, I've heard that the law enforcement department is akin to the underworld's palace on the 15th. I must ask, has ruling as the king of hell been comfortable for you all these years? Upon hearing this, Luo Jinshi's face turned ashen, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain. His legs felt weak, barely able to support him, as if he might collapse at any moment. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest, ready to leap out. I am guilty, Luo Jinshi stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Although most of the 21 old cases were unrelated to him, had been at the 15th branch for less than 10 years, there were indeed a few that occurred during his tenure. No matter what, he couldn't shirk responsibility. At this moment, he had no thoughts of questioning Lu Qing, feeling instead as if he wished for nothing but to disappear. Regret surged within him, wishing he could silence his troublesome mouth forever. Of course you're guilty. Elder Su's voice boomed like thunder, each word a heavy blow to Luo Jinshi's heart. Go back today and thoroughly investigate the law enforcement department. Within 10 days, uncover all the hidden truths behind these cases. Anyone involved from the Marshal Hall, regardless of rank, whether active or retired, must be apprehended. Elder Su's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned everyone present before finally settling on Jiang Juni. Jiang Juni, your supervision department will oversee this, with the authority to decide on the entire process of the law enforcement department's investigation. Luo Jinshi looked troubled, his voice pleading. Elder, these are old cases, the oldest being the Wang Yu case from over 20 years ago. 10 days might not be enough time. How long do you need? Elder Su's brows furrowed, his gaze cutting like a blade. Luo Jinshi stammered for a while, but dared not give a specific number. Elder Su stared at him coldly, enunciating each word. Here's the deal. Finish within 10 days, and you'll get one major demerit. Exceed 10 days, and you'll be demoted to Silver Envoy. Exceed 15 days, you'll be demoted to Copper Envoy. Fail to complete it in a month, and you're out. With these words, Luo Jinshi felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing into his chair, his face drained of color. He knew all too well that even a single major demerit, let alone a demotion to Copper or Silver Envoy, was unbearable. A major demerit in the Marshal Hall is a permanent record, eliminating any chance of promotion and imposing strict limitations in all aspects. Even if he somehow reached the 7th rank of mastery, becoming an elder would be impossible. Elder, Luo Jinshi's voice trembled, laced with a sob, his eyes full of despair. Elder Su, however, paid him no further attention and turned his gaze to Jiang Qi. Jiang Silver Envoy, you shall now lead a team to apprehend Ling Xiao and Peng Cheng. Jiang Qi accepted the order and left with a determined and powerful stride. Elder Su's gaze finally rested on Lu Qing, and a hint of kindness appeared on his stern face. Lu Qing, you have made a significant contribution this time. Once Elder Qing returns to discuss, I will reward you accordingly. Lu Qing bowed respectfully, showing just the right amount of gratitude on his face. Thank you, Elder. Then he hesitated slightly, with a touch of curiosity in his voice. I have a question for you, Elder. Feel free to ask. Elder Su nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After considering for a moment, Lu Qing asked, I've heard that the Dark Moon King escaped this time. Could she become enraged and act recklessly again? Elder Su chuckled softly, a knowing look in his eyes. Are you worried that the Dark Moon King might come back to take revenge on you? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Qing's face, and he remained silent. Elder Su's voice was steady, carrying an undeniable certainty. Rest assured, the Dark Moon dared to act with impunity before because we were unaware of her background and methods. Now that the Marshal Hall has gathered all her information, she won't dare to act rashly in the short term. Hearing this, Lu Qing felt a weight lift off his shoulders, and he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. She won't dare to come back? Then what am I pretending for? Lu Qing thought to himself. Previously, to avoid alerting that crazy woman, he had to feign being under her control when he detected the system's abnormal methods. But now, he decided to stop pretending. I'm done pretending, time to reveal the truth. Lu Qing silently declared in his mind. System, release control. Ding, detecting external force invading the host's soul. Command received. Back-in protection program activated. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Boom. In Lu Qing's world of consciousness, a storm erupted. The sky turned a dark red, with a strange blood moon hanging ominously, emitting a sinister red glow. At the center of the blood moon, a massive crimson eye slowly opened, cold and malevolent, as if it wanted to devour everything. Countless red threads extended from the blood moon, wrapping tightly around his soul, trying to completely control him. However, in the next moment, a powerful force surged from the depths of Lu Qing's soul. Bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, raging in the consciousness space with deafening roars. Then, a gigantic mechanical gear slowly emerged, its surface crackling with electricity, each turn accompanied by powerful energy waves. With the force of a thunderbolt, the mechanical gear crashed into the blood moon and the giant eye in the sky. With a crack, the blood moon and the giant eye shattered instantly, dissolving into countless fragments. The red threads binding Lu Qing's soul broke apart like lifeless strands, scattering in the consciousness space. Ding! Soul control has been lifted. The divine machine system wishes you good health. Meanwhile, in a hot spring inn at base 14, Yu soaked quietly in a flower petal-filled pool, her enchanting figure faintly visible beneath the clear water. Steam rose around her, the water's surface shimmering as she closed her eyes, letting the spring water gently envelop every inch of her skin. Her chest rose and fell slightly with her breath, the distant misty mountains complementing the beauty, creating a picture-perfect scene. Suddenly, Yu's eyes snapped open, surprise and anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. That scoundrel playing me? With a splash, Yaya suddenly rose from the hot spring, water droplets cascading down her graceful figure, outlining enticing curves in the misty air. She elegantly draped a light robe over her shoulders and gracefully walked into the room. Inside, a middle-aged woman had already prepared Yaya's favorite variety show, along with an assortment of fresh fruit platters and exquisite snacks. Yaya lazily reclined on the soft sofa, her delicate fingers deftly opening a bag of chips. Her lips parted slightly, her voice soft yet commanding. Have Black Fox come see me. The middle-aged woman respectfully nodded and quietly exited the room. About half an hour later, Yaya was immersed in the cheerful atmosphere of the variety show, occasionally letting out a bell-like laugh, her body gently shaking with mirth. At that moment, a handsome young man entered the room with steady steps. The man, around 26 or 27 years old, was dressed in a well-tailored burgundy suit, exuding an elegant and extraordinary aura. He was Black Fox, the chief of the 6th rank in the Beast sect and the trusted confidant of the Dark Moon King. As the chief steward of the Dark Moon faction, he managed a vast fund worth billions, handling various complex affairs within the faction for the Dark Moon King. In the Southeast region, Black Fox's name was closely associated with the renowned investment giant TC Financing. This company was the commercial empire he had built from scratch. Besides being a 6th-rank martial arts master, Black Fox was a top-tier genius in the business world. 3 years ago, an unexpected beast tide severely damaged the entire Western South District's economy. Yet he seized the opportunity with his exceptional business acumen and strategic planning, leaving several large consortia in the Southeast in ruins, gaining fame in one fell swoop. After that thrilling financial battle, countless people went bankrupt, while TC Financing became a feared investment giant overnight. Greetings, Your Grace. Black Fox bowed slightly, his voice deep and magnetic. Yaya gave a soft hum. Her gaze still fixed on the captivating variety show, her slender fingers now switching from chips to spicy strips. She asked nonchalantly, "Have the arrangements for the people at the nursing home been made?" Black Fox immediately reported, "Most have been relocated to Base 14, and accommodations have been arranged." He paused briefly, then added, "However, a few elderly people are reluctant to leave Base 15. Wang Yu visits his late wife's grave every month. Zhang Xinyan's grandson just started elementary school at the orphanage this year, and he rented a house nearby to watch his grandson grow up. Other elderly individuals have their own reasons as well." He paused for a moment before continuing. "These 7 insist on staying at Base 15, and I have arranged new identities for them." "Let them be." Yaya nodded gently, her tone casual. She shifted the topic. "How's the acquisition of the Deep Blue pharmaceuticals at Base 15 going?" A confident smile appeared on Black Fox's lips. "Everything is under control. We just signed the contract yesterday. After the unexpected deaths of Fang Jianfeng and Fang Xiaoqian, only the eldest son Fang Xiaoyan and a few minor shareholders remain in the Fang family. They were powerless against TC's strong capital. With a market value of 27 billion, we secured 81 of the shares with just 12 billion, achieving absolute control." Yaya's face showed little emotion, as if this billion-dollar income was nothing more than fleeting smoke in her eyes. She shifted the topic again. "I heard that on the day of the evacuation, Lu Qing intervened to stop the Marshal Hall's enforcement department?" "Indeed, that was the case," Black Fox replied steadily. Yaya's lips curled with a hint of disdain. "Oh, I owe nothing to a scoundrel." She paused, then added, "Isn't he in the medical field? Send him some Deep Blue products." She added a final instruction, "Do it discreetly." Black Fox was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully replied, "Ah yes." The Black Fox was momentarily taken aback and nodded. She thought to herself, "What scumbag? Where did that come from? This sounds so odd, I better not ask too much." At Base 15, on the top floor of the towering building, Lu Qing walked out of the meeting room at a leisurely pace as the elevator doors opened with a ding. He stood side by side with the silver envoy, Jiang Qi, in the cramped space, where a tense atmosphere lingered. Jiang Qi smiled, his tone carrying a hint of envy. "Dr. Lu, you've made significant contributions again this time. The rewards must be incredibly generous, and I can't help but envy you." Lu Qing slightly smiled and humbly replied, "Envoy Jiang, you're too kind. It was just luck." With a crisp ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Jiang Qi bid farewell with a cupped hand gesture. "I still need to search for and apprehend Ling Xiao and Peng Cheng, so I must leave first. Let's meet another day." "All right, take care, Envoy Jiang." Lu Qing nodded slightly, watching Jiang Qi hurriedly leave. Just as Lu Qing turned to head back to the sanatorium, a familiar notification sounded in his mind. Ding, choice triggered. "The patient you treated, Ling Xiao, has developed great resentment towards you. In the face of ungratefulness, how will you choose?" Option 1. Of course, forgive him. Reward: a large-sized stress relief plush toy. Option 2. Wait for the Marshal Hall to capture him and bring him to justice. Reward: a set of level 4 exoskeleton armor. Option 3. Enough is enough. Beat the Marshal Hall to it and personally retrieve the life of the disobedient patient. Task coordinates: Underground Bear Boxing Club. Reward: Divine Puppet Technology. Lu Qing was momentarily stunned, then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, "Today is truly a good day. Honestly, I should thank Ling Xiao. Not only did he support my business with a 2 billion medical fee, but he also triggered a system choice. He's a rare, conscientious patient indeed." Divine Puppet Technology. Excitement flashed across Lu Qing's face, but he quickly calmed down, weighing the pros and cons. Ling Xiao had just been discharged, and Peng Cheng was likely with him. Ling Xiao was not much of a threat, but Peng Cheng, being a 5th grade innate, posed significant risks if confronted directly. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qing decided to take a more cautious approach. He swiftly pulled out his phone, found Sha Lao's number, and dialed without hesitation. A low, busy tone hummed on the other end before the call was finally connected. Clearing his throat, Lu Qing spoke in an excited tone. "Sha Lao, I want to eat fish. Have you had too much to drink? If you want fish, just go eat some. I'm not a fishmonger," came the raspy voice of Sha Lao from the other end. Lu Qing silently cursed the old man for not catching on to the hint, feeling it was pointless. His voice turned serious as he bluntly stated, "I want to kill." "What?" A sound of mechanical creaking came from Sha Lao's end, as if he had suddenly stood up. "Again with the killing? I sometimes wonder what you did before studying medicine. What's the opponent's strength?" "Early 5th grade," Lu Qing calmly replied. Sha Lao was silent for 2 seconds, then decisively said, "Can't handle it, too risky. I'll upgrade your mechanical legs to level 5. I'm coming over now." In the red light district, a bar named Knight's Allure stood quietly, its doors firmly shut. Deep in a dim and narrow alley beside the street, the figures of Lu Qing and Old Sha emerged stealthily. Old Shah wore a loose hemp robe and baggy pants, cleverly concealing his mechanical right leg that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. His aura was powerful, indicating he had reached the peak of the fourth innate rank. Since Lu Qing upgraded his mechanical right leg, the deep foundation Old Shah had accumulated over the years was unleashed, causing his abilities to advance rapidly. At this moment, Old Shah's vitality had soared to over 70,000 calories, almost touching the breakthrough threshold. He was just a step away from the fifth rank, a level where the power of vitality ranges between 100 and 200,000 calories. To contend directly with Peng Cheng, who was in the early stage of the fifth rank, at least 100,000 calories of vitality were required. Therefore, before coming here, Lu Qing specially upgraded Old Shah's mechanical right leg again. Now, this perfect grade level 5 mechanical leg could provide up to a 70 increase in vitality. Once fully unleashed, Old Shah's vitality could surge to nearly 120,000 calories, enough to rival Peng Cheng and possibly surpass him. I've already investigated. Old Shah spoke, his voice low and raspy like coarse stones rubbing together. The underground fight club you mentioned is hidden beneath this bar. It's quite notorious in the circle, attracting many fighters from underground forces daily to participate in deadly black market fights. The owner of the club is Peng Cheng, who you mentioned. His abilities are at the early stage of the fifth innate rank, and he once served as a silver envoy in the Marshal Hall. That makes sense. Lu Qing's lips curved into a meaningful smile. We can basically confirm that Peng Cheng and Ling Xiao are here. The system's real-time surveillance shows Ling Xiao's position hasn't changed, and this is Peng Cheng's territory. It's highly likely they're still together. Lu Qing calculated silently. The unchanged coordinates meant Jiangqi had not yet tracked Peng Cheng and Ling Xiao's whereabouts. He needed to act before the Marshal Hall arrived to claim the reward. Are you really planning to make a move? Old Shah furrowed his brows, a hint of serious concern in his eyes. This Peng guy is no pushover. He has many connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Don't worry, Lu Qing replied calmly. The Marshal Hall has already issued a warrant for him. We'll strike first and then destroy the evidence. If the Marshal Hall can't find him, they'll just assume he fled to escape punishment. You really are cunning. Old Shah shook his head, his tone a mix of resignation and curiosity. I can't quite figure out what Peng did to provoke you to go to such lengths. Just a minor conflict, nothing worth mentioning, Lu Qing said dismissively, waving his hand with a chuckle. Sha Lao gave Lu Qing a long, penetrating look, silently criticizing him in his mind. This young man, with more schemes than a honeycomb has holes, was willing to resort to murder and body disposal over a minor conflict. However, he didn't show a hint of suspicion and simply listened in silence to Lu Qing's plan. Lu Qing's expression turned serious as he suppressed his smile. In a low voice, he said, "You go in first and sign up for the fight as an underground fighter. As soon as we draw Peng Qing out, we make our move." Sha Lao nodded, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and slowly walked into the bar. Under the dim lighting, the air was filled with a faint smell of tobacco. A waiter in a black vest immediately approached him, a professional smile on his face. "Sir, we're not open yet. I'm here to sign up." Sha Lao's voice was deep and raspy, like the grinding of rusty gears. Before he finished speaking, a powerful martial aura erupted from him, instantly filling the entire bar. The waiter's face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His legs buckled, and the smile vanished from his face, replaced by utter respect. "This way, please." Led by the waiter, Sha Lao walked through a dimly lit corridor to a concealed door. Behind it was a pitch-dark staircase winding downward into the underground. Moments later, Lu Qing appeared at the bar entrance. Another waiter was about to speak, but was silenced by the imposing aura emanating from Lu Qing. "I'm here to sign up," Lu Qing said calmly. "Another one?" The waiter shuddered and quickly responded with respect. "Please follow me." In the underground bear boxing gym, under dim lighting, a massive octagonal cage stood at the center of the arena. The surrounding bleachers were empty, with only a few dim lights casting mottled shadows on the walls. The air was thick with the stench of blood and sweat, making it nauseating. A burly man with bulging muscles saw Sha Lao enter and asked expressionlessly, "Here to sign up? Get your boss out here. I want to fight in the highest level match." Sha Lao's voice was low and hoarse, like an old yet majestic lion. "Old man, you must be dreaming." The burly man sneered, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Boom. A tremendous innate force surged from Sha Lao, catching the burly man off guard and sending him flying 4 or 5 meters away. He landed with a thud, sliding to the ground like a heap of mud. Innate expert. He struggled to stand, his face now devoid of disdain, and hurriedly ran towards the depths of the gym. Meanwhile, in a room within the gym, Ling Xiao was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, shouting hoarsely, "Uncle, I want that Lu kid dead. How dare he treat me like this? I want that guy dead." Ling Xiao shouted hoarsely, veins bulging on his face, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Peng Cheng furrowed his brows, his expression as dark as iron, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. he said in a deep voice. That Lu kid is indeed detestable. We can't just let this go. As he spoke, his fingers unconsciously brushed the tabletop, as if plotting some scheme. A fierce look flickered in Ling Zhao's eyes, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Uncle, he's just a second-rank martial artist, showing off with a set of mechanical armor. You're a fifth-rank expert. You can easily take him down. His voice was filled with a desire for revenge, as if he could already see Lu Qing's miserable death before him. We'll just keep people on him. Ling Zhao spat through gritted teeth, each word squeezed out like it was forced through his teeth. I refuse to believe he can stay in the Marshal Hall building forever. As soon as he steps out of the central area or leaves the base, his life is over. Having been publicly beaten by Lu Qing, his dignity as the silver envoy shattered and his face lost, Ling Zhao radiated with a deep-seated hatred. Peng Cheng's eyes glinted with a sharp light, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, producing a dull sound. Of course he must die, he said slowly. But he's a specially appointed member of the Marshal Hall. If anything happens to him, the Marshal Hall will definitely investigate. Plus, I've heard that he is highly regarded by that sword master. We must plan our countermeasures carefully. Years of navigating both official and underground martial arts worlds had made Peng Cheng cautious and shrewd. Uncle, you're wise. Ling Zhao's face lit up with excitement, his eyes gleaming with madness. He roared internally, Lu Qing, just you wait. This silver envoy will tear you apart one day. Just then, a rapid knocking on the door suddenly broke the heavy atmosphere in the room. Come in. Peng Cheng collected himself, restoring his usual authority. A burly martial artist pushed the door open, beads of sweat on his forehead, his voice slightly trembling. Boss, there's an underground fighter outside. He says he wants to compete in the highest level match. Oh, Peng Cheng was taken aback, his expression somewhat surprised. His Violent Bear Underground Fight Club had a considerable reputation in the industry, with matches divided into featherweight, lightweight, heavyweight, and the highest champion level, corresponding to first through fourth rank martial artists. Featherweight and lightweight matches were the most common, earning a profit of tens of thousands per match. Heavyweight matches occurred a few times a month, earning 4 to 5 million. And the highest champion match was rare, seen perhaps once a year, with a single match profiting tens of millions, even 20 to 30 million. Hearing of a congenital martial artist arriving, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Peng Cheng's eyes, as if seeing countless gold coins beckoning him. His thoughts instantly shifted from the revenge plot to this unexpected business opportunity. The Wild Bear Boxing Club hadn't hosted a major event in a long time. Once this news got out, it was bound to ignite the long-dormant underground fighters like wildfire. Peng Cheng's eyes gleamed with greed as he calculated in his mind. With careful planning and enticing bets, he could earn at least 50 million. Thinking of the 200 million recently swindled by Lu Qing, his heart raced. This boxing match was his perfect opportunity to recoup his losses. Suppressing his excitement, Peng Cheng couldn't hide the joy on his face. He eagerly turned to the burly fighter beside him and said, "Take me there quickly." "Yes, sir." The fighter responded respectfully, immediately turning to lead the way. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridors of the underground boxing club. Peng Cheng strode into the hall with long strides, Ling Zhao following closely behind. Peng Cheng's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, instantly zeroed in on Sha Lao, seated in the front row of the audience. Suddenly, Peng Cheng's pupils contracted, and alarm bells rang in his mind. This person's strength is probably at the late stage, or even the peak of the fourth rank, he thought in shock. But soon his eyes burned with even more intensity. The higher the skill level, the bigger the spectacle. This time, he was determined to succeed. Peng Cheng's face was wreathed in a fawning smile, making him appear a decade younger. As he approached Sha Lao with a light step, he spoke in a gentle tone. "I hear you're interested in entering the boxing match. Are you familiar with the rules of the Wild Bear Boxing Club? I can explain them to you." Sha Lao slowly raised his head, a sharp glint flashing in his deep-set eyes. In a raspy, low voice, he asked, "Are you Peng Cheng, the owner?" "Indeed, I am." Peng Cheng nodded slightly, a hint of pride on his face. He was quite confident in his reputation in the underground martial arts world. Then there's no need for explanations. As soon as Sha Lao finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a sudden coldness, and a palpable killing intent erupted, freezing the surrounding air. In a split second, Sha Lao's hunched figure sprang into action. His level 5 mechanical right leg unleashed formidable mechanical power, emitting a deep rumble like a waking beast. 70 blood energy boost. With a low shout, Sha Lao's whip-like leg shot out like a cannonball, tearing through the air with an astonishing force of 120,000 calories of blood energy, aimed directly at Peng Cheng's face. "What?" Peng Cheng's expression changed dramatically, his pupils contracted, and his heart surged with waves of shock. "Uncle, watch out." Ling Zhao's terrified scream echoed through the hall. Boom! In a rush, Peng Cheng unleashed a blood energy shield, his entire body surging with energy to form a thick barrier. However, This defense crumbled like paper under Sha Lao's fierce assault. Peng Cheng flew back like a broken kite, retreating 17 or 18 meters before crashing heavily into the wall. At the same time, the recently recovered Ling Xiao and the second-rank burly fighter were swept away by the shockwave of the blood energy explosion, hitting the ground with painful groans. Peng Cheng slowly stood up, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Surrounding him was the robust blood energy of a fifth-rank master, forming a solid barrier. He stared at Sha Lao in shock, disbelief filling his eyes. Sha Lao stood on the opposite side, his right pant leg shredded by the violent energy, revealing a metallic gleam from his mechanical leg. The dark gold appearance shimmered coldly under the dim lights, exuding a sense of power and technology, a perfect fusion of science and martial arts, creating a striking visual impact. A mechanical prosthesis. Were you sent by Lu Qing? Peng Cheng's eyes widened, his voice full of incredulity. A moment later, Sha Lao's silent killing intent was his only response. The level 5 mechanical right leg erupted once more, shattering the floor as Sha Lao launched himself like a missile. "Xiao, get back!" Peng Cheng's roar echoed through the hall like thunder, his stern face twisted in fury, eyes bloodshot, resembling an enraged beast. In an instant, the 130,000 units of qi and blood within him erupted like a volcano, sending waves of scorching heat that distorted the surrounding air. At this critical moment, old Sha's hunched figure moved with incredible speed, instantly clashing with Peng Cheng. The two figures became blurred shadows under the dim lights, weaving like phantoms. Each clash produced deafening booms, like sudden thunder, striking fear into onlookers. A violent wind rose, the terrifying qi and blood rampaging like a tsunami, tearing everything around to shreds. Even the sturdy octagonal cage made of alloy steel on the platform groaned under the pressure, eventually collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. Ling Xiao stood at a distance, his face full of shock. This was the power of the 5th innate rank. Although both the 4th and 5th ranks are considered innate experts, only they truly understood the gap between them. The qi and blood power of a 4th rank ranges from 20,000 to 50,000 units, while the 5th rank reaches a staggering 100,000 to 200,000 units. Old Sha and Peng Cheng's qi and blood were over 120,000 and 130,000 respectively, both at the early stage of the 5th rank. In battle, Old Sha's mechanical right leg, equipped with level 5 technology, had a clear speed advantage, each kick slicing through the air as if to shatter space. Peng Cheng, slightly superior in qi and blood, delivered punches with overwhelming force, as if to destroy everything. They were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on old Sha's metallic glinting mechanical leg, hatred spreading in the depths of his eyes. "You again, Lu Qing. I swear I'll kill you," he muttered through gritted teeth. It was this mechanical limb technology that had allowed Lu Qing, merely a second-rank martial artist, to become a special exempt member of the Marshal Hall. More critically, the old man's strength was comparable to his innate 5th-rank uncle, indicating a high-quality mechanical limb and a close connection to Lu Qing. Damn it, this brat found someone to strike first. We hadn't even made a move, and they attacked. "Lu, you're ruthless," Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. Suddenly, a clicking sound sent a shiver through Ling Xiao. A chilling sensation slithered up his spine like a venomous snake, enveloping him in an icy grip. This familiar coldness accelerated his heartbeat and drenched him in cold sweat. Out of the corner of his eye, Ling Xiao glimpsed a cold, metallic hand resting on his shoulder. A mechanical, low voice resonated from behind, piercing his ears. "Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal." Ling Xiao froze, his heart pounding wildly, as if ready to burst from his chest. Fear washed over him like a tide. He didn't need to turn around to know that the terrifying dark blue mech was behind him again. Anyone who has been beaten up by such a monster would surely never forget it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, a chilling sensation suddenly gripped his shoulder. The frost power from the metallic hand of the level 4 frost mech seeped into him like a relentless parasite. Ling Xiao felt his blood and energy freeze instantly. His meridians seemed encased in ice, and his dantian was frozen solid. He was horrified to find that he could no longer muster even the slightest bit of energy. This terrifying mech could easily control opponents of the 4th grade and below, and it possessed an incredible boost in blood energy, capable of fighting beyond its level. In Lu Qing's hands, a 4th grade novice like Ling Xiao was as fragile as a toy. Death's fear enveloped Ling Xiao. He trembled all over, his voice quivering with tears as he pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. Lu Qing, I was wrong. Spare me just this once. I promise I'll never trouble you again. From now on, in the law enforcement department, I'll do whatever you say." Lu Qing's voice was as cold as ice, like a doctor pronouncing a patient's death sentence. Disobedient patients belong in the morgue. Before he finished speaking, the metallic hand, gleaming with frost, struck Ling Xiao's back with a heavy thud. His eyes widened, pupils dilated. His internal meridians were shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the ground red. Ling Zhao's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. A system notification chimed in timely. Ding! The host has completed the selection task, rewarded with the divine machine puppet technique. It has been issued. Nearby, a burly second-grade fighter from the underground boxing club witnessed this scene, scared out of his wits. He stared in terror at the fearsome mech, his legs trembling, barely able to stand. Instinct drove him to turn and flee, only to see Lu Qing slowly raise his hand, a sharp ice spike forming in his palm. With a swift whoosh, the ice spike shot out like a bullet, piercing through the burly fighter's chest. Blood spurted out, blossoming into a ghastly flower in the air. Peng Cheng, who was fiercely battling Sha Lao, noticed the commotion. Witnessing his only nephew being killed, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, "Shower! Lu Qing, you deserve to die." Peng Cheng glared at the mech monster that Ling Xiao had described, his eyes burning with rage, as if he wanted to tear it apart. He unleashed a tremendous aura, his energy surging like a furious dragon, forcing Sha Lao back several meters. "Boy, I'm going to kill you," Peng Cheng bellowed, charging at Lu Qing like a mad beast. "How dare you?" Sha Lao growled, his figure flashing, a powerful mechanical right leg descending from above, aiming to stomp down on Peng Cheng. Alarm bells rang in Peng Cheng's mind, forcing him to abandon his attack and turn to defend against Sha Lao's assault. "I'll handle this, you retreat," Sha Lao said to Lu Qing as he fought, his voice deep and strong. However, before he could finish speaking, he caught a glimpse of a jaw-dropping scene from the corner of his eye. The imposing deep blue mech, exuding a chilling aura, had suddenly started doing push-ups on the ground. Yes, push-ups. Sha Lao was dumbfounded, his mind filled with a series of question marks. Sigma. 1, 2, 3, 6. A monumental transformation was occurring within Lu Qing. After undergoing the modification of the immortal body, his martial artist's power of vital energy and blood had evolved into mechanical power and endless and inexhaustible force. In the center of the underground boxing arena, a deep blue frost mech was tirelessly doing push-ups. With each rise and fall, the dull sound of metal friction echoed throughout the vast space. Inside the mech, Lu Qing had already begun stacking his strength. Wild bull strength. Lu Qing shouted in a low voice, instantly executing a yellow-level martial art. He felt his internal energy and blood surge by 10, which was then converted into mechanical power through the immortal body, reaching 13,200 Hz. Following this, the amplification effect of the 4th-level exoskeleton frost mech was activated, causing the mechanical power to soar again, breaking through to 27,720 Hz. As Lu Qing completed his 10th push-up, a surge of violent power erupted within him. It was like a volcanic eruption, like magma rushing forth, with a tenfold increase frantically coursing through his immortal body. In an instant, the mechanical power surged to an astonishing 277,200 Hz. Inside the mech, a dazzling silver-gray light suddenly burst from Lu Qing's back. At this moment, the mechanical power exceeding 270,000 Hz exploded, as if threatening to tear the surrounding space apart. Not far away, Sha Lao and Peng Cheng were stunned by the scene. Peng Cheng's face was filled with disbelief, as though he were witnessing some terrifying monster. Boom! A loud noise erupted as an unbelievably powerful force burst from the palm of the frost mech. This strike was like a roaring dragon, carrying a momentum capable of destroying everything, sweeping towards Peng Cheng. Sha Lao, retreat. Lu Qing's voice echoed inside the mech, filled with intense killing intent. Sha Lao's cloudy eyes suddenly contracted, as if seeing a horrifying sight. Without hesitation, he activated his 5th-level mechanical right leg, transforming into a swift wind and instantly pulling back over 100 meters. In midair, a majestic yet terrifying deep blue mech, enveloped in endless frost, launched a fierce strike at Peng Cheng, as if intent on smashing him to pieces. No! Peng Cheng's face twisted, his features contorted as he desperately retreated, yet he couldn't escape this terrifying blow. A world-shattering force instantly filled his vision, as if to engulf him completely. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the underground boxing arena. The metal palm easily tore through the blood energy shield in front of Peng Cheng, as effortlessly as ripping a piece of thin paper. Then, as the palm touched his chest, Peng Cheng's body began to explode, with countless bombs inside him detonating, sending flesh and blood flying. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out in succession, deafeningly loud. Finally, the underground boxing arena returned to silence, with only the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. With a thud, a mangled corpse fell to the ground, making a dull sound. The body was unrecognizable, with hands, legs, and bones twisted into indescribable shapes, making it hard to look at directly. When Lu Qing felt the power of the earth-tier martial art, Sky Palm, he was surprised to find that the side effects were much less severe than before. This was due to his initial modifications to his indestructible body, which allowed his physical form to endure the technique without unbearable pain. At that moment, old Shah walked over slowly, each step seemingly carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The sound of him swallowing was clearly audible as his Adam's apple moved up and down. Staring at Lu Qing, his voice was filled with shock and awe. "You brat, you really have some terrifying hidden cards up your sleeve. No wonder you dare to mess with someone at the 5th innate level." Old Shah was, of course, referring to Lu Qing's set of level 4 exoskeleton armor and the powerful strike he had just demonstrated. Its force clearly surpassed that of a profound tier martial art, leaving old Shah astounded. While the armor didn't surprise him much, as it was Lu Qing's specialty to have secret weapons, the earth tier martial art was baffling. Such a precious skill was something even the elders at the 7th level of mastery in the Marshal Hall coveted and treated as treasures. Where on earth did Lu Qing acquire it? At this point, the imposing armor began to retract with mechanical clicks, automatically storing itself into a spatial ring. The boy's true appearance was revealed, and he flashed a grin, showing his white teeth. "After all, I'm here to heal and save lives. Having some cards up my sleeve to prevent trouble from patients isn't too much, right?" Old Shah's expression grew serious, and he urged in a low voice, "We need to leave quickly. The Marshal Hall is searching for Ling Xiao and Peng Cheng. With the efficiency of the inspection department, they'll find this place within a day." "Just a moment," Lu Qing replied nonchalantly before quickly turning to the bodies of Peng Cheng, Ling Xiao, and the second-tier martial artist. He efficiently stored each of the 3 bodies into his spatial ring. These bodies would be perfect for experimenting with his newly acquired divine machine puppet technique. A 5th tier, a 4th tier, and a 2nd tier could use the 2nd tier body for his first experiment to familiarize himself with the new technique. This way, he could avoid any mishaps when dealing with the 4th and 5th tier bodies. "Let's go." After collecting the bodies, Lu Qing and old Shah quickly left, disappearing from the chaotic underground fighting arena. About 20 minutes later, on a familiar street in the red light district, 2 black jeeps pulled up steadily in front of the bar. The car doors opened, and Bai Feng and Jiang Qi stepped out, followed by 7 or 8 team members from the inspection department, each with a solemn expression. The target of this operation was 2 innate martial artists, so only the elite of the inspection department were dispatched. Each of them was at the peak of the 3rd tier, with blood energy values exceeding 10,000. Combined with the unique battle techniques of the Marshal Hall, they were fully capable of taking down Ling Xiao, who was at the early 4th tier. As for Peng Cheng, who was at the early 5th tier, Bai Feng and Jiang Qi, both silver envoys, would handle him personally. Bai Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. "Old Jiang, just watch. You won't even need to lift a finger. I'll show you something impressive." Jiang Qi frowned slightly, his tone cautious. "You should be careful. Even though you've just broken through to the 5th tier, Peng Cheng is an experienced silver envoy. I'll back you up. This mission is a direct order from Elder Su, and we can't afford any mistakes." All right. You've said that 100 times on the way here." Bai Feng waved dismissively. "Just relax. I've got this." With that, the inspection department team members stormed into the bar, which hadn't opened for business yet, like a black whirlwind. They had solid intelligence that Peng Cheng and Ling Xiao were inside, and the latter was cornered with no escape. However, the moment the bar door was pushed open, Jiang Qi's eyes narrowed. He noticed a waiter in a vest lying motionless on a table. He quickly approached, checking the waiter's breath and pulse. His brow furrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Knocked out." At these words, everyone immediately realized something was wrong. They conducted a swift search of the bar, and soon, an inspection department member kicked open a hidden door with a loud bang. Jiang Qi quickly approached, staring down the dark, deep underground passage before stepping forward. "Follow me." The sound of footsteps echoed in the dim corridor, and when their vision cleared once more, everyone was stunned by the chaotic scene before them. Bai Feng looked bewildered. "What's going on here, a robbery?" The underground boxing arena was in utter chaos. The alloy octagonal cage was shattered, with twisted metal debris scattered everywhere, as if it had been ravaged by a giant beast. Spiderweb cracks spread across the floor, exposing jagged steel bars at their deepest points. The walls bore gaping, jagged cracks, as if sliced by an invisible blade, with chunks of concrete and dust continuously falling. The stone seats surrounding the arena had collapsed into a ruinous heap. The whole place was thick with smoke and the stench of blood, as though a brutal battle had just taken place. Jiang Qi's deep and somber voice broke the silence. "Survey the battle traces, retrieve the surveillance." The inspection team members sprang into action, retrieving various specialized equipment from their space rings or necklaces. These devices had peculiar designs, like black metal compasses glinting with a cold, eerie light. The team members, skilled and methodical, either crouched down to carefully examine the ground markings, scanned the walls with their devices, or reached out as if capturing something in the air. About 5 or 6 minutes later, A team member approached Jiang Qi and by phone with a serious expression and reported, "Silver invoice. Preliminary findings indicate the traces in the arena were caused by two early-stage 5th-grade experts. Besides Peng Qing, the other person's qi and blood were over 120,000 calories. However, the final strike's power was close to a 280,000 calorie qi and blood burst, suggesting there was also a peak 5th-grade expert present. Nearly 280,000. Jiang Qi's pupils constricted, his voice filled with disbelief. It was known that reaching 200,000 calories was already the peak of the 5th grade. A force of 280,000 could practically annihilate anyone below the 5th grade peak in an instant. Two early-stage inborns would be like ants before such a presence, crushed with a single move. Jiang Qi's mind was filled with questions. Who exactly was this mysterious grandmaster, and whose side were they on? Were they there with another inborn to trouble Peng Qing, or were they an ally Peng Qing had called upon? There were only two possibilities now. Either Peng Qing and Ling Xiao had been killed by the mysterious expert, or Peng Qing had managed to escape with the help of a powerful ally. If the latter was true, given Peng Qing's influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world, he would soon learn of the Marshal Hall's arrest warrant. The uncle and nephew might flee by nightfall, leaving Zone 15. What about the surveillance? Jiang Qi's face grew even more severe as he asked. Another inspection division envoy stepped forward with a troubled expression. Silver envoy, we've checked, and this area is part of the red light district's gray industry zone. The surveillance is either ineffective or full of blind spots. With the high volume of people, identifying suspicious individuals quickly is difficult. Jiang Qi closed his eyes and sighed deeply, then opened them and said, "This matter must be reported to Gold Envoy Jiang immediately. Let's wrap it up." Yes, the team members responded and began to move. Meanwhile, in a rehabilitation shop in the city center, Elder Shah had already left. Lu Qing was alone in the second-floor laboratory, where various precision instruments were neatly arranged under the soft, bright, incandescent light. These were devices he had personally crafted according to the Shinji system's specifications to apply various Shinji technologies. Lu Qing focused intently, opening the puppet technology section on the system panel. Instantly, a virtual panel unfolded before him, detailing various aspects of puppet technology. He carefully examined the content, the introduction to divine machine puppets, classification by levels, and materials required for modification. He noticed that divine machine puppets are categorized from levels 1 to 9, with each level requiring a corresponding grade body. Human-like bodies require 9 pieces of metal of the appropriate grade, while beast-like bodies vary depending on the species. The system's evaluation caught his attention. There's no enemy a divine machine puppet can't handle. If there is, just bring another one. This statement seemed to ignite a fire within him. Having quickly reviewed the system instructions, Lu Qing couldn't hide his excitement. The potential of this technology filled him with anticipation. As long as he had sufficient materials, he could keep producing puppets. He envisioned leading a massive army of mechanical puppets, confidently facing even the most terrifying beast tides of legend. This puppet technology would undoubtedly become one of his most powerful assets. Thrilled by the prospect, Lu Qing decided to take action immediately. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a corpse from his space ring, which belonged to a subordinate of the second rank from Peng Qing. This robust body would be his first test subject for the puppet technology. Lu Qing calculated that crafting a level 2 puppet required only 9 pieces of level 2 metal, materials he had in ample supply at his shop. He decided to follow the standard procedure. First, he needed to build an auxiliary device for constructing mechanical puppets. In less than 3 hours, an alloy machine took shape under the bright lights. The machine resembled a height and weight measuring device, with a 2-meter diameter circular platform at the base, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Above the platform extended a thick metal column, equipped with various precision mechanical clamps and blades. The column could adjust its height between 2 to 5 meters, depending on the size of the body being modified. Behind the column, a liquid crystal display showed precise measurements, exuding a strong sense of technology. All set. It's your turn now. Lu Qing glanced at the peaceful corpse on the ground, gently waving his hand to lift it onto the modification platform with an invisible force. Instantly, the clamps on the metal column activated like mechanical arms, swiftly and accurately securing the body on the platform. The arms and legs were spread apart, with the body facing outward, firmly held in a T shape. Lu Qing then fetched 9 pieces of level 2 metal and some additional materials, officially beginning the modification process. He placed these materials into the machine side slots and pressed the start button. The camera at the top of the metal column glowed red, commencing a full scan of the body. Moments later, the tools on the metal column began to operate. The clamps peeled away the skin, revealing the flesh underneath. Metal needles emerged from the column, piercing various parts of the body with a sizzling sound. Lu Qing stepped forward, using his auxiliary tools to assist and adjust the mechanical process. Soon, some of the level 2 metals remained solid, while others melted into liquid under high temperatures, flowing slowly into the body. These metal liquids traveled along the body's meridians and bones, gradually replacing the original flesh and blood. As the metal infused, the body surface began to exhibit a metallic sheen, and the once pliable form grew rigid. Other solid metals, some sheet-like, some block-shaped, were installed and connected to various parts of the puppet body under Lu Qing's guidance. The entire process took about an hour and a half, resulting in the creation of a relatively simple Level 2 divine machine puppet. With a crisp click, the device's clamps released their hold. The newly crafted puppet stood silently, exuding a cold metallic aura, its eyes hollow and lifeless. Suddenly, with a buzz, the puppet's dark eyes emitted two piercing red beams, as if it had come alive, officially awakening. The Level 2 mechanical puppet before him had undergone a complete transformation, unrecognizable from its original form. Its every inch was clad in pitch-black metal, even its facial features, resembling a cold, merciless mechanical assassin. Standing in the spacious laboratory, Lu Qing's voice echoed clearly, "Come, attack me." As soon as the words were spoken, a piercing red glow erupted from the puppet's eyes, like two mini explosions in its sockets. A fierce killing intent surged forth, and its right arm's mechanical joints emitted a faint clicking sound as its clenched alloy fist hurtled towards Lu Qing's chest with overwhelming force. Bang! The dull thud reverberated, making one's eardrums tremble. Lu Qing's hand opened, effortlessly gripping the puppet's alloy fist firmly, like a vice. He appraised it with satisfaction. Not bad. This punch packs a mechanical force of 1,000 hertz, comparable to the full power strike of a peak second-grade martial artist. Subsequently, a wave of heat emanated from the puppet's fist, rolling like a tide, seemingly wanting to scorch through Lu Qing's palm. Yet, instead of being surprised, Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. Perfect, just the effect I was aiming for. His hypothesis was confirmed. By selecting metals with complementary attributes, mechanical puppets could be endowed with special attribute bonuses, akin to additional magical damage. This development path mirrors that of exoskeleton armor. Lu Qing's frost armor, for instance, carries a freezing effect, while the primary material of this Level 2 puppet is fire-attributed metal, naturally imparting a burning effect during attacks. Lu Qing mused inwardly that although he could easily withstand it, opponents below the second tier would be unable to endure the burn. With the successful experiment of the Level 2 puppet, he could confidently proceed to modify the subsequent two advanced puppets in this direction. Next, with a wave of his hand, Peng Cheng's corpse flew out from the spatial ring, tracing an arc in the air before landing steadily on the ground. The corpse's face was peaceful, though its body was somewhat distorted from the shocking sky palm. Lu Qing was thrilled. This fifth-grade innate body could be crafted into a Level 5 puppet, possessing immense potential. It would be his strongest asset besides the shocking sky palm, adding a powerful card to his hand. Lu Qing retrieved a black box from the spatial ring, containing the medical fee Peng Cheng had previously paid 10 pieces of Level 5 metal, now perfectly suited for his own transformation. With a soft click, the black box opened. 10 pieces of high-grade rare metal lay quietly within, each exuding a unique metallic sheen, reflecting a spectrum of colors. Lu Qing had already examined them closely. 6 pieces were of lightning attribute, arcing with electricity. The other 4 were gold, fire, light, and poison attributes. He calculated that modifying the puppet or crafting exoskeleton armor didn't necessarily require a single attribute material, but rather an interplay of complementary attributes. With the right combination, the result could be more powerful than a single attribute, with astonishing potency. The modification required 9 pieces, excluding the poison attribute, as gold, fire, and light could all complement the lightning attribute. Lu Qing ultimately decided to forego the poison attribute Level 5 metal. Soon, the auxiliary equipment for the mechanical puppet activated again, emitting a low hum, signaling the commencement of the modification process. The body of Peng Cheng was carefully placed on the modification table, marking the start of the transformation procedure. The robotic arms on the metal columns moved like graceful dancers, operating various tools with precision and conducting the complex modification process in an orderly manner. Lu Qing's movements were smooth and proficient, reflecting his increasingly refined skills. However, this Level 5 puppet modification surgery was far more complicated than a Level 2 modification, compounded by the severe damage to Peng Cheng's body, requiring Lu Qing to invest more time and effort. As time ticked by, Lu Qing operated with full concentration, and it wasn't until precisely 10 o'clock at night that he finally declared the procedure complete. The night shrouded Base 15 in silence, resembling a dormant steel beast. A long exhale broke the stillness of the laboratory. Lu Qing pressed the device's shut-off button, revealing an astonishing silver-white mechanical puppet. The puppet shimmered with a flowing light, its silver-white metal surface inlaid with golden stripes, outlining intricate and precise patterns, like a masterpiece of craftsmanship. The headgear of the level 5 thunder puppet featured a distinct backward curved silver horn. White translucent arcs of electricity danced on the horn, with thunderous light crackling, tearing through the surrounding air and exuding an aura of destruction. The puppet stood motionless, yet gave the impression of unleashing the wrath of a thunder god at any moment. Lu Qing looked over his creation with satisfaction and softly murmured, "Well, you don't have to attack me." With a wave of his hand, he stored the puppet in his spatial ring. Next, Lu Qing turned his attention to Ling Xiao's fourth-grade body. He planned to modify it into a mechanical puppet with water attributes, to work in tandem with the level 5 thunder puppet. By utilizing the conductive properties of water, he aimed to expand the area effect skill range, assisting the thunder puppet in combat. This strategy was akin to basic operations for online game players. The following morning, Lu Qing woke up in the rest area of the rehabilitation center. As he prepared a cup of instant noodles for breakfast, he opened the information panel to check his latest status. Host, Lu Qing. Realm, early stage 3rd grade. Mechanical force, 12,000 Hz. Immortal body, integrated metal level 6 dragon steel 1 piece, modified body spine, refined acupoints 36, remaining acupoints 32. Martial arts, push-up heavenly palm earth rank, bull strength yellow rank. Equipment, level 4 frost mech, mechanical puppets level 51, level 41, level 21. Technology, exoskeleton mechanical surgery, nano vein injection technology, nano trauma repair technology, divine machine puppet technology. Current task, host to establish medical cooperation, sell 1000 nano repair patches externally. Task progress, 01000, incomplete. Completion reward, heavenly weapon all beings equal. Lu Qing quickly skimmed through the panel information, noticing that after modifying his immortal body, the display of his physical martial arts system had entirely converted to information more aligned with the mechanical system. He didn't delve into these changes, but instead focused on the final system task. Establish medical cooperation and promote Divine Machine Medical's product, the Nano Repair Patch. The time is about right. It's time to contact Shin Ao and discuss cooperation. Lu Qing contemplated as he finished his noodles. At that moment, a sleek, black Rolls-Royce with elegant lines pulled up steadily at the entrance of the rehabilitation center. The car's body exuded a low-key luxurious sheen, drawing the attention of passers-by. The car door opened, and an elderly man with graying hair but a straight posture stepped out first. His steady steps indicated he was not a mere driver. The elder walked to the rear and respectfully opened the door. A young man, around 27 or 28, slowly emerged. His attire, however, was unexpected: a tank top, shorts, flip-flops, and a children's smartwatch on his wrist. His outfit was entirely made up of off-brand street market goods, creating a stark contrast with the luxurious vehicle. "Young master, shall I accompany you inside?" the elder asked respectfully. The young man waved his hand. "No need, just give me the share transfer agreement." "Please give me the share transfer agreement." Fang Xiaoyun's voice was calm and determined. The elder nodded respectfully, quickly retrieving a document from the car and presenting it with both hands. Fang Xiaoyun took it, his gaze sharp as a hawk, fixed on the entrance of the first-floor lobby. He walked in with steady steps, not in a hurry, his posture as upright as a pine tree. The elder watched the young master's back with a complex emotion in his eyes. He sighed softly, recalling the recent series of upheavals. Deep Blue Group, once a pharmaceutical giant, was now in turmoil. The sudden deaths of Chairman Fang Jianfeng and his second son, Fang Xiaoqian, left only the eldest son, Fang Xiaoyun, as the sole heir. Adding to the misfortune, TC Capital from the southeast region, like a shark smelling blood, began to target and squeeze Deep Blue's market share. Within just 5 days, Deep Blue's stock price plummeted, its market value dropping from nearly 30 billion to less than 20 billion, a shocking decline. Although the elder was the head steward of the Fang family and a 5th-level innate expert, he was powerless to stop Deep Blue's downfall, forced to watch as it teetered on the brink. However, to everyone's surprise, the usually carefree eldest son, Fang Xiaoyun, seemed to have transformed overnight. He rallied the shareholders with decisive tactics, commanding like a seasoned general, and even managed to counter TC Capital's aggressive advances. Under Fang Xiaoyun's strategy, TC Capital shifted from outright suppression to a gradual encroachment, intending to slowly wear down Deep Blue. Unfortunately, the situation was dire, and even the most brilliant talent couldn't withstand the overwhelming force of capital. Just the day before, after negotiations with TC executives, Fang Xiaoyun agreed to their terms. TC successfully acquired 81 of Deep Blue's shares, demanding that 51 be transferred to Lu Qing, a specially appointed physician at the Marshal Hall, leaving 19 to the Fang family, as if out of charity. Fang Xiaoyun had no choice but to comply, or Deep Blue would vanish completely. The puzzling question remained: why did TC Capital from Base 14 demand the shares be transferred to a physician at Base 15's Marshal Hall? This question perplexed not only Fang Xiaoyun but also the elder. In the first-floor lobby of the wellness center, Su Ting was diligently checking the various patient rooms. Since the introduction of nanoinjection technology, the number of inpatients had significantly increased. With only Zhang Hanbin and Su Ting as physicians, they took turns on duty, overwhelmed with work. Fortunately, the girls rescued from the Black Dragon Association served as caregivers, easing some of the workload, allowing Lu Qing, the hands-off manager, to focus on researching the Shinji system's medical techniques, stepping in only for necessary advanced mechanical limb modifications. Hello, is Dr. Lu Qing available? Fang Xiaoyan approached, asking gently. Su Ting was fully absorbed in reviewing the medical records in her hands, her slender fingers jotting down notes, seemingly oblivious to Fang Xiaoyan's inquiry, completely lost in her own world. Hello. Fang Xiaoyan slightly raised his voice, asking again. Su Ting suddenly snapped back to reality, glanced at Fang Xiaoyan, and gave an apologetic smile. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you here to see Director Lu? She asked instinctively. Is there someone in your family missing an arm or a leg? Fang Xiaoyan replied with a blank expression. My family is all gone. He paused and added, no, neither. I'm from Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals, and I want to discuss a partnership with Dr. Lu. Su Ting was momentarily taken aback as memories of Director Lu attending a business expo with the First Association flashed through her mind. She quickly smiled warmly and said, you're in luck. The director usually isn't here on weekends, but he stayed over last night for medical research. He should be in the lounge right now. Let me check for you, just a moment. Thank you. Fang Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Su Ting made a quick phone call and then returned to inform Fang Xiaoyan. Director Lu says you can go straight up. He's in the lounge at the end of the second floor. Thanks, Fang Xiaoyan said briefly, turning to head for the stairs, his steps steady yet slightly hurried. 2 minutes later, Fang Xiaoyan arrived at the lounge door and knocked gently. Come in, said a lazy young voice from inside. Fang Xiaoyan opened the door to a softly lit room filled with the rich aroma of pickled cabbage. Lu Qing lay leisurely on a recliner, holding an empty instant noodle cup, drinking the last of the broth with a satisfied slurp. Hello, young Master Fang, Lu Qing said, his mystical eye quietly activating, scanning Fang Xiaoyan from head to toe like a scanner. Patient. Fang Xiaoyan, cultivation, none, symptoms, none, congenital qi and blood deficiency, frail constitution, unable to cultivate. Fang Xiaoyan was taken aback. This person actually knew him? He immediately thought of the conflict a few days ago between his half-brother and Lu Qing. It wasn't impossible that this special physician had investigated the Fang family. But these minor disputes no longer mattered, as both his father and brother were already dead. Fang Xiaoyan quickly composed himself and got straight to the point. To be honest, Dr. Lu, I'm here to ask for your help. The situation at Deep Blue is dire, with TC Capital continuously pressuring us. They've acquired 80 of the shares and demand that 51 be transferred to you for a settlement. At the same time, I hope to leverage your expertise to revitalize Deep Blue. Now, as the CEO of the group, I formally invite you to take over Deep Blue as the chairman. With that, he handed the documents to Lu Qing, his eyes filled with anticipation and sincerity. The chairman of Deep Blue? Lu Qing was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing unconsciously. He took the contract handed to him by Fang Xiaoyan and began to carefully peruse it. The words seemed to dance before his eyes, each one tightening his heart. Recent news flashed through Lu Qing's mind. Deep Blue's chairman, Fang Jianfeng, and his second son, Fang Xiaoqian, had died unexpectedly, and initially, the group kept it a secret. It wasn't until TC Capital applied pressure that the truth was forced out. TC Capital swiftly acquired 81 of Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals shares, gaining absolute control. What he thought was just an ordinary corporate takeover now left Lu Qing bewildered. TC Capital was transferring 51 of the shares to him? What was going on? Lu Qing quickly recalled all his connections since his arrival, but found no ties to TC Capital. He slowly put down the contract, his eyes calm like a still lake, his voice probing. What did TC say about transferring these 51 shares to me? Fang Xiaoyan seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning, answering honestly. During negotiations, TC's representatives said it was payment for your surgery fees. Surgery fees? Lu Qing was shocked. When had he ever received such an exorbitant fee? As a conscientious martial arts doctor, he never charged such high fees. Deep Blue was a company valued at over 20 billion, not some small clinic. Lu Qing carefully recalled every patient he had personally operated on who had yet to pay. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning, sending a chill down his spine. The surgery fees for Wang Yu from the Fujing nursing home and that elderly patient, they hadn't been collected. If this were true, did it mean TC Capital was somehow linked to the Dark Moon King? What was this mysterious woman's purpose? Why was she suddenly so generous to him? Lu Qing stared at the share transfer agreement on the table, his expression inscrutable. Fang Xiaoyan stood quietly by, not interrupting his thoughts. The Deep Blue Group, valued at over 20 billion, was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Holding 51 of the shares meant Lu Qing could control the entire company as chairman. This fit perfectly with his plans to establish medical collaborations and develop nano repair patches. At base 15, Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals was undoubtedly the best choice. If Lu Qing became the owner of Deep Blue, he could use Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals to build his own commercial medical system, gradually strengthening the influence and power of Shinji Medical. This kind of advantage was incomparable to working with outsiders. However, if his suspicions were correct, the risks were considerable. If the Marshal Hall discovered any connection between TC and the Dark Moon King, Lu Qing might be labeled as colluding with the Hundred Beasts sect. Moreover, if the Dark Moon King had ulterior motives, he would also be implicated. She was a 7th-grade Grandmaster, and Lu Qing had no desire to be manipulated by her again. In less than a minute, Lu Qing's thoughts raced like lightning, weighing the pros and cons. He recalled why he initially joined the Marshal Hall, for the official channels that could quickly provide more patient resources to complete his system tasks efficiently. The current situation was similar. The process of manufacturing nano-trauma repair patches was enormous, and the wellness shop alone couldn't handle it. Lu Qing realized that, regardless of the situation, he needed a powerful partner to achieve his goals. The manufacturing process of the nano repair patch involves 3 key steps: refining raw materials, manufacturing components, and nanoquenching. Lu Qing has already chosen partners for the first 2 steps. Tianqing Machinery Manufacturing Company is responsible for refining metal raw materials, and Shintai Weapons Company is tasked with component production and assembly. However, the crucial step of nanoquenching remains unresolved. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with ambition. He thought that if he could control Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals, this last piece of the puzzle could easily fall into place. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Instead of relying on others, why not take control of his own destiny? He clenched his fist, making a firm decision. As long as he could rapidly grow with the help of the system, even if the Marshal Hall wanted to deal with him in the future, they would have to weigh the pros and cons. Even if the Dark Moon King was a master, so what? By then, Lu Qing could also possess the power of a master, and another binding play could determine the victor. Lu Qing slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Feng Xiaoyan. He asked calmly yet with a hint of edge, "Are you willing to give up what rightfully belongs to you?" This question was like a sharp sword piercing deep into Feng Xiaoyan's heart. His expression instantly turned somber as he recalled the long-standing rumor. 30 years ago, Deep Blue did not belong to the Feng family. It was his father, Feng Jianfeng, who married into the Deep Blue group, and after marrying his biological mother, he was born. Feng Xiaoyan's childhood was once happy and content. Despite his inability to cultivate, his father still loved him dearly. However, everything changed with his mother's passing. His father took over as chairman of Deep Blue and remarried. The following year, his half-brother Feng Xiaoqin was born, and it seemed all his father's affection shifted to his brother. These memories surged like a tide, and Feng Xiaoyan clenched his fist. He understood that Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals not only embodied his father's efforts, but also bore his mother's hopes. Even if Deep Blue no longer belonged to him, he was determined to do everything possible to preserve the group. Feng Xiaoyan lifted his head, his gaze as firm as iron, and solemnly declared, "As long as you are willing, I, Feng Xiaoyan, am ready to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to Master Lu." Lu Qing waved his hand slightly, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. "I don't want your life. As long as you work wholeheartedly for me, it's not impossible for your body, incapable of cultivation, to step onto the martial path in the future." This statement struck Feng Xiaoyan's heart like a bolt of lightning. He looked up sharply, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lu Qing. This talented physician had indeed seen through the issues with his body at a glance. Feng Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly, and years of suppressed emotions surged like a flood. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and spoke in a low, determined voice, "I understand, Chairman." As dawn broke the following morning, Lu Qing dialed the number of Shin Ao, the president of the First Martial Arts Association. With a calm and powerful voice, he said, "President Shun, the cooperation can officially begin." On the other end, Shin Ao's breathing became noticeably rapid, overflowing with excitement. Lu Qing briefly mentioned the intentions of the 2 companies, Tianqing and Shintai, to which Shin Ao eagerly agreed, ending the call in haste. The news spread like a whirlwind, quickly reaching the First Association and the 2 eager enterprises. Shin Ao, known for his decisive actions, organized a grand banquet at the Stellar Hotel by noon that day, setting unprecedented high standards for the event. The entire hotel was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and excitement, with everyone making final preparations for this significant meeting. At precisely noon, Lu Qing arrived at the entrance of the Stellar Hotel on his modest electric scooter. This was his second visit to the place, which symbolized the peak of consumption in Base City 15. The last time he was here was when Captain Yuan invited him to join the Marshal Hall, and he was impressed by Zhou Man's ordering skills. Standing before the hotel's grand entrance, Lu Qing took a deep breath and stepped inside. Unexpectedly, the lobby was eerily empty, a stark contrast to the usual bustling scene. The magnificent crystal chandeliers still sparkled brilliantly, the fierce beast murals on the walls appeared lifelike, the rare stone floors gleamed, and a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Yet, everything felt unusually desolate. At that moment, a man in a sharp suit approached quickly. It was the lobby manager of the Stellar Hotel. His face was adorned with a humble smile, and his eyes shone with barely contained excitement. "Dr. Liu," he said, his voice slightly trembling. "President Shun has been waiting upstairs for quite some time. Please, follow me." Lu Qing nodded slightly and followed the manager to the exclusive elevator, which took them directly to the 108th floor of the hotel. This was Shun Ao's private domain, but today it was exceptionally used as a venue for the meeting and negotiations. As the intricately carved redwood doors were gently pushed open, Lu Qing's gaze swept across the spacious and luxurious room, sensing the solemn yet lively atmosphere in the air. The president of the First Martial Arts Association, Shin Ao, along with the chairman of Shun Tai and Tianxing companies, Mr. Li and Mr. Xiao, had long been waiting there. Shin Ao, a martial arts master in his 50s, wore a dark Tang suit, standing tall and imposing, his gaze sharp and commanding respect. Mr. Li was burly with a rugged face, clearly a seasoned and pragmatic entrepreneur. Mr. Xiao appeared much more refined, his eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses glinting with shrewd intelligence. These prominent figures in the Bay City had all tempered their auras, smiling as they watched Lu Qing enter the room. Shin Ao immediately stood up to welcome him warmly, saying, "Dr. Liu, you're finally here. Please have a seat." He showed none of the airs of a sixth-grade martial arts master. Lu Qing sat down calmly. Shin Ao clapped his hands lightly, the crisp sound echoing in the private room. Instantly, over a dozen graceful and beautiful female attendants entered in single file. They wore matching uniforms and moved in perfect synchrony, each carrying a dish of exquisite delicacies. The dishes were placed one by one on the round table made of precious rosewood, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. There was longjing shrimp, with plump, tender shrimp, squirrel mandarin fish, with the fish scored and fried to a golden crisp, covered in sweet and sour sauce, resembling a lifelike squirrel, and also bluefin tuna, almost caviar. Buddha jumps over the wall. Each dish was a work of art, mouth-wateringly tempting. Shin Ao personally poured a glass of fine wine for Lu Qing, enthusiastically saying, "Dr. Liu, let's eat and talk. These are the signature dishes of Xingyao. You should try them." Mr. Li and Mr. Xiao also stood up, smiling, eagerly serving Lu Qing and pouring wine, clearly trying to make a good impression on him to secure more collaboration in the upcoming negotiations. Lu Qing picked up his wine glass, gently swirling it, and with a faint smile said, "No rush, there's still one more friend we're waiting for." Mr. Li looked puzzled. "Oh, Dr. Liu, you mean Fong Xiaoyan of Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Fong?" Lu Qing set down his glass, calmly stating, he should be on his way. Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals? Shin Ao, Mr. Li, and Mr. Xiao exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Not long ago, wasn't Lu Qing in a public feud with Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals at an exhibition, even clashing with them? Shin Ao had even terminated this year's collaboration with Deep Blue because of it. But the three didn't ask much, knowing that the technology was in Lu Qing's hands, and it wasn't their place to question who he chose to work with, as long as they could share in the benefits. Shin Ao gestured, signaling a man to come over and listen closely, then leave the room, evidently to fetch Fong Xiaoyan from downstairs. After all, this banquet was organized exclusively for Lu Qing, and outsiders were not permitted to enter. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the door to the private room opened again. Fong Xiaoyan, dressed in formal attire, walked in. Without greeting Shin Ao first, he went straight to Lu Qing, bowing, "Chairman." Sit." Lu Qing smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, Shin Ao and the other two exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes full of confusion. "Chairman? What is going on?" The current CEO of Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals surprisingly referred to Lu Qing as the chairman, which left Shin Ao, Director Li, and Director Xiao, three prominent business figures, momentarily stunned. As influential personalities in the business world, they were completely unaware of this fact. However, they had no time to dwell on the issue. Shin Ao quickly adjusted his expression, plastering a smile on his face as he spoke. "Now that everyone is here, Dr. Liu, why don't we discuss the mechanical limb collaboration?" He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lu Qing's lips curved slightly, with a hint of a smile as he replied, "Who said the project I want to collaborate on is mechanical prosthetics?" His tone carried a subtle, enigmatic undertone. This statement was like a sledgehammer, shattering the calm in the room. Not only did Director Xiao of Tianxing and Director Li of Shuntai show signs of surprise, but even Shin Ao's expression changed, with a flicker of panic in his eyes. "And that would be?" Shin Ao furrowed his brow, looking at Lu Qing in confusion. Lu Qing calmly put down his chopsticks and elegantly wiped his mouth before he slowly spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. There's no need to rush, gentlemen. Recently, I've been dedicated to developing a new medical product. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the three of them, and said deliberately, "It's called the Nano Trauma Repair Patch, and this is the project I intend to collaborate on with you." Nano Repair Patch. Director Xiao of Tianqing adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with curiosity. "Could you elaborate on the specific effects of this nano repair patch?" The other two also turned their attention to Lu Qing, their gazes filled with scrutiny and hesitation. The three seasoned business veterans were calculating. While Lu Qing's medical skills were indeed remarkable, mechanical prosthetics were already well known and deeply ingrained in people's minds. Switching to a brand new, untested product in the market would undoubtedly increase the risk, making it difficult to compare with the mechanical prosthetics project. They were well versed in market dynamics, fully aware of the pros and cons. They would never invest in a project without assurance, being cautious and prudent investors. Lu Qing turned his gaze to Feng Xiaoyan, who understood immediately. He nodded lightly, stood up, and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. "Gentlemen, allow me to introduce the specific effects and collaboration details of the nano repair patch." As Feng Xiaoyan began to speak, he recalled the scene from the previous day when he signed the contract with Lu Qing, officially becoming the chairman of Deep Blue, and Lu Qing had detailed the repair patch project to him. He was astonished, finding it hard to believe that there existed a medical product capable of instantly repairing bodily injuries. It seemed too fantastical. But after Lu Qing's thorough explanation, he was completely convinced, overwhelmed with awe. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyan's voice was firm and confident. The nano trauma repair patch, with the first production batch planned by Chairman Lu, is divided into 3 levels, F, E, and D, corresponding to the healing effects for warriors of grades 1 to 3. Regardless of the severity of the injury, except for limb amputation, using one repair patch can heal it instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the room plunged into silence. Shun Ao, Director Li, and Director Xiao exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Mr. Fong, is this true?" Director Li's voice trembled slightly, unable to believe what he had just heard. Amidst this atmosphere of shock, Lu Qing continued to enjoy his meal, seemingly detached from everything around him. His calm demeanor only deepened the curiosity and confusion of the three business moguls. Feng Xiaoyan's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. Unruffled, he asked, "Chairman Li, do you have doubts about Chairman Lu's technology?" At these words, Chairman Li reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, quickly waving his hands in denial. "Of course not," he exclaimed urgently. "Dr. Lu can create such miraculous medical technology as mechanical limbs, so I have complete faith in him." He rubbed his hands together, a shrewd glint in his eyes. "I'm just curious about the production cost and profit margin of these nanorepair patches." This question immediately captured everyone's attention. Shen Ao and Chairman Xiao also focused their gaze, equally intrigued. If the medical effects were as miraculous as Feng Xiaoyan claimed, there would be no problem with sales. Now, their main concern was cost and profit. Although Shen Ao was not involved in the initial production, he controlled 70 of the sales channels for base 15, meaning he would be responsible for later sales. For him, profit was undoubtedly the most important factor. Feng Xiaoyan, once the prodigal son of the Feng family, now appeared calm and composed in front of these three business moguls. He smiled slightly and began to explain in detail. Take the grade repair patch as an example. It requires one piece of grade 1 metal. On the market, a piece of grade 1 metal costs about 50,000. Chairman Xiao, your Tianqing manufacturing has advanced technology in alchemy, and if you use raw metal extraction, you could cut the cost by more than half. He then turned to Chairman Li. Next is the manufacturing and assembly of the nanorepair patches. Chairman Li, your Shun iron manufacturing is particularly skilled in this area. What would the cost be for assembly line smelting and forging? Chairman Li answered almost without thinking. Basically half the value of the metal itself. It seemed Feng Xiaoyan had anticipated this answer. He continued, the repair patch manufacturing technology is divided into 3 steps. First, raw material refining. Second, component manufacturing. Third, nanocoating with medicine. The first 2 steps are handled by Chairman Li and Chairman Xiao, and the cost won't exceed 50,000. As for the nanocoating, Chairman Lu will personally oversee it at Deep Blue. Although the medicinal materials used are precious, one batch of medicine can be used multiple times, making the cost significantly lower than metal extraction and manufacturing. Chairman Li and Chairman Xiao exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Calculating it this way, an grade repair patch would cost the 2 companies a total of 50,000, with each bearing just over 20,000. Given the patch's efficacy, its value was clearly much higher. Feng Xiaoyan continued. By analogy, a grade repair patch for second-grade martial artists requires one piece of grade 2 metal, with a market price of 100,000, bringing the cost to around 100,000. A grade patch for third-grade martial artists requires one piece of grade 3 metal with a market price of 500,000, and costs are roughly equivalent. At this point, Chairman Xiao could no longer contain himself. He looked directly at Lu Qing and asked eagerly, Dr. Lu, how do you plan to price them? Lu Qing, his tone calm as he scooped caviar with a spoon, replied, grade will be 100,000 per patch, a grade 500,000, and grade 2 million. For the first production plan, I intend to produce 1,000 units of each grade. Hearing these prices, Shen Ao and the others couldn't hide their excitement, their breaths quickening. Although only 1,000 units of each grade would be produced, the high prices were undeniable. For the F grade, the cost was 50 million, with a profit of 100 million. The A grade cost 100 million, with profits reaching 500 million, and the D grade was the real jackpot, with a cost of 500 million and profits soaring to 2 billion. As the saying goes, if a capitalist can make 50% profit, they are willing to take risks. With 100% profit, they dare to trample on all human laws, and with 300% profit, they would brave the gallows. The Nano Repair Patch, this new medical product, offered a minimum profit margin of 50% at the F grade level, a tantalizing business opportunity indeed. Shen Ao and his two companions struggled to contain their excitement, their eyes gleaming with an undeniable greed. Their companies Tianqing Manufacturing, Shintai Weapons, and First Association were collectively valued at only a few billion. Yet, Lu Qing's initial production plan alone could generate over 2 billion in profit. It was like a whirlwind of wealth, sweeping in and leaving them dizzy with anticipation. This world is crazy, absolutely crazy, Shen Ao muttered, his eyes reflecting both awe and a hint of fear. They knew all too well that if Lu Qing's claims were true, the repair patches would ignite a frenzy in the market. A mere 3,000 pieces wouldn't even begin to meet the demand. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ao fixed his gaze on Lu Qing and asked in a steady voice, Dr. Lu, about the profit distribution. Lu Qing remained calm, speaking with an undeniable firmness. I take 70%, Deep Blue gets 10%, and the remaining 20% is for you to divide among yourselves. Since Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals was already under his command, he naturally prioritized its interests in the profit sharing. The three of them were taken aback, momentarily speechless. Lu Qing's words cut straight to the core of their interests like a sharp blade. As top-ranking business giants in Base 15, they were usually the dominant force at the negotiating table. Never had they imagined being in such a powerless position. However, the reality was undeniable. Core technology was the ultimate bargaining chip. They couldn't argue, nor did they dare to, unless they were willing to take the risk of kidnapping Lu Qing. But who would dare to do that? Lu Qing wasn't just a brilliant doctor. He also held a prestigious position with the Marshal Hall. To provoke the Marshal Hall in Daxiao would be akin to courting death. Most importantly, although Lu Qing's share was demanding, it was precisely calculated to hit their psychological bottom line, making it difficult for them to refuse. Shen Ao took a deep breath and broke the silence first. All right. In that case, the First Association has no objections. Shintai Manufacturing agrees as well. Tianqing Manufacturing has no issues either. A confident smile played on Lu Qing's lips as he raised his wine glass. Then, I look forward to your full support. Here's to a prosperous partnership. In the end, the remaining 20% was divided, with the First Association receiving another 10%, while Tianqing and Shintai each got 5%. The three parties swiftly signed the final cooperation agreement. Despite receiving only 5%, both Mr. Xiao and Mr. Li felt no dissatisfaction, but rather a sense of relief. Initially, they had hoped to secure 10%, considering it a victory. Little did they know the profits from the nano repair patches would be so substantial that even 5% far exceeded their expectations. Before long, the banquet drew to a close. Satisfied with food and drink, Lu Qing stood to bid farewell to Shen Ao and the others. Mr. Li and Mr. Xiao promised that within 2 weeks, they would complete the first 2 stages of the production line. Lu Qing was very pleased with this timeline, a smile of approval gracing his face. As he exited the opulent Xingyao Hotel, the night was deep, and neon lights flickered. Lu Qing turned to Feng Xiaoyun and said, Let's go, take me to Deep Blue. Before Shintai and Tianqing fully ramped up production, he needed to start preparing the nano-liquid medicine. This way, when the time came, only the final step of drug refinement would be needed to complete the entire product production process immediately. Yes, Director Lu, Feng Xiaoyun replied respectfully, quickly stepping forward to open the car door for Lu Qing, while carefully placing his small electric scooter in the trunk. Seated in the car, Lu Qing leaned back against the soft leather seat, watching the scenery outside speed by through the window. The neon lights left fragmented reflections on the glass, gradually blurring into a haze. Lu Qing's thoughts began to drift, as if a system interface appeared before him, with data and options flashing in his mind. Establish a medical collaboration and sell 1,000 units of nano repair patches. Lu Qing stood in the laboratory, his gaze sweeping over the rows of neatly arranged nano repair patch production lines. He calculated silently that in half a month, these lines would be fully operational, and the nano trauma repair patches would officially hit the market. Completing the system task and earning a heavenly weapon as a reward made Lu Qing's heart race. He recalled the earth-shattering battle between the Hall of Martial Arts Elder and the Dark Moon King, where even master-level fighters used only earth-level tools. Could this heavenly weapon contain the power to slay a master? In a secluded courtyard, dense greenery formed a canopy, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. By the lake, Elder Su sat upright, holding a fishing rod, his eyes fixed on the water like a meditative monk. The fish basket beside him was empty, indicating yet another fruitless day. Suddenly, the float on the fishing line sank sharply, and a hint of joy appeared on Elder Su's face. Just as he was about to reel in, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the sky, rustling the leaves loudly. Jian Gongzi Jiangjuni, clad in a white suit, arrived, riding a green sword as if a celestial being had descended. The gust stirred ripples across the lake, startling the fish that was about to be caught. Elder Su's expression turned instantly dark and menacing. Jiang Jun retracted his sword and walked slowly to Elder Su. "It's you again, Jiang Jun." Elder Su huffed and glared. "Can't you use the front gate? Must you always make such a commotion? It's utterly disrespectful." Jiang Jun ignored him, lightly waving his arm as two silvery objects appeared out of thin air, emitting a faint metallic sheen. These are 2 units of 7th level abyssal flow silver, which can repair the damaged weak water 3000. Elder Su quickly pocketed the materials, his tone softening. "Speak. What brings you here?" Jiang Juni calmly relayed the latest news from the enforcement department. Regarding the old case at the Yofu nursing home, they had preliminarily identified the suspects from years ago. However, most had been secretly moved out of Base 15, leaving only 7 individuals involved in the old case, who were now operating under different identities within the base. Elder Su snorted coldly. "It's not just the enforcement department. The intelligence department needs a thorough overhaul too. These people were secretly transferred, and they didn't even notice. They're just a bunch of useless officials." He ordered sternly, "Investigate. Not a single one of these 7 people should be missed. We need to uncover not only their old crimes, but also their connections with the Dark Moon King. Your supervision department must ensure everything is brought to light." Jiang Juni acknowledged the command, then shifted the topic. "Any updates on the chaos within the Elder Hall?" Elder Su sighed deeply, a look of fatigue and gravity on his face. "Yesterday, I communicated with the elders from the other bases in the Southeast District. According to Elder Chun from Base 16, the 6th Desire King of the 100 Beast Cult has entered Base 16. It is confirmed that someone in the Elder Hall is colluding with the 100 Beast Cult." His voice suddenly deepened. "First the Dark Moon King, now the 6th Desire King. This group has grand ambitions. The entire Southeast District is going to be unsettled. We are considering whether to temporarily isolate the 4 bases in the Southeast from the Elder Hall headquarters." Hearing this, Jiang Juni remained silent, his expression as cold as ice. Elder Su turned his sharp gaze towards him and shifted the topic with a probing tone. "By the way, have you investigated the specifics of Lu Qing's mech suit?" Elder Su continued. "Ever since we learned that Lu Qing, using a mysterious mech suit, was able to overpower Ling Xiao, a 4th-grade innate warrior, while being only a 2nd-grade himself, the entire division's leadership has been shaken. No one expected that besides his mechanical limbs, Lu Qing hid such a trump card. His hidden talents are truly astonishing, one after another. From what we can see, Lu Qing is the only one using this mech technology." Jiang Juni's voice remained steady, like an undisturbed piece of ice. "He has close ties with a black market merchant named Sha in the underground martial arts world, often using this connection to acquire metals at low prices. Yesterday, he went to Xingyao for business talks with partners from Shuntai and Tianxing, both involved in metal manufacturing. It's said he's working on a new product. Whether it's mechanical limbs, mech suits, or this so-called new product, Lu Qing's medical technology is closely tied to the metal and machinery field." A hint of surprise flashed across Elder Su's aged face. Stroking his chin, he spoke with a tone of admiration and contemplation. "As a martial arts physician, he truly is unique. It seems the reward Elder Qin and I discussed is well chosen." During the last Dark Moon King decapitation operation, Lu Qing once again made significant contributions. Although the plan failed, it was not due to Lu Qing, and he deserves his reward. He continued, "Elder Qin and I have decided to grant Lu Qing the mining rights to Jinfeng Mountain as a reward. Jinfeng Mountain is a treasure trove, rich in mineral veins with abundant rare metals. Now that Lu Qing is venturing into the medical business and needs substantial metal resources, this reward is indeed a generous favor." Jiang Jun raised an eyebrow slightly, recognizing that this reward exceeded Lu Qing's contributions. He immediately understood the elder's intentions. "You want his mech suit?" Elder Su nodded slowly, his gaze sharpening. Chaos is approaching. If we can arm the military with this treasure, perhaps the southeast can be secured. He looked at Jiang Jun, his tone somewhat probing. I've heard you've negotiated with him multiple times. Lu Qing is considered part of your supervision department. What is your opinion of him? Jiang Jun did not hesitate, uttering 4 words. A man driven by profit. Elder Su frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with this assessment. Such a genius, yet so worldly in nature. Is our nurturing of him correct? One day, if greater interests are at stake and he chooses to abandon us, would it be worth it? He murmured, as if questioning Jiang Jun, or perhaps himself. Yes, it's worth it. Jiang Jun responded without hesitation, his tone cold and firm. Elder Su was somewhat surprised, looking at Jiang Jun with a hint of doubt in his eyes. You trust him that much? Those motivated by profit are not necessarily devoid of righteousness. If he valued only the former, he wouldn't have stopped the law enforcement department to protect the people of the nursing home that day. Jiang Jun's voice was soft, but his tone was resolute. Elder Su sighed, showing a trace of helplessness on his face. But it's often such people who are the least constrained, acting on their own whims. Jiang Jun did not look at him, picking up the fishing rod from the ground and casting it into the Emerald Lake. Elder Su, you've sat in the elder's seat for so long. It seems you've forgotten the true heart of a warrior. We value clarity of thought and emotions that come from the heart, which is why people like Lu Qing are often the most trustworthy. Those in power are primarily concerned with controlling those below them, and they rarely feel a true sense of belonging to an organization, especially geniuses like Lu Qing. The lake's surface ripples gently as a breeze passes by, carrying a faint earthy scent in the air. Elder Su let out a bitter laugh, furrowing his brow slightly. You seem to be giving me a lesson, but do you think I'm unaware? His face showed a complex emotion that was difficult to describe. You're right, sitting in this position for so long, I have to consider more. The safety of tens of millions at base 15 rests on my shoulders. He shook his head, as if trying to shake off these worries. Enough of this. You've dealt with Lu Qing a few times, so you can handle the negotiations about the mecha with him. After a pause, Elder Su asked, I've heard that your cultivation is becoming difficult to suppress. Have you found a solution? Jian Gongzi's expression was calm, as he gently shook his head. I've searched through the ancient texts of the Marshal Hall and various families. In 2,000 years of the Great Xia, every dual-core individual has met their end when breaking through to the 7th grade master, without exception. His voice was calm, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. Dual-core, as the name suggests, refers to warriors with dual dantians. These individuals are born with dual energy seas, vast in vitality, unmatched in history, and invincible in their realm. In the history of the Great Xia, only 2 such individuals are recorded, the Western Han's champion Marquis Huatsubing and the Western Chu's overlord Xiangyu. Both were dual-core warriors who died young because their bodies couldn't withstand the dual master forces when breaking through to the 7th grade. Jiang Jun is the 3rd dual-core warrior in the new martial era of the Great Xia. It's well known that masters can crush lower realm warriors because they are supported by master forces. Dozens of 3rd-grade warriors might be able to overwhelm an innate, but even 100 martial masters can't defeat a single master. When a master's force is unleashed, all below them are as powerless as ordinary people. However, this formidable force becomes a death sentence for dual-core cultivators. Before the 7th grade, they are invincible geniuses, but when they break through to the 7th grade, the dual forces generated by their dual cores become their poison. No matter how many acupoints they break through or how much they refine their bodies, they cannot withstand the dual forces. Elder Su's expression grew serious, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, if there's no other way, use tools to suppress it for now. The Hall Master has been searching the Misty area for a solution for you for 2 years, and there are also issues with the Beast Sect and the Elder Hall. Once the Hall Master returns, everything can be resolved. Jiang Jun did not respond, his gaze remaining calm and profound as he watched the lake. Suddenly, the water rippled, and a fish took the bait. With a swift pull of the rod, Jian Gongzi brought a 20-pound large green fish out of the water, the droplets shimmering in the sunlight and splashing everywhere. The scene shifts to Base City 16 in the southeastern region, where a luxurious villa stands quietly hidden amidst the bustling city. Inside the villa, an elegantly decorated room is filled with an amorous atmosphere. On a soft waterbed, intertwined shadows are cast by the light. A man in his 30s, skinny to the point of resembling a skeleton, as if desire had hollowed him out, sports flamboyant yellow hair that stands out starkly in the dim light. A sly smile plays on his lips, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. Sweetheart, aren't you afraid your husband will find out you sneak out like this every day? The woman beneath him is stunningly beautiful, her skin as white and delicate as porcelain, with an elegant nose and lips as enticing as roses in full bloom. She smiles alluringly, her voice so sweet it seems to drip with honey. Don't worry, master. He's so busy with his official duties that he doesn't care what I do each day. She tilts her head slightly, her eyes dreamy. And even if he does find out, what can he do? Stop me from seeing you. The man burst into a carefree laugh, his voice filled with mockery and satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Isn't he the golden envoy of the intelligence department? Yet he can't even keep an eye on his own wife? What a loser. Ha 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 ha. He pulled the woman closer, as if trying to merge her into his own body. Sweetheart, you're becoming more and more to my taste. The woman nestled into his embrace, her fingers drawing circles on his chest. Then, master, you must take good care of me. Just then, the door suddenly opened with a click. A middle-aged man, also sporting yellow hair, hurriedly entered. Your Highness, I've found it. The Six Desires King sat up abruptly, cursing. Damn it, who let you in at this time? The henchman with the yellow hair froze, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously as he stammered. Sir, didn't you instruct us to report immediately once we found out who killed our brothers at Station 15? Hearing this, the King of Six Desires narrowed his long eyes dangerously, a cold light flickering within them. He asked coldly, have you found out? Who is it? The henchman hesitated, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the elegant woman nearby. The King of Six Desires followed his gaze and unceremoniously ordered the woman, you leave. Yes. The beautiful woman cast a lingering, slightly disappointed glance as she gracefully swayed her flexible, snake-like waist and left the room. As the door closed, the King of Six Desires' voice turned chilling, as if it were coming from the depths of hell. Speak. Who is it? Is it those bastards from the Marshal Hall daring to touch my people? The henchman's voice trembled as he hesitantly replied. No. It was the Dark Moon King who did it. Dark Moon. The King of Six Desires erupted in fury, his voice roaring like a wounded beast. That madwoman again. That bitch. Tell me, why did she kill our people? I haven't provoked her recently. The henchman, trembling, answered. It seems, those three, trying to make some extra money, killed a few local wealthy merchants from Station 15. Smack. The King of Six Desires, enraged, slammed his hand down hard on the waterbed beneath him. Water splashed everywhere, and the entire bed collapsed into a mess. Damn it, crazy woman. She's a complete lunatic, he cursed vehemently. Killing my people over such trivial matters. She's just like that lunatic King Shura, completely insane. The more the King of Six Desires thought about it, the angrier he became. He continued through gritted teeth. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. What infuriates me the most is that half a year ago, I merely took a college girl by force, and it happened that Dark Moon was at the same base. The result? That madwoman hunted me like prey for 3 days and nights, smashing my beastly body to pieces. I only just recovered last month, and now this happens again. No way. I can't swallow this humiliation. The veins on the forehead of the King of Six Desires bulged as he roared with a menacing expression. His voice echoed throughout the empty hall, filled with anger and resentment. I ask you, do you have any leads on her subordinates? The King of Six Desires fixed his gaze on the yellow-haired subordinate in front of him, his eyes glinting with danger. I'm going to issue a bounty. Do they really think the Six Desires sect is a pushover, easy to manipulate? The yellow-haired subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, racking his brains desperately. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. I remember. Last time during the Dark Moon King's decapitation operation at the Marshal Hall, there was an old folks' home. Although these people are not members of our beast sect, they seem to have a close connection with the Dark Moon King. The key is, they are mostly old, weak, and disabled, easy to handle. Upon hearing this, the King of Six Desires' face lit up with joy, a cruel smile appearing on his grim face. Good. Excellent. Issue a bounty order for the Archbishop, and get all of them for me. Whoever succeeds will be heavily rewarded. However, the yellow-haired subordinate showed a troubled expression and hesitated. Your Excellency, it might be tricky. Most of these people have been moved to Base 14, where the Dark Moon King is personally stationed. Only 7 remain at Base 15, where we can easily act. TCH. The King of Six Desires sneered with dissatisfaction. Fine, 7 it is. This time, I want that damn woman to understand that the Six Desires sect is not something she can manipulate at will. Understood. The yellow-haired subordinate responded respectfully, then withdrew to make arrangements. As the sun set, the last rays disappeared beyond the horizon. Fine rain quietly began to fall, draping a veil over City Base 15. In a cemetery somewhere in the city, a father and daughter stood before a gravestone. The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of rain tapping on the gravestone. The dim streetlights stretched their shadows long and thin, one hunched, the other standing tall. Wang Yu, accompanied by his daughter Wang Chan, approached slowly. Wang Chan held a bouquet of vibrant flowers, fresh with rain droplets, appearing particularly beautiful in the dim light. Chinner, I've brought Chan Chan to see you. These are your favorite flowers. Wang Yu's voice was hoarse, his face etched with deep lines of age and longing. He gazed at the gravestone with a gentle and sorrowful look. Chan Chan, he called softly. Yes. Wang Chan responded obediently, carefully placing the flowers in front of the gravestone. Wang Yu then slowly sat beside the gravestone, his gaze resting on the photograph attached to it. The youthful face of his wife was still clear, her gentle eyes and beautiful features radiating a soft tenderness. Chinner, I have good news. My illness has been cured by a young, skilled doctor the director found. Wang Yu spoke with an aged voice, each word filled with emotion. However, the director and everyone have left base 15, but I don't want to leave. I'm well now. I can take care of Chan Chan and myself. I want to stay and be with you, visit you every month, and talk to you. Beside him, Wang Chan happily chimed in. Yes, I want to come see mommy every month too. A rare smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. Since the incident years ago, when he fled with his daughter, he hadn't smiled like this. The fine rain continued to fall, but the warmth of the father and daughter huddled together added a touch of warmth to the cold cemetery. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps tap, tap, tap approached from behind. Two figures, their faces obscured, wearing blue cloaks, walked towards them. Their steps splashed cold water from the puddles, sending a chill into the air. Wang Yu's eyes suddenly changed, a sharp glint cutting through their murkiness. Ever since he transformed his body and harnessed the power of fierce beasts, his senses had become as keen as a wild animal's, far surpassing those of a fourth-rank martial artist of the same level. Chan, close your eyes. I'll tell you when to open them again, Wang Yu said softly in his aged voice. Okay. Wang Chan obediently closed her eyes, her innocent face showing no hint of suspicion. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yu released a tangible barrier of energy and blood, enveloping Wang Chan and isolating her from the outside sounds. The rain fell diagonally, and the sky was a murky gray. He slowly turned, warily eyeing the two men in blue, a sharpness flashing in his gaze. Whose men are you? Wang Yu asked in a deep voice, already aware that the blue robes signified deacons of the Hundred Beasts sect. He was probing to find out which faction they belonged to. Although the four red-robed leaders of the Hundred Beasts sect served the same pope, they were constantly embroiled in factional disputes. The sudden appearance of these two clearly signaled ill intentions. Old man, survive this first. Then you can ask, one of the blue-robed deacons sneered, his tone dripping with contempt and murderous intent. Before the words had even settled, 8 sharp, purple-black bony protrusions burst from the man's back, resembling spider legs. A fierce aura of a fifth-rank beast martial artist emanated from him. Simultaneously, the other blue-robed deacon was not to be outdone. His muscles rapidly expanded, and his hands sprouted thick black fur, transforming into massive bear paws. The aura of another fifth-rank beast martial artist surged forth. The two exuded a menacing killing intent as they advanced toward Wang Yu. His face grew solemn, aware that even with his beast-modified body, his peak fourth-rank strength was no match for both opponents. The wisest course of action would be to unleash the full power of his mechanical beast form and escape, clinging to a slim chance of survival. Yet, as Wang Yu's murky gaze fell upon Wang Chan behind him, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. He knew he had no choice and let out a low growl. Then let's see. In an instant, Wang Yu's beastly form erupted. The mechanically modified octopus tentacles, engineered by Qing, were unleashed with a thunderous roar. His human arms transformed visibly into mechanical tendrils glinting with cold light, extending to 7 or 8 meters long, embedded with intricate metal components, and thrashing wildly in the air. The surface of the tentacles was covered in fine, scale-like structures, each one gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. Interesting, a mechanical beast body. The Rain Deacon with spider-like appendages remarked with a flicker of excitement and greed in his eyes. Left hand for you, right hand for me. Ha ha ha. The bear-transformed brute Deacon roared as he charged forward. His massive bear form thundered across the ground, sending rain flying and causing the earth to sink with each step. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Bang! One of Wang Yu's metal tentacles swung fiercely at the brute Deacon. The latter sneered, his terrifying bear form erupting with immense strength as he clasped the tentacle tightly with both hands. Too weak, the brute Deacon taunted, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. Let me chop this old guy down. Steward Yu laughed wildly as he leaped. 8 dark purple spider spears slashing like blades toward Wang Yu's mechanical tentacles. In that critical moment, Wang Yu's eyes flashed with fierce light, and he growled, "Amplify kill." The level 3 excellent quality mechanical limbs erupted instantly, with a 35 blood energy boost surging like a tide. Wang Yu's blood energy skyrocketed from over 80,000 calories to more than 100,000. The tentacles, previously suppressed by Steward Man, suddenly unleashed in astonishing force, shaking off the opponent and striking toward Steward Yu like lightning. The screech of metal clashing filled the air. Steward Yu hurriedly crossed his 8 spider spears for protection, clearly not expecting his old rival to suddenly exhibit the blood energy of a 5th-grade early-stage expert. While he focused on the frontal attack, another of Wang Yu's mechanical tentacles snaked stealthily from behind, aiming straight for his back's vital point. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Facing two high-level opponents, he knew that only by relying on the amplification effect of his mechanical beast body, feigning weakness and then catching them off guard, did he have a sliver of hope. Watch out, Steward Man shouted sharply, a hint of shock in his eyes. However, the warning came too late. The knife-like metal tentacle pierced through the air, and with a flash of cold light, it swiftly penetrated Steward Yu's back. Green blood spurted like a fountain, and Steward Yu's face twisted in agony and fury that he could not contain. You old bastard, you deserve to die. Steward Yu roared, his aura suddenly surging. A bizarre crimson aura burst from him, the blood-burning secret technique exploding instantly, elevating his cultivation to mid-fifth grade. The 8 spider spears slashed wildly at Wang Yu's other mechanical tentacle, the terrifying power sweeping over, leaving the metal surface covered in scars and parts flying off. Get off! Wang Yu roared in pain, his blood energy surging. He flung Steward Yu away with all his might. Steward Yu used the force to stab his 8 spider spears into the ground, landing steadily, his eyes flashing with malice, his voice icy cold. Damn it! You forced me to use the secret technique. Stop playing around, kill him now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the 8 spider spears behind Steward Yu suddenly exerted force, propelling him forward like an arrow. At the same time, Steward Man transformed into a bear shape, stomping the ground like a small mountain charging at Wang Yu. The gap between innate 4th and 5th grades was like a chasm. Even with the mechanical beast body, Wang Yu had a slim chance against one 5th grade opponent, but facing two, hope seemed non-existent. Yet, when he instinctively glanced back at his daughter Wang Chan, a look of determination appeared on his face. The three clashed, blades and shadows flashing, energy waves surging. Under the combined assault of the two 5th grade blue-robed figures, Wang Yu's blood energy quickly depleted, his beast body severely damaged, mechanical components falling off in large pieces. Finally, with a massive crash, Wang Yu's body was slammed to the ground by Steward Man's heavy bear paw. His bones were shattered, his breathing labored, lying in the mud barely alive. At that moment, the blood energy barrier surrounding Wang Chan suddenly dissipated. Wang Yu struggled to lift his head, his gaze fixed on his daughter, and he painfully uttered a few words. Run, run. Hearing her father's call, Wang Chan finally opened her eyes. As she took in the brutal scene before her, a fearless anger ignited in her once clear eyes. Wang Chan rushed forward without hesitation, her small, pale fists pounding relentlessly on the brute steward standing over Wang Yu. Monster, let go of my dad. Let go of my dad, she screamed, her eyes brimming with defiant tears. Run, run. Wang Yu's voice was hoarse, his heart aching. However, Wang Chan turned a deaf ear. To a girl of only 7 or 8 years old, all she saw was her beloved father being bullied. She couldn't be afraid. She had to fight back. The brute steward laughed heartily, her ordinary punches landing on him like a gentle breeze, causing no pain. Ha ha, turns out she's just a fool. Nearby, the rain steward's eyes gleamed with lechery, and he sneered darkly. But she is quite the looker. This old man dared to cross me, so I'll take his daughter as compensation. At 30, Wang Chan was in the prime of her attractiveness, and her youthful attire added to her allure. How dare you? Wang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, his voice filled with despair and fury. Old fool, still barking. The rain steward seethed with rage, a sharp spider spear slicing toward Wang Yu's shoulder. In an instant, his right mechanical arm fell to the ground. Ah! His agonized scream pierced the sky. I love that sound. The rain steward sneered coldly. Soon after, the brute steward's face lit up with excitement as his massive bear-like hand tore off Wang Yu's other mechanical arm from his shoulder. Ah! Another heart-wrenching scream followed, but this time, Wang Yu seemed to have lost consciousness from the pain, appearing on the brink of death. His vision blurred, and all he could see was a hazy image of Wang Chan. Her face slowly overlapped with the lively little girl from his memories. It was as if he was back on the day his daughter was persecuted by the teacher. He had stormed into the school in anger, but no one believed him, and the school protected the scoundrel. Later, he had no choice but to take the case to the Marshal Hall. The scene shifted to him, leaving the courtroom in despair. The Marshal Hall's enforcement department had found the scoundrel not guilty, releasing him on the spot. As he walked out, all he could hear was the scoundrel's unrestrained laughter. Finally, it was as if he returned to the day he killed the man with his own hands. He had waited outside the school gates for a whole day and night. Suddenly, a withered hand grabbed him from behind. The young Wang Yu turned and saw his older self. The elderly Wang Yu rasped, "If you kill him, there's no turning back." Wang Yu remained silent, but in the next moment, his daughter's joyful laughter seemed to echo in his ears. The young Wang Yu shook off the old hand, his dagger glinting in the night as he charged forward. At 9:30 p.m., Qing rode his beloved scooter back to the sanatorium from Deep Blue. The cool evening breeze brushed against his face, bringing a refreshing sensation that matched his joyful mood. Today's achievements filled him with delight. Not only had he signed a contract to launch the nano repair patches, but he had also gained control over Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals. As a leader in the pharmaceutical field at Base 15, Deep Blue's advanced technology and equipment could meet the needs of nanomedicine production with just minor modifications. Lu Qing felt secretly pleased and expectant, knowing he was close to completing the 1000 piece KPI and fulfilling the system's tasks. In less than 2 months since arriving in this world, he had achieved his initial goals, amassing billions in wealth and securing innate power. He was now both influential and wealthy. A blueprint for the future unfolded in his mind, gradually developing divine-level medical technology, expanding his reputation, enhancing his strength, and accumulating more wealth. He couldn't help but imagine. Could he become the richest and most powerful person in Xia? This thought almost made him laugh out loud. Beep beep. He pressed the scooter's horn, the sound crisp in the night. Soon, the familiar entrance of the sanatorium appeared before him. After a busy day, Lu Qing planned to indulge himself. Recently, Xiao Mo and her friends had learned a massage technique, and he decided to personally experience it to ensure its effectiveness and uphold the sanatorium's reputation. Parking his scooter steadily in its designated spot, Lu Qing walked briskly into the shop. However, the scene before him made him frown slightly. Several uniformed guards were pacing around the entrances of the rooms, with personnel from the inspection and law enforcement departments among them. A sense of unease seemed to pervade the air. Lu Qing pushed open the door to a room, where he saw Jiang Qi, a silver officer, along with another silver officer from the law enforcement department. On the ground lay 6 bodies, quietly wrapped in white cloth on stretchers. As Lu Qing's gaze swept over them, his eyes trembled. These were the elderly from the Youfu nursing home. Mr. Su, who loved playing chess with Mr. Zhang, the elderly couple who enjoyed badminton, and Mrs. Li, who always joked with Wang Chan. Familiar faces now lay cold and lifeless. When Lu Qing's eyes fell on a body with missing arms, his breath caught. It was Wang Yu. The body's arms were mangled, horribly disfigured. One seemed to have been severed by a sharp weapon, while the other looked as if it had been torn off. Lu Qing recalled using 3rd-grade metal for Wang Yu's beast body modification. With Wang Yu's peak 4th-grade cultivation, he couldn't have been defeated so easily unless faced with a mid-5th-grade opponent. The differing wounds suggested multiple attackers. Lu Qing's expression darkened, but he remained composed and stepped forward to ask, "What's going on here?" Jiang Qi's eyes brightened upon seeing Lu Qing return and quickly explained, "Lu Qing, you're finally back. Here's the situation. Starting this afternoon, we received multiple reports of homicides. Upon arriving at the scenes, we found all the deceased were connected to the old Youfu nursing home. Their deaths shared a common trait. Their beast bodies were destroyed in a brutal manner. We brought them here hoping you could examine the bodies for any clues." Lu Qing maintained a calm demeanor, crouching down to gently cover Wang Yu with the white cloth. Just then, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, choice triggered. Your patients have been brutally murdered. How will you choose? Option 1. The deceased are gone. Quickly acquire higher-level medical skills to prevent future tragedies. Reward, 1 Shin-level item. Option 2. This is a challenge to the divine medical path. Retaliate. Task coordinates, 7 Knights Bar. Reward, 10 pieces of 6th-grade Flood Dragon Steel. Dr. Lu, have you discovered anything? The silver officer from the law enforcement department asked urgently, his tone revealing anxiousness. Previously, Officer Luo had been reprimanded by the elders, affecting the entire department. They had finally traced the connections of these old cases, only to find the individuals had either left the base or been murdered. Lu Qing simply shook his head lightly, offering no response. At that moment, another stretcher was brought into the room. On it lay the corpse of an elderly hunchback, yet chillingly, it was headless. The neck's severed edge was smooth, as if cleaved by a sharp blade. Lu Qing's divine eye activated instantly. Patient, Zhang Shun. Age, deceased. Cultivation, early 5th grade. Symptoms, beast body forcibly damaged, blood loss leading to death. This was Mr. Zhang, who had played chess with him. System, select option 2. As the 7th body was slowly brought in, it felt like a heavy stone weighing down on Jiang Qi and the Enforcer's silver envoy. Their faces turned ashen, a flicker of despair in their eyes. For days, they had been running around the city like headless chickens, only to discover that everyone from the Youfu nursing home had already been relocated, as if they had vanished into thin air. After much effort, they finally tracked down 7 individuals still at Base 15. Just as this glimmer of hope emerged, it was brutally extinguished by reality. 7 cold bodies, 7 precious lives, and 7 crucial leads were now forever silent. This sudden blow left everyone present stunned, especially the members of the Enforcer Department, whose faces were ashen, as if the sky had fallen. The Enforcer's silver envoy, suppressing his inner sense of defeat, asked hoarsely, "Dr. Lu, are you certain there aren't any clues to be found from these bodies?" There was still a glint of unwillingness in his eyes. Lu Qing shook his head slowly, his tone so indifferent it bordered on cold. Judging solely by the method of murder, there's nothing unusual. However, he harbored a secret. Through his mystical vision, he clearly saw that the two strongest killers were innate 5th-grade beast warriors. Among the other killers, there were 4th and 3rd-grade beast warriors, with varying levels of strength. Qing chose to conceal the truth for complex reasons. Firstly, he didn't want the Marshal Hall to intervene and disrupt his plan to visit the 100 Beasts sect's base. Secondly, he didn't fully trust the authorities, knowing that departments like enforcement, surveillance, and intelligence had their own hidden agendas. Furthermore, the incident where the Dark Moon escaped the Elder's siege reminded him to keep some cards close to his chest. With a plan in mind, Qing decided to explore the mission coordinates alone. With mechanical puppets at his disposal, he wouldn't need to risk himself, which was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Jiangqi took a deep breath and bid farewell to Qing with a bow. In that case, we will take our leave. Although these people are dead, the case must continue. Elder Su has issued a strict order that any past grievances must be clarified, and no blemish can remain on the 15th Division. His tone was firm, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Understood. They all responded in unison, their voices loud, but unable to conceal their heavy hearts. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa, brilliantly lit, revealing every corner in detail. Young Master Jian, Jiang Jun, lounged on a soft sofa, his coffee-colored silk pajamas highlighting his aristocratic elegance and composure. His features were well-defined, exuding an intoxicating charm. Two mute maidservants in cheongsams stood by Jiang Jun's side. One gently massaged his shoulders, while the other attentively kneaded his legs. Their skilled movements provided an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. Seated across from Jiang Jun was a middle-aged man in a dark brocade robe, his demeanor commanding, with an air of authority. He was a significant figure from the Jiang family, the foremost martial arts family of Base 7 in the Southwest District. Like the Chun family of Base 15, the Jiang family was a formidable force, wielding great influence in the martial arts world. The Jiang family is a prestigious and powerful clan, boasting figures of the 7th-rank Grandmaster level, commanding respect and awe like a mighty dragon dominating the southwestern region. Within this formidable family, Jiang Mingzhong, the 5th direct son of the current family head, has reached the 6th-rank martial arts master level, holding a position of high esteem. At this moment, Jiang Mingzhong stands in Jiang Jun's villa, the air thick with tension. Jiang Jun speaks coldly, his voice like ice. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm not keeping you for dinner. These words caused Jiang Mingzhong's brow to furrow, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. As an elder of the family and a 6th-rank martial arts master, he is usually treated with great respect. He responds in a deep voice, Jiang Jun, I am still your elder. It's one thing if you don't address me as 5th uncle, but how can you be so rude and disregard the rules? Jiang Jun remains expressionless, as if he hasn't heard. Jiang Mingzhong seethes with anger but suppresses it, remembering his purpose for coming. He patiently says, Jun, the family has heard that a medical prodigy at Base 15 has created a mechanical limb that enhances vitality in a special type of armor. It's said this person works under you. Before he can finish, Jiang Jun interrupts with a cold laugh. Go back and tell those old folks that at their age, they should enjoy their twilight years instead of indulging in unrealistic daydreams. They'd be better off focusing on their cultivation, lest their lifespan runs out, and no amount of praying will help. How dare you? Jiang Mingzhong can no longer contain his anger, slamming the table as he stands. Gritting his teeth, he says, Jiang Jun, don't think that just because the palace master supports you, you can disregard the family and act recklessly. Besides, the palace master has been gone for 2 years, and only your elders in the family truly care for you. He continues, do you think Su values you for any reason other than your connection to the Jiang family, which benefits Base 15 and enhances his power? That young man, Qing, is your subordinate. If you offer him enough benefits, there's nothing that can't be negotiated or obtained. Lowering his voice, he adds with a hint of threat, Jun, I've heard your cultivation has hit a bottleneck and is becoming hard to contain. Only the family's 100 refinement tower can help you with that. You wouldn't want to truly alienate the family, would you? Jiang Jun slowly raises his head, his deep eyes devoid of emotion, his voice calm, yet chillingly oppressive. Are you threatening me? Jiang Mingzhong smiles slightly, not confirming or denying. He trusts that Jiang Jun is smart enough to know what choice to make. Jiang Jun gestures, and 2 maids in cheongsams bow and leave the room, leaving only him and Jiang Mingzhong. He speaks coldly. First, the reason the family supports me, a collateral descendant, is clearer to you than it is to me. Second, the 100 refinement tower was acquired by me in exchange for 2 items of the same level. If you want to take it back, return those items to me. Third, stop targeting Qing. He has someone watching over him that the Jiang family can't afford to offend. You're dismissed. With that, Jiang Jun rises and walks towards the door. Jiang Mingzhong stands there, his face alternating between shades of red and white, looking extremely displeased. He hadn't expected Jiang Juni to be so impervious to persuasion or threats. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Jiang Mingzhong exclaims, sweeping his sleeve as he storms out of the villa. As he steps outside, he sees Jiang Qi approaching, seemingly in a hurry to report something. Upon seeing Jiang Mingzhong, Jiang Qi quickly bows, Fifth Master. Humph. Jiang Mingzhong doesn't even acknowledge him, merely snorting before walking away. Jiang Qi, accustomed to this, thinks to himself. Every time someone from the family visits, they come with an air of superiority. But whoever leaves with a smile. Jiang Qi entered the study, his gaze falling on Jiang Juni. He tentatively asked, Second young master, has the family sent someone this time because of your cultivation level? Jiang Juni's lips curled into a mocking smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. If they were truly that considerate, Lu Qing would be offering free medical treatment. His tone shifted, turning cold. Speak, what's the matter? Jiang Qi dared not delay, and quickly bowed to report. Those involved in the old case of the Youfu home for the elderly have recently met with misfortune. The law enforcement department is continuing the investigation, with by phone overseeing it. Jiang Juni's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. A thoughtful look flashed in his deep eyes as he asked in a calm voice, Who did it? Jiang Qi appeared troubled, hesitantly replying. We asked Lu Qing to examine it, and he found no clues. The initial inference is that it might be related to the internal affairs of the beast sect. Heh. Jiang Juni let out a meaningful chuckle. He can see through the elusive methods of the Dark Moon assassins, yet he can't discern the cause of these 7 deaths. Jiang Qi was taken aback, suddenly enlightened. Ah, that's right. Lu Qing has that ability, but why would he conceal the truth? These cases involve the high ranks of the Marshal Hall. He should have reported truthfully, without any concealment. Please, second young master, guide me. He quickly bowed in utmost respect. Jiang Juni spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. If it truly is the work of the beast sect, then naturally, he has gone for revenge. Jiang Qi grew increasingly puzzled, his brows furrowed. Then he should inform us of the truth. How can he ensure his own safety alone? According to the records, the beast sect's base has at least a 5th rank innate expert stationed, and he is only at the 3rd rank. What if he has the capability to kill a 5th rank expert? Jiang Juni asked nonchalantly. Jiang Qi was stunned, disbelief written all over his face as he exclaimed, how is that possible? Jiang Juni's gaze was piercing, as if he could see through all illusions. He can wield a mecha to defeat Ling Xiao, who is at the 4th rank, with ease. How can you be sure he doesn't have other means to deal with a 5th rank expert? During the last mission, who exactly killed Peng Qing and Ling Xiao? Jiang Qi's eyes suddenly brightened. The shock on his face deepened as he seemed to grasp something, blurting out, I mean nothing. Jiang Juni interrupted him, his tone as calm as ever. The deaths of Peng Qing and Ling Xiao are settled, and the mission is complete. There is no need to speak more of this to outsiders. I understand. Jiang Qi immediately nodded in agreement. He knew well the second young master's intention, clearly to protect Lu Qing. He had already noticed the second young master's unusual attitude towards Lu Qing, but didn't expect him to value him so highly. His thoughts raced, and he shifted the conversation, speaking with concern. If the opponent not only has 5th rank experts, but also 6th rank. Hearing this, Jiang Juni was slightly taken aback, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the study like a phantom. As night fell and the city lights began to glow, the city was enveloped in a hazy neon glow, a blend of noise and silence creating a surreal nocturnal landscape. A bar named 7 Nights flickered with a seductive glow in the night, with the faint sounds of deafening music and the clamor of people emanating from within. In the dimly lit bar, the air was thick with a pungent mix of smoke and alcohol, while the deafening music crashed against the eardrums like relentless waves, quickening the pulse and stirring the blood. Following the coordinates provided by the system, Lu Qing navigated through the bustling crowd to a shadowy corner where darkness nearly swallowed everything. A few flickering neon lights barely outlined the surroundings. In this murky setting, he waved his hand gently, causing a subtle ripple to spread through the air. In an instant, a level 2 mechanical puppet materialized before him. Its metallic body gleamed with a cold sheen under the faint light, though this coldness was swiftly obscured. Lu Qing had meticulously prepared for this, employing human-like technology to transform the puppet's metal exterior into a lifelike flesh and blood form. This technology, well established in modern medical systems, was mastered and optimized by Lu Qing through his eye of the machine, successfully applying it to the mechanical puppet. Through the visual and auditory systems installed in the puppet, Lu Qing could monitor everything it saw and heard in real time, as if he were there himself. He controlled the puppet, now appearing as a middle-aged man in his 30s, to stride confidently toward the bar's entrance. However, as soon as the puppet approached, vigilant security guards stopped him, informing him that non-members were not allowed inside. Undeterred, Lu Qing directed the puppet to quietly circle around to the back, seeking an opportunity to slip in unnoticed. Once inside, the air was thick with a potent mix of hormones, alcohol, and perfume. The puppet casually found an empty seat, but its gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner. There sat a burly man, whose image was transmitted clearly to Lu Qing's mind through the visual system. Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat as he realized that this man was one of the culprits responsible for the murder of several grade 5 beast martial artists. Even more shocking was the sight on the table in front of the man's severed head, neither fully human nor entirely beast, with two curved horns atop it. One horn had been crudely snapped off, leaving a jagged, chilling break. Despite the head's beast-like transformation, Lu Qing recognized the familiar face beneath its distorted features. His heart nearly stopped. It was old Zhang. Swallowing his shock and fury, Lu Qing continued to observe the terrifying scene through the puppet's eyes, while calculating his next move. The steward raised his glass, the amber liquid glistening enticingly under the light. He tipped his head back and downed it in one go, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a rush of fiery pleasure. In his other hand, he tightly gripped the curved horn of old Zhang's grotesque head, holding it aloft like a trophy. Huh, old man. Weren't you quite fierce when you went berserk? Yet you still fell to me. The steward sneered with disdain and pride, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, relishing their looks of awe and reverence. A young man with dyed yellow hair stepped forward, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, his voice dripping with flattery. Master Steward, your strength is formidable, taking down a 5th rank innate with ease. Surely, His Majesty will favor you. Ha! The steward laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the bar, making ears ring. He could already envision his prosperous future. This bounty was personally ordered by the Lord of the 6 Desires, and with his efficient execution, the reward for the 6th rank beast body was as good as his. Breaking through to the 6th rank and rising to the position of the purple robe chief was just around the corner. With this thought, he couldn't help but lift the head in his hand to examine it closely. The twisted visage appeared to him as a marvelous work of art, making his heart race and blood surge. The steward suddenly stomped on the table, the wooden surface creaking under the strain. He held the head high, like a general reviewing his troops, and shouted in his rough voice, "Brothers, when I become the purple robe, I'll lead us to become the largest faction of the 6 Desires at base 15. Our motto is..." The atmosphere ignited instantly. Everyone in the stronghold raised their bottles, faces filled with fervor and admiration. If fortune smiles, do not forget. If fortune smiles, do not forget. Their shouts rose and fell, converging into a deafening roar that crashed through the bar, as if it would lift the roof. Satisfied, the steward surveyed the room, convinced his leadership skills were more than enough for the purple robe chief position. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he noticed an unfamiliar face in the corner, seemingly indifferent to his rousing speech. The crowd followed their leader's gaze, directing their attention to the corner. The young man who had just praised the steward immediately jumped out, striding over to the stranger with a hint of anger on his face, and loudly reprimanded. "Hey, newcomer, don't you know the rules? Who's your head?" However, before he could finish, an abrupt change occurred. The stranger's body suddenly began to heat up, turning red as if a volcano was erupting inside. The human skin and flesh melted away under the intense heat, dripping to the floor with a sizzling sound, the air thick with the smell of burning. In an instant, a cold metallic skeleton was revealed, glinting with a ghostly light in the dim room. As it was exposed, bang! The mechanical puppet swung a fist, whistling through the air, aiming directly at the young man's face. Although the young man was a 3rd-rank beast warrior, facing the 1,000 Hz mechanical force of a level 2 puppet, combined with the burning effect of Lu Qing's fire-attributed metal, he was in a dire situation. Whoa! A shout pierced through the bar's clamor. Caught off guard, a young man was struck in the chest by a powerful punch. He staggered back as flames suddenly erupted atop his head. His flamboyant blonde hair instantly turned into a sizzling torch, filling the air with the nauseating stench of burnt hair. What kind of monster is this?" The young man screamed in terror, his voice laced with disbelief. The crowd around him seemed frozen in place, eyes wide, mouths agape, faces etched with shock. Even the usually composed steward, man, squinted his eyes, staring intently at the suddenly appeared level 2 mechanical puppet, a strong sense of unease rising within him. The mechanical puppet's eyes glowed a sinister red, its mechanical head slowly rotating as if scanning every person present. Its metallic voice rumbled, issuing a low murmur. 1 5th grade, 3 4th grade, 53rd grade. Good, no 6th grade. This statement acted like a fuse, igniting the crowd's fury in an instant. What the hell is this? The young man with singed hair struggled to his feet, pointing at the mechanical puppet, yelling hoarsely, "Damn it! Guys, get it!" Before his words had fully left his mouth, another deafening crash echoed. The bar's door was violently smashed open, sending wood splinters and glass shards flying like rain. A massive figure crashed heavily to the ground. It was the gatekeeper of the stronghold. Following this, a deep blue mech emerged slowly from the shadows, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The mech's surface shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure. The mech raised its arm and gave a gentle wave. A faint glow flickered from a space ring, and two mechanical puppets appeared out of thin air, one silver white, the other light blue. Level 5 Thunder Puppet, Level 4 Water Control Puppet, someone exclaimed. As these two mechanical puppets appeared, the air in the bar seemed to freeze. A powerful oppressive force spread out, making it difficult for everyone present to breathe. Man's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed a formidable threat from these two puppets. His heart raced, palms sweating, as he struggled to suppress his unease, asking in a low voice, "Who are you people? Do you know whose territory this is?" Inside the mech, Lu Qing's gaze fell on the severed head of Zhang Shun, held by Man. The mech's eyes gleamed with a piercing cold light as he issued a chilling command, "Kill them all." No sooner had he spoken than the two Level 4 and Level 5 puppets seemed to receive the order, emitting a low mechanical growl as they shot forward with astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers no time to react. "How dare you!" roared a 4th grade beast warrior. His eyes widened, and with his mid-4th grade cultivation, he unleashed over 30,000 cards of blood energy, without reservation. He charged toward the Level 4 puppet like a blazing fireball, his momentum overwhelming. However, the Level 4 puppet moved even faster. It flickered like a specter, appearing behind the beast warrior in an instant. Then, a heavy punch was launched. The punch carried 50,000 hertz of mechanical force, descending like a mountain on the beast warrior's back. A sharp crack echoed the sound of bones shattering. The metal fist then pierced straight through his chest, blood gushing out, staining the puppet's metal arm red. The 4th grade beast warrior's face froze in disbelief as he looked down at the gaping hole in his chest. Even in his final moments, he couldn't comprehend how a respected 4th grade expert of the beast sect could be killed so effortlessly. Typically, the vitality of a 4th grade warrior ranges between 20,000 and 50,000. However, Lu Qing's puppets consistently reached the peak of this range, rivaling the pinnacle of 4th grade. With casual indifference, the Level 4 water-controlling puppet tossed the corpse aside as if it were mere trash. Suddenly, blue light radiated from the puppet's surface, and a peculiar energy wave rapidly spread from it. Thousands of bottles in the bar shattered in response, and a myriad of colorful liquids converged in the air, forming a vibrant water dragon. Simultaneously, moisture in the air visibly condensed, swiftly transforming into a torrential river that flooded the entire Seven Knights bar. At that moment, an ear-splitting thunderclap erupted. The silver Level 5 puppet unleashed a dazzling display of lightning, arcs of electricity dancing wildly with crackling sounds echoing throughout the venue. The air was thick with the smell of burning, as if the space itself was being torn apart by the violent electrical force. In the next instant, lightning flickered in the palm of the silver puppet, spreading along the water flow throughout the bar. The relentless buzzing of electricity filled the air, enveloping the entire space in a storm of lightning. "No, spare us." The followers of the Six Desires sect were terrified, struggling desperately, only to find their legs as heavy as lead, their bodies trapped as if in quicksand. The water seemed to have a powerful suction, holding them firmly in place. Then, the lightning flashed, carrying a destructive force that pierced through their bodies. Screams rang out, but were abruptly silenced. In a mere 5 seconds, 53rd grade followers and 2 other 4th grade warriors were all killed by the raging lightning. Not a single person was left alive in the stronghold. It was a complete annihilation. "You!" Steward Man's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage and desperation, like a beast that had lost its mind. As the only 5th grade strongman, he barely withstood the Level 5 mechanical lightning attack. Yet he was still left paralyzed by the terrifying electricity, with his combat ability reduced to nearly nothing. Blood-burning secret technique. Explode. Steward Man roared, his body undergoing a shocking transformation. Muscles bulged, veins protruded, and hair grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic black bear. In his beast form, Steward Man let out a sky-shaking roar. The silver puppet's eyes flashed with silver light, the intricate patterns on its forehead glowing brightly with lightning arcs. Its arms spread wide, pulling the electricity like chains, quickly forming 2 over tunderlong lightning spears between its palms. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lightning spears tore through the air with a piercing shriek, carrying the momentum to destroy everything as they fiercely struck towards Steward Man. With a swift, lightning-like strike, 2 thunder spears pierced through the massive, beastly body of the steward, pinning him to the wall by his shoulder blades. The once formidable creature instantly became a struggling, anguished beast, its wails echoing throughout the bar. "Roar! Oh, let me go!" The steward's intimidating aura crumbled in an instant. His once arrogant demeanor vanished. Now he resembled nothing more than a pinned, lifeless dog, futilely writhing. "Withdraw." Lu Qing's voice was cold and indifferent, resonating within the bar. At his command, the energy surrounding the fourth-level water control puppet dissipated, turning the raging torrents within the bar into vapor, dispersing into the air. Lu Qing walked forward slowly, stopping in front of the steward pinned to the wall. The once arrogant figure now trembled, speaking like a coward. "Please, spare my life. Please let me go." Ignoring his pleas, Lu Qing turned to the table where Zhang Xinyan's head rested. The beast-like face was a mix of agony and ferocity, as if recounting the sufferings of his past life. "Mr. Zhang, you spoke of others, but what about yourself?" Lu Qing asked softly. "Me?" Mr. Zhang's voice was hoarse and low. "I killed an entire family. That ruthless. Back then, I was ill and needed a lot of money for surgery. My son borrowed money from his company for it. Later, to repay the debt, my son and daughter-in-law both worked there," Mr. Zhang recounted painfully. "But the boss wasn't as kind as we thought. He coveted my daughter-in-law." Mr. Zhang continued the grim tale. "One day, he had my son tied up in his office and violated her in front of him. She was over 4 months pregnant at the time. That day, my son was beaten to death, and my daughter-in-law didn't survive either. 2 lives lost. After a long time, my health improved, and I surpassed my previous limits, so I sought revenge. That boss had a family of 5, 2 elderly parents, a couple, and an 8-year-old son. I spared none." With a snap, Mr. Zhang's voice ceased, accompanied by the sound of a chess piece being placed on the board. Lu Qing reached out, gently brushing Zhang Xinyan's cheek, closing his weary eyes. Then he turned to face the steward pinned to the wall, his deep eyes calm and unruffled. "There's another 5th rank. Where is he?" Lu Qing asked coldly. The steward trembled all over, a desperate will to live igniting in his eyes. I know where he is." His voice was laced with tears. "If you spare me, I'll tell you anything. Yes, I studied medicine. If you tell me, I can heal your wounds," Lu Qing said calmly. The steward clung to this glimmer of hope, eagerly saying, "He's at the night hotel 2 kilometers away, room 7205. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the arm of the frost mech suddenly raised, its fist forming, delivering a terrifying blow that exploded the steward's head. Blood sprayed like mist. "Sorry, misdiagnosed. I can't heal you, so you can die." Lu Qing's voice was cold and resolute, marking the end of this brutal revenge. With a wave of his hand, Lu Qing made over 50 corpses vanish, storing them in his spatial ring. Without a backward glance, he turned and left the stronghold of the 100 Beasts cult, his steps steady and resolute. In room 7205 of the night hotel, Steward Yu lounged on a soft sofa, a cigarette slowly burning between his fingers. The swirling smoke surrounded his face, which held a hint of ecstasy, as if he were lost in some blissful state. An unsettling aura filled the room. On the bed lay the naked body of a woman, Wang Chan. Her skin was marred with shocking scars, growing cold as the warmth left her body. Her chest lay still, her breath long ceased. Steward Yu's gaze swept indifferently over the corpse, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Blame your father for not knowing his place. If he had obediently accepted his fate, you wouldn't have suffered like this," he said with a playful tone. The wound on his back, inflicted by Wang Yu's mechanical claws, still throbbed, fueling his resentment. Suddenly, the room's lights flickered and plunged into darkness. Steward Yu's brow furrowed as he grew wary. A light out? In a 5-star hotel? At that moment, a pair of silver eyes lit up in the darkness, arcs of electricity dancing across them with an unsettling brilliance. Realizing something was amiss, Steward Yu's expression changed drastically. "Who's there?" he shouted, tensing his muscles, ready for anything. Boom. A burst of blinding lightning erupted from the level 5 thunder automaton, illuminating the room like daylight. Before Steward Yu could react, the automaton punched forward, delivering a blow with the terrifying mechanical force of a top-tier 5th-grade power, straight to his chest. Steward Yu's pupils constricted as he let out a piercing scream. His body flung back like a cut kite, slamming into the wall before crashing to the floor. The attack was so swift, he couldn't even begin to respond, as if their power levels were on entirely different planes. A powerful sense of impending doom surged through him, and he instinctively tried to fight back. "Beast blood ignition secret art. Explode," he shouted. With several sharp sounds, 8 deadly spider spears burst from his back, his aura surging rapidly to mid-5th-grade levels. Yet, the thunder automaton, unfeeling, lifted its foot and stomped down on his back. As Steward Yu struggled to rise, he was mercilessly pinned to the ground, like an ant crushed underfoot. Pooh! Blood spurted from his mouth as his face turned pale. Sizzling. The sound of electricity crackled again, and the room's lights flickered back to life. Lu Qing, clad in his frost armor, stepped into the room. He approached the defeated enemy, looking down at him with cold detachment. Who are you?" Steward Yu asked weakly, his voice barely audible. Lu Qing did not respond. Instead, he reached out and grasped one of the spider spears protruding from Steward Yu's back. With a burst of strength, he snapped it off. "Aha!" The beast warrior's beastly body was fused with his own flesh, akin to losing a limb. For Steward Yu, it was as if Lu Qing had torn an arm from his body. His scream of agony echoed through the room. Snap! Another sharp sound as the second spear was broken. Amidst the anguished cries, Lu Qing, expressionless, continued to wrench each of the 8 spider spears from Steward Yu's body, one by one. The room reverberated with his endless, tormented wails. Under the absolute suppression of the level 5 mechanical puppet, Steward Yu was as helpless as a fish on a chopping board, left to Lu Qing's mercy. The room echoed with his painful groans as he nearly fainted from the agony. The 8 spider spear in Lu Qing's hand glinted with a cold, chilling light as he unwaveringly aimed its tip at Steward Yu's throat. Shoo! The dull sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated as the 8 spider spear precisely punctured Steward Yu's throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, mingling with the strong scent of tobacco. Steward Yu's eyes widened as his life swiftly ebbed away until his last breath ceased completely. Lu Qing gazed down at the corpse at his feet, his anger unabated. He raised the spear again, stabbing repeatedly. Shoo! 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 He only stopped when Steward Yu's face was a bloody mess. At that moment, a crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Choice completed. Reward. Level 6 Dragon Steel 10 pieces. Delivered. Lu Qing ignored the notification. Without a word, he waved his hand, causing Steward Yu's body, the level 5 Thunder Puppet, and the Frost Mech to vanish, stored in his space ring. He turned to look at Wang Chan, who lay quietly on the bed. The soft ceiling light bathed her in a holy glow. Lu Qing approached the bed, carefully dressing her in the tattered clothes, then gently stored her in his space ring. Sigh. A sigh echoed in the room, seemingly blending into the warm light. Lu Qing pondered. If a healer's duty is to save lives, then what is the purpose of a killer? Revenge? He thought not. The sigh seemed to drift into the warm light, like a girl's gentle smile. Just as Lu Qing was about to leave, he froze. Standing silently at the hotel room door was Jiang Juni, the sword master, dressed in white. His handsome, chiseled features were highlighted by one eye open and the other slightly closed, silently observing his subordinate. Lu Qing was momentarily speechless, feeling exposed yet unsure how to explain. However, Jiang Juni didn't wait for him to speak, and simply said, "Come with me, there's something." With that, the sword master turned and left, as if he hadn't seen anything. As night fell, a solitary villa stood in the center of the base. Suddenly, a radiant flying sword sliced through the night sky, landing steadily in the garden. Jiang Juni stood tall, gracefully descending. Lu Qing followed, dismounting the jade sword. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed as 2 mute maids in cheongsams approached, their movements graceful and light. They carried exquisite trays with fresh fruits and crystal-clear beverages. Sit. Jiang Juni lounged lazily on a comfortable recliner, casually plucking a glistening grape and tossing it into his mouth. Lu Qing glanced around, taking in the opulence. The marble floor gleamed with a soft sheen, and the precious rosewood emitted a faint woody fragrance. He found a seat, marveling internally. The god of wealth truly lives up to his name. The living standards here rival even the Chun family of the first family. Although Jiang Juni's villa was not as expansive as the Chun estate, it was well equipped, brimming with treasures. Reclining, Jiang Juni waved his hand, and a softly glowing approval order appeared, gently landing on the table. "This is the reward Elder Su promised last time. Just sign it." Lu Qing's interest was piqued as he picked up the approval order. His eyes scanned the title, and his pupils immediately contracted. It read, "Approval for granting all access rights to Jinfeng Mountain." Jinfeng Mountain? The Marshal Hall intends to give the largest metal mine resource of Base 15 to him? Such a generous reward. Lu Qing was stunned, staring incredulously at the approval order in his hand. The Jinfeng Mountain Range, the most prominent repository of metal resources in the southeastern region, stretches across the land like a slumbering dragon. It falls under the jurisdiction of Base Number 15, with its majestic main peak surrounded by over a dozen secondary peaks, extending for thousands of miles. The mountains are rich in treasures, with metal veins scattered throughout. The main peak remains mysterious and undeveloped, rumored to be home to a formidable Tier 7 beast, exuding an intimidating presence. The other peaks have long been exploited by the Marshal Hall, yielding resources worth billions annually. The mountain boasts a variety of ores, including rare minerals like red copper, refined iron, purple gold, and secret silver. Lu Qing was excited at the thought of privately owning this mountain, envisioning an endless supply of metal resources. Elder Su's gesture was like a timely gift. However, Lu Qing was not naive. He knew that opportunities don't just fall from the sky without reason, and the Marshal Hall was certainly not a charity. Instead of rushing to sign, he turned to Jiang Juni with an inquisitive gaze and asked seriously, "Boss, does Elder Su have any other instructions?" Jiang Juni raised an eyebrow, seemingly aware of Lu Qing's thoughts, and replied frankly, Yes. Elder Su hopes you can create a fully equipped mech special unit for the Marshal Hall. Mechs. Lu Qing immediately understood the implication. It must have been the impressive performance of the exoskeleton mech in the previous battle against Ling Xiao that caught the attention of the higher-ups. Lu Qing frowned and said, "Boss, these mechs are costly to build, requiring a lot of time and resources." Jiang Junyi smiled slightly. "Don't worry, the Jinfeng Mountain is an extra reward. The cost for the mechs will be paid separately, you won't be shortchanged." Hearing this, Lu Qing beamed. He grabbed a pen and flamboyantly signed his name on the document, cheerfully asking, "How many sets does Elder Su need?" "At least 300, not needing to reach the innate level, just able to match tier 3. Jiang Junyi replied calmly. Jiang Junyi understood that Lu Qing's mechanical expertise was closely tied to the martial artist levels. Throughout Xiao, while the high-end combat power of humans and beasts was comparable, the humans were far outnumbered by the beasts in the middle and lower tiers. This was the very reason the beast tides were so terrifying. Once the high-end human forces were occupied, the beast tides could ravage the base cities unchecked. However, Lu Qing's mechs, after rigorous testing, could crush any beast within the same realm. Equipping 200 Tier 3 Marshal Hall warriors with them would create a formidable force against the beast tides, effectively neutralizing the threat that left humanity helpless. Days passed swiftly. As the morning sun rose, casting its golden rays over base number 15, this steel giant, the streets were bustling with activity. Lu Qing leisurely rode his beloved electric scooter through the crowd. Although he had agreed to build the exoskeleton mech unit for the Marshal Hall, this task would have to wait for now. Right now, the Nano Repair Patch project is of utmost importance. Lu Qing rode her pink electric scooter with a Hello Kitty design and came to a steady stop in front of a skyscraper. This towering building pierced the sky with its hundreds of floors. Sunlight glinted off the all-glass facade, reflecting a dazzling brilliance that showcased the perfect blend of modern technology and architectural artistry. At the top of the building, the words Deep Blue Pharmaceutical Group were emblazoned in gold, exuding an extraordinary aura. Two security guards, recognizing the iconic pink scooter, enthusiastically approached her. Lu Qing casually tossed her keys to one of them, saying, "Charge it up for me." The guard respectfully caught the keys and replied, "Of course, chairwoman." Lu Qing entered the building and took the elevator straight to the conference room. The spacious, bright room featured a minimalist yet luxurious decor that complemented the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the city. Around the long conference table were neatly arranged comfortable chairs. Already gathered were Deep Blue's CEO Feng Xiaoyan, Tianqing Group's chairman Xiao, Xintai Group's chairman Li, and the president of the First Martial Arts Association, Shen Ao, all waiting for Lu Qing's arrival. Chairwoman Lu is here. Everyone stood to welcome her with smiles. Feng Xiaoyan quickly approached and respectfully reported. Chairwoman Lu, the final nano-enhancement process you instructed for the production line has been successfully completed. We have prepared 1,000 units, each of grade, A grade, and grade repair patches. As he spoke, he carefully laid out 3 samples on the table. These are samples of the 3 different grades for your review. Lu Qing was impressed by the efficiency of these industry leaders. With the combined expertise of these 3 major companies, their technology had reached the pinnacle of this era. With just a little guidance and the integration of Shinji technology, they could create the revolutionary nano repair patches, leading a medical revolution. She examined the 3 samples on the table. Each was about 5 or 6 centimeters square, with a surface covered in intricate patterns, gleaming with a metallic sheen that exuded a sense of high technology and sophistication. Lu Qing activated her Shinji eye, quickly scanning them before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent quality. With these words, everyone felt relieved and pleased. Lu Qing's approval meant the repair patches could officially enter the market, and they were thrilled at the prospect of the impending financial windfall. Lu Qing turned to Shen Ao and asked, "President Shen, the First Association controls the 15th base martial artist sales market. What are your thoughts on the initial launch of the nano repair patches?" Shen Ao smiled confidently and replied, "I do have a plan. Recently, there's a popular actress named Wang Luofei who's quite the sensation right now. We could hire her as a celebrity martial artist spokesperson to leverage her fame and quickly establish the product's market presence." "That's a great idea." Chairman Li and Chairman Xiao applauded the suggestion. Feng Xiaoyun, however, appeared slightly hesitant. "Well, from what I know, Wang Luofei is quite unique and rather independent compared to other artists." "Haha, President Feng worries too much. With our joint effort, what entertainment company could refuse us?" Shen Ao replied confidently. Meanwhile, in an office at Huachin Entertainment Company, manager Wang Jie sat upright. Suddenly, she received a phone call and was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. "Tianqing Group, are you saying you want Luofei to endorse a medical product?" Wang Jie's voice trembled more and more. You're Chairman Li from Shintai Group? What? Also endorsing a repair patch?" Her voice was now fragmented. The First association. President Shun wants Luo Fei to endorse? Wang Jie was completely bewildered, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Shintai, Tianxing, and the First Association all approached Luo Fei, asking her to endorse the same product? Wang Jie could hardly believe it, as if she had heard a fairy tale. Her eyes widened, clutching the documents in her hand unconsciously, her heart racing. These three are giants within the base city, capable of causing a stir with just a stomp. Their simultaneous approach was no small matter. Wang Jie's mind raced, pondering the significance behind this. What was so special about this so-called mysterious repair patch that it could cause such a commotion? She had a vague feeling that this might be an astonishing business opportunity. Not daring to delay, Wang Jie quickly grabbed the phone on her desk, her fingers swiftly dialing a familiar number. Quick, notify Luo Fei. Ask her to come over immediately. Her tone was filled with urgency and excitement. About half an hour later, the office door was gently pushed open. A tall, elegant woman walked in. It was Wang Luo Fei, the popular star of Base City 15. Today, she wore a simple white long dress adorned with a few elegant orchids, looking like a celestial maiden who had mistakenly entered the mortal world, ethereal and serene. Her features were exquisitely carved, her eyebrows like paintings, her nose and lips perfect. Wang Luo Fei was not only a stunning star, but also a formidable third-grade martial artist, a rarity in the entertainment industry. She came from an ordinary family. Her parents passed away in a car accident when she was young, leaving her to raise her younger brother alone. Her achievements today were entirely due to her own hard work. Luo Fei, come, sit here. Wang Jie, usually assertive, was all smiles, warmly welcoming her. In this world of fame and fortune, an artist's status is closely tied to their popularity. Newcomers in the industry rely on the company's resources and connections, but for top stars like Wang Luo Fei, the company must carefully maintain the relationship, wary of upsetting this cash cow. Wang Luo Fei sat gracefully on the sofa and got straight to the point. Wang Jie, I have a schedule to catch this afternoon. Why did you call me back in such a hurry? Her voice was as clear and beautiful as a stream striking a stone. Wang Jie was so excited she was nearly incoherent, gesturing wildly. Luo Fei, great news. Shintai, Tianxing, and the First Association, these three giants have all come to us, specifically asking for you to endorse a new product. They want you to showcase the product's miraculous effects in a citywide live broadcast. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Wang Luo Fei's serene face. The three giants coming together was indeed extraordinary. She pondered for a moment and asked, when is their scheduled live broadcast? Tomorrow. It's set for tomorrow, and the program will be live for 3 consecutive days. Wang Jie's tone was urgent, fearing they might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So soon. Wang Luo Fei's brow furrowed slightly, her cool eyes looking at Wang Jie. Wang Jie, you promised me that after today's schedule, I could take a vacation. Wang Luo Fei sat in her office, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Her manager, Sister Wang, was earnestly trying to persuade her. Luo Fei, I know you're worried about your brother, but this project is too significant to pass up. The offer they're making is equivalent to an entire year's hard work. It's hard to turn down Huaqing Corporation. Sister Wang's face was full of concern as she continued. How about this? You agree to the project now, and you can always visit your brother later. I promise to get you a longer vacation next time so you can spend more time with him, okay? Wang Luo Fei remained silent, sitting quietly. She wasn't a child anymore. She could see through such empty promises. Her thoughts drifted back to last year's college entrance exams. On that day, her brother Wang Luoding was attacked by a first-tier peak beast during the examination. Although he was lucky to survive, he lost his legs forever and had to rely on a wheelchair. To provide him with the best treatment, Wang Luo Fei worked tirelessly, getting him admitted to the city's central hospital. However, the limitations of medical science made the hope of her brother walking again seem distant. Recently, she had heard rumors from within the Marshal Hall about mechanical limbs. It was said that these high-tech prosthetics could restore mobility to disabled individuals, making them even stronger than before. At that moment, Wang Luo Fei felt a glimmer of hope and was eager to get her brother treated. However, reality hit hard. As a famous star, she seemed insignificant in front of the Marshal Hall. She exhausted all her connections and resources, only to be told that the rehabilitation center's surgeries were booked until next year. The slots were filled by internal members of the Marshal Hall, influential martial arts families, and top-tier elites. Despite being a popular actress earning millions, she couldn't secure a single surgery slot amidst these powerful figures and had to wait patiently. But time was of the essence. Her brother was only 19, and if he could stand again by the end of the year, he could reapply to university next year. With his talent and determination, getting into a martial arts university was highly likely. But if he turned 20, the university would no longer accept him, ending his martial arts journey. Seeing Wang Luo Fei's prolonged silence, Sister Wang quickly spoke again, her tone a mix of urgency and reassurance. Luo Fei, I know you're anxious. Don't worry, I promise to secure a surgery slot for you this year, no matter the cost, okay? Just then, the phone on Sister Wang's desk rang, breaking the silence in the room. The sudden ring annoyed Sister Wang. Her mind was preoccupied with convincing Wang Luofei, leaving no room for phone calls. She pressed the speaker button impatiently and asked, "Who is this?" "Hello, this is Peace Rehabilitation Center, directly under the Marshal Hall," said a gentle female voice on the other end. "This is Dr. Su Ting. We'd like to invite Ms. Wang Luofei from your company to endorse a new medical product. Can we discuss this?" Upon hearing this, Sister Wang and Wang Luofei froze, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief. That afternoon, Sister Wang decisively canceled Wang Luofei's last scheduled engagement. The reason was exhilarating. After an in-depth discussion with the Ping'an Rehabilitation Center, they made an exception and agreed to fast-track Wang Luofei's brother for a prosthetic limb surgery, scheduled for the same day. This news was like music to Wang Luofei's ears. Even more surprising to her was that the medical products, a collaboration of 3 major corporations, were produced by the Ping'an Rehabilitation Center. This realization completely dispelled her hesitation about endorsing the center and instead ignited a strong desire to represent the rehabilitation center and the genius doctor. In the VIP room of the City Center Hospital, sunlight streamed through the large windows, illuminating the bed. A young boy with delicate features lay quietly, his lower body under the covers flat in a heart-wrenching way. This boy, Wang Luoting, who had lost both legs, was Wang Luofei's younger brother. "Sis, why are you here? Don't you have work today?" Wang Luoting looked up at Wang Luofei, his face breaking into a sunny smile, though it couldn't hide a trace of bitterness and loneliness. Wang Luofei walked to his bedside, leaned over, and peeled an apple for her brother, her voice filled with irrepressible joy. "Because today is a very happy day." "A happy day? What happy day?" Wang Luoting looked confused. For someone who had lost his legs, the term happy day seemed distant. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. The door opened, revealing a senior martial arts doctor from the hospital, respectfully guiding a young girl into the room. Behind her, 2 young women in caregiver uniforms, equipped with mechanical limbs, quietly followed, pushing a basic mechanical surgical assistant device. "Miss Xiaoma, here we are." The senior doctor smiled ingratiatingly. Xiaoma had gained fame and become Lu Qing's capable assistant, responsible for all primary mechanical surgeries at the Ping'an Rehabilitation Center. Through diligent study, she not only mastered the essence of primary mechanical surgeries, but also advanced to become a first-rank martial artist. To save time, she personally brought 2 caregiver sisters to perform the surgery for Wang Luoting. "Sis, who are they?" Wang Luoting looked at the 2 women with mechanical limbs, his eyes filled with disbelief and joy, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Mechanical limbs had been his only hope of standing again since he learned of their existence. Xiaoma approached Wang Luofei, smiling. "Miss Luofei, please rest assured that your brother is in good hands. The mechanical surgery will be completed shortly. Now, we need you to sign this surgical agreement to confirm." "Yes, yes, thank you so much." Wang Luofei was overjoyed, signing her name on the agreement without hesitation, showing no airs of a celebrity to the Ping'an Rehabilitation Center staff. Xiaoma nodded gently, and the 2 caregivers then pushed Wang Luoting's hospital bed, following the hospital director towards the operating room at a slow pace. 5 hours passed quietly. With Xiaomo's current level of skill, installing a first-class mechanical limb takes about 2 hours. However, since Wang Luoting needed both legs installed, it took longer. In the hallway outside the operating room, Wang Luofei waited quietly, her hands tightly clasped, her eyes occasionally glancing at the tightly shut door. Despite her confidence in the technical capabilities of the Peace Rehabilitation Center, a faint trace of worry lingered in her heart. Suddenly, a soft click broke the silence. The door to the operating room slowly opened, and Xiao Mo appeared first at the entrance. Following closely behind, Wang Luoting stepped out with a pair of sleek black metal mechanical legs. Each step was accompanied by a subtle buzzing sound, as if technology and life were harmoniously resonating together. These mechanical legs gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, their lines smooth and futuristic. Astonishingly, they were perfect first-class mechanical legs, boasting a 10 enhancement in vitality. For Wang Luoting, still a high school student, this was nothing short of a divine gift. A 10 increase in vitality was on par with the full power of the wild bull strength technique. It's worth noting that when Lu Qing took the college entrance exam, he had only mastered the first volume of the wild bull strength, achieving just a 5 vitality increase. If Wang Luoting were to repeat a year and take the exam again, he would undoubtedly crush the competition and emerge as the top scorer. The boy's face was lit with uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration, his eyes shining with the light of a new beginning. Wang Luofei's face also broke into a smile of immense gratitude. Her brother had finally stood up again. At exactly 8 p.m. that evening, during prime time, the The central broadcasting station, television station, and major media platforms of Base 15 simultaneously released several explosive news stories. These announcements were like bombshells, instantly igniting the entire internet and quickly dominating every corner of the trending lists. The top 5 news headlines on the trending list were prominently displayed. 1. Miracle worker Lu Qing strikes again. New medical product launching tomorrow. 2. Peace Rehabilitation Center unveils new medical product, endorsed by Wang Luofei. 3. Shocking revelation. New nano repair patch. A collaboration by the First Association, Qing Group, Shintai Group, and Deep Blue Pharmaceutical Group. 4. Genius Dr. Lu Qing appointed chairman of Deep Blue Pharmaceutical last week. 5. 20 consecutive hot topics, all related to Lu Qing without exception. On the most popular Wooing platform, the comment sections for these trending news stories had already exploded. The enthusiasm of netizens erupted like a volcanic outburst. Lu Qing? Is that the Lu Qing who invented mechanical limbs? Wow. Dr. Lu's new work is bound to be another groundbreaking medical product. Can't wait. They got Goddess Luofei to endorse it? Full marks for this move. My anticipation is through the roof. I can't wait. I really want to know how effective this repair patch is. I'm ordering 100 of them. Comments from netizens poured in like a tidal wave, each one brimming with anticipation and admiration for Lu Qing and the new product. In the eastern continent, human civilization stands like an island amidst the vast wilderness. 18 base cities serve as beacons, illuminating the lands dominated by fierce beasts. The wilderness covers 80% of the eastern continent, with beast populations hundreds or even thousands of times greater than that of humans. This perilous wilderness is divided into 6 levels, each representing a different degree of threat. The white low-risk zone is the outermost area, where beasts of levels 1 to 3 roam, making it an ideal training ground for 1st to 3rd grade martial artists. Further in is the yellow medium-risk zone, inhabited by level 4 to 5 beasts, where only 4th and 5th grade innate experts dare to tread. Deeper still lies the orange high-risk zone, dominated by level 6 lord beasts that command hundreds of thousands of beasts and control vast territories. Only 6th grade martial masters have the courage to enter this dangerous area. The red extremely high-risk zone is even more terrifying, home to level 7 overlord beasts that command millions of beasts, capable of launching beast tides and ruling over territories spanning 1,000 miles. Only 7th grade martial grandmasters dare to challenge them. The Black Forbidden Zone is the 5th level of the wilderness, the domain of level 8 beast kings. There are only 7 such beast kings across the eastern continent, each representing a Black Forbidden Zone. Only those with the strength of the 4 great elders of the Marshal Hall dare to venture there. Finally, the 6th level is the Mist Zone, with only 3 such areas across the eastern and western continents. Legend has it that level 9 beast emperors reside in these mysterious and unknown regions. Since the founding of the new martial era of Xia, only the current master of the Marshal Hall has ventured into one of them. At this moment, a live broadcast capturing the attention of an entire city is underway in the white low-risk zone on the outskirts of Base 15 in the southeastern wilderness. The camera focuses on the celebrated martial artist Wang Luofei. She is dressed in a black martial arts outfit that perfectly accentuates her graceful figure, with her slender waist and long, straight legs on full display. Beside Wang Luofei, 4 strikingly handsome young men draw attention. They are members of the popular boy band, Wudong Qianquan, under Huachin Entertainment, each possessing 2nd grade martial prowess and boasting over 8 million online fans. They seized this opportunity to ride the wave of popularity, having pulled every string to secure this valuable chance from their company. The organizers, Deep Blue, paid little heed to this, as Wang Luofei was undoubtedly the star of the broadcast, with others merely adding to the spectacle. At the back of the group, 2 cameramen lugged heavy equipment, sweat trickling down their foreheads. Leading the way was a weathered-looking middle-aged guide, also a 2nd grade martial artist, who vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Unbeknownst to the others, a hidden innate expert dispatched by the First Association followed, skillfully avoiding the cameras. His mission was to protect the team in secret, with the sole instruction from Shunao being to demonstrate the maximum effectiveness of the nano-healing patch. As long as Wang Luofei's life was not in danger, he need not reveal himself. The core task of this broadcast was to continuously seek out beasts for combat in this white low-risk zone, showcasing to the public the miraculous healing effects of the nano-healing patch. At that moment, the middle-aged guide suddenly halted and turned to Wang Luofei, saying, "Miss Luofei, the lair of a level 3 brown bear beast is just 2 kilometers ahead." The voice of the middle-aged guide broke the silence of the group. As a seasoned wilderness guide, he was well acquainted with the terrain of this area. Their first target was a tier 3 brown bear beast that roamed the region. "Are we finally there?" One of the members of the Wudong Qianquan group couldn't hide his excitement, his voice full of anticipation. "This is our moment to shine." As dawn broke, Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows in the forest. The group moved through the thick woods, the air filled with the damp scent of earth mingled with the faint musk of the ferocious beast. Meanwhile, the citywide live broadcast was flooded with comments. Oh my god, Luo Fei's first target is a tier 3 beast. Isn't that too risky? With Dr. Lu's medical products backing her, Luo Fei must be confident. Those 4 boy band members are only at the second grade peak. Where do they find the courage? You must be out of the loop. The Wudong Qiankuan group became famous last year when they teamed up to kill a tier 3 red tiger during a wilderness livestream. A few minutes later, Wang Luofei and her group arrived near the beast's lair. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, and several large boulders piled up to form a natural barrier. Deep inside, a huge shadow could be seen. A massive brown bear beast was sleeping soundly. Heavy breathing echoed through the tranquil forest. Suddenly, the tier 3 brown bear beast seemed to sense human presence and abruptly opened its eyes, glowing with menace. Those pesky humans, disturbing my slumber again. It roared towards the sky, its voice shaking the surroundings like an avalanche, causing the nearby trees to tremble. Let us handle this. The 4 members of Wudong Qiankuan shouted in unison, charging forward like arrows, their battle cries amplifying their presence. However, the bear's reaction speed was astonishing. It swiftly swung a powerful paw, and before they could execute their strategy, the 4 were sent flying. Ugh! One member arched through the air and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. He looked at the middle-aged guide in disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be a tier 3 initial stage beast? How is it at the mid-stage? The middle-aged guide was bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. This can't be right. Just then, another slightly smaller female brown bear emerged from the depths of the lair, exuding the same powerful tier 3 aura. The middle-aged guide suddenly understood. Ah, I see. Bear beasts can accelerate their growth through dual cultivation. No wonder this male bear advanced so quickly. It found a mate. The live broadcast chat exploded with comments. I told you, those flashy guys are unreliable. What Wudong Qiankuan? They're just show-offs. Look, Luo Fei is taking action. On screen, Wang Luofei moved with the grace of a swift leopard, charging towards the 2 brown bear beasts. Roar! Roar! The earth-shaking roars of 2 third-tier brown bears echoed through the air, their eyes blazing with fury. These weak human women dared to challenge them. However, Wang Luofei showed no fear as she engaged in battle with the fierce beasts. Her energy surged like a rainbow, her moves were fierce, and she held her ground effortlessly. The innate expert observing from the shadows raised an eyebrow. Oh, he thought to himself, this young girl has some impressive talent. In most people's minds, martial arts stars were nothing more than showy figures, all flair and no substance. Yet, this girl had a solid martial foundation, fighting 2 beasts of the same tier alone with ease, truly worthy of admiration. In the live stream, the audience was completely captivated by the thrilling scene. The chat was flooded with comments. Wow, she's incredible. Truly a goddess. But she's still fighting 2 at once. This doesn't look good. Don't jinx it. Oh no. The goddess is really injured. She can't hold on much longer. Just as the viewers were holding their breath for Wang Luofei, the female brown bear saw an opening and struck with its claw. The sharp claws cut through the air, tearing Wang Luofei's clothing at her abdomen. A ghastly wound appeared on her snow-white, delicate skin, and blood gushed out, staining her clothes red. At this critical moment, Wang Luofei suddenly produced a small metallic patch, about half a palm in size. This thin, intricately patterned patch glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. It was the grade nano repair patch developed by Lu Qing, capable of instantly healing injuries inflicted by third-tier strength. With a snap, Wang Luofei decisively crushed the nano repair patch. Instantly, the patch transformed into thousands of metallic nanoparticles, spreading rapidly across her skin as if they had a life of their own. The terrifying wounds healed at a visible speed under the repair of the nanoparticles. In no time, her skin was restored to its original smooth, unblemished state, showing no signs of injury. Then, with a burst, Wang Luofei's body once again erupted with pure energy, as if she had been reborn. She was fully revitalized. Her eyes were more determined, her aura more fierce, as if she had gained a new lease on life. The middle-aged guide witnessing this miraculous event was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, exclaiming in disbelief. Is this the new medical product from the 4 major companies? It can instantly heal a third-tier martial artist's injuries? That's incredible. Nearby, for idols who had hoped to ride the wave of attention were now deflated, like eggplants hit by frost. They exchanged glances, their faces full of shock and a sense of defeat, realizing the vast gap between themselves and true strength. His face was filled with awkwardness and shame. He had hoped to seize the spotlight, but instead, he became a mere background. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with the audience's enthusiasm erupting like a volcano. Oh my god, has the goddess come back to life with full health? Is this the new product developed by Dr. Lu? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's like a game glitch. Infinite healing, how can anyone fight against that? This is insane. With this, can't we just sweep through the wilderness? The chat surged like a tidal wave, with some even kneeling in front of their screens, claiming to witness a miracle. However, the situation in the wilderness took another sharp turn. Just as Wang Luofei had taken down two fierce beasts of the same level, the intense sounds of battle attracted an even bigger problem: a pack of ferocious wolves. 40 to 50 gray wolves emerged from all directions, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, like ghostly flames surrounding everyone. Although these gray wolves were only at the early and mid-second tier, their numbers were overwhelming, and they were fearless. Once entangled, one would be caught in an endless war of attrition, the most terrifying presence in this low-risk area. Martial artists below the innate level who encountered them would find it nearly impossible to escape death. Facing the crisis, Wang Luofei remained calm. She quickly pulled out several grade nano repair patches from her pocket and distributed them to her team. As for herself, she charged towards the largest third-tier gray wolf leader like an arrow leaving the bowstring, displaying heroic determination and fearless courage. The middle-aged guide accepted the nano repair patch, sensing the strange energy within, and a determined look flashed in his eyes. "Let's go for it," he muttered. The four male team members, feeling the suffocating pressure from the dense pack of gray wolves, tightened their grip on the nano repair patches and braced themselves to join the fight. The battle erupted instantly. In less than 3 minutes, the ground was littered with wolf carcasses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Wang Luofei and her team were also covered in wounds, bleeding and looking shocking. However, each time they crushed in a grade nano repair patch, the wounds inflicted by the second-tier gray wolves healed rapidly before their eyes, becoming as good as new in an instant. The nano repair patches were like an overpowered cheat, granting them near immortality. The gray wolf pack was utterly terrified by this bizarre scene, having never encountered such tenacious opponents. Some of the more cowardly wolves began to retreat, tucking their tails and fleeing in panic. Goodness, why won't these humans die? Are they even human? Wolves are known for their unity, and for them to flee from battle, their opponents must appear completely unbeatable. This breathtaking scene was captured clearly by the photographer, who was positioned in the center of the group and heavily protected, documenting this epic battle between humans and beasts. The livestream audience surpassed 30 million, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. On screen, several second-tier martial artists showcased their prowess in the wilderness, effortlessly taking down packs of gray wolves. The viewers were left in awe, exclaiming in the comments, "Wow, what a godlike maneuver! How can second-tier martial artists handle wolf packs so easily?" The nano repair patch is like a cheat code. With it, it's like having multiple lives. This is unbelievable. I want to go to the black restricted zone and wreak havoc too. From today, I'm a diehard fan of Dr. Lu. This star-studded martial artists exploration livestream turned into a nationwide celebration lasting 3 whole days. On the first day, viewership reached an astounding 35 million, soaring to 50 million on the second. By the third day, it broke the 80 million mark. The entire base city number 15 was captivated by this event, with discussions about the nano repair patch and Lu Qing buzzing in every corner. Meanwhile, the stadium at Star Martial University was packed. A giant screen hung in the center, displaying the thrilling highlights of the final day. Goddess Wang Luofei, with an astonishing record of 21 third-tier beasts hunted in 3 days, perfectly concluded this citywide sensation as the product's ambassador. This achievement immediately electrified the crowd. Even the most elite martial artist teams could only manage to hunt 10 third-tier beasts in 3 days. The official Marshal Hall team might handle 15 at best. Yet Wang Luofei alone, leveraging the unlimited life extension of the nano repair patch, shattered the limits of human martial artists. Thousands of martial arts students in the audience waved glow sticks, shouting themselves hoarse. "Invincible goddess. Dr. Lu is amazing. The nano repair patch is a cheat, forever the best. Buy it, buy it, buy it. I'm going to buy it all." Feng Xie and Xiao Bin were also in the crowd, watching Wang Luofei's heroic presence on the screen, their faces full of shock and excitement. Xiao Bin rubbed his eyes hard, incredulous. Wow, old Lu has really become a big shot. What has he been through these past 2 years? Feng Xie listened to the deafening cheers around her mind swirling with thoughts, unable to express them all at once. After the live stream ended, Deep Blue Pharmaceutical Group CEO Feng Xiaoyan took the stage. Standing tall, he held the microphone, his voice booming. "Hello students, I'm Feng Xiaoyan from Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals. I'm thrilled to be here today. To develop the nano repair patch, the group needs more pharmaceutical talents, which is why I'm here today." Feng Xiaoyan's brief and powerful opening reignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Hearing that Deep Blue Pharmaceuticals was recruiting, students majoring or minoring in pharmaceuticals all looked eager to apply. Those interested in applying for an interview, please come up and register with our staff. Deep Blue looks forward to your joining. As soon as Feng Xiaoyun finished speaking, a wave of students surged forward, eager to reach the stage. Nearby, a roommate excitedly grabbed Feng Xia's arm. Xia, look at all those majoring and minoring in pharmaceuticals going up. You're the top student in our pharmacology class. Come on, let's go. There are so many people. Just then, Feng Xiaoyun, having finished his speech, slowly put down the microphone and walked directly towards a certain direction. All the students' eyes followed him, looking up at this successful figure with a mix of reverence and envy. Feng Xiaoyun approached Feng Xia, a gentle smile on his face, slightly bowing as he spoke courteously. Hello, Miss Feng. The chairman asked me to take you to join Deep Blue after today's event. At these words, her roommate and surrounding classmates all widened their eyes, their mouths agape in shock. The day after the live broadcast, a buying frenzy swept through the martial arts malls of Base 15. The nano repair patches were officially launched, with prices clearly listed: grade at 100,000 yuan, a grade at 500,000 yuan, and grade at 2 million yuan. The staggering prices caused quite a stir, but memories of Wang Luofei's impressive performance in the wilderness quickly made people see the value. Instant full recovery. It's like having an extra life, someone exclaimed. Indeed, this wasn't just a healing product, it was a strategically significant resource. Crowds surged in, both online and offline, filling every space. In just 2 days, all 3,000 nano repair patches were sold out. If not for the queues in the physical stores, they might have sold out in half a day. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office at the Tianqing Group headquarters, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Chairman Xiao lounged lazily on a wide sofa, accompanied by a female secretary in professional attire. They whispered softly, the atmosphere charged with subtle tension. Chairman Xiao, you're so naughty. The secretary teased, tracing circles on his chest with her delicate fingers, her eyes dreamy. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door startled her. She quickly straightened her disheveled clothes, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Chairman Xiao cleared his throat with a few coughs. Ahem, what is it? A finance staff member entered, standing respectfully in front of the desk to report. Chairman, the proceeds from the nano repair patches project have been received. The first association has transferred the funds. A total of 1.8 billion yuan. Chairman Zhao's previously lazy gaze sharpened instantly. He sat up straight, his voice filled with incredulous excitement. So fast? Less than 2 days, and it's all sold out. The sales speed had completely exceeded his expectations. 3,000 high-priced nano repair patches sold out in such a short time. He realized he had underestimated the market appeal of the product and Lu Qing's technical prowess. 2 days, netting 1.8 billion. Chairman Xiao muttered to himself, his heart racing, blood pumping. Even after deducting various costs, Tianqing Group could net at least 1 billion. And this was just the result of 2 days. Chairman Xiao felt like he was going insane. It was faster than a money-printing machine. An uncontrollable excitement surged through him, his mind racing with the limitless possibilities behind this astonishing profit. Xiaodong sat in his spacious office, his eyes fixed on the financial data on his computer screen. As the numbers continued to change, he could hardly contain his excitement. If this pace of earning could be maintained, Tianqing Group's total assets were set to double in just 2 or 3 years. Finally, Xiaodong couldn't suppress his joy any longer and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed through the office, causing the decorative paintings on the walls to tremble slightly. His attractive secretary, startled by the sudden laughter, nearly dropped the file she was holding. Meanwhile, in the office of Shintai Group, Li Dong was also staring at his computer screen. He looked at the newly received funds of 180 million. A smile of undisguised delight spread across his face. This large sum was undoubtedly a booster for Shintai Group. However, the smile on Li Dong's face soon faded, replaced by a hint of bitterness. He sighed softly. Sigh? The money just came in, and now it's going to fly away again. Besides shareholder dividends, he had to hand over most of the profits to his wife at home. Thinking of this, Li Dong couldn't help but mock himself. The dignified chairman of Shintai, living such a hard life. But Li Dong quickly composed himself. With Dr. Lu's nano repair patch project and its astounding earning speed, he believed that one day he would turn the tables. His eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, as if he could already see a bright future. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. Li Dong picked it up and saw that the caller was his only beloved son. His brow furrowed, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Hello. Li Dong answered the call. Dad, I've got my eye on a new car recently. Can you transfer me 30 million? I want to buy it. Came his son's familiar and headache-inducing voice from the other end. Li Dong's expression instantly darkened, and his voice was tinged with suppressed anger. You spendthrift brat, another car? How many have you bought this year already? Dad, this one's different, his son replied, filled with excitement. It's a limited edition sports car from the Western continent. Only 18 units worldwide, with just 5 exported to our country. Imagine how cool it would be if I drove it. Will that make you proud too? Humph. Idle play leads to ruin. Li Dong reprimanded. Do you have any idea how much your lousy company has lost? All you do is eat, drink, and play, neglecting your duties. How can I ever trust you with the family business in the future? Hey, 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 I've been giving it my all, his son defended himself. Hmm? Relying entirely on parents, Li Dong sneered. Silence from the other end. Get lost. Li Dong was so angry, he nearly smashed his phone. He took a deep breath, quietly opened his banking app, and transferred 30 million, watching his account balance plummet from 32 million to 2 million, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart. At the same time, in a tranquil training room of the First Association, Shun Ao sat cross-legged. The walls were embedded with crystals emitting a soft glow, and the air was thick with spiritual energy. With each breath, the surrounding energy surged into his body like a tide. After a long while, Shin Ao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He felt the powerful energy within him, his mid-level 6th grade cultivation now more robust and solid than before. At that moment, a senior member of the association gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, walked in slowly. Bowing respectfully, he said, President, the dividends from Dr. Liu, Deep Blue, Shintai, and Tianqing companies have all been transferred. Our first association share is a total of 360 million. Shin Ao nodded slightly, responding calmly, I see. Shin Ao nodded slightly, his expression unchanged as he asked, how much more do I need in personal assets to purchase the Pazone pill? His voice was calm, but a flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The Pazone pill, a precious elixir that helps martial artists break through to the 7th grade Grandmaster level, can only be crafted by the official Marshal Hall. It requires the Suzaku Elder of the Elder Hall to use the power of Li Fire to condense the Nanming Li Fire, which refines the body's aptitude. Each Pazone pill is a strategic resource, with an 80 success rate of breaking through to the 7th grade, and it costs an astonishing 30 billion daxia currency. However, money alone isn't enough. To qualify for purchase, a martial artist must complete a designated task for the Marshal Hall after breaking through, such as exploring a highly dangerous red wilderness area. Failure to comply with this rule means the Elder Hall will personally retrieve everything, even if one becomes a Grandmaster. A senior member of the association respectfully answered, President, your current account shows total assets of 25.6 billion daxia currency. You're still 4.4 billion short of qualifying for the Pazone pill. All right, you may leave now. Shin Ao waved his hand, signaling the person to exit. The senior member bowed and quietly left the training room. After the person left, a fervent gleam appeared in Shin Ao's eyes. Based on the association's usual annual earnings, it would take him at least 6 or 7 years to save enough to purchase the Pazone pill. But now, with a 10% share from the Lu Qing Nano Repair Patch project, it would only take a little over a year to accumulate the 30 billion needed, granting him the eligibility to apply for the Pazone pill. The 7th grade Grandmaster level is a realm many dream of reaching in their lifetime, a pinnacle that remains out of reach for most. Shin Ao's heart was filled with anticipation and desire. Meanwhile, at the Pinyin Rehabilitation Store, Lu Qing's gaze was fixed on his phone screen, staring at the long string of numbers in his account. With a ding, a notification sounded. Wu Fu Bao credited 2,520 million yuan. At that moment, Lu Qing was stunned, somewhat dazed. Wow, am I really this rich? 2.52 billion. This figure is something that 90 of innate experts can't earn in a lifetime of hard work. Various thoughts quickly flashed through Lu Qing's mind. With this massive sum, he no longer had to worry about the cost of purchasing materials. He recalled how he used to save on expenses by asking old Shah to buy metal materials through black market connections. Now the situation was different, and he calculated to himself. Applying directly to the Marshal Hall for purchases is the most convenient and efficient way. I'll find time to apply for some level 5 metals from the Marshal Hall and upgrade the frost armor to level 5. And I need to manufacture more mechanical puppets. These are crucial life-saving cards in critical moments. With that in mind, Lu Qing's thoughts shifted, and he opened the system panel, eyes filled with anticipation. Task: please establish a medical collaboration and sell 1,000 nano repair patches to the public. Task progress: 10001000. Completed. Completion reward: Heavenly Weapon Equality for All has been issued. Seeing the task completion notice, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile, excited about the new opportunities ahead. With a thought, Lu Qing murmured softly, claim. In an instant, a faint, eerie light flashed, accompanied by a soft, whoosh sound, and a revolver about 20 centimeters long appeared out of thin air, floating in front of him. The gun was engraved with intricate, mysterious patterns that occasionally shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, exuding a strong sense of futuristic technology. Lu Qing carefully examined the weapon named Equality for All. The system introduced it. The magazine contains 5 different types of bullets, with one randomly drawn each day, all with equal probability. The bullets disregard rules, guaranteeing a hit with every shot and a kill with every sound, unavoidable. The judgment bullet can instantly kill a 6th rank lord or master. The verdict bullet can kill a 7th rank overlord or grandmaster. The destruction bullet can kill an 8th rank beast king or great grandmaster. The heaven-slaying bullet can kill a 9th rank beast emperor or demigod, and the divine punishment bullet can slay gods. Lu Qing's pupils suddenly contracted, and an expression of uncontrollable astonishment appeared on his face. He thought to himself, wow, isn't this the ultimate gambler's tool? A random shot every day, and if you hit the jackpot, you can even kill a god. He recalled the 9 realms of martial arts, with the highest being the 9th grade demigod, equivalent to the head of the Marshal Hall, the strongest in the world. Do gods truly exist in this world? Lu Qing wondered, but since the system stated it, it must be true. However, a 1 in 5 chance is purely luck, Lu Qing calculated internally. If I encounter a strong enemy and don't draw the right bullet, it's game over. But at least I can guarantee a kill on a 6th rank, which is already quite good for me now. It's another weapon in my arsenal. Whether I can draw a more powerful bullet depends on luck. Lu Qing stroked his chin, deep in thought. Currently, a 6th grade expert is just 1 shot away for him, and the most terrifying aspect of this weapon is its rule, a guaranteed kill with every shot. Whether it's a 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, as long as he draws the corresponding bullet, it's a 1-shot kill. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Qing's mind. What if I had a luck-enhancing item? Could I exploit a loophole? I wonder if the Marshal Hall has such items. This idea excited him greatly. It's worth investigating, absolutely necessary. If such an item exists, it would be unbeatable, and I must find a way to get it. Immediately, Lu Qing began to outline his subsequent plans. 1. Apply to the Marshal Hall for the purchase of advanced metals to upgrade the Frost Mecha to level 5. 2. Modify the 50+ corpses in his spatial ring to increase the number of puppets. 3. Investigate luck-related items to attempt exploiting the equality for all loophole. 4. Organize personnel to personally go to Jinfeng Mountain to select a site and develop a mining area, constructing a production chain for nano repair patches. He thought, once the resources of Jinfeng Mountain are developed to a certain extent, he wouldn't even need to buy advanced metals from the Marshal Hall. He could mine and refine them himself. 5. Train to the peak of the 3rd grade in preparation for the 2nd indestructible body modification. Once his strength reaches the 4th grade, he will be able to create 6th-level divine machines. Lu Qing considered each step carefully and soon had a clear plan for his next goals. He picked up his phone and dialed Kai Shenye's number. Boss, I'd like to apply for the purchase of high-grade metals. Meanwhile, in a private villa within Base 16, torrential rain was pouring down. The 6 Desires king lay naked on the bed, pressing down on a mature, middle-aged woman as they engaged in passionate intimacy. Despite being nearly 40, the woman had maintained her appearance well. Her aura suggested that she had undoubtedly been a stunning beauty in her youth. The king of 6 Desires' eyes glimmered with excitement, and his tongue unconsciously moistened his dry lips. Recently, his interest in younger women had waned, and he found himself increasingly captivated by mature women, as if savoring a novel flavor. Your Grace, love me, continue to cherish me. Her voice was filled with seduction, echoing throughout the room. Through the large glass window, their intertwined silhouettes were clearly visible, the air thick with an intoxicating and frenzied atmosphere. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous force cascaded down from the distant sky, like a celestial river in reverse, its might terrifying. Raindrops eerily paused midair, and the whole world was cast in a blood-red hue, a chilling sight. Soon after, a sinister blood moon hung high against the dark sky, emitting an unsettling crimson glow. On the bed, the woman let out a piercing scream, filled with terror and despair, as if witnessing the most horrifying scene imaginable. In the heavens, a pair of enormous crimson eyes suddenly opened, like a gaze from the depths of hell, cold and merciless, sending shivers down one's spine. The surrounding world was enveloped in a red domain, exuding endless malevolence. 6 Desires, come out. Yu Yu's voice was cold and exquisitely beautiful, resonating through the heavens and the earth. Before the words faded, the sinister eyes unleashed a blood-red beam, like a sharp arrow of destruction, shooting towards the king of 6 Desires. As the beam passed, the air slightly distorted, producing a teeth-grating sound. The entire villa shook violently under the force, cracks appearing on the walls, creaking ominously as if on the verge of collapse. Roar! The king of 6 Desires' eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the rapidly approaching crimson beam. He let out an enraged roar, his muscles bulging, veins popping, as his body underwent a rapid transformation. His once gaunt frame swelled several times over, his head morphing into a fearsome bull's head, with 8 thick, octopus-like tentacles sprouting from his back, thrashing wildly in the air like a terrifying monster. The king of six desires howled at the sky, unleashing sonic waves from his mouth that clashed violently with the oncoming blood-red beam. The two forces intertwined and tore at each other, producing a deafening crash before shattering into countless specks of light that scattered into the air. Dark Moon, you lunatic, do you really want to kill me? The king of six desires' voice was hoarse, tinged with a mix of shock and anger, as he questioned the night sky where Yu, like a malevolent deity, resided. Yu's voice was as cold as the iciest wind in the depths of winter, devoid of any emotion. Before her words had fully left her lips, the ominous blood-red eyes in the sky unleashed two scarlet beams, tearing through the heavens and heading straight for the king of six desires. Damn it! The king of six desires cursed, his voice betraying his panic. The 8 thick tentacles on his back swung wildly like raging serpents, meeting the scarlet beams with a foul wind. A screeching sound filled the air, followed by a deafening explosion. The red light shattered, turning into a rain of blood-colored sparks that dissipated into the air. 2 large scorched patches appeared on the king of six desires' dark brown tentacles, emitting a nauseating smell of burnt flesh. The tentacles slowly unfurled, revealing his terrifying form with a bull's head and a human body. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, evidence of internal injuries from the clash, as his organs churned within. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze filled with anger and resentment. Although both were latest-stage 7th-grade masters, the Dark Moon King's power clearly overshadowed his. The key difference lay in the Dark Moon King's fusion with the body of a ferocious beast, possessing the innate evil eyes of the Crimson Moon Phoenix, while he had merely fused with an 8-tailed Kuei ox. The Phoenix race was naturally the rulers among beasts, with a higher racial level than the Kuei ox. The latter's growth limit reached only the 8th-tier Beast King level, whereas the Phoenix's limit was the 9th-tier Beast Emperor, a difference as vast as night and day. Dark Moon, what do you want? The king of six desires demanded, his voice trembling with a mix of shock and anger. Yu's voice remained indifferent, as if stating a fact. What do you think? Killing my people, and then daring to indulge with women all day long. As Yu's icy voice rose sharply, the blood-red eyes in the night sky suddenly expanded, as if they intended to engulf the entire world. Like an evil god opening its eyes, the cold gaze cast down upon the earth, chilling to the core. Her master's aura was called stillness, and it merged with the enormous sinister eyes. The wind and clouds that had been drifting came to an abrupt halt, as if a mysterious force had caused everything in the world to freeze in place, silent and still, with not a sound to be heard. A terrifying power descended from the sky, as if intending to crush everything. The king of six desires' pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding, and he shouted, "You're mad. Are you really going to start a master's battle over a few weak ants? If the holy seat finds out, do you know the consequences?" Seeing that Yu was serious, his voice grew urgent and carried a hint of threat. "I'll deal with you first," Yu said, waving her delicate hand gently. The crimson eyes in the sky emitted a blinding red light, forming hundreds of thousands of blood-red threads, like a bloody storm sweeping down towards the ground. "Damn it! If it's a fight you want, then a fight you'll get. I'm not afraid of you, woman." The king of six desires was thoroughly provoked, and his 8 tails surged skyward, clashing fiercely with the countless blood-red threads. Immediately, dozens of explosions echoed through the air, like rolling thunder, shaking the very soul. However, the red lines conjured by the sinister eyes were endless. For every one destroyed, more would appear, continuously regenerating. The momentum of the 8-tailed Kuei ox weakened steadily, its body covered in wounds, clearly falling behind in this fierce confrontation. "Stop!" Taking advantage of the moment, Yu clenched her fist tightly. Instantly, countless blood-red threads spread out like a web, piercing through the 8 tentacles of the six desires king. These threads, like the strongest chains, stitched and pierced back and forth, binding the 8 tails firmly. The six desires king let out a low growl, his face contorted with pain. The excruciating agony from thousands of penetrating wounds made him appear grotesque and terrifying, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. "Damn woman! Damn power of the evil phoenix!" he roared inwardly, realizing he couldn't even muster the force of a grandmaster, forced to endure the torment passively. Yu's eyes grew colder, her murderous intent almost tangible. She yanked the red threads that pierced through the 8 tails, as if controlling countless sharp blades. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacles were instantly sliced into countless pieces, flesh and blood flying, creating a gruesome scene. Ah! The scream of the six desires king was a mix of a beast's roar and a human's wail, piercingly shrill. Trembling, he demanded, "And you? Are you really going to kill me? Just for a few ants, you'll take my life?" Yu's face remained stunningly beautiful, her long hair fluttering in the wind. She coldly replied, "In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant." Before she finished speaking, a crimson beam shot from her blood-red eyes, aiming straight for the Six Desires King's vital point. The light, like the scythe of death, was about to claim his life. No, you dare. The Six Desires King widened his eyes, screaming frantically, his voice filled with fear and despair. At this critical moment, a low, hoarse voice echoed through the heavens, as if coming from the depths of hell, carrying an overwhelming authority. Enough. This single word contained an irresistible power. Yu Yu's stance was instantly shattered, the massive evil eye dissipated, and the blood moon returned to clarity. Nature was restored, the wind moved again, and raindrops began to fall once more. The Six Desires King let out a long sigh of relief, drenched in cold sweat. Immediately, a figure clad in a dark golden robe appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of the Six Desires King. With a simple gesture, he dissolved the crimson beam into scattered light, dissipating it into the air. This mysterious figure wore a dark golden hood, his face concealed, only a pair of deep, abyss-like eyes faintly visible. His identity was unmistakable: the leader of the 100 Beasts cult, the enigmatic Pope. Subordinate Six Desires greets the holy seat. The Six Desires King, enduring the pain, quickly knelt on one knee with utmost respect. The man in the golden robe merely uttered a soft hum, then looked up to the sky, his voice low and commanding. Come down. Yu Yu's figure slowly descended from the sky, stopping before the man in the golden robe. She completely ignored the Six Desires King, whom she had nearly beaten to death, as if he were nothing but air. This silent disdain made the Six Desires King grit his teeth, his human face twisted with humiliation. The man in the golden robe looked at Yu Yu, his tone not one of blame, but rather with a hint of resigned persuasion. Internal conflicts within the cult, a lesson suffices. You shouldn't have gone for the kill. Understood. Yu Yu replied indifferently, slightly bowing her head towards him. Father. I understand, father. Yu Yu's voice was soft and melodic, yet carried a barely perceptible chill, her expression as indifferent as ice. The face of the King of Six Desires contorted, muscles twisting like writhing worms. His voice was filled with resentment. My lord, this. He had been beaten half to death. Was he to simply accept it? As a fellow cardinal, this was incredibly unfair. Anger burned within him, but he dared not act on it. The man in the golden robe casually raised his hand, silencing the King of Six Desires. His tone was calm yet commanding. You did suffer some losses this time. Come to me in 10 days, and I will provide you with a beast body of stronger lineage. Let this matter rest. A stronger beast body? The King of Six Desires' narrow eyes gleamed with greed. Wouldn't that mean a beast body with a 9th-tier lineage, comparable to the Crimson Moon Evil Phoenix bloodline? He was overjoyed, realizing he would no longer have to fear the madwoman Dark Moon. In his excitement, he forgot the pain in his body, his voice turning sharp. Thank you, my lord. The man in the golden robe nodded slightly and walked forward. With each step, the raindrops in the sky avoided him, leaving a clear path. His deep, raspy voice echoed through the air. You have been in the southeast for some time. Any leads on the new Beast King candidate? Yu replied coldly. In the Bone Burial Mountain, there is a 9th-tier bloodline Overlord-class blood Qilin. It will advance to the 8th-tier King level within half a year, making it the most suitable to trigger a beast tide. The King of Six Desires looked puzzled and asked, My lord, which base in the southeast are we targeting this time? He secretly speculated which of the 4 bases it might be. The man in the golden robe shook his head, his voice carrying a chilling tone. Our target is not one base, but the entire southeast. What, all 4? The King of Six Desires gasped in disbelief. But my lord, if the other 3 Grand Elders of the Marshal Hall intervene to stop the Beast King, the Beast Tide might struggle to pose a threat to all 4 bases. The Grand Elders of the Marshal Hall are 8th-grade Grandmasters, fully capable of holding off an 8th-tier Beast King alone. The man in the golden robe let out a low, hoarse laugh that echoed through the rain, sending shivers down the spine. Then I will simply reduce the 4 Grand Elders to 3. Before the words had even fully left his lips, the man in the golden robe had vanished without a trace, leaving only Yu and the King of Six Desires behind. The King of Six Desires immediately looked at Yu with caution, his body tense like a startled beast. Dark Moon, the Lord has spoken you. His voice trembled, clearly showing his extreme fear of Yu. Yu snorted, her tone laced with disdain. No worries, I'll spare your worthless life for now. I'll claim it later. Make sure next time you integrate a stronger beast body. I don't enjoy thrashing weaklings. At these words, the King of Six Desires was instantly infuriated, his yellow hair standing on end, clearly enraged. What did you say? Lu Qing's features twisted in anger, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. His voice trembled with fury. You, say that again. Touched on his raw nerve, Lu Qing nearly lost his reason. He could endure any insult, but the word void was his bottom line. Yet, Just as he was about to snap back, Yu's figure turned into a streak of red light, disappearing into the sky, leaving Lu Qing clenching his teeth in frustration. Time flew by, and a week later, in the lab on the second floor of the 15th base's wellness store, sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the workbench. Lu Qing exhaled deeply, a delighted smile spreading across his face. His eyes were fixed on the 10 black, third-grade mechanical puppets before him, standing silently like a ready army awaiting his command. Each of these puppets was a masterpiece crafted by Lu Qing himself, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The intricate and mysterious patterns on their surfaces exuded a strong sense of technology and power. Over the past 3 days, Lu Qing had transformed 50 third-grade corpses, 3 fourth-grade bodies, and 2 fifth-grade bodies into mechanical puppets. For this project, Lu Qing had applied to the Marshal Hall to purchase a large amount of metal materials, costing over 420 million, which made him wince. But the thought of the terrifying combat power this puppet army could unleash reassured him. These puppets would become his sharpest weapon, an important asset in his future battles against the Beast Tribe and other enemies. In addition to those 50 third-grade puppets, Lu Qing also possessed 3 fifth-grade thunder puppets and 4 fourth-grade water control puppets. These 7 special puppets were modified using water and lightning attribute metals to better complement his fighting style. After experiencing the practical combat at the Beast Cult outpost, Lu Qing realized the power of the lightning and water attribute damage boosts, which were the perfect counter to large numbers. The thunder puppets could unleash violent lightning, while the water control puppets could manipulate water, creating vast water domains. Utilizing the conductive properties of water, they had once instantly eliminated over 50 beast warriors at the Seven Knights Bar. The scene was still vivid in Lu Qing's memory, making him marvel. That was truly incredible. The synergy between the 2 types of puppets was seamless, epitomizing the ultimate in area effect attacks. Lu Qing waved his arm lightly, storing all the puppets into his spatial ring. Due to the previous ring's insufficient capacity, he had to purchase a larger one from the Marshal Hall, with a storage space of over 100 cubic meters, specifically for housing his puppet army. The price of this ring was astonishingly high, costing him a small goal. But to Lu Qing, this spatial ring was like his personal arsenal, a portable private army. Once deployed, it could provide powerful fire support, unstoppable. Additionally, Lu Qing had upgraded his 4th-grade frost mech to the 5th grade. Now, even when facing 5th-grade powerhouses, he could crush them single-handedly without resorting to sneak attacks. Finally, Lu Qing inquired with Jiang Jun about items to enhance luck. The good news was that the Marshal Hall's treasury did have such an item. The bad news was that it had already been purchased by the Meng family, the first martial family of the 13th base. This left Lu Qing somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped to use this item to boost his luck and increase the chances of drawing high-grade bullets. Unfortunately, he could no longer exploit the all beings equal bug. Lu Qing's newly acquired celestial weapon, all beings equal, contained 5 bullets: judgment, verdict, destruction, extermination, and divine punishment. He could only draw randomly once a day, firing 1 shot. Even the weakest judgment bullet could guarantee a kill on a 6th-grade powerhouse. But for Lu Qing, this wasn't enough. If he could obtain the luck-enhancing item, he might draw higher-grade bullets. Even just upgrading to the verdict bullet could take down a grandmaster with 1 shot, which would be truly exhilarating. However, such luck was not easily obtained. If he failed to draw a deadly enough bullet when facing a powerful enemy, it would be his life at stake. The gamble was too great, and Lu Qing was unwilling to bet his life on luck. Although missing the chance to exploit the bug was regrettable, he quickly set the matter aside. Shaking his head, Lu Qing dismissed these thoughts. Next, he planned to head to Jinfeng Mountain to scout and develop metal mines. Only by controlling vast metal resources could he truly unleash his potential and make his mark. The next morning, the Jin Peak mountain range was shrouded in a thin mist. Lu Qing stood at the entrance of the base, his gaze sweeping over the wilderness teams passing by. He quickly found a group heading in the same direction and hitched a ride with them to the Jin Peak area. Before him rose a secondary peak of the Jin Peak mountain range, towering majestically into the clouds. Although this was considered a medium to low-risk wilderness area, danger still lurked around every corner. Lu Qing cautiously surveyed his surroundings, calculating the potential threats. First to third-tier beasts roamed freely, and there were even a few 4th and 5th-tier monsters about, posing a significant risk if he was not careful. Dressed in a gray windbreaker and sturdy hiking boots, Lu Qing was well prepared. He looked up at the peak, where sunlight danced off the colorful metallic ores embedded in the mountain, casting dazzling reflections. The entire mountain seemed like a giant treasure chest, quietly waiting to be unearthed. What a prime piece of land, Lu Qing murmured with a satisfied smile. Even this secondary peak held resources far beyond his expectations. His thoughts drifted to the vast Jin Peak mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, envisioning an army of puppets beckoning to him. This place was a boundless treasure trove. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind, as if responding to his thoughts. Ding! A vast resource site detected, suitable for establishing a main base and constructing an ascension stronghold. Long-term mission triggered. Collect resources to initiate the heavenly industrial plan and build the divine machine heaven. For detailed requirements and rewards, click to learn more. Neuron docking technology, secondary bioengine technology. A long-term mission? Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the system to issue a mission at this time, and this one seemed different from the previous ones. He quickly opened the mission details and, after a brief overview, gained a general understanding of the task. The core of the heavenly industrial plan lies in infrastructure and energy projects. Solving these two major challenges would realize the system's vision of a divine machine heaven. This was not just a metaphor, but a literal mechanical ascension. Is the system really serious about this? A surge of indescribable excitement rose in Lu Qing's heart. He soon realized that, no matter what, metal extraction was the immediate priority. Everything needs resources, he mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing strode toward the towering peak ahead. The mountain air was fresh, carrying a faint, crisp metallic scent that invigorated his senses. Strange plants grew among the mountains, intermingling with the metallic ores to create a unique landscape. Half an hour later, Lu Qing reached the mountainside and finally discovered a mineral deposit. A section of rock face revealed numerous red metals, glistening in the sunlight like rubies embedded in the stone. Lu Qing instantly recognized it as grade 2 metal red copper. This metal is widely used in infrastructure and aviation, serving as an essential base material. Not bad, let's mark this spot. Lu Qing grinned, satisfied. He was already planning to recruit workers to begin mining here. Judging by the exposed area, it seemed to be a sizable vein. Approaching cautiously, Lu Qing considered the precautions for extraction. Such veins often contained abundant metal resources, but care was needed during mining to avoid going too deep and damaging the source. If the source were harmed, the entire vein could lose its regenerative ability and become barren. Just as Lu Qing was about to take a closer look, a blood-red snake suddenly darted out from a crevice in the rocks, lunging at him. Hiss! The snake emitted a threatening hiss, and Lu Qing's muscles tensed instantly, ready to confront this sudden threat. This is a third-tier ferocious beast known as the red copper snake. Despite its small size, it harbors intense fire poison, catching people off guard. Lu Qing, with quick reflexes, struck with a backhand slap, releasing a thunderous force of 120,000 mechanical power, instantly turning the red copper snake into a blood mist, leaving nothing behind. Without pausing, Lu Qing strode forward, retrieving a locator marker from his waist and embedding it precisely into the stone wall. This action would facilitate future searches for mineral veins. He thought to himself that this exploration was to lay the groundwork for formal mining in the future. One must take things step by step, not rush. For the next 2 hours, Lu Qing eagerly explored this uncharted territory. His steps were relentless, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for traces of possible mineral veins. His efforts paid off as he quickly marked 5 level 2 veins and 3 level 3 veins. Though the higher level 4 and 5 veins remained elusive, Lu Qing was undeterred. He observed that the higher the mountain, the rarer and more advanced the metal resources. Thus, he decided to climb higher. However, the path to treasure was not smooth. Ferocious beasts frequently emerged to harass him, causing annoyance. Lu Qing, disinclined to deal with them personally, released 20 level 3 mechanical puppets. These puppets, like merciless killing machines, swept through the forest like a locust swarm. Along the way, the bodies of the beasts lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the mountain path, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Among them were some formidable third-tier beasts with strong bloodlines. Lu Qing's eyes gleamed as he swiftly collected these precious materials, already planning to transform them into beast-shaped mechanical puppets. These modified puppets could serve as the guardian force of the divine machine heavenly court, stationed at the main base. As for the lower-tier beasts, Lu Qing didn't spare them a glance. To him, they were worthless. With 20 puppet bodyguards, Lu Qing advanced unimpeded, almost like a mafia boss. His eyes shone with expectation, and his steps grew more determined. Suddenly, the sound of intense fighting broke his thoughts. The noise was filled with fierce beast roars and human shouts, clearly indicating a battle with ferocious beasts. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Didn't the Marshal Hall grant him full rights to develop the Golden Peak mountain range? This area should be his private domain, with no one else around. His first thought was that they might be wilderness thieves. He cautiously approached the source of the sound, careful not to alert either side of the battle. When he finally saw the scene, he realized his assumption was completely wrong. 100 meters away, 8 figures were moving in the air, dressed in luxurious attire, exuding the demeanor of experts. Lu Qing observed closely and was surprised to find that all 8 were innate 5th-grade masters. They were jointly attacking a gigantic creature. The creature was massive, walking upright like a moving mountain. It stood over 3 meters tall, with a golden horn on its head, exuding a powerful aura. Lu Qing immediately activated his divine machine eye to observe closely, and was even more astonished to discover it was a juvenile titan. Moreover, it was a golden horn titan, a bloodline of extreme rarity. Lu Qing was shocked, knowing that the titan race was among the top in the beast world, comparable to dragons and phoenixes. The golden horn titan was the royal bloodline of the titans, incredibly noble. A titan at its peak could reach immense heights, breathing air from the stratosphere. Legend has it that the first golden horn titan transcended the beast emperor to become a beast god. As Lu Qing marveled silently, a middle-aged man in the group suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, and shouted, "Who dares to spy here?" His voice echoed through the forest, and a powerful aura pressed in Lu Qing's direction. Boom! Lu Qing's aura erupted suddenly, like a torrential flood, forcefully keeping the pressure at bay. A hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, his gaze sharpening like a blade. He ordered his companions in a deep voice, "You continue dealing with it. I'll be back shortly." Before his words even settled, the middle-aged man flickered across a 100-meter distance like a phantom, appearing instantly in front of Lu Qing. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 continued to encircle the young golden horn titan, their swords glinting with deadly intent. Roar! Humans! The golden horn titan let out a thunderous roar, its voice filled with anger and defiance. It could speak human language, clearly driven to the brink. Though a peak 5th-level creature, it stood no chance against 8 human experts of the same rank, forced to fight and retreat, relentlessly pursued to this point. Unfortunately, it was eventually cornered by this group. Sword formation, activate. The 7 shouted in unison, their flying swords shining brightly. They channeled their internal energy to control individual swords, forming a formidable sword formation aimed at the golden horn titan. The sharp blades cut through the air, leaving shocking wounds on the titan, its pale golden blood flowing profusely. As the battle wore on, the golden horn titan's strength waned, its counterattacks growing weaker, leaving it vulnerable to continuous assault. If not for its naturally robust physique and tough skin, any other beast would have already fallen. On the other side, the middle-aged man squinted, surprise flickering in his eyes as he assessed Lu Qing. "Kid, a mere 3rd level, and yet you can withstand my pressure?" Lu Qing felt a surge of annoyance. He was merely observing the fight, yet this man attacked him unprovoked, obviously guilty of their act of hunting a peak-level beast's offspring. Moreover, this Golden Peak mountain range was his territory. These people were likely not locals from Area 15, but outsiders who had chased the Golden Horn Titan here. With this realization, Lu Qing replied with a hint of hostility. "And so?" "Eh." The middle-aged man let out a cold chuckle. "Blame yourself for seeing what you shouldn't have. Now die." Boom. He stomped the ground fiercely, causing it to crack as he launched himself like a cannonball. His innate 5th-level energy surged violently as he punched towards Lu Qing with crushing force, the air itself crackling under the pressure. Yet, just as the punch was about to land on Lu Qing, a silver-white mechanical puppet suddenly appeared, blocking his path. In a flash, it caught the middle-aged man's fist. It was a level 5 thunder puppet. The puppet exuded a cold metallic feel, with a silver horn atop its head, crackling with electricity. Its hand, like a mechanical clamp, tightly gripped the man's wrist, rendering him immobile and unable to break free. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically, exclaiming in shock, "What is this thing? Let me go." Crack. As soon as he spoke, the level 5 puppet exerted force, snapping his right wrist with an audible crack. He screamed in agony. Lu Qing spread his hands, sarcastically saying, "Blame it on me seeing what I shouldn't have." Who are you?" The middle-aged man's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his voice filled with fear and confusion. The mechanical puppet's terrifying power bore down on the middle-aged man like a mountain, forcing him to his knees, trembling and drenched in sweat, unable to resist. Lu Qing watched coldly, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't answer the man's plea, instead giving a simple command to the puppet. "Finish him." Lu Qing thought to himself. "Causing trouble on my turf and expecting to leave alive? If anyone could loiter at my doorstep and dare to attack me, where would Master Lu's dignity be?" Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. 2 glints of cold steel streaked toward Lu Qing from afar, 2 flying swords, darting like lightning. However, the level 5 thunder puppet reacted even faster. Its eyes flashed coldly, and the silver horn on its head erupted with dazzling lightning. Electric arcs intertwined, instantly forming a massive net that ensnared the 2 flying swords. "What?" came 2 exclamations from the distance. The 2 men were shocked, disbelief written all over their faces. They had never imagined this mechanical creature's power would be so formidable, easily repelling their combined assault. Lu Qing issued another command. "Kill him." As soon as he spoke, The level 5 puppet's murderous intent surged toward the kneeling middle-aged man like a tangible force. The man's face was a mask of terror as he shouted desperately, "Don't kill me. I'm a direct descendant of the Jiang family. You can't afford the consequences." The words Jiang family did give Lu Qing pause. He squinted, scrutinizing the man, thinking, the Jiang family from the Southwest District, base city number 7? Seeing Lu Qing hesitate, the man's hope flared. "That's right. Let me go, and we'll pretend this never happened. All right." Lu Qing was taken aback. Really? The Jiang family of the God of Wealth? These guys chased a Titan cub from the Southwest to the Southeast District? But thinking of the 9th-rank pinnacle bloodline of the Golden Horn Titan, it made sense. The Jiang family, the leading clan in base city number 7, and related to Jiangjing. Lu Qing made a decision. Then I definitely can't let him go. If I send him back, what will happen when the Jiang family finds out? It's a Golden Horn Titan. Who knows if they won't harbor murderous intent? I despise the Jiang family. Kill him, Lu Qing said coldly, his eyes as icy as his voice. "Stop!" came 2 urgent cries, filled with undisguised anxiety. They belonged to 2 other Jiang family members, their voices a mix of alarm and anger. But it was too late. They watched helplessly as the level 5 thunder puppet's palm burst with lightning, like holding an unstoppable blade of thunder. It pierced the middle-aged man's chest in an instant, extracting a still-beating heart. "You dare slaughter the Jiang family's descendants?" The 2 men roared, their faces twisted with rage, as if they wished to tear Lu Qing apart. Lu Qing remained expressionless, his voice icy. "You too," he thought. "If I kill one, I must kill them all. Leave no one to come back later. Kill." With the command, the level 5 thunder puppet surged with lightning, arcs crackling, and its murderous intent swept toward the 2 men like a tide. "Ah!" they shouted, desperately channeling their inner energy, frantically forming hand seals. Their flying swords hummed, bursting into brilliance, finally breaking free from the lightning net, and slashed toward the puppet with fierce sword energy. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. However, the flying swords of the Xian rank could only leave shallow marks on the level 5 puppet's sturdy body, unable to cause real harm. In contrast, the puppet's attacks grew even more ferocious. It was like a tireless killing machine, each strike infused with violent thunder. As it moved, the air filled with the smell of burning. The 2 men were forced back, overwhelmed and disheveled. They were aghast, never expecting the mechanical creature to be so terrifying. The level 5 puppet, a single entity overpowering 2 5th-rank experts. Unafraid of pain, with endless output, it just kept going. "Come quickly, lend us a hand." A member of the Jiang family shouted desperately into the distance. The 5 direct members of the Jiang family, who were besieging the Golden Horn Titan, wore expressions of shock. While battling this Titan, a pinnacle species, they caught glimpses of the lightning puppet, its body crackling with electricity, leaving them uncertain and uneasy. "Leave 3 to hold the Titan. The other 2 go for support," one of the Jiang family members decisively ordered. No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures flew out on their swords, transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards Lu Qing. Around their flying swords, their energy surged like 2 blood-red dragons, exuding an intimidating aura. The Jiang family is renowned for their swordsmanship, and their family skill of sword control is famous throughout Xia. It's said that the Jiang family ancestor was Jiang Wei, a renowned general of Shu Han during the 3 Kingdoms period, who comprehended the way of the sword at Sword Gate, using a peerless sword formation to fend off a million-strong Chao Wei army single-handedly. Unfortunately, the sword skills of the Jiang descendants have declined with each generation. Most can only control 1 flying sword. Those with exceptional talent can manage 2 or 3, and few can independently execute a sword formation. "Crush them," Lu Qing said calmly, flicking his index finger. A space ring flashed, and another level 5 puppet shot out like an arrow from a bow. This puppet was entirely silver and also had a lightning attribute, but instead of metallic horns for controlling lightning energy, it had 8 sharp metal spider legs sprouting from its back. White lightning crackled between the legs, making a sizzling sound. Another one. The 2 newly arrived Jiang family 5th-grade experts' pupils constricted in shock. Before they could react, the spider legs of the 8-legged puppet shot out like lightning, instantly ensnaring their flying swords. Powerful lightning surged into the swords, and with a crisp crack, the 2 swords shattered into fragments that scattered to the ground. "Something's wrong, it's too strong. Run," one of them finally realized, shouting in terror and trying to flee. But it was too late. A spider leg, crackling with lightning, shot out like a snake and pierced his heart in an instant. The silver metal leg was stained red with blood, arcs of electricity evaporating the liquid with a sizzling sound. "You." The Jiang family 5th-grade expert widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lu Qing in the distance. He could never have imagined that his life would be so easily ended here. "Die!" The other 5th-grade expert roared in anger, his eyes filled with hatred. He leaped into the air, aiming a fierce kick at the 8-legged puppet. The puppet twisted its head sharply, its mechanical eyes flaring with blinding light. The 8 spider legs shot out like lightning, piercing the expert's body instantly. Lightning ran rampant, and with a forceful pull, the 8-legged puppet tore the expert apart, his body ripped into pieces, blood and flesh flying. Die. Oh man, at least leave a whole body. Lu Qing paused for a moment, a hint of pain on his face. Losing a 5th-grade body was indeed regrettable. However, the battle did not cease. The 5th-level thunder puppet's fist crackled with electricity, forming a massive thunderball, ready to strike another 5th-grade master. Upon hearing Lu Qing's voice, it swiftly changed its attack, the thunderball shrinking rapidly into a sharp thunderblade that pierced through the master's chest like lightning. Another 5th-grade master met his demise. The last Jiang family 5th-grade master, witnessing the fall of his companions, trembled with fear, losing all will to fight. He immediately mounted his sword, attempting to flee. However, the 5th-level thunder puppet was faster. Its hand, passing through a corpse, extended the thunderblade, transforming it into a beam of lightning several meters long, piercing the fleeing master's body like a divine spear. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 Jiang family masters who confronted Lu Qing were dead. The 2 5th-level puppets remained unscathed, standing like gods of thunder, imposing and formidable on the battlefield. The 3 Jiang family masters still besieging the Golden Horn Titan looked over in disbelief. One of them shouted, "Abandon the mission. Retreat." Those 2 mechanical puppets in that young man's hands are terrifying. In an instant, 5 innate masters were killed, a power they could not contend with. Faced with such a terrifying force, they could only admit defeat. Family tasks were important, but without life, loyalty meant nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 mounted their swords, becoming 3 streaks of sword light as they fled. Seeing this, the Golden Horn Titan also seized the opportunity to escape. As a highly intelligent member of the Titan race, it knew humans were not to be trusted. With humans fighting amongst themselves, it was the perfect chance to flee. Can they really escape? Lu Qing smirked coldly at the fleeing Jiang family masters. With a flick of his finger, a 3rd 5th-level puppet appeared out of thin air. This headless mechanical puppet was the former brute steward, whose head Lu Qing had smashed. Its body was as robust as a bear, clad in dark silver metal armor, surrounded by black lightning, exuding a fearsome aura. This headless puppet, full of technological prowess and dominance, might lack the power of a 5th-tier peak due to its missing head, but as a modified body of a powerful beast warrior, it was still formidable enough to defeat a 5th-grade peak innate warrior. Leave none alive. Bring the bodies back to me, Lu Qing instructed calmly. The 3 5th-level puppets responded, transforming into streaks of lightning, and chased after the fleeing Jiang family masters. Lu Qing first stored the 4 remaining bodies. Then his body became covered by an exoskeleton metal, with the 5th-level frost mech enveloping him completely. This was his upgraded 5th-level frost mech, transforming him into an ice-cold war god. The deep blue metal skin transformed into a crystalline ice blue, as if sculpted from millennia-old ice. A thin layer of frost covered the surface, with intricate machinery inside. Complex patterns spread like glacier fissures, glowing with a ghostly blue light, showcasing the perfect fusion of technology and ice elements. The air temperature plummeted, and within a 10-meter radius, the chill was palpable. Visible white mist rose from Lu Qing's feet, the ground rapidly covered in frost, expanding like the domain of an ice king. Lu Qing exhaled a breath of white mist, which instantly crystallized into ice in the air, then gently fell. In the next moment, the entire mech, like a white lightning bolt, streaked across the sky, chasing in the direction the Golden Horn Titan was fleeing. Boom! The earth trembled, echoing through the mountains and forests like the beating of a drum. Lu Qing, clad in his frost armor, tore through the air like a blue bolt of lightning. His mind's eye operated at full capacity, bringing everything within a 100-mile radius under his control. Lu Qing was secretly delighted. Once the Golden Horn Titan entered his scanning range, he could lock onto the target instantly. This was a beast with a peak bloodline, and if he could tame and nurture it, it would become a significant ally in the future. The mech roared as Lu Qing charged forward like an unstoppable bulldozer, leaving devastation in his wake. The mountains and forests were reduced to dust beneath his feet, and both metal ores and ancient towering trees were crushed to rubble. He pursued relentlessly, following the massive footprints left by the Titan. Suddenly, the mind's eye emitted a sharp alert as a red entered the scanning range. Lu Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement, and a knowing smile curled on his lips. The system displayed, Golden Horn Titan, level 5 peak, severely malnourished, life force waning, injuries not fully healed, urgently needs a large amount of rare metals to restore functionality. Finally found you, Lu Qing muttered, his mind racing. So that's it. The Titan race strengthens their bodies by consuming metal, becoming harder and more indestructible, like living fortresses. In the Titan community, muscle hardness is a symbol of status and even grants mating priority. Becoming rock solid is their ultimate pursuit, the essence of their evolutionary journey. For Titans, consuming gold not only aids in cultivation but also heals injuries. No wonder this young golden horn Titan fled into the Jin Peak Mountains. It seems it hadn't had the chance to enjoy its metal feast before being caught by the Jiang family's experts. A thunderous roar pierced the sky. Lu Qing burst out of the forest, spotting the battered golden horn Titan leaning against a rock wall, gasping for breath. It was at the end of its strength, unable to flee any further. The Titan's body was covered in sword wounds, both deep and shallow, with golden blood oozing out, staining the rocks. It roared repeatedly at Lu Qing, as if warning this dangerous human to stay away. Click! Lu Qing unlocked his mech's helmet, preparing to win over the beast with kindness. However, he didn't fully remove his level 5 frost armor, as the opponent, despite its injuries, had a peak bloodline and couldn't be underestimated. Hey big guy, I just saved your life. I mean no harm, I'm just a nice guy, Lu Qing said, feigning friendliness, trying to coax the Titan. This young Titan, though smarter than ordinary beasts, had the intelligence of an 8 or 9-year-old human child. With enough sincerity, winning it over should be a piece of cake. The golden horn Titan paused at his words, its vigilance slightly reduced. This human seemingly helped to deal with those bad guys and hadn't shown any aggression since chasing it. It hesitated for a moment, then asked in a gruff yet somewhat naive voice, "You let Baba go?" Lu Qing was taken aback, instinctively thinking the big guy was mocking him. But then he reconsidered and asked tentatively, "Your name is Baba?" The golden horn Titan nodded, replying earnestly, "Yes." Lu Qing's mouth twitched, suppressing a laugh as he said, "I can let you go, but you're seriously injured. Without metal to replenish you, you won't get far before dying." The golden horn Titan's expression turned proud, gesturing around as if to say the mountain was full of metal resources, all of which could serve as its healing remedy. "Here all Baba eat." Lu Qing gave a sly smile, steering the conversation. "That won't do. This mountain range is my territory. Without my permission, you can't just take what you want. In human society, taking someone else's belongings without permission is considered theft." Lu Qing curiously asked if the golden horn Titan followed this rule as well. Upon hearing this, the golden horn Titan straightened its posture and pounded its chest, creating a deep, resonant sound. It loudly declared, "Baba never steals food." Lu Qing's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Good. I knew it. You are indeed the bravest Titan warrior." Hearing this, the golden horn Titan snorted and turned to leave. It walked with heavy steps, invigorated and determined not to steal a single thing. Lu Qing stood there, bewildered. How could this big guy just leave? Shouldn't it be asking for food? He was even more puzzled by the Titan's determined demeanor. "Hold on," Lu Qing shouted, quickly stepping in front of the Titan. With his back to the Titan, he adopted a wise posture and spoke with appreciation. "Impressive, impressive. It's been centuries since I've seen such a brave Titan. I admire you. Would you be willing to stay here and guard the mountain gate for me?" The golden horn Titan looked confused, scratching its hard head as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Lu Qing continued to coax. "Don't worry, you'll have food and shelter, and plenty of metal." The Titan slightly raised its head, a sparkle appearing in its eyes. Lu Qing pressed on. "You'll even get to live in a metal mine, changing every week, with all sorts of properties and flavors available." The golden horn Titan's eyes widened, its golden pupils shining brighter. A gleam appeared in Lu Qing's eyes as he gently touched his spatial ring. Suddenly, the ring's surface rippled, and a strand of golden light emerged from it. A fist-sized piece of metal floated in midair, exuding an intimidating aura. It was a piece of 6th-grade metal Jialong steel. The surface of the metal was adorned with mysterious patterns, and its aura was fierce, as if a dragon were swimming within. The air was filled with pure and domineering metallic energy, causing one's heart to tremble. Faint dragon roars echoed through the mountains, majestic and powerful. The Jialong steel was surrounded by dense fog, almost tangible in its weight. Lu Qing held his breath, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the metal. Such a treasure was the most delicious delicacy for a young golden horn Titan. The golden horn Titan's eyes were wide open, fixed on the floating metal. Drool unconsciously dribbled from its mouth as it gulped eagerly. Lu Qing's lips curled into a smile, knowing the bait had been taken. He asked again with a smile, "If you're willing, this piece of Jialong steel will be your welcome gift. How about it, big guy?" The golden horn Titan's pupils dilated rapidly. After a moment of internal struggle, it couldn't hold back any longer and loudly announced, "A Titan will never be enslaved, unless there's food and shelter. Baba wants to live here." "Very well, this is yours." Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction, giving his wrist a slight wave. The piece of 6th-tier dragon steel, exuding a sharp aura, floated like a golden stream toward the golden horn Titan. The Titan's golden eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement. Its throat moved, and drool uncontrollably dripped down. It opened its massive mouth and swallowed the dragon steel in one gulp. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the titan's entire body. Its enormous form trembled slightly, and its gray skin visibly transformed into something as impervious as forged steel. Deep, bone-revealing sword scars across its body healed at an astonishing speed, disappearing without a trace. Most remarkably, the golden horn atop its head slowly grew, its patterns becoming more distinct, emitting a dazzling golden glow. In just a few seconds, the horn had lengthened by a full centimeter. With these transformations, the aura of the golden horn titan surged upward, its fierce pressure causing the surrounding air to freeze, nearing the sixth-tier lord level, just one step away. Wowha! Ba-ba! The golden horn titan pounded its chest in excitement, releasing a deafening roar to proclaim its newfound strength. Lu Qing was inwardly amazed. This aura was truly terrifying. He estimated that even with two fifth-tier puppets, it might not be enough to take down this golden horn titan at its peak. To stand a chance, he would likely need 3 puppets working together. As Lu Qing pondered, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached. Thud, thud, thud. 3 fifth-tier puppets were running side by side. The thunder puppet, the 8-spider puppet, and the headless puppet. Each carried the lifeless body of a Jiang family martial master of the 5th rank. With a sweep of his hand, Lu Qing made the 3 bodies and the puppets vanish, storing them in his spatial ring. He turned his gaze to the golden horn titan, a smile playing on his lips. I'm off to search for metal ores now. Big guy, follow me, and if we find anything suitable, you can have a feast. The golden horn titan suddenly crouched down, patting its broad shoulder with an expectant gleam in its simple eyes. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I get on? The titan nodded vigorously, emitting a deep rumble. After a moment's thought, although unsure of the titan's intention, Lu Qing decided to comply and sat on its shoulder. He straddled it, sitting securely on the titan's broad shoulder, gripping its golden horn like a gearshift. Find food. Find food. The golden horn titan chanted excitedly, launching forward with a powerful kick, like a heavy truck at full throttle. Its eyes were determined, like a child's, as if nothing in the world could deter its resolve to find food, as it raced with Lu Qing into the depths of the forest. Thud, thud, thud. In less than 10 minutes, the golden horn titan brought Lu Qing to a towering rock face. Lu Qing surveyed the area, furrowing his brow, unable to discern anything special about this place. It didn't seem like there were any metal resources here. As the golden horn titan approached the rock wall, its horns suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, as if responding to some mysterious call. With a low growl, "Ba-ba, time to eat." The titan swung its massive fist, striking the rock wall with great force. Its unique bone structure in its fists was like a natural tool for chiseling mountains, instantly shattering the hard rock. With a loud crash, cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web, revealing a narrow opening in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, Lu Qing gazed intently, and his eyes widened in surprise. Inside the rock, countless pieces of red flame copper were embedded like stars, exuding a captivating reddish glow. Level 4 metal, red flame copper? Lu Qing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He couldn't help but think to himself. He had spent half the day searching without finding a level 4 vein, and this guy found one right away? What incredible luck! Before him lay a complete vein of red flame copper, while his efforts had only uncovered a few level 3 veins. Suddenly, Lu Qing's attention was drawn to the glowing golden horns atop the titan's head, and he realized the truth. This wasn't luck, it was the titan's innate ability to detect metal deposits. After all, the titan race has always fed on metals, so having such an ability is perfectly natural. Lu Qing was overjoyed, realizing he had gained a living detector. With the golden horn titan as his capable assistant, mining efficiency would far surpass that of manual labor. He couldn't help but think, the titan race is the perfect worker for heavenly industrial. What a windfall this is. Baba didn't pause for a moment, continuing to swing its iron-hard fist to break open more rock. It casually picked up the fallen red flame copper ore and tossed it into its mouth, feasting without reservation. Watching this, Lu Qing recalled that when he modified mechanical legs for Qin Shao, the heir of the Qin family, he had used this very metal. However, at that time, it was the refined level 4 red flame copper from the Qin family treasury, whereas what lay before him were unrefined raw ores, naturally less pure. But to the Titan race, there seemed to be little difference between raw ore and refined metal. Their stomachs acted like professional refining furnaces, capable of purifying most metals into their purest form. Satisfied, Baba let out a burp, continuing to dig deeper into the cave while enjoying the fallen red flame copper ore. When it reached a certain depth, it stopped of its own accord. Clearly, even a metal-eating titan understood the principles of sustainable development in nature. They knew that if the core of the vein was damaged, this rich vein would become a worthless dead one. In this regard, these beasts seemed to understand more than humans. In the next 2 hours, with the help of the Golden Horn Titan's remarkable abilities, Lu Qing successfully marked 5 level 4 mineral veins. This achievement far exceeded his expectations. Upon closer observation, Lu Qing discovered that the Golden Horn Titan's ability to sense metal veins had certain limitations. It needed to be within a specific range to accurately locate them. The initial discovery of the level 4 Qin copper vein was due to their fortunate entry into the sensing range, allowing the Titan to directly guide Lu Qing to the destination. At their pace of exploration, they could find a mineral vein approximately every half hour, which was quite impressive. Lu Qing and the Golden Horn Titan worked seamlessly together, navigating through the mountains and forests. Each time they discovered a vein, Lu Qing would carefully record its location and general condition. However, despite thoroughly searching the lower part of the sub-peak, they failed to find a level 5 vein. For Ba Ba, who had reached the peak of the 5th tier, anything below a level 4 metal vein was beneath its notice, not even worth a taste. Lu Qing's plan was to first locate the high-grade resource sites, leaving the low-grade veins for later consideration. But the difficulty in finding a level 5 vein was proving to be quite a headache. It seems finding a level 5 vein is really tricky, Lu Qing muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow in thought. After a moment, he made a decision and instructed Ba Ba to head towards the upper half of the mountain to continue their exploration. Understanding the command, Ba Ba began to climb the mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Just as Lu Qing was about to give up hope, a miracle occurred. Suddenly, the golden horn on Ba Ba's head emitted a brighter glow than before, as if responding to a powerful natural energy call. Feast time, Ba Ba shouted excitedly, pointing a thick finger towards a nearby rock cave, eyes gleaming with excitement. It looked like a child who had discovered a treasure. Let's check it out, Lu Qing said, his excitement growing as well, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. They had finally found a higher-grade mineral resource. His heart raced with excitement. At Lu Qing's words, Ba Ba immediately sprinted forward, its massive strides covering 4 to 5 meters at a time, leaving large footprints in the dirt. Lu Qing followed closely, racing towards the cave that might hold the level 5 mineral vein, eager for the surprise that awaited them. The mine was incredibly deep, resembling the dark, gaping maw of a giant beast ready to devour all light. The walls inside were slippery, and the sound of water droplets falling through the crevices echoed in the silence, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. It's indeed a level 5 vein, he exclaimed, fixated on the walls embedded with a rare, earth-brown metal earth vein iron. Known for its hardness, surpassing even some level 6 metals, weapons forged from this metal were considered exceptional. Baba's golden horn gleamed brighter as they ventured deeper, like a guiding star in the darkness. The unique metallic scent of the earth vein iron wafted into its nostrils, making its mouth water. For the Titan race, the harder the metal, the more delicious it was, a natural instinct. Clang, clang, clang. Baba advanced by smashing through the rocks with its iron-hard fists, pulverizing protruding stones. It moved forward like an unstoppable mountain-breaking machine, with nothing able to stand in its way. After progressing over 300 meters, the space suddenly opened up. Lu Qing exclaimed in awe. This is actually a conjunction of 3 level 5 veins. Even more astonishing was the formation of a level 6 vein earth vein crystal at the junction of the 3 earth vein iron veins. When the energy concentration of level 5 earth vein iron reaches a certain level, it can give birth to level 6 earth vein crystal. The merging of these veins seemed like a heavenly bestowed treasure trove. Today is unbelievably lucky, Lu Qing murmured, filled with ecstatic joy. Bang! A loud explosion from the depth of the mine shattered the cave's silence. As Baba ran forward, Lu Qing saw 2 fierce beasts locked in a fierce battle. They were identical latest-stage level 500-eyed demon spiders, covered in menacing eyes that made one's skin crawl. Lu Qing activated his divine machine eye to scan them, learning that these beasts loved absorbing earth vein energy. Clearly, they were fighting to the death over the rich earth vein power contained in the mine. Not far from the battling beasts, 2 human women were trapped, unable to escape, and could only stand guardedly in a corner, tense and alert. They were identical twin beauties, around 25 or 26 years old, standing gracefully with a hint of masculine valor in their brows, like 2 resilient and beautiful snow lotuses. Deep within the mine, 2 women dressed in white found themselves in a desperate situation. One of them, Bai Shuwu, held a silver spear, her eyes warily fixed on the 2 fierce beasts ahead. The cold glint of the spearhead mirrored her tense expression. The other, Bai Qingyi, had a mangled right arm. The wound at the severed limb was shocking. She stood behind her sister, her face as pale as paper, yet she bit her lip in silence. Both were at the early stages of the 5th rank in cultivation, yet appeared so vulnerable at this moment. Sister, I'm too badly hurt. I can't go on, Bai Qingyi said weakly, despair evident in her voice. These 2 beasts are holding each other in check. You should escape alone. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Shuowu admonished sharply, her tone firm. There must still be a chance. Once they're injured, I'll break us out of here. Anger flared in Bai Qingyi's eyes. Damn it. If it weren't for those Jiang family sword cultivators killing to silence us, the expert guarding us wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't be in this mess. Humph. The Jiang family. Bai Shuowu gritted her teeth. When I return to the clan, I'll report to father and demand an explanation from them. Right now, I need to get you out of here. Before she could finish, a heavy stomping sound grew louder. The ground began to tremble. A golden-horned titan charged into the mine, each step causing the earth to shake violently. The two women's faces turned deathly pale, as if struck by lightning. Bai Shuowu's spear began to tremble in her hand, her lips quivering in fear. A titan? Another one. And it's a peak bloodline titan. They had thought they had escaped to safety, only to find themselves in the lair of two great beasts, and now another titan had come to claim the mine. Despair engulfed the sisters, extinguishing any hope of survival. Suddenly, Bai Qingyi exclaimed, "No, sister, look." She pointed at the approaching titan, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Bai Shuowu followed her gaze, equally shocked to see a person sitting atop the titan's shoulder. Mine, all mine, the titan roared excitedly, its eyes glowing as if it had spotted its beloved toy being taken away. It charged at the 200-eyed spiders, its gaze filled with battle lust. The two women were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Meanwhile, the two spiders braced themselves, their bodies trembling. The presence of a peak bloodline beast exerted a natural suppression, causing their bristles to stand on end. Hiss, hiss. The 200-eyed spiders immediately turned their attention, realizing the intruding titan was the real threat. In the next moment, the titan barreled into a fierce battle with the two late fifth-rank spiders. The titan's fists came down like meteoric hammers, smashing into the spiders. The fight was intense, but the titan dominated, leaving the spiders no chance to retaliate. Dozens of the spiders' eyes were smashed, green fluid splattering everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Perched on the titan's shoulder, Lu Qing seemed like a coach, shouting commands. Yes, just like that. Left hook, right hook, sweep kick, over thresholder throw. Maybe not that one. Finally, with a few more heavy punches, the titan finished off the two spiders. The massive bodies collapsed with a thud, green blood pooling on the ground. Bai Qingyi and Bai Shuowu stared in shock, as if they'd seen a ghost, unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded before them. With a swift motion of his wrist, Lu Qing made the two massive corpses of the 100-eyed demon spiders vanish, storing them in his spatial ring. In the distance, heavy footsteps approached, each step striking the ground like a hammer. Ba Ba's enormous figure loomed closer, resembling a moving mountain, and finally stopped in front of the Bai sisters. Its giant fists, stained with the green blood of the demon spiders, hung casually at its sides, each finger thicker than the sisters' waists. The two sisters looked up at the colossal creature, relief mingling with a hint of fear in their eyes. What shocked them even more was the sight of a human sitting steadily on Baba's shoulder, a scene stranger than any storybook tale. What do you want? Bai Shuowu's voice trembled slightly, but she stood firmly in front of her sister. She gripped her spear tightly, its tip glinting coldly, as if it were her last line of defense. Lu Qing looked down at the sisters. Though their clothes were tattered and their hair disheveled, evidence of a fierce battle, their expensive attire, and the faintly glowing spear in Bai Shuo's hand spoke of their extraordinary status. Lu Qing immediately recognized it as a top-grade Xian'er weapon, worth a small fortune. His gaze then fell on Bai Qingyi, whose severed arm was a gruesome sight. The wound was bloody and raw, with blood continuously seeping out, staining the ground. Lu Qing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. This was a lucrative opportunity if he'd ever seen one. These two clearly had wealth, and his skills were just what they needed. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Lu Qing's mind. Ding, choice triggered. A carefree life is pleasant, but is your craftsmanship rusty? Encountering a one-armed patient, your choice is. Option 1, craftsmanship. Lu never needs to get his hands dirty. Reward, 100-day self-discipline champion certificate. Option 2, a fateful encounter, revive your skills, and install a mechanical arm for Bai Qingyi. Reward, advanced mechanical engineering technology. Lu Qing muttered to himself. What nonsense is this system spouting? Don't mislead kids. I'm a serious craftsman. Seeing the offer of new technology, he chose the second option without hesitation. Lu Qing cleared his throat and gracefully leaped down from Baba's shoulder, landing with ease. He approached Bai Qingyi, wearing an enigmatic smile, and said calmly, "Her injuries are severe, with damaged meridians. Professional treatment is best." Bai Shuowu was momentarily taken aback, but, observing Lu Qing's seemingly benign expression, she relaxed slightly. She spoke slowly. "My sister was injured by a fifth-tier demon. We need to get to the nearest base 15 for treatment immediately. Thank you for your help earlier. Rest assured, as long as you let us leave, we will keep this place a secret, and the Bai family will repay you." The Bai family? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, realization dawning on him. So they were from the first Marshal family of base 16. No wonder these young women had reached 5th grade cultivation and wielded top-grade Shantir weapons. Only those from a prominent family could achieve such feats. A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Qing's face as he confidently stated, I am a physician with extensive experience in treating amputations. A glimmer of surprise flashed in by Xiaowu's eyes as she quickly weighed her options. Although it would only take half a day to reach base 15, her sister's injury couldn't afford any delays. If this man was truly a martial arts physician, he was undoubtedly the best choice. Naturally, Lu Qing replied with a calm and confident tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, my approach to healing is guided by fate. What kind of fate? Bai Qingyi and Bai Xiaowu asked simultaneously, curiosity etched on their faces. Lu Qing held up 5 fingers and casually said, 5 billion yuan. Bai Xiaowu frowned, realizing that Lu Qing was asking for money. With only a verbal promise and no way to verify the truth, demanding 5 billion right off the bat didn't seem like a benevolent act. After a moment of thought, she asked, may I know where you practice medicine and what level of martial arts physician you are? Bai Qingyi gently tugged at her sister's sleeve, evidently thinking such questioning was somewhat impolite. After all, he had just saved them and offered to help with treatment. However, Bai Xiaowu remained firm, saying, please don't take offense. This concerns my sister's future, and I must be cautious. Are you an intermediate or advanced physician? If the treatment fails, she can still pursue martial arts. But if it's botched, it could be irreversible. Lu Qing's lips curled slightly as he approached the Bai sisters, speaking in a humble and even tone. Neither. I'm just a specially appointed physician at the Marshal Hall's 15th branch. Oh, and my name is Lu Qing. You are Lu Qing? Bai Qingyi and Bai Xiaowu exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. The genius physician of base 15, young and promising, known for pioneering mechanical modification surgery, his reputation echoed throughout the districts. Bai Xiaowu's voice trembled with excitement. Dr. Lu, are you really willing to help treat my sister? Bai Qingyi said nothing, simply gazing quietly at Lu Qing's handsome profile, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Qing smiled and said, as a physician, I can't ignore someone in need. You both make a favorable impression on me. If you find 5 billion too expensive, I also have a 200 million treatment plan, economical and practical. He calculated in his mind that 5 billion was the price for a 5th-level mechanical limb, while 200 million was for a 4th-level one. The effects and prices were vastly different. The 4th level could only enhance vitality by 50, whereas the 5th level could reach 65. Elder Shah relied on a 5th-level mechanical leg to hold his ground against a 5th-grade opponent at the peak of 4th grade. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowu, as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, wanted only the best. She immediately decided, we'll go with the 5 billion option. Please, Dr. Lu. Lu Qing nodded in agreement, but he currently lacked any spare 5th-level metal. He turned to the side and asked Baba, I need a refined piece of 5th-level geocentric iron. Can you get it? Baba proudly lifted its head, thumping its chest, and nodded vigorously. Baba, eat, poop poop. Though no one understood Baba's words, its nod indicated it was capable. Just as Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Baba walk over to the mineral vein, open its mouth wide, and bite off a large chunk of geocentric iron ore, crunching it like candy. Baba's gray skin started to emit a series of red glows, and its belly resembled a red-hot iron, radiating heat. A few seconds later, Baba's rear end twitched, and with a poof, a lump of pure brown geocentric iron, steaming hot, was excreted. What a massive chunk of iron. Lu Qing, Bai Qingyi, and Bai Xiaowu stood in shock, staring at the scene before them, the air seemingly frozen. The giant titan beast, Baba, let out a joyful Lu sound, eagerly picking up the steaming piece of earth vein iron and lumbering over to Lu Qing. Under the glow of the crystal stones in the mine, the golden horn on its forehead glimmered. Lu Qing accepted the iron, his expression complex as he said, thanks. Although he knew titans consumed metal and never excreted, the method of production still made him uneasy. He could even smell the distinct scent of or scorched by high temperatures. Wasting no time, Lu Qing began processing the precious material. He brought his fingers together, channeling mechanical power to unleash 2 invisible energy blades. The coconut-sized chunk of earth vein iron split into 3 parts, the cuts smooth as mirrors. There's more here than needed for modifying a 5th-level arm, Lu Qing explained. The 5th-grade earth vein iron is just the primary material. It needs to be combined with other 4th-grade metals for optimal fusion. He skillfully stored the extra pieces in a spatial ring. Then holding the remaining piece, he said to Bai Qingyi, let's go inside, where it's quieter, for your surgery. His gaze fell on a secluded spot deeper in a 5th-grade mine tunnel, a place that could offer some isolation from disturbances. Bai Qingyi glanced at the slightly dim area, nodded slightly, her head bowed, feeling both nervous and expectant. The two of them entered the secluded space, while Bai Shuawu and Baba stood guard outside, like two loyal sentinels. It might hurt a bit. You'll need to bear with it. Lu Qing's voice echoed in the cavernous tunnel. He suddenly realized his oversight. He had brought the mechanical surgery equipment and tools, but forgot the anesthesia. Bai Qingyi bravely met Lu Qing's handsome face, her eyes shining with determination. It's all right, Dr. Lu, just do what you need to. We warriors bleed, but do not cry. Her voice, though gentle, carried a hint of resolve. Oh, tough talk. I like it, Lu Qing said approvingly, then wasted no more words, focusing on preparing for the surgery. He waved his hand to lay out the mechanical limb surgery equipment and tools on the ground, placing several pieces of 4th-grade metal and the 5th-grade earth vein iron into the device. Under his control, the metals began to melt and take shape. Lu Qing picked up the surgical tools, knives, pliers, and more and began connecting them to Bai Qingyi's right hand's severed limb with precision and speed. As time passed, metal parts joined with flesh, producing faint clicking sounds. Bai Qingyi occasionally let out soft groans, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. The pain from the surgery seemed to exceed her expectations, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The pain was bone deep, beyond what an ordinary person could endure. The higher the metal's grade, the purer and more powerful the energy it contained, leading to more intense pain when fusing with flesh. Bai Qingyi gritted her teeth, leaving deep impressions on her lips. As if determined not to show weakness in front of Lu Qing, she remarkably endured it without a scream. Her strength and perseverance were admirable, allowing the surgery to continue in a tense, silent atmosphere. The entire transformation surgery lasted nearly 4 hours, during which Bai Qingyi gritted her teeth and endured without uttering a single groan. When the system notifications sounded in Lu Qing's mind, he felt a sense of relief. Ding, mechanical limb transformation successful, choice completed, awarded Xinji Zhiqiao technology, has been issued. A vast and unfamiliar knowledge of Xinji Zhiqiao flooded into Lu Qing's mind. Having undergone several system knowledge infusions before, he absorbed the information completely within a few breaths. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyi gradually awoke from anesthesia, the intense pain slowly subsiding, replaced by an overwhelming sense of excitement and awe. Bai Qingyi slowly raised her right hand, carefully examining the brand new mechanical limb. It had a deep and restrained brown hue, reflecting a rainbow of colors under the crystal light of the mine, appearing exceptionally splendid. The arm had smooth and graceful lines, perfectly complementing her feminine features, with intricately detailed surface patterns that subtly glowed as if alive. Lu Qing introduced with a smile, "This is a level 5 high-quality mechanical arm, capable of providing a 65 increase in vitality." Bai Shuwu approached curiously, asking in surprise, "Qingyi, can this mechanical arm really boost vitality?" Although she had heard of the wonders of mechanical limbs, she had yet to witness them firsthand at base 16. Bai Qingyi nodded firmly, clearly sensing the incredible changes brought by the arm. The next moment, she summoned a silver-white metallic spear with a gleaming tip from her spatial ring. As her mechanical right arm gripped the spear, Bai Qingyi felt her internal vitality surge intensely. Her initial vitality of 110,000 at the early stage of the 5th grade instantly skyrocketed to over 180,000, directly advancing her to the late stage of the 5th grade. It was a qualitative leap. Bai Qingyi swung the spear, performing the Bai family's signature Yulong spear technique. The spear light flickered like a swimming dragon, accompanied by a fierce gust as it crashed into the rock wall. With a loud boom, a deep pit appeared on the wall, scattering debris and dust. Nearby, Baba watched with excitement and also punched the stone wall, producing a dull thud that shook the entire mine. Bai Shuo looked at her sister in shock. "Qingyi, has your Yulong spear achieved mastery?" Her voice was filled with admiration and amazement. Bai Qingyi realized that the Xinji limb not only enhanced her vitality, but also gave her more precise control over her body. This new experience offered an unprecedented sense of mastery over her power. Bai Shuo gratefully turned to Lu Qing. "Dr. Lu, for saving Qingyi and reconstructing her, our Bai family will surely repay you. We will deliver the 5 billion surgery fee once we return to our family." Her tone was sincere and respectful. Lu Qing replied with a nonchalant smile, "It's nothing." After exchanging contact information, the Bai sisters took their leave. The past few days had been surreal for them, surviving the Jiang family's assassination attempt, encountering the legendary genius doctor, and turning misfortune into a blessing. They needed to report back to their family as soon as possible. After the sisters departed, Lu Qing eagerly looked at the 3 level 5 mineral veins and 1 level 6 earth vein crystal in front of him, rubbing his hands together. "Time to get to work. Let's get started." Baba seemed to share the enthusiasm, displaying the spirit of a dedicated worker. It stared at the glowing mineral veins with shining eyes, waving its fists and shouting, "Baba, eat, eat, dig, dig." In the dim tunnel, for mineral veins glistened like a galaxy in the night. Lu Qing's gaze wandered among the veins, his mind already sketching a grand production blueprint. The first task was to create an intelligent machinery team. This team would be the core of the heavenly industry plan, handling various intricate tasks. A slight smile appeared on Lu Qing's lips. With this team, he could integrate intelligent robots into the plan, boosting efficiency while maintaining confidentiality without external aid. Next, he planned to transform the beasts he had previously slain into mechanical puppets. A gleam flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. These puppets would become the guardians of the Jinfeng mountain base, forming an impregnable defense line. As for materials, Lu Qing glanced at Baba beside him and chuckled inwardly. With this metal-devouring giant, he had no worries about material shortages, allowing for immediate production and use. Lu Qing lightly tapped the system panel, and information on the divine machinery technology appeared before him. He carefully read through the system's introduction, his brow furrowed as his thoughts gradually became clearer. Divine machinery is divided into 4 levels, each differing in material requirements and energy consumption. Basic machinery is akin to fundamental computer programs. Intermediate machinery compares to large computer systems. Advanced machinery resembles super-astronomical computing clouds, and superintelligent life possesses unfathomable computing power, theoretically without limit. Lu Qing's eyes quickly scanned the screen as he weighed his options. For the heavenly industry, he didn't need high-level machinery for the time being. What he needed was quantity of vast team of machinery. Using third-level metals to create and power basic machinery would be sufficient. He sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Creating intermediate machinery required 6th-level metals, and his current abilities weren't enough to control 6th-level system creations. Otherwise, he could have crafted an independent intermediate machinery to lead the entire machinery team, eliminating the need to issue every command personally, allowing the robots to autonomously execute the heavenly industry plan. I need to reach the 4th grade soon, Lu Qing muttered to himself. 6th-level mechs, 6th-level puppets, intermediate machinery all require reaching the 4th grade. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lu Qing, along with the Golden Horn Titan Baba, headed to a 3rd-level mineral vein cave. Following the system's instructions, he began constructing the equipment needed to manufacture the intelligent machinery robots. Lu Qing focused intently on his work, his hands tracing rapid movements in the air. Tools and materials danced in his hands as if they were alive. The clashing of metals, the hum of electricity, and Lu Qing's occasional murmurs blended into a unique symphony. Baba sat sprawled out nearby, occasionally opening its massive mouth to swallow chunks of 3rd-level metal ore. Its stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, quickly digesting and refining the metal, then producing pure 3rd-level metal materials, providing Lu Qing with a continuous supply of raw materials. As time ticked by, an hour and a half later, Lu Qing finally completed the first piece of equipment. Done. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile on his face. The machine stood taller than a person, with a sleek silver-gray structure exuding a sense of advanced technology. Its surface was covered with various precise instruments and indicator lights, glowing with a mysterious blue light, like a creation from the future, quietly awaiting its creator's command. In the center of the machine, a meticulously designed groove awaits the placement of metal materials. Below it, an outlet signifies the birthplace of the intelligent robots. This device is not only the cradle for creating machines, but also the energy source for intelligent life. When these robots run out of energy, they can recharge here, with the precious Tier 3 metal as the energy supply. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction, a wise gleam in his eyes. However, he quickly realized that one device was far from enough. The massive engineering project of Tianting Heavy Industries required more devices operating simultaneously to meet the demand for rapid production of intelligent robots. With determination set, Lu Qing threw himself back into the manufacturing of devices. This time, his actions were more skillful, and his efficiency significantly improved. Time flowed like water, and 14 hours later, 9 brand-new machines stood neatly in front of Lu Qing, alongside the original one, making a total of 10. The silver-gray exteriors reflected a cold light in the dim mine, creating a breathtaking scene. That should be enough, Lu Qing muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he could already envision the grandeur of the future army of intelligent robots. His initial plan was to manufacture 200 such robots, a number that echoed repeatedly in his mind. After previous explorations, he had mastered 9 Tier 3 metal veins, ensuring ample resources to support this grand plan. Just then, a strange noise interrupted Lu Qing's thoughts. Pop, pop, pop. Baba had eaten its fill and was lounging on the ground, occasionally lifting its rear to expel clumps of pure metal material, piling them up beside it. Lu Qing tried to avoid looking at this scene, repeatedly reassuring himself, clean, clean, and hygienic. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing grabbed a clump of metal material, carefully placing it into the groove of the machine, then activated the device. The machine began to operate, emitting a low hum as the indicator lights flickered more frequently. Lu Qing watched the machine intently, his hands busy with operations, eagerly anticipating the birth of the first intelligent robot. 2.5 hours later, a brand new intelligent robot stood before Lu Qing. It was about 1.8 meters tall, entirely silver gray, its joints composed of precise mechanical structures, gleaming with the unique luster of metal. Its head was oval-shaped, lacking facial features, with only two red electronic eyes that glowed with a cold, intelligent light. Can it be controlled by consciousness? Lu Qing observed the intelligent robot with delight, sensing that he could issue commands directly to it through the system, using only his thoughts. This feeling was both novel and wonderful. He attempted to give the first robot the command to autonomously manufacture basic intelligent robots. Buzz. The primary intelligent robot trembled slightly, its red electronic eyes flickering. It then turned and approached a machine, beginning to operate it with precision and efficiency, mirroring Lu Qing's previous actions. Soon, a second new basic intelligent robot was produced. Lu Qing's eyes lit up, as expected of a system-produced intelligent product, much smarter than the combat-only divine puppets. His mind raced. With this, I can have intelligent robots produce more robots, while I focus on modifying mechanical puppets. No, why should I personally modify mechanical puppets? I can just use intelligent robots. This idea struck Lu Qing like a bolt of lightning. He waved his hand, and a vast number of fierce beast corpses stored in his spatial ring were instantly thrown out, filling the open space of the mine. At that moment, the mine was filled with the atmosphere of an impending grand plan, the prototype of the intelligent robot army already taking shape. In the center of the mine, Lu Qing stood motionless, his gaze sweeping over the two burgeoning teams before him, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside. To the left, 200 basic intelligent machines stood in neat formation, their red electronic eyes flashing in unison like a professional elite team. On the right was his puppet war beast legion, 300 level 3 puppet beasts, 50 level 4 puppet beasts, and 20 level 5 puppet beasts. These mechanical creations, whether standing or lying down, exuded an aura of ferocity and violence. Lu Qing's eyes flicked over the scattered corpses around him. These beast carcasses were varied in form. There were giant elephants, winged flying beasts, and various bizarre crawling beasts. There were 40 level 3 beast corpses, 15 level 4 great demon corpses, and 2 level 500-eyed demon spider corpses. Additionally, there were 7 corpses of Jiang family experts at the 5th rank, originally 8, but one had been smashed by the puppets. Lu Qing issued another command to the intelligent machines, ordering them to start transforming mechanical puppets. As time passed, new basic intelligent machines and level 3 puppet beasts were continuously manufactured. However, Lu Qing soon discovered a problem. After inputting the puppet transformation technology program, the basic intelligent machines could only transform level 3 puppets and could not handle more advanced ones. I have to do it myself, Lu Qing sighed, but then consoled himself. Fortunately, transforming level 4 and level 5 puppets won't take much time. He resolved, once these are transformed, I must quickly advance to the innate 4th rank. Then, with intermediate intelligent machines, I can completely delegate, like a true capitalist dreaming of counting money while lying down. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In this short time, Lu Qing not only completed his 2 production goals, the intelligent machine team and the security team, but also deployed his puppet forces to hunt and bring back a large number of beast corpses. With 3 level 5 puppets leading and supported by level 4 and level 3 puppet troops, even those level 4 and level 5 great demons were no match. An entire mountain was nearly swept clean by Lu Qing. Now, standing in the center of the mine, Lu Qing looked at these 2 burgeoning teams before him, feeling an even stronger sense of achievement. His gaze moved back and forth between the 2 sides, as if admiring his handiwork. On one side, 200 basic intelligent machines, and on the other, 370 puppet war beasts. This force was now sufficient for him to establish himself in this perilous region, and even begin expanding his sphere of influence. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.